Earth is not flat. It's a globe by way of spectroscopy and all this other content that you are bringing to us right now. But so let's focus as to why you're saying, well, somebody convinced me, right? So I'm going to. And now, if you have an answer for what I'm about to tell you, go ahead and give me the answer to it. If not, be honest in this conversation and say, I don't know. That's very useful in being honest in our discussion, okay, Jimmy? So long as you're honest,
Sure.
then we can carry a very good conversation. All right. So, the understanding that the Earth is a globe. So it was established, a long time ago, right? So in ancient times, somebody figured it out because we're carrying this knowledge today, and everybody's running around like your name states, with the chicken with the head cut off, saying that the Earth is a globe. So what we're doing now is trying to establish a fundamental understanding of how we got this knowledge. So in ancient times, how was it established that the Earth has been a globe? Who figured it out?
You're asking me.
Of course. Now, I'm not asking Jimmy the chicken. I'm asking the person behind that.
What if I am Jimmy the chicken? What if I am a chicken, man? Hey.
You're not.
Do you have any proof for that? Do you have a citation?
I like your little divergent tactics. Let's get back to the question. Go ahead and provide the evidence for whoever figured out that the Earth was a globe. And please demonstrate to us how they figured it out so we understand the method and how they figured it out.
Let's assume I'm completely ignorant. I don't know.
That's great. That's fine. All right, so let's move on to how you can demonstrate the curvature of the Earth today. So I'm not really assuming anything. What I'm doing here is ascertaining knowledge from your vantage point as to what you know. So basically, like I said, being honest with what you know is very key in this discussion. All right, so how can you figure out a method in which we can discover that the Earth has measurable curvature? So if I was to be able to measure this supposed metrics that they give us, right, the Earth's radius, diameter, and circumference, it's very important to know that the claim of the Earth has already been settled, and there's no way that you can come back around and say, well, maybe they got it wrong. It's probably a bigger ball or some other thing. So let's get to the metrics, right? You can punch this actually into Google if you don't know, Jimmy. So the metrics are stated as radius, diameter, and circumference. How can we measure with those calculations the curvature of the Earth so that we can verify that the curvature of the Earth conforms to those metrics? Jimmy, please tell us the method by which we can measure the curvature.
I'm going to play completely dumb. I don't know anything.
Please, no, I don't want you to play dumb. I actually want you to tell us, because we're actually getting
anything to avoid the burden of
we're getting to know what you know about the curvature of the Earth. That way you can tell us, because what we've been doing here is investigating this very topic. And now, mind you, this specific question is basically the capstone for the understanding of the Earth being a spherical geometric shape. So if you can go ahead and demonstrate to us, the listening audience, I call them the council, then you'd be able to go ahead and move forward with perhaps presuppositions and so forth. But if you cannot, however, this is very, very important, Jimmy. If you are not, however, able to demonstrate to us that the Earth has demonstrated to have curvature measurable 8 inches per mile squared per the metrics that have been given to us via the settled information, then you know what's going to happen, Jimmy? I'm going to hand wave dismiss anything that you present. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because the radius is very essential for what we can discover, anything to deal with like the distance to the planets, how rockets leave the Earth, because they actually go in a parabolic curve following the curvature of the Earth. And as you may or may not know, this is how they achieve escape velocity. So all of these metrics are essential for everything that we figure, even with refraction, that R value is inserted in there. So we need to know, without a shadow of a doubt, that we can understand that the radius has been discovered by way of verifying that information and being able to falsify it as well. So, Jimmy, back to you. The one question that is on everybody's mind, we're at the edge of our seats. We want to know how Jimmy the chicken knows how we could measure the curvature of the Earth. Now, If you are able to do this, then my friend, 7 years that we've been waiting is going to be over with. So, if you're honest with us, we'll be honest with you. If you can say, I don't know, we can gladly accept that. Now, Jimmy, your turn.
Sure. I don't know. I want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap this up because this is one and done for the whole audience listening here. Jimmy the Chicken has now demonstrated that he does not know how the curvature of the Earth has been measured. Therefore, every other question or every other thing that he will assert to say about the globe will be hand-wave dismissed, as in he does not know anything. If the
That's
Earth
a fallacy if I've ever seen one.
No. This is the foundation, Jimmy. This is the foundation for your knowledge of everything you want to presuppose, including Coriolis, including gravity, including any kind of other talks that you want to, spectroscopy. I don't even care what you want to talk about. Everything you want to get into is a derivative argument from the very foundation that you, sir, do not know that the Earth that you're standing on has curvature. And it's important because in this conversation,
that is a fallacy and a half.
Okay, so now let me explain. Let me explain.
So
to you why.
you're making the claim.
I know you want to interject, Jimmy. I know you do, but it's important that you understand the reason why we're not going to listen to you any longer. Because what you're going to do after I'm finished talking is you're going to launch into a sermon. You're going to preach to us about how you know things. And at this very moment, sir, you do not know anything, as I demonstrated to you. So the very foundation, which is the radius that hinges upon everything that the globe needs, you do not know. So why would we then entertain any other thing that you're about to bring forward, as in, I know this thing and the other? We don't need to listen to it. So basically, everything that you're going to present, like I said before, will be useless. There will be nothing but your rhetoric that you probably studied or think that you know, and, it's just not going to be useful to anybody in a conversation. So we're going to go down many rabbit trails, and I'm pretty sure everybody wants to listen to you talk about spectroscopy again for another hour and a half. I don't, but for any other conversational purposes, you might be, put up a challenge. But sir, you do not know anything about the globe. Demonstrated right now by this one thing that you can't even demonstrate to us how the Earth has curvature. So Jimmy, if you think it's fallacious,
that's a stereotyping fallacy.
Go ahead. Tell me how go ahead. Tell me how it's fallacious.
Well, so you're asserting that because I am playing dumb and not explaining to you my vast knowledge on the composition and the geometric shape of Earth, that I cannot have any knowledge on any other subject or make logical connections. That's a fallacy.
That's not even what he said at all. He didn't say knowledge is absolutely impossible for you, Jimmy.
Yeah, he
said that every argument that I have or can make is now invalid.
About what, Jimmy?
About this cosmological issue, not about knowledge of anything at all.
Yeah, he wasn't listening. See, Jimmy, you're not listening. How can you teach people?
Can I chime in, or is it going to hurt anybody's feelings?
No, you go ahead, chime in.
Okay, Jimmy, you just demonstrated for everyone that you're stupid, but you can't even pay attention to the own words that are coming out of your mouth and the propositions that he's claiming, which is,
preach fallacies the most can't recognize one of their own.
Jimmy, don't interrupt. Dude. Don't interrupt, Jimmy. Let him finish.
Jimmy, check it out, bro. I'm just saying, by your own standard, okay, when he asked you, you said you don't know anything about the radius or the curve of the Earth being measured throughout history. So he just told you that you can't then make any arguments about that topic. You then said he accused you of not being able to make arguments about anything. So I want to ask you, my friend, were you paying attention, or are you just that dumb?
Well, it's a fantastic thing that this is being recorded. So, he said...
cool story. What are you going to do with that recording?
Very specifically, he said that because I, quote-unquote, do not know anything about the radius of the Earth, that I cannot make an argument that is validated about spectroscopy, which I have been talking about the whole time.
You think that's what he said?
I know that's what he said.
Okay, fine. I'll go back and listen, and if I validate what you said to be true, fine. If not, I'll ban you. Perfect.
Awesome.
Thanks. I love playing this game.
Yeah, he never mentioned spectroscopy at all, and it has nothing to do with spectroscopy. It has something to do with what you actually know. So either you had a chance to tell us what you know right then, or you lied about what you actually know and didn't tell us what
Right.
you know.
I said
So
I said from the beginning I'm playing
I
dumb.
wasn't done. I wasn't done. You either do know or you lied about what you do know. That's it. You two choices.
Even if you did play dumb, you have failed to demonstrate that you have knowledge you claim to have.
By arguing for 3 hours. Okay.
No, so the
Well, it
one
doesn't have
thing
to be
that
3 hours, Jimmy. It has to be concise and clear.
yeah,
It
the
doesn't have
one
to be
thing I
3
asked,
hours.
the one thing I asked you for, Jimmy, you weren't able to demonstrate to anybody here. So, and you said, well, let me just play dumb and say that I don't know. But I mean, I wanted to know if you did know or not. So basically, you could have just said, I don't know, not just say, add other things like, well, let me just play dumb and say, I don't know. You could just be honest and say, I don't know. And so by being honest with that, it's clear to all of us that everything that you think you know about the earth, it can't be true. By way of your specific demonstration here and what you said. So how can you know something about the earth when you don't even know if it's a globe or not? You don't know how they measured it.
I've not made any claims about the earth.
The earth,
If you would have been listening for this entire conversation, I've been talking very specifically about cosmological phenomena and spectroscopy.
and how do you know? Listen, how do you know how do you know what the cosmology is if you don't even know what Earth is? Like you're already going into like launching into what you think the cosmology is. You don't even know what the Earth is.
In other words, let me say this. In other words, Jimmy, if your appeal to these celestial entities and their supposed properties and their supposed behavior and how you supposedly know these things is not trying to justify your belief that the earth is a sphere flying around in the void, what and why did you appeal to these things for?
Correct.
Well, all right, and I just want to jump in. So, like, he's trying to pedal back to the spectroscopy thing, which we're no longer interested in. He was trying to move forward. He asked us to show him the proof of the flat Earth. Miggy did.
Right. I did not ask for you to demand answers from me
Miggy
and ban me because I couldn't provide evidence of the Earth's rotundness.
Could you just wait till I finish the sentence, then you can respond if you want? Like, it's going to be a lot easier that way. So Miggy presented the 3 points to try to present to the audience, because he's not just talking to you, to demonstrate that you don't really have any foundation to stand on. Okay, that's basically what he established. Now, if you want to rebut that, go ahead.
Right.
Well,
so,
a perfectly
Miggy,
good question. A perfectly good question was asked before you jumped in. Not hold on. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. My bad. Excuse my language. It really grinds my. I know you heard Gregory just ask him a question, and I know we all understood it as a question. I'm rude for pointing that out.
not sure what your point is. Anyway, as I will continue.
Yo.
No, fuck
Hey,
no.
guys, can I talk to him now? Yo, can I talk to him? Let me talk to him. Let me out him. Come on, let me just have a chat with him.
Jimmy, I think you need to take whatever you think you know, go back to the drawing board. I'm being nice. I could think of a lot of words to describe your behavior here, but I won't.
Let me talk to him. How come I shouldn't hurt?
Nothing at all.
Jimmy, are you there, buddy?
You can ask a question, but you damn sure can't have it answered, because I'm going to ask one right after you. Don't worry about it.
Jimmy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. No longer muted. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, for your...
Nice. So, Jimmy, I'm going to do this a little bit differently, right? So, I'm not going to go into spectroscopy. I'm not going to go into some of the very nuanced definitions that, the men here are going to go through, because they're doing this for a reason for you. They're trying to make your mind focus on very specific things you're saying, but you're not grasping it. So I'm going to do
specific fallacies, right?
Exactly. That's fine, whatever. But what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to take it to first grade. So I'm going to look like, I'm
Perfect.
going to use pictures. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to use pictures that you can
Like I said,
picture in your head.
I don't know
And then
anything.
you can tell me if the
Jimmy,
picture makes sense.
I'm sorry, Sir Vagabond. Jimmy, don't interrupt, man. Like, that's rude. Just let him finish
No, I
talking.
can.
And then you
Yeah,
can
Miggy,
talk.
I got him. Miggy, I got him. Don't worry, I got him. So I'm going to post something for you, okay, Jimmy? And like I drew this just for kids like you, okay? Now, we're going to go to voice, we're going to go to live stream voice text.
Uh-huh.
Are you
Following.
there?
Yeah.
Following. Cool, give
Doing
me one
fantastic
moment.
so far. Yeah.
Thank you. Listen, I'm good at this. I'm trying to tell you. I should be paid.
You should be a teacher.
All right? So I should be, but I spent my whole career in finance, making money, fucking pretty girls. Those that can't do, teach. Those that can do, fuck pretty pussy. So I made all the right decisions, Jimmy. So I uploaded 5 images for you, Jimmy. If you see those images, what you'll realize is I tried to break it down for you one step at a time. Now, you're going to have questions, and I'm going to try to answer them. But as Miggy was saying, all I ask is that you be intellectually honest. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Did you get the images? Well, they're uploading now. Give it a sec. So before that uploads, I'm going to bring your mind to a very simple example, and then it's going to tie into this example here, okay? So when you get on a flight, Jimmy, what are the 2 times that the stewardess does not serve you drinks?
Takeoff and landing. Sure, let's go with it.
Nailed it.
Perfect.
Gold star.
Awesome.
Well done, Jimmy. Why don't they serve you drinks on takeoff and landing?
Do I get a cupcake? Let's say
No,
because
not
of
yet. You gotta earn the cupcake.
the
You get a gold
turbulence
star. Baby steps.
during
Baby
takeoff
steps.
and landing. Sure.
Why?
Because of the turbulence, let's say.
Yeah, let's say the turbulence, but let's talk about very specific things. You know how the plane has to ascend and descend?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So remember, our proposition or our position is that we are on a flat level plane, right? Now, I used to go back and forth between New York and London a lot. And what I noticed is, because, remember, it's not my money, I'd get my Tanqueray tonic on the flight. And since water's a natural level, I'd realize, when the plane is climbing, number one, the water will still find its own level. But when the plane levels out for the entirety of the flight, my Tanqueray tonic on my tray table is perfectly flat. Now, I've crossed a decent amount of distance there. The liquid in my cup hasn't budged. One thing I want you to picture real quickly is, shouldn't the level of the liquid in the cup dictate to your mind that the plane is flying in a perfectly flat and level line? Now, if the plane is flying in a flat and level line, which my Tanqueray tonic tells me, dictates that actually, what you have to think about is, shouldn't it diverge from the curvature of the Earth eventually?
No.
Yes or no, Jimmy? No, it shouldn't. So you're saying that
it should remain tangential to the center of mass.
I heard you know. Let me tell you why the no is wrong. Because if the pilot is dipping the nose of the plane to follow the curvature of the Earth, he would have to be flawless. Let me give you an example. I'm going to take it to an extreme so it clarifies in your mind. Let's imagine it's a snowstorm, right, Jimmy? No autopilot. The pilot actually has to be nice. He has to actually get this right flawlessly. So snowstorm, middle of the night, we're on the red eye, sleet, hail, rain, storm, winds, turbulence, all of the above. You're telling me that this pilot is going to be nailing the amount of distance he has to tip the nose down to follow. Remember, we're following a curvature of the Earth. So he must at some point follow the curvature. Do you understand? But the liquid in my cup is telling me that is not happening, because let's think about it in terms of liability now. If it were hot coffee, remember you said, takeoff and landing? If it were hot coffee, they'd be liable. They dip the nose of the plane too quickly, because when they do dip it to land, they don't serve you any fucking coffee. When you're climbing, they don't serve you any fucking coffee, because if it lands in your lap, they're fucked. If it lands in everybody's lap, they're all fucked. Now, think about the straight and level flight that you've taken from all over the world to all over the world. It doesn't happen. Straight and level the whole time. Now, let's stay in the plane. Now I'm trying to bring your mind to the Earth that's on the ground that you're no longer touching. From flying from New York to London is a 6-hour flight. 5.5 roughly, but let's just say 6 hours to make it easy for your brain. Now, the Earth is spinning under the plane. Now, if the Earth is spinning under the plane, that means that the flight there and the flight back should take 2 different times. There's a problem there, though. It should not take 2 different times if the Earth is spinning at the equator at 1,000 miles an hour. So explain that to me. So how do you reconcile it?
Why would your reference frame suddenly shift to be drastically different and impose some arbitrary velocity on you that does not exist? The atmosphere and the Earth are a single body that travel together, and the plane is a part of the atmosphere. You do not become an independent body as soon as you jump off the ground.
Okay, let me chime in. Remember, I'm trying to present something to you. So obviously you can get verbose, and let me just chime in. I don't want to feel like I'm disrespecting you by cutting you off, but I just want to point out where the assumptions are made, right? So you see how you said the Earth and the atmosphere are stuck together? Now, when a helicopter... You just said they're stuck together, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right? So when a helicopter leaves the ground, you're trying to tell me it's actually moving with the Earth and the atmosphere.
Yes, the helicopter does not shoot off in the distance at 1,000 miles an hour. Conservation of momentum exists. There's no reason, even supposing the globe model, why that would ever happen.
So no Coriolis?
I'm not saying there's no Coriolis effect.
No indication it's a globe.
But
don't move.
How do we tell the difference between
Don't move away from
that
Sir Vagabond's point
and just the flat stationary world?
I'd like to continue with the guy that was talking. I want to see how you can fix my chicken brain, please. As he disappeared.
Sir Vagabond.
Nice. Can I ask only one question, please?
Okay, so what I did is I tried to draw out time-lapse photography as well as the planes of motion that are involved with the purported movements of the Earth we've been told. Okay, do you know what time-lapse photography is, Jimmy?
Very well aware, yep.
Good.
Do it all the time.
That means you can grasp that.
Okay.
So would you agree with me that for time-lapse photography, the camera must remain completely still or you will ruin the exposure?
No.
So explain time-lapse photography and how we would form an image where the exposure or the shutter of the camera is open for an extended period of time, and thus you would not see some type of movement or squiggly lines where you move the camera. You're going to get a perfectly still image with a camera that's moved?
Are you tracking a stationary object? If the object that you're looking at is stationary, then sure, yes.
Hence figure 1. Are you looking at figure 1? We're talking about Polaris, the North Star.
Love that star.
Exactly.
It's one of my favorites.
Welcome to the party, Jimmy. Welcome to the party. So now Polaris and the camera that's on the ground, which is open exposure, time lapse, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, whatever. That basically is creating a tidally locked connection between the lens of the camera and Polaris. Now, Polaris has a tiny little wobble, but it's imperceptible to the time-lapse photography because you can Google time-lapse photography Polaris, correct?
Yes, no, I'm very well aware that Polaris is at 89.34 declination, not 90 degrees exactly.
Don't get ahead of it. We're not getting to the hard part yet. We're still building this foundation so we can walk together, Jimmy. Because I'm more patient than most people because you are kind of annoying, I'm not going to lie. But I actually like people, so I'm going to take the time to fucking teach you this shit. So now because the camera and North Star are tidally locked to each other, now I want you to look at the next image. Now, Jimmy, imagine me and you are standing on the ground together. Okay, Jimmy? Me and you. Yeah, we're together, exactly. Friends, buddies. We're standing together with the camera, right? We have an extremely high-powered laser in our hand. We're pointing that laser at Polaris at the same angle as our camera. You can even hold the laser, okay, Jimmy? Now, because you're holding the laser... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to give you a job here. I want your brain to actually think. So now, because we're standing on the Earth, let's just say we're in New York, wherever, doesn't fucking matter. And the Earth is rotating on its axis now, Jimmy. Do you see figure 2 where I drew Earth with the laser and me and you? Well, I just wrote you, but we're together.
Right.
And how that would form a bit of a cone when the Earth completes a full 360-degree rotation? Do you get the image that's there?
Right. I think the distances are
let's not talk about distances yet. Let's just talk about. Remember, this is to prove planes of motion. Forget about distances for now. That's way too that's too complex for you right now, Jimmy. Let's stay with the baby picture images. So what I'm showing you in figure 2 here, Jimmy, is that now we're moving on one plane of motion, which is the Earth rotating on its axis. Now, should we slice the Earth in half and make that slice a piece of like paper that extended infinitely? The Earth is rotating on that piece of paper's plane of motion. Okay? Do you understand what that means, a plane of motion? I don't want to go ahead before you get it.
Yeah.
Good. Good. Now, we have to add the next movement of the Earth. Purportedly, mind you, purportedly. Now that rotating Earth that's rotating on its axis, stationary, because that's only figure 2, is now rotating around the sun. Because we're standing on the ball, allegedly, do you understand the image that I drew right beneath that image that shows the loop-de-loops of the Earth going around the sun? And do you see how we're still technically in our brains standing next to each other as human beings with the laser and the camera? Time-lapse photography still exists. Now we're moving. Now let's say we were to take another hugely big piece of paper and slice through the Earth and the sun on that plane of motion. Do you follow yet?
Yep, still following.
That is the second plane of motion. Now, the images that they tried to show you about the Earth and the planets, parentheses, and the sun hurtling through the galaxy at astronomical speeds is moving in a different plane of motion. I'm going to try to just sum it up for you with one good line, and I actually wrote it all out for you so you can read it later, but I'm just trying to tell you, should you just take the purported planes of motion, put them all together in your head, think about time-lapse photography, and the laser I gave you to hold, because you're a good student.
Still got the laser.
Wait, let me finish my statement before you say a word. Can the image that is created through time-lapse photography be created with the purported movements of the Earth that I've just drawn for you there? Yes or no? And you have to figure that out. Yes. Okay, well, you go home with the images and you tell me how.
Right, it's very easy. Polaris is ridiculously far away.
I'm okay.
And so
remember, we're talking about planes of motion. Planes of motion.
Yeah. Traveling on planes.
Locked. Bring your mind to this, Jimmy. Bring your mind to this. The North Star and the camera are tidally locked. Once the camera budges out of alignment with that North Star, the image could not be created. That's why I brought you to the third plane of motion. It breaks the other two. The first two, maybe, perhaps, if it's really far and, all the stars aligned, quote, quote, whatever. But the third plane of motion breaks the direction that the laser would have to be going in to hold that tidally locked image. It's a lot for your brain to understand, but that's why I gave you the pictures. And because there's stars in the sky, what you're gonna have to do is every time you see a star now, you're gonna have to think about these images, and you're gonna have to let it marinate, open them up again, and then think about it.
Well, see, what you don't understand is I'm an astronomer, and I very well understand these things.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
So where'd I lose you?
Thank you. I knew it. I freaking knew it. I called it, by the way.
Where'd I lose you there, Jimmy? Oh yeah, I'm
called it out a long time ago too.
I tried my hardest. I drew images for the guy. Everything. I tried my hardest.
Thank you very much, sir. You're
welcome, bro.
Good.
I'm tapping out now. All right. Good luck, Jimmy.
Cool.
I wish you the best.
I called it, Jimmy. Hey, everybody, you guys owe me $5, by the way. Pay up.
$5.
You got to pay on
this.
Yeah, you guys gotta pay. I called it. I knew it. I knew he was an educator. That's bro. Man,
you're a teacher.
Astronomer is an educator.
Jimmy, I saw you a mile away, dude. You can't.
Oh, that makes so much sense now.
Hold on.
Makes so much sense.
If you tap on his icon, if you tap on his icon, you see nightlyastronomy.com.
You see, astronomy is not
No,
education.
you know what, dude? I enjoy that you're here, and I'm glad you're using a voice changer even because so that your peers don't know that you're here. But you know what?
Let's see. How should I prove that it's not a voice changer? What should I play?
Whatever.
I'll play something on my phone real quick.
I don't care, Jimmy. But the fact that you're here,
I do care. I want to hear.
Let's see. What? Name a song.
You're making a little. Nobody cares anymore. Anyway, the fact that you're here, though, as an astronomer, I think that's gonna.
Not an educator.
Well, what do you do? What do you do in astronomy? Just look at stuff and tell no one?
Right. Yeah.
Huh? What are you telling Jimmy?
No, you have to name something. You have to name something. That's how you become an astronomer.
He tells him at Gem Panda.
Who do you tell about your findings, Jimmy? If you're an astronomer, no one. Just yourself.
Really?
Write them in a book.
Astronomy is simply studying the cosmos. It has nothing to do with educating people.
So you don't educate.
Every time we ask him a question, he gives an answer we didn't ask.
So you don't educate anybody about things that are happening in the sky. To no one. You don't educate anybody.
Not a single person.
Not a single one.
Hey Jimmy, can I ask you a question?
I do not lecture.
I mean, like, people could just be an assistant to an astronomer or work in like the building, you know, or you know, they're reporting to somebody.
Can I ask you a question?
I never said I was an astronomer by profession.
Oh,
I don't know why you've made that assumption.
Let me ask Jimmy a question, if I can. Hey, Jimmy, you know, when you look at the stars and you look through them with the binoculars or a telescope or a high-powered camera, you know how when you zoom in on these wandering stars, I call them wandering stars, not planets. You know how they get larger in your field of view in the telescope and in the cameras and whatnot. How they get larger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you think do you even think it's remotely possible for those to get larger at 10 light years away like that? You know what the inverse square law is? How things get smaller when they get further and further away. You really think that's possible? That those things get enlarged in the screen in your field of view in those
at 10 light years. What are you talking about?
Yeah, any of those stars, they all focus in. Every star in the sky, and when you zoom in on them, they get larger. Every single one. Huh?
Nope.
They don't?
This video that you linked? Let's see. Is that what you're talking about? The most recent video in chat?
He's not linking anything. He's talking to you.
I'm just asking you that if these stars get larger in a camera, they actually get larger in the view in the camera. Do you honestly believe that that's possible for them to get larger in like a P900 camera if they're 5 light years away or 100 light years, whatever, however far they are away? You think that's remotely possible that they would get bigger?
There's your problem. They don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, he's right.
Would you like to present some evidence for that? Because I know what you're going to show me, and it's remarkably easy to demonstrate what that is.
Oh,
you're divining.
They get larger. They get larger. No, you're. I don't think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So while he's getting the evidence in the meantime, while he's getting the evidence in the meantime, what kind of astronomer are you if you're not one by profession?
It is a hobby.
Okay, that's fine. You're an enthusiast.
Let's be clear. You're a hobbyist, not an astronomer.
Right. Astronomer is just a term for somebody who is interested in the field of astronomy.
That's fine. We don't need to debate that. That's fine.
We do need to debate that.
Astronomer.
No, in interest. You can have an interest.
The only reason it needs to be debated, because I'm an astronomer too, except for the fact that I don't believe in astronomical units because it's not justified, so it's a misnomer. But when it comes to viewing the sky colloquially, I do the same thing that they do. So I'm the same as them.
Me too.
How can I get these? I clicked on the stars down.
I'm a musician because I listen to music. I mean, think about it, guys.
Well, come on now. I mean, there are people studying the stars long before academia.
No, a musician is someone who plays music.
Oh, what about someone who's just interested in it?
who uses an instrument. Well, you're not playing with the sky. So the only category you have for the sky, they've termed astronomy. But the only thing they can do with that is look, I fit that bill. So does everybody. But that's not the same as it's not like looking at music or listening.
Yeah.
So if you want to get very specific with it, I am a hobbyist, astrophotographer, visual observer, and solar photographer. All right.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Which is a subcategory of astronomy. So that's like a mute point. All right.
Not really.
Yes, it is.
Jimmy, did you ever?
Let me tell you why. Listen, it may be fine with you, but a lot of people come in here and posit the idea that they're physicists, they're astronomers, and all of this in an attempt
I'm
to
not
somehow...
a physicist. I am an astronomer.
Oh,
though. That's what.
No, it is okay. It is okay, in all fairness, my friend, to let people finish their sentences. It's completely okay. Okay, we don't punish people for not letting finish their sentences. Okay.
Go ahead. Finish away.
So anyway, thank you for being honest and parsing out your amateur status.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, just to clear the semantical issues, there were people studying all sorts of things long before any academia was established. So let's not say that you're not an astronomer, you're not a physicist, you're not a musician if you don't have a university graduate degree and do it professionally. That's not justifiable.
And for
no, but it matters. It matters in this. It matters in this arena because people use it to accept to themselves vicarious merit somehow, or the statuses that they don't actually possess.
Yeah,
but to be fair to your point, some people who do things at an amateur level do actually have more good data sometimes than the professionals.
And I gather my own data, so there's no problem with what I do, and it doesn't make me less of an astronomer.
Jimmy, can I ask a question?
Ask away.
What do you think? Why these old people think that Earth is flat?
What do I think? Why people think the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
That's a fantastic question, man. I have no idea.
Okay.
Wow.
Can somebody tell him why?
Yeah, we did. I just walked him through it at the very beginning. I told him why. Yeah, I did, Sasha. I told him. We actually walked through it. And he actually told me that he could not demonstrate to me that the Earth has any measurable curvature. He basically he demonstrated to all of us listening that he was not capable of demonstrating Earth curvature, and that's it.
Incapable.
So if you can't demonstrate Earth curvature, how are you going to then stand by a claim that the Earth has curvature? And
that's Jimmy the incapable chicken.
Yeah, but
my name is Jimmy, and yes, I did demonstrate it. I built a spectroscopy.
You said it, Jimmy. Like you're the one that said that you could not do it. Or are you now able to?
Why do you think the Earth is round?
Oh, I can't change my nickname. Somebody's got to do it for me. Jimmy the incapable chicken.
I don't think he knows it. I think he just believes that it's round. So anyway.
Yeah, he just believes
Jimmy, how do you know the Earth is round? Why do you think that?
Why does that matter?
Bro.
Because that's your claim, Jimmy. That's your claim to knowledge. That's your claim.
Bro, just answer the question. Like the guy's just asking you a question. You could just be just hey, this is why
we're asking him a question that's already been belabored to death. I mean, if you want to go around in circles and circles and circles ad infinitum, ad nauseum, then we could just have every new person that enters the room ask him why he believes it's a globe, and then we'll play the dithering game on repeat. Or one of us could just competently present him the flat Earth facts.
Oh, we just did that.
Sounds like he already did that.
And I very much disagreed.
Mickey and Sir Vagabond already did that in much more detail.
He disagrees with the second law.
Okay, friends. I know you think that that's what was done, but what was actually done is somebody who has a quote-unquote astronomy background just appealed to it's super far away, completely summarily dismissing the entire argument, right? because it was an argument about the sky, not about the flatness of the earth.
Yep.
So it is not true that the presentation of positive flat earth facts has been presented to this point so far.
So
No, Miggy and Sir Vagabond just went through a long explanation.
Oh my goodness. I just told you why that wasn't sufficient. Did I stutter?
So Jimmy,
what?
Let me guess. You think we see too far away because of
Yeah, let me just say something. I agree with what AI said because, you know, I remember when I first got to the server, I used to always say, like, why are people always going to the sky? I was like, well, I'm going to just keep shit on the ground under our feet. So it's like, you know, I didn't touch on any of, like, the reported measurements and, you know, the curve, the drop rate or the black swan, but I think those are stronger arguments. You know, I just used the one in the stars because for me, it just broke my mind because I was like, oh no, that's impossible. That's why I'm trying to hand him like an impossibility. So if he just chews it over, it'll break his head open. But you know, I do agree. Nobody actually did tell him.
You know why?
Give him proof that it's flat on the ground.
Well, so I'm glad that you used the example that you did. I'm very glad of that.
Yes, Elijah.
You're welcome. Anything for you, Jimmy. I got you, brother.
So the reason that I disagree is because actually they've hijacked the word level, and if that wasn't the case, then his plain his plain example was fine.
Right, and see that's the problem is because
the fact I'm not asking you.
That's fine.
And I say this to say please butt out because I already know that you disagree. I'm speaking to everyone who's trying to make a decision on whether or not anyway, the bottom line is level is level. And when you level something, it's because it's parallel with the horizontal. So just because they hijack horizon and level doesn't mean that saying that something is flying level is adequately expressing that we live on a plane, therefore a non-curving surface.
See, and the problem that happened.
But I'm not
is
asking
the
you, bro. I understand. I already know. I'm not asking you. I'm just
awesome.
trying to figure out whether or not. No, bro. Because when I find my phone, I'm gonna mute you because it's annoying. I'm literally telling you that I'm communicating to not you specifically and the other people because we just kind of had we have a disagreement where it was said that there was no evidence, and so we're having that discussion like reasonable people. You are not a part of this discussion because
you only have
definition of the word level. So you don't count right now. I already know what you think.
Plus, he only has beliefs of the globe anyway.
It's
only a belief.
FE core laser test, or you know, the math around curvature, geometry, like that is more substantial to say the ground is not fucking curving. You see what I mean? And like we didn't prove those points yet.
That's only to deny that's true, but at the same time, it's denying the simplicity of understanding that when you level anything, it's because it's parallel to horizontal.
Yeah, I hear you.
Doesn't matter if you're in the basement. Doesn't matter if you're on the ground level. It doesn't matter if you're in the attic. Doesn't matter if you're fucking in China or if you're in America. Level is the same for everybody.
Level is level.
Perfect.
Which they disagree with, but under
right, which is why we have to arbitrate it in another manner. So, for example, the plane is not attached to the Earth. Therefore, whatever path it takes isn't necessarily determined by the shape of the Earth. So you have to make inferences about the nature of the plane in comparison to the Earth. So the flat earther will claim the plane raises an elevation, maintains level flight, and then lands. The glober will claim the plane raises an elevation, maintains level flight, and then lands. And you're correct that the term level has a contention. So how would we prove one way or the other? Well, we need something else. And what that would be is the surface, because their claim is that it's flying level over a curved surface, and a flat earther claim would be it's flying level over a flat and level surface. So now we're back to the question at. Go ahead.
No, I said, yeah, no, it's fair to concede up until that point. If the point
I
is,
agree.
at that point, how do you adjudicate the matter thereafter? It's like, okay.
We have to go back to the ground. Yeah. Well done, AI. That's very clarifying. You said it right there. Very clarifying. Thank you.
I would contend that in regards to what is necessary to prove one way or the other. When we talk about this being level, that being level, semantically, in principle, that already is presupposing the object in question is not curving. So you really don't need to do any measurements if the fact of the matter, when describing the fact of the matter, is that the object in question is level. It cannot be justified to say that the thing, quote unquote, that is level or flying in a level trajectory is actually curving.
That was my position.
Yeah, that's great. But the problem is that they set up a paradigm of language in which certain things mean certain things. So to them, level means perpendicular to plumb. Right. So they're reducing the concept of level to absurdity by saying it's the very opposite of level.
And they've changed that recently. They've just changed that recently just because they couldn't win the argument any other way. They said that flying over a curved surface is flying level. That no one used to say that, and that's not what happened.
Right.
A plane following a curved surface is not flying level.
Right.
No,
absolutely.
It's following the tangent to the Earth.
Let's all agree.
That's what it's always been.
Okay, perfect. Let's all agree that we now have a language dispute. Okay?
Right.
And the correct way to arbitrate this dispute is to measure the object in question, and that will decide who's correct.
Well, that's not true. Because if they're going to be as consistent as possible with their absurdity, they're going to interpret that to be level.
So I like the image that Conrad just posted there. That's good, because that brings up a good point. Okay. Is that flat earthers will often say that why don't we see the tip of the nose of a plane way up while it's coming over the horizon? The thing is, you do.
What?
What? It's a legitimate thing that does happen.
What are you talking about?
Here's another claim from someone who doesn't know that the Earth is a globe yet.
Yeah, he's running away at the moment. There's people. Okay, he's getting sidetracked now.
Yep. Another going up the air with the air.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it's because I mean, why wouldn't he? Because the flat earthers can't even decide on the point proper of the proposition.
Needs to stay on the surface.
Okay, so let me wrap the logic string up, okay? If they claim that level is curved, right, and that the Earth's surface is level and curved simultaneously, if you disprove the curvature, you disprove their claim about what level means necessarily. So if, for example, just propositionally, you prove that, let's just say the water isn't curving, then their claim that water level is adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water would be falsified.
But again, that's not going to force them to concede, and you've already won the debate from the beginning without needing to measure it. Why? Because in principle, again, with the a priori question, the a priori assertion in question, flat earthers say level is level, it is not curving. Globalists say level is curving, the surface is curving. The globalists are subscribing to an absurdity that is prima facie self-contradictory. If they are consistent with that premise, they're going to interpret your measurements the way that they are interpreting curved level to be curved. It's not going to decide anything.
Incorrect.
And you don't need data. You don't need the measurements data. You can refute this nonsense by
But you're making the assumption you're making the assumption that one point is going to be clear enough because it is definitive to convert someone's mind to your point of view because it's definitively right. What AI is saying is that let's tie up the logic string and make sure we use like an MMA approach. We will just ground and pound and ground and pound and ground and pound from every angle until they tap out. I like that point better.
Your response misses the point I think Gregory's trying to make, which is if he sidestepped having a logical conversation to conclusion for his initial premise, then moving along to the second thing is going to lead to even more absurdity. Not
perhaps keep pounding them. Keep pounding them. I see. Keep grounding and pounding.
But that doesn't.
You can keep grounding and pounding them by refuting the absurdity on the face of their claim. That's my point. You don't need the measurements. If what they're saying is prima facie self-contradictory, then that's what you address. You don't need the measurements.
How is it self?
Yeah, I'm doing headbutts. I'm throwing fists, elbows, feet, knees, whatever hits me. Whatever hits me. I don't give a shit.
For example, when he says you don't need the measurements, you can just refute the claim for its absurdity. Example, we have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space.
Oh, that's a good one. Let's talk about that.
Let's not talk about it.
Let's talk about anything except the direct measurement of the surface curvature.
Yeah,
it seems like
but the Earth guy
and the flat earthers are in agreement.
Let him take you to anywhere but the Earth. Just keep on talking for him for another 6 hours about anything but Earth.
Well, I was definitely done with talking to him. I thought it was interesting to kind of go back and forth between us and kind of sharpen our skills. That's I could literally just play Call of Duty. I don't care.
Don't play Call of Duty. I agree. It would be much more worthwhile if we did what we were doing.
Yeah. So
amongst ourselves.
So it's entirely consistent. Okay. And this, by the way, is an if-then. Okay. If it is true, if it's true that the Earth is a globe, then what we experience as level must, of a necessity, be only perpendicular to plumb as it's around the surface. So in their worldview, that would be a coherent statement. Right? And then in the other worldview, it would be incoherent, right? So again, you end up with the same proposition, how to adjudicate the two. Because one just claims it's axiomatic on its face on our side. The other claims it's axiomatic on its face on our side. So you have two people that need to adjudicate a proposition, and you have a direct surface that's tangible to be measured and decided. So the most rational thing to do would be to measure it. Figure it out.
It's good nuance.
But after you measure it, and if they're going to be consistent with these a priori axioms, they're going to interpret the measurements to be curving.
Not necessarily.
If they're consistent. That's my point.
Not how measurements work.
The measurements are not the deciding factor, especially when their claim is is prima facie absurd on its face. Even in their worldview, where they believe that there's a globe.
I definitely doubt that, because in their view, there's supposed to be a hump in the way, and when there is no hump, how could they claim there's still a hump? It just curves. Come on, get out of
here. But the point is, you're saying that because that would be the logical conclusion, but instead of not being absurd, they're going to take it to beyond terrestrial refraction. It's some kind of refraction that we actually can't justify, but will say this word, and it will have no basis in reality for the context in which I'm trying to use it. That's literally what they do.
Unfortunately, a radius needs to be established beforehand for the called refraction and terrestrial refraction. So
you just mentioned radius.
The point is, but we're not arguing about what's right and wrong. Yeah, you need a radius. We're talking about the levels of absurdity that they will go, whether you measure it, whether you argue on principle, it's going to be absurd regardless. So we're at the level.
I want to help you guys out.
We've shown the measurement
Yeah, you help us out. Go ahead.
Before you help out,
finish. He was
before you help out, is this what you're saying is a fallacy on itself? You're divining his thoughts.
Anyway,
so
before he helps
as
us
a
out,
okay.
no, listen, bro.
Thoughts? We had the conversation earlier.
No, see, I really want to help you. I want to figure out the truth. Whether I'm right or wrong.
So, friend, the only question you need to decide is direct measurement the arbiter of what something measures as, or is philosophy about it? Which one?
No, I think the measurement is the key.
Geometry.
So there you go.
So let's suppose I wanted to try to prove the Earth's shape one way or another. Right. The problem that you guys were just describing is that globe earthers will always say there's some sort of refraction occurring. That's invalidating the measurement, which I would tend to agree with, because atmospheric refraction does exist. And
okay, stop right there. Stop.
Hold on, no. I'm helping you. Remember, I'm helping you.
Let it finish. Yeah.
So,
let me finish.
If refraction is the problem, why not just use a source that does not have refraction?
Perfect.
It's that simple.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point we've been trying to get you. Okay.
I'm very shocked that nobody's
listen,
done this
bro.
before.
I'm going to ask the field of flat earthers if they know the answer to this problem. If you know the answer, I'll let you go. If you don't know the answer, I'm going to go. So who knows the answer?
To what?
What's the question?
Yeah, what's the question?
To what he just said.
I wasn't listening that close.
Restate exactly what he just said that we need to answer. Him or you, whoever.
He said, well, why don't you use a source that doesn't have refraction?
Yes, what he said is a measurement methodology that is not succumbing to this quote-unquote atmospheric refraction that the globers claim.
Laser test. Hello.
No, it's not.
First of all, I think we need to do
It's not. There's no practical way to do that. It's involved.
Oh my goodness, bro.
There's no demonstration available that refraction shows light bending. That's not available. That's all fantasy.
Refraction doesn't exist.
Right there. There's no observation that proves light bends over water.
Yeah, that's not even in the topic. Infrared photography.
Well, not the form of it that he's invoking.
Infrared photography is how we take out 98% of any effects of the atmosphere.
There you go. Now you're getting towards it.
But Earth doesn't.
What did he just say?
We missed it. AI. So what?
Well, I just want to ask what he said that he agreed to. Did he say infrared photography?
He sure did.
You're on the right track.
I posted video.
Yeah, perfect. So there is infrared photography that's in excess of hundreds of miles, right? That shows no demonstrable Earth curve hump of water in between point A and point B. But let's get back to the lasers, right? So lasers are an effective way. Of course, globers will claim refraction is deflecting the laser around the curve, which is why any flat Earth laser test is falsified, right? That's their claim. So, for example, the FE core test has a laser 25 miles away to the target. The differential is 2 meters on one side, roughly 6 feet, 2 meters on the other side, roughly 6 feet. Right? So you have essentially what's known in business as a laser transit, which is used to build things and determine whether the surface is flattened in between point A and point B. So if the laser hits the target, all things being equal, then that means that there is no hump of Earth curve. And of course, the curve in between those 2 points would put the off angle of the hidden height at 90 meters, right? So 2 meters minus 90, you got 88 meters, plus or minus the beam, which is another, we'll give it a liberal 2 meters, even though that's an excess. So you're still above essentially 2 orders of magnitude if you convert it into feet. So this would be a sufficient falsification that there is no hump of Earth curve in the way. Now, to Glober's credit, they do say, oh, well, refraction solves this problem for us.
You see?
Which is
problem
my
is,
point.
no.
Go on.
Okay, I'll go on. So, the Globers will claim that refraction solves this problem for us. Now, of course, that's a philosophical assertion because there's no evidence that refraction is there. They just assume it must be there for this thing to happen. They don't actually demonstrate it's there. Okay, perfect. So now we have an assertion on the globe side. It's refraction that they believe in solves the problem. Okay, so recently the government chartered a university in cooperation with some major corporations to do a laser test for them. Okay, completely unrelated to this. Completely for military purposes. What they did is they shot 3 lasers 120 kilometers. And then they measured it where they landed. They had a target, which was a telescope. Now, we all know that, quote-unquote, different chroma refract at different rates. And we know that the atmospheric refraction model is an idealized model, which has certain rates. And the problem is that after they did this test, they found that all 3 lasers hit the same target at the same spot when they should have been separated by many, many feet. Now, to their surprise, this does not fit. In fact, it invalidates the classical excuse that Globers have of this magical refraction that carries things around to make the Earth look flatter than it actually is. So, on the one side, flat earthers have direct measurement that shows the Earth's flat. The Globers have an excuse of refraction, and the government has invalidation of their excuse in practical terms. So, again, the Globers have nothing in this regard.
Right, so you've made some claims.
So yes, flat Earth measurements, if you measure it, that's sufficient.
So, as likes to happen in servers such as this, you've definitely made a claim, but where exactly is the proof that the military did this test and they found that atmospheric dispersion does not exist?
Oh, now you change it from dispersion to dispersion?
Dispersion is generally the differential in the refractive index depending on wavelength.
Now you're getting somewhere. Yeah, so we have this paper right here in the server. You can have it if you want it.
Sure, right.
Yeah, while we're at it getting that paper for you, you provide the direct evidence that the refraction necessary to divert the beam 90 meters exists at all. How about that?
And that the image would be perfectly clear when it got there after being refracted that much. The image would be so jarbled up and garbled up. No way it would be clear what you're even looking at. Refraction breaks light up, makes it look all wound up and wobbly and all kinds of crazy shit.
That's generally referred to as atmospheric seeing. And so that's the difference in refractive index. So it's disturbances that cause density differentials that cause differences in refraction, which play the image.
And when those disturbances reach your eye, they're all disturbed. It's not a clear picture.
Right. That has nothing to do with refraction itself.
It has everything to do with it because the images that we have are perfectly clear. No disturbance whatsoever.
Well, again, you can have perfect refraction. That's not a problem.
Citation, please.
Yeah.
So we can have refraction where the thing being observed is absolutely undisturbed.
He laughed. Absolutely, guys. Refraction is so perfect; it's always present in the exact amount needed to always supersede any quote-unquote observation.
Hey, that's not what I said. It's not what I said.
Pretty much what you're trying to get away with.
That's what everyone else says.
Diffraction-limited optics exist. Refraction can be, quote, perfect. That's
where no distortion is even detectable at all.
Wait a minute. Are you speaking with inside the lens?
Right, I'm talking about optical lenses, which use refraction.
Right.
Can be diffraction limited.
You're talking about an engineered piece, right? That handles itself within itself, not about the atmosphere.
What I'm saying is that the notion that there absolutely has to be disturbances in the atmosphere that would be sufficient to cause insane blurring to an image, that's not necessarily a valid claim.
That's good, because I didn't hear anybody make that claim.
God, just anything to avoid what is said. This is the kind of sophisticated defense.
I'm agreeing with you guys. I don't know what you're on about.
You just told us.
We're getting to the bottom of this.
You just told us that the image we would get as a result from these laser tests would be indistinguishable from a picture that does not have any refraction in it. There's perfect refraction. It has refraction, but it's indistinguishable from an image that has not been refracted.
Nope, not what I'm saying.
Again, moving the goalpost.
That's the same thing he did earlier. From well, we can the effect is constant whether or not it's a lamp or a moving galaxy.
Yep.
When the presupposition was that it's a moving galaxy.
Mm-hmm. Now it's a lamp. Now it's a galaxy.
Everything that anybody's going to say in here, she's just going to say, "Nuh-uh." Like, so,
you can't refute him.
Yeah.
There's no reason to refute him. He hasn't provided any evidence. So he said refraction. He just simply says refraction exists. How is that evidence of anything? That's just wishful thinking. That's like saying, listen, that's equivalent to saying, I'm going to pay my bills because money exists.
Yeah.
You need to have the money in your hands, brother. So when you come up with, demonstrable evidence, that the refraction pipe dream you need to disprove not only the FE core laser tests, but the many, many other laser tests that have been done. When you come up with that, you let us know.
As opposed to ad hoc, unjustified rebuttals.
That cool with you, Jimmy?
Suppose absurdities.
Nobody hit him with the black swan at all.
Oh, see, here's your problem,
guys.
guys.
A long time ago.
Here's your problem. What do you mean? Here's your problem?
Here's the problem. So the article that you've linked me. I'm sorry, I've been reading through that. This was done between the peaks of Mauna Loa and Haleakala. It's nowhere near the curvature of the Earth. They actually show the curvature of the Earth and what's expected.
Oh boy!
Holy shit!
Yeah, dude! Wow! Like that's
go read the document. That's
he's right.
No.
So I'm just saying that you sent me a document.
Don't advocate for this guy. This guy is epic levels of sophistry, like to the highest degree. So
I can leap in.
Please.
Can I leap in? Yeah, sure. What do you think the point of the document was, Jimmy?
I have no idea. The point that was presented to me is that not only does atmospheric dispersion not exist, but it somehow proves that the Earth is flat. That's how I interpreted it. Anyway.
No. Okay, well then you weren't listening. I've been listening for the last sort of 20, 30 minutes, and that isn't what he said. Maybe I can present it in a different way. So the argument from the Globe side is that the invalidation of our laser tests that we present is due to this thing called refraction, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So what AI has presented you is a paper demonstrating that the refraction you require in order to invalidate those tests doesn't exist. Not that refraction doesn't exist, but the type of refraction you require doesn't exist. Okay, so there's a difference there.
Do you got that?
So it doesn't matter that it was done it could, I don't know what the elevation was of this test, but
this was
the elevation
10,000 and 14,000 feet. 3,000, 4,000
doesn't matter, because what you said, you were talking about how is this supposed to refute the curvature of the Earth. It's not. It's got nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. That is specifically to do with the paths of light, and you've got the different wavelengths, and what their separation was expected to be versus what actually happened.
So I'm gonna quote him here. I'm gonna direct quote from what AI said. This experiment falsifies the claim that terrestrial refraction exists. If you just simply go to, let's see, what page is this? Page 7. Page 7 and page 9 of the document. And actually, most of the pages of the document, page 11 especially, you can see that the deviation is exactly as expected with terrestrial refraction. It quite elegantly proves terrestrial refraction, if anything. You can see that as the wavelength decreases, the refractive index of the atmosphere increases.
Does we need radios for the terrestrial refraction?
Yep.
We need radios for terrestrial refraction.
No, but none of that has anything to do with what AI said, though.
That the experiment falsifies the claim that terrestrial refraction exists. That's what he said. His words.
Okay, so
direct quote.
Do you know? Okay, can you define terrestrial refraction, please?
That's not my claim. I would love to hear what you meant by that.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you for a claim. You have quoted this saying the experiment falsifies the claim that terrestrial refraction exists. If you don't know what terrestrial refraction means in this context,
here is exactly what terrestrial refraction means, given the way that it is worded. It means refraction of Earth or on Earth, being of Earth.
Okay, so you don't understand. Okay, you don't understand what is meant when that phrase is presented. AI, do you want to maybe go through that?
Please do tell, because if terrestrial refraction means not terrestrial refraction, that's great.
Terrestrial refraction is the claim that light curves around the Earth to match the curvature of the Earth. Essentially, that's the simplest form.
Terrestrial refraction requires two separate mediums, not just one.
Yeah, but Godwalkin, let's just stick to the point because it has to be very hyper specific.
I'll stay out on politics. I'll just back down.
Yeah, the claim is that light curves around the Earth in a specific way at a specific rate, with the intention, to be fair, of defeating observations that supersede the globe predictions. Okay, so the answer to these is, well, light must be curving around the Earth, because if we already know Earth is a globe and we can see things that are beyond the limits of the geometry, then light must be curving in this manner. And there's a whole ideal model created. It's what they use in some of the Earth curve calculators, etc., and different refraction models to explain certain observations. Okay, that's what terrestrial refraction is.
Right, and so you're claiming that this paper proves that that does not exist.
Okay, if the standard lapse rate and the standard model that they assert exists, right, then the lasers would arrive at the target in differential positions. They did not arrive in differential positions, therefore that model is falsified.
That is exactly what this paper does not say. It very, very clearly demonstrates that there is a difference in the refraction of these wavelengths.
Wow. Sure about that?
I am 100% certain. That is the entire point of this paper.
Really? And have you read the entire paper?
I'm reading through it, man.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, they're talking about scintillation of the beam, which is perfect. That's expected.
Ooh. Now, are they talking about it in the context of trying to put the data through different models and you're reading the part of the model? Or are you reading the actual stuff? Which one?
I'm reading the observations they've made.
Yeah, so how about this? You find the pages, you snapshot them, circle them with your little pen tool. And ipso post them in the live stream text.
Let's see here. So yeah, what they say, according to this paper, is that the model of refraction that they were initially using to estimate the refractive index of air at these altitudes was incorrect and needs to be adjusted. They're not claiming that it doesn't exist. In fact, they claim that it's actually more than what is expected.
So the lasers hit the same target at the same height.
That is not the case. The laser assembly, as they show, is in a gimbal mount. So they did correct for this. The lasers were not and were never claimed to be in the same position or pointing at the same spot.
Yeah, so did you do what I said and circle it?
One moment. I don't have
Yeah,
permission
fair
to
enough.
post images in there anyway, so.
What? Why not? You've been so trustworthy so far.
I'm sure. Sure you think that.
Oh, man. In the meantime, receipts are evil.
Receipts?
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let's quote this up real quick. There is more refraction than previously thought. Specifically talking about scintillation, which is the deviance of the beam. Over time, that is.
Is the deviance
Don't
always
you mean over
downward?
distance?
What's that?
I said, don't you mean over distance?
As the light travels a distance, it's the change in the position of the final beam over time is scintillation. You could think of it as the overall the change in flux that the receiver is collecting.
Does it indicate that this change in flux is always in a downward position?
No, this has nothing to do with that. This has absolutely nothing to do with the atmospheric modeling that's responsible for direct refraction, not scintillation, not changing refraction. Well, I'm glad I read this. It's a cool paper.
Yep. All right. So now we have your proposed rebuttals, which we can scrutinize. Congratulations for being the first one to accomplish anything in regards to this.
Hey, it's an achievement. I'm just gonna drop another quote in here. This disputes the point that the beams were all aligned and fell on the same position, regardless of atmospheric diffraction or refraction. Sorry. Hence the gimbal mount that they show in the diagram.
You think that quote that you just posted substantiates what you just said?
I'm saying that they were repositioned. That's what that quote says.
Okay. No, that's not what that quote says.
Or rather, it refutes the point that it was a perfectly stationary laser setup, which is not the case.
Okay, that could be true. But you made it sound like this quote means that they moved them all in different directions, which, listen, could also be true. But this quote doesn't substantiate that.
No, I'm not saying that. Not saying that. I'm just saying that it was not perfectly stationary. And was mounted on a gimbal. That's the whole claim there.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Nothing.
Yeah, you achieve level and you lock it in.
Well, I'm sure they wanted to test it at different angles.
Right.
Right. There's no, from what I've read so far, nothing to say either way with that. One moment. I'll be right back.
I have an idea.
Yeah, well, they also state chapter 3, atmospheric turbulence causes random index of refraction fluctuations because of variations of temperature and pressure which arise from turbulent airflow.
Yep, that is exactly the point that I made earlier.
Well, you can't use your perfect static refraction argument then.
No, I said refraction in itself does not create a blur. It's the turbulence in the atmosphere that causes the blur. The change in the index of refraction.
If it's causing a blur, then how could it project a horizon 10 times further than it should be according to your geometric limitations?
I didn't say that.
Oh.
And I didn't say that the atmosphere was free of turbulence either.
That's good. You haven't seen the Black Swan then?
No, I don't know that I've been linked that.
Well, we were trying a few hours ago, just...
Yeah, but
well,
typically
I want to get to the bottom of this paper, for sure.
Yeah, but go for it. But typically when people come into a flat earth server, for some reason they're, just in awe of the sky, and they want to talk about the sky and things the sky does all the time. So usually the conversation goes to the sky rather quickly.
Yeah, like I said, I'm an astronomer. I appreciate the sky. I enjoy looking at it. But I have no problem talking about the Earth, talking about the atmosphere. Oh, so that's the Black Swan there. Okay.
Right. Are you familiar with it?
I've seen that a couple times here. Didn't know that was what it was called.
So if you would read the modus tollens, about if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. So if it's not Q, in other words, horizon's greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. So where in the image below the writing there, or the text, where do you see the horizon? Is it before the platforms, between, or after the oil rigs?
No, I see that it's beyond the oil rigs, and I have no problem acknowledging that.
Okay.
But the problem is that it is, well, I don't want to say impossible because somebody could make this argument, but completely illogical to make the argument that there is no refraction occurring here.
Well,
Because there very clearly is.
That's fine, but where is the refraction occurring? Where?
It's occurring all throughout the photo.
Oh, is it happening right at your geometric limit, 1.22 miles? Because at 1 foot above holy shit. 1 foot above the sea level is what this observation is taken from. Your geometric horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles. It's at 10 miles or further.
Is this what you would call the perfect refraction? Because take a look at the image after it. So that first circle in the middle, the smallest one, that's your 1.22 mile range. That's what the globe predicts you would see. And then the next ring, that's the first oil rig. And the third ring, that's the second oil rig.
Okay.
So the question is there anything refraction can actually do to get your geometric horizon to that distance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
What?
Okay, good. I'm glad he said that.
So we can observe refraction occurring here, and it's imperfect refraction.
Hold on.
That doesn't answer the question.
Hold on. Listen. So you said it can do that. Okay. I submit to you the video that these images were taken from. Go to 2 minutes 22 in the original video, and you can see the islands at 30 miles.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. How is that explainable with your refraction? That means that would make your radius more than 2 million miles.
So that means that you're claiming that your apparent radius is being made to that size by refraction.
Yep. So
where's this video?
Where's your refraction? Where's your refraction that causes the Earth radius to increase to 2 million miles? Can you show me that?
I'm just waiting on the video that you said that you were linking.
It's already in there.
Guys, it would be helpful though to know his tolerances, because keep in mind,
that's true.
He has no way of identifying like a specific metric of what's capable with refraction that I could surmise. So, for example, obviously we all know about the Canigou shot, which is like 300 miles in infrared, taken from 9,000 foot observer height, mitigating quote-unquote refraction to nil, and the mountain should be a mile below the hidden height, yet you can see the entire mountain range all the way to the base. Nothing's missing from the photo whatsoever. So the question would then be, is he just going to explain that away with refraction? Or is there ever going to be a limit to where it would falsify?
Yeah, so in a couple of seconds, I don't know if you're at that place in the video, but I dropped a short clip of the video, 30 seconds, where it shows the entire camera setup. And it shows him rotate the camera up, where you can see the islands in the background. Those are known distances, 29 miles minimal. And then he pans over to the oil rigs. So the 10 miles to the platform habitat would make your Earth radius 264,000 miles. That's just the radius. The islands are another magnitude of error. So you have 3 magnitudes of error on your globe. How do you rectify?
So I find this.
How do you rectify that?
So I think this video is a great example of atmospheric refraction, actually.
Really?
Fantastic, even.
Okay.
If you observe the cranes on the oil rigs, they're horribly disfigured.
We're not talking about the cranes. No.
Hey, this is
They're
important.
disfigured.
Though. Important.
They're disfigured. But what we're supposed to be talking about is the horizon, and it is not disfigured. It's perfectly uniform and horizontal, and two orders of magnitude further than your globe radius would allow.
Yeah, first of all, let's get this clear. Even from your refraction experts like Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University astronomy department, you like astronomy, right?
Sure do. Yep.
Yeah. Why don't you look at your experts? Because he's telling you where the geometric horizon is.
And why are you claiming that this is a great example of terrestrial refraction when that requires the very radius that you can't have measured because of the same terrestrial refraction that you're trying to claim here?
And
no, I'm just saying.
Hold on. Terrestrial refraction requires two mediums, not one, two.
Right. The mediums are warmer, more humid, more dense air.
Oh, that's still the same deal. You cannot do that. It requires two completely separate mediums, my friend.
And they're all swirling around and moving. Listen, you don't have a static atmo. You don't have gases that are static that can just stack them up like that and say this is a layer and that's another layer and that's another layer, all stacked up uniformly. It doesn't work that way.
No.
Gases ever behave like that.
Well, see, and that brings us back to the paper that I was linked.
No, it brings you back to reality. How actual
it does, because
air is circulating. No, air is circulating all the time. It never stops. You don't have.
You're describing a scintillation.
No, you don't have.
That's what this article describes.
No, you don't have a homogeneous layer of gas that you can say this layer causes this refractive index. You don't have that. It's swirling around, moving all the time in different directions. You don't have
swirling, causing turbulence, maybe.
You don't have vertical or horizontally stacked anything in the atmo. Period. To use your little phony refraction argument, you don't have it.
That's funny.
Your nervous laughter. Your nervous laughter.
No, it's really funny.
Yeah.
Well, so again, the radius that you're using.
Listen, you know why it's funny, Jimmy? Because you don't even understand your own refraction argument. Refraction does not affect the horizon's position at all. Period. End of discussion. Only what's above it.
That's what we're arguing, I guess.
No, we're not. Go look at your experts.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Even they say it only affects objects above the horizon.
And sometimes below, but doesn't affect the horizon's position at all. Go look at Andrew Thomas Young. You do it yourself.
And not only do you not have the radius to base your refraction claim on, the model that you're using even after that does nothing to account for that much of a discrepancy.
Exactly.
I don't know. The paper that I was linked seems to quite elegantly support my argument.
Yeah,
the article that you guys linked.
That's funny that you went back to what we weren't talking about, though.
It's funny that I went back to what you guys could not dispute.
No,
Jimmy, you appeal to terrestrial refraction to substantiate your belief in the globe. You appeal to terrestrial refraction to substantiate your belief in the globe. But your appeal to terrestrial refraction presupposes the globe is a sphere. You don't see the circularity in this argument?
No.
You don't see how presupposing your radius is circular?
I'm not presupposing a radius.
You are with refraction.
You appeal to terrestrial refraction to substantiate your belief that the Earth is a globe.
You would have to have a measurement.
Your appeal to terrestrial refraction presupposes the Earth is a globe. Your appeal presupposes what you should be proving.
Again, I did not make the claim of any given radius.
You made the claim of refraction, which makes the claim of the radius. The refraction claim makes the radius claim.
He just conceded the radius.
I did not concede anything. I didn't claim anything.
Jimmy, let me explain. Everything that you believe, basically, that it is extrapolated outward from this place that we live on, is derived from this radius presupposition. Okay? The distances to all the stars, the distances even between continents, all of this stuff.
And what else? Refraction, the thing that he claimed. And he said that he didn't claim the radius. The radius is part of the refraction claim, so yes, you did.
And everything else
There's
he
nothing to
said
do with
the
refraction.
entire time, everything else
What?
you said the entire time he was here, everything else he said, it falls into the same category of presuppositions, reifications. He's provided no proof whatsoever.
He also just said that his refraction claim has nothing to do with the radius, so at this point I can only surmise that he doesn't know his own claim.
No, he doesn't. And also, what he said about the stars still applies as well. All your distances of your fucking stupid ass red shift, blue shift crap that doesn't prove anything because you have never been, you don't know what is in between you and those things. You don't know what the source of their energy is even from. No one's been there. No one can go there. It can't be tested. It's all bullshit. You need the radius of Earth for that too.
No, you
Everything
don't.
you've said since you've been here, bro. Everything you've said since you've been here relies on this radius value that you don't have. You sound like a doofus right now.
Except for one
Radius
thing.
value.
You got to be fair, okay? The radius value doesn't have to do with spectroscopy patterns.
See? Thank you. I'm glad we can be reasonable.
Well, yeah, because you're here to defend spectroscopy. Like,
hey, you guys brought it back to
You're
this.
You're somehow relating it to the proof for the globe, but it has nothing to do with it.
No, you guys are relating it to the proof of the globe.
Well, then why the fuck are we talking about it, dude? Seriously.
That's a great question. I'm trying to figure out atmospheric refraction.
I mean, that's enough out of him. He's contradicting himself over and over again.
I think it's enough out of him. I do.
I mean, listen, he made a good point. He came in, and I'm not sure, but maybe, just maybe, somebody went to the sky first. And he's like, you know what? I love the sky. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
They did indeed ask me about the sky.
Oh, there's your answer.
Wait, which guy?
You appeal to terrestrial refraction to substantiate your belief that the Earth is a globe, but your appeal to terrestrial refraction presupposes the Earth is a globe. And then when we say that, then you say you didn't say that. So now you deny that you made an argument which we heard you say multiple times.
Yeah,
and
but
you
the
move
foundation
goalposts
is
over and
off. He's
over
in a
again.
flat Earth server. He's in a flat Earth server. He's not fucking Walmart.
Just point out
Server, flat Earth.
whoever brought up the sky before you did, and we will ban him immediately.
I know who it was, and that's not
I don't
what
need
he
you guys
did.
to ban anything.
It was Smurf, and he just asked him for proof of the movement of Earth, and that's what he's calling the sky.
Hold on.
Spank him with
This
Van
is
Allen.
recorded.
It was Smurf, and you went to red shift and blue shift, so it was you who brought all the celestial stuff in.
Yes.
Let's see. What time did I join in here? Jesus, it's been a long time.
You guys keep saying,
Oh man.
So long, nobody can remember what you said, just like you can't remember what we... No, we remember what you said.
It's actually pretty funny, though.
When you
prove to me the Earth is moving? Well, yes, of course, because stars are moving.
Hold on. I'm reviewing the video.
What movie is that from? I feel like I recognize that.
Spider-Man 2.
But anyway, who cares? Look, I think we made some progress, and maybe next time you're here, we could have even more cool chats.
Mm-hmm.
I hope so. I figured I was going to get banned, given the I'm done with you.
Probably
No, we're done with this conversation. Everything you talk about comes back to spectroscopy, which you freaking studied.
No.
So, like-
You guys brought that back up. That wasn't on me.
Oh my god,
That's a good point. The last thing we left off on was talking about terrestrial refraction. You appeal to terrestrial refraction to substantiate the globe model, but it presupposes the globe model. It's a begging the question fallacy.
Yep. So let's go back to
What's that?
I said, so let's go back to the R part of that value, the radius, the surface. Let's go back.
Actually, I think we should focus on the fact that that's basically a concession. That everything that he argued for the last 2-3 hours, 4 hours, however long that was, was not even relevant. None of it.
Nothing to do with the entire topic of the server. Great job, guys.
Yep.
To be fair, the
Does not
server does
necessitate the
extend well
conclusion
beyond
of
the
the
shape of the
radius.
Earth. You
All
can't
your
deny that
appeals
there's
to all these
certain...
celestial phenomena and objects do not necessitate the conclusion of your globe model.
I never claimed that the distance to galaxies necessarily claimed anything about the flat Earth.
There we are again.
Okay, so there we go again. How we address what you say, and then after we address what you say, you just tell us that you never argued that in the first place. That is a moving the goalpost fallacy.
If you never claimed that the celestial stuff that you brought up has anything to do with what the Earth is, then why did you answer with that non sequitur when Smurf asked you, how can you show us Earth moving or rotating?
If every time we critique your argument with our counter argument, and your rebuttal to our counter argument is to say, I never argued that in the first place, we will never make progress in any dialogue at all.
I just want you guys to be honest with what you actually expect of me. Because
we expect of you to stop moving the goalposts and stick with the arguments that you pretend that you want to stick with. You make an argument, we counter it. After we counter it, your response is that I never argued that in the first place. That's a moving the goalpost fallacy. No matter what we say in response to you, we never responded to what you said. Let you tell it. That's sophistry. That's dishonesty. That is the impossibility of dialoguing unto the truth. That renders gaining knowledge from dialogue impossible.
That's funny.
How come I like to do this? I can just tell from your voice, though, that you're not here honestly. You're just here to troll, aren't you?
I'm not here honestly. I've been here for the past,
I'm good at
what, 3-4 hours.
I agree with that.
Oh, really? I just got here, but sounds like it's been like this for a while, where you're just being dishonest and slimy.
We've
and
had what I think
he is a little bit slimy, but I don't even think he knows he's slimy. That's the way it works. Like they don't know what they're doing.
You give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm more cynical. Let's just say that. I think he's here purely to troll.
So thoroughly self-deceived and so arrogant that they are genuinely sophistic.
Oh yeah, he's possessed. Yeah, he's a narcissistic psychopath, so he's possessed by some kind of demon. That's way above his head.
What?
That's way above his head. Let's not even go there.
I think every Glober thinks
I want to know what evidence you have to.
Actually, let me
claim that I'm possessed.
That word, not
Chicken. Pay no attention. Pay no attention to the peanut gallery, okay?
Right.
You can still hang around.
There are some people like that in the world. They're so smug and self-deceived and so arrogant that they are genuinely casuistrists. But they're so strong with their casuistry that it seems like sophistry.
Well, I think you might be confusing it because it's a typical response of narcissists to behave this way.
He's a narcissist.
It's textbook narcissism.
Okay, well, riddle me this
20
then.
minutes. I guarantee
I didn't get confused.
you guys
I agree with that. He believes what he's saying. At least it appears that he believes what he's saying.
I'll concede
20
that I'm
minutes,
a
you'll
bit
all agree I'm
arrogant.
right. Shut up.
He's like, that's a good concession too. He's had a few of them tonight. If we scrolled up, there's at least 2 that I marked.
Yeah, and to be fair, listen, most Globers are arrogant by proxy because they think because they believe the Earth is a globe, that somehow that automatically means that they imbibe and absorb all of the knowledge, right, that everyone else who believes it's a globe has. And they come in here as if we're the retards and they're the intelligentsia, simply because they believe the proposition the Earth's a globe, not because they have any rationale or logic or knowledge base.
We stand on the rock and you flat earthers stand in midair.
I don't think you guys are stupid or anything. I don't think that there's any problem with any of you guys. There's a difference in the way that we think, and that's fine. And I want to talk it through.
Listen, we think there's a problem with the way you think. Why do you think that is?
That's a great question.
Okay, here's the answer. The answer is because we used to think the same exact way, and we broke out of it by re-looking at the information available in nature, on Earth, on the surface. That's
and I would love to understand.
Yeah, we feel like you've been indoctrinated, and we broke free from it. Like that's a much simple. That's the same thing that you said, Sonny, but very shorter. And I'm not trying to cut on you or anything, but
yeah, no, I understand that. I understand the desire to seek the truth.
I think everyone here was a Glober at one point, but I don't think we all thought the same way. I think a lot of us here already had inquisitive minds. It wasn't just that. I mean, of course, I don't think anyone survived the indoctrination when they were young. But it's not just about believing in the globe or not. It's about your state of mind.
Yeah, it's about the process, the process, the logic processes that go on. When you see something out in nature, all of us experience here a flat and stationary Earth with gas pressure only having a container. So with those three premises, that's what our human experiences are. Every one of us and anyone ever born here has that same experience. So what you're saying is countering all our common senses and experiences. You have the burden of proof.
If you use a pair of fresh eyes and you go out and look at the world around you with this in mind, you might find yourself looking at it in a different light. You might be a little bit too involved with this whole pseudo-scientific religion that I spoke of earlier. I don't know. You just gotta, with it in mind, like actually take a look at where you are when you get a vantage point, observe how far it is, and realize the impossibilities.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if the Earth is indeed flat, I would want to know. Yeah. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, and I think it makes, dude. I know it was posted earlier, but and this isn't your thing because you're always talking about light, but like, we got a video, and there's people have a bigger list actually now because it's an old video, but of 35 instances where the government, like NASA and FAA and the Navy and the Air Force and so on and so forth, like where they're all saying that in order for this stuff to work, you have to assume a non-rotating plane, like a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Every single
flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth, right?
Every single paper they use, they make this assumption in the first page, right? It says flat and stationary. You go NASA, Air Force, whatever, any engineering journal.
So
just one moment.
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to us. Like if we have to assume everything's flat and everything appears flat, but then we also have to believe that the Earth is a ball, even though we've never experienced a ball.
Yeah, it's cocked.
Jimmy,
I don't know, man. It doesn't work.
Your voice, I had to say this. It just hit me like a ton of bricks. Your voice sounds exactly like the narrator of this YouTube channel called Captivating History.
Never heard of him.
What? My
Please look at his channel.
Where's it at?
If I posted the link in live stream voice text.
Yep. While you're looking at that, bro, I also linked you our wiki page with hundreds of observations that supersede the globe predictions. You got optical, laser, mirror reflections, all kinds, right? And of course, there's also ones that demonstrate this quote-unquote phenomenon, which has long been linked to a alleged proof of Earth curve, which of course is formulated in affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, which goes like this. If the Earth was curved, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth is curved. Now, we all been taught that our whole life. Problem is that it becomes an axiom and it becomes a tautology even. And it becomes this type of assertion that the only way that boats could possibly disappear from the bottom up, or anything could disappear from the bottom up, is because of a big hump of Earth curve in the way. The problem is that when you actually go out into the world and look and try, you can actually prove to yourself that things disappear from the bottom up due to optical phenomena well below any threshold of any Earth curve being present. And there's a lot of optical things going on, obviously, with optics.
Right.
So, for example, that myself, I have a lake, right? And I could see an entire kayaker disappear up to his paddle. But the distance of that lake, the quote-unquote Earth curve, would be like an inch or so, inconsequential to the amount of differential that I experienced. So by my own experience, I know of a fact, not to mention all the ancillary evidence and proofs, that it's not necessary that you have a curved surface for something to be blocked or quote unquote, the more accurate term, unresolved or disappeared. Because the idea that it's blocked is an inference. People say to themselves, oh, I've seen the curve of the Earth. And you ask them how. They say, well, I saw a bottom of a boat missing. Therefore, I saw the curve of the Earth. I'm like, no, you saw a bottom of a boat missing and you inferred something. You didn't actually see any curvature. You never actually experienced any curvature.
So,
and hey, that ultimately comes down to personal experience, you know?
Well, everyone has the
perception
same
is key.
experience.
I was just going to say real
Yes,
quick
it
before
doesn't come down to experience. This is a very key epistemological point that must be appreciated. We are all working with the same data in regards to the Earth.
Yeah.
We're all working with the same data. The difference is our interpretation of that a posteriori data.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, yeah, interpretation, but we clearly have to always use the Earth one permissible way. There is only one to do anything successfully. So everyone ever has experienced life on Earth having to utilize it as flat and stationary.
We have all experienced Earth, but who's to say that we've all experienced Earth the same?
Right, well, let
Consciously.
me ask you this. Right, but check this, bro. Have you ever experienced an Earth that wasn't stationary?
The perceptions that I've had have led me to believe that the Earth is round and rotating.
Right,
I know
so
that doesn't align with what you guys observe.
Yeah, okay. That's a good word to say. So that's our point, though, right? So the only point that you can agree before we go further. You sound pretty honest. Like you agree before you go further. We need to address that let's say default position, right? Like all empirical evidence and observable phenomena shows us that the Earth is stationary, right?
Human perception would dictate that you do not feel like you're actively moving.
Right. Or if we fly a plane like hundreds and hundreds of miles per hour over the Earth, we know that the Earth is just sitting still underneath the plane. That's how we fly it, or we couldn't fly it, right?
That is a perception that is valid.
Right. Like I just dropped a video of me talking to those two pilots. I mean, you can't fly a plane acting like the Earth's moving or anything, right? I mean, so logically, if the Earth was spinning and we just couldn't feel it because it was so big and it fits in this perfect little RPM where we don't feel it, and our vestibular system magically stops working all of a sudden, which is your brain's ability to find equilibrium. So it can't detect angular motion all of a sudden. We still would expect there to be a difference between us and moving objects up above the Earth, right?
No, I would disagree, but that's fine. That's fine if we disagree.
So you see, this is illustrating my point earlier. You see how everything you're giving him with it, he's going to every a posteriori factual data that you're giving him, he reinterprets it differently. Why? Because he has a different metaphysical presupposition about the cosmos.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
kind of
difference.
philosophy for sure. Yeah, but like that's what I'm trying to say. We're really going to hone in on the fact that one side in this discussion, whether stationary or moving, is the default position, because all evidence shows us that if we throw something in the air, it shows us that. If I hover a drone in the same place for an entire day, it shows me that. The helicopter shows me that. Everything that we utilize in the real world. That means people would die if we didn't do it. That means if we assumed that wasn't the case, people would die. So it's just very substantive, factual evidence that we're discussing. It cannot simply be hand-wave dismissed with philosophical preference. This is outside of philosophy. This is empirical, physical, provable evidence.
Well, what you just said, we would be dead if what they said was the case. That argument, that's not an a posteriori argument. That's a reductio ad absurdum. You reduced his counterposition to absurdity.
Yeah.
You see? So you debunked his position in principle via the a priori argument, reducing his position to absurdity. If it was the case, then it implies so-and-so, but so-and-so is not the case. Therefore, the initial assertion, the initial paradigm is not the case.
All right. Are you following us?
Proof by contradiction is also what's
like let's say that I'm in the military and there are some bad guys over there. Okay? Normally the bad guys aren't actually normally the bad guys aren't actually bad guys. They're normally just characters in a script that the media tell us about. Right? But anyway, say there are some bad guys over there. And we first need to locate them so we can try to take them out. So what we do is we map out from our position as the central point. We map out, treating the Earth flat. Okay, and then we use these Cartesian coordinate systems. We find the bad guys, okay? Now we're going to try to go take them out. We get a little bit closer and we can see them from a good distance away. Now, when I go to try to take these guys out, I'm obviously going to put the target on the target, right? Like, there's no other way around it. The scope, maybe, would go directly on the target. Once you see the target in the scope, you would then take them out, right? You would not say, well, this shot is so far away that actually that person's image is being refracted up over the curvature of the Earth a little bit, and the Earth is going to spin underneath this bullet east. So let me figure out how I can actually hit the target despite what I'm seeing. No one would do that, though, right? They see them and take them out, and if they did not, they wouldn't be able to do anything that they do in the military. So this seems pretty substantial to me. I like to say that if it was all about money, if it came down to money, investment, facts, the Earth would be flat overnight.
So, Jimmy, with what Witsit just said, he beautifully explained the reductio ad absurdum against the Coriolis effect, so-called, in the cosmic paradigm that you believe. And we have a position. You have a position. We give our arguments in defense of it. You give your arguments in defense of it. You counter our arguments, particularly in instance, again, with this phenomenon when we see objects being hidden by the horizon, should they be far enough away. Or like what Wizard just explained earlier, that if Coriolis is true, X, Y, Z implications, but those things are not the case, therefore Coriolis is not the case. You see, you give that kind of argument, and we give a counter argument, should we be arguing as well as possible, how it is incoherent, or there's a discrepancy, there's an empirical inadequacy, and or it's unjustified, if even also unjustifiable.
Yo, AI, can I tap you in with the laser thing?
Oh, listen, we already talked about the laser thing, but I will attest to the fact that, as a scout, this idea of Coriolis or Earth curve or any of that stuff, it's just absolutely not addressed whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Period.
Yeah, because it can't be, or you could literally not have successful practical use.
And yet, yes, the weapon systems that we use superseded the quote-unquote tolerance to where somehow magically the Coriolis, quote-unquote, begins to take effect, which is supposedly, allegedly, after 1,000 yards. However, if you look at the firing tables, you'll see that it's a ubiquitous correction. 4 centimeters to the left in the northern hemisphere, 4 centimeters to the right in the southern hemisphere. Anybody worth their salt with any kind of math and 3D spatial knowledge would immediately understand that it cannot be ubiquitous in either direction. It must be spontaneous. Because, let me tell you why. You're going to be firing at different angles. You're not just going to be firing in the same angle. Your target's going to be at a different angle. So there's all this extra stuff you'd have to do. It wouldn't just be as simple as a minor left or right correction. And of course, you'd have to toss in the Magnus effect and all of that other stuff. But the point is that it's always just put out there as this thing you kind of have to do at certain ranges. But of course, practicably, it's not done.
Right. And so that is obviously it's a simplification, the Coriolis effect on targeting tables. Because when you're in the moment where it is important, a good, robust estimation that will not be precise is better than having to work out the exact offset that you need when it's time critical to hit the shot. Right.
Yeah, we could just go to regular ballistics like we've always used.
Sure, you could do that. That is an estimation, and it's very easy.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's
correct?
an estimation. Yeah, because it's a flying object, the bullet.
Right,
So,
it's never going to be exact.
Yeah, but it's not flying.
You could do all of the atmospheric simulations that you want, and all of the physical simulations that you want, and you could narrow down the position of your whatever ballistics you're using down to a very small margin. But obviously, that doesn't make sense to practically do in the heat of combat, especially.
Well, yeah, of course.
For those applications,
this is the problem with all these globe things, is that at the practicable level, they're inconsequential and unnecessary, or undiscernible. For example, we as humans experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? But of course, the excuse is, well, of course you do, because it's so imperceptible or it's so big, right? So again, this isn't evidence that it is that thing. It's just an excuse of why you don't recognize that it is. It's not good reasoning
our human experience to absurdity,
one way or the other. Exactly. So let's talk about another example where the quote-unquote claim of this Coriolis mumbo jumbo or Earth curve, whatever, calling in fire. So practically in the field, right, how you call in fire is bracketing. Right, so bracketing is basically a 100-meter swing. So essentially a 200-meter bracket. Anything within 300 meters, you need to call danger close because you don't know if the round is going to land within that radius, right? So you don't want to call in fire on yourself and be 100 meters off and blow yourself up. Now, all this alleged about Coriolis, the differential for the alleged swing with any Coriolis correction whatsoever is less than 100 meters, which means that all of the bracketing mitigates it out. It's irrelevant because the round error ballistically, right, is at the ranges that we need to call it in is going to be a 100-meter swing anyway. So what happens is the round hits the ground and you then readjust either 50 meters, based on your judgment on the field, or you say I'm down 100 or go up 100 or whatever. So again, practicably, any accounting for Coriolis is essentially pointless.
Yeah, I would agree that generally accounting for the Coriolis effect in ballistics is pretty negligible.
Yes,
but of course,
but this
there are
is the problem.
larger scales.
Everything about the globe is negligible.
Not just in ballistics.
The reason you're saying it's negligible is because it doesn't correspond to reality.
Yeah.
Like building bridges. Sorry, go on.
Well, no, I'm just like, you want to talk through it one point at a time? Like very specifically, if you shoot a bullet, what do you have to account for?
You want me to list the factors that you need to account for, and
just a couple of the primary ones will work.
There are hundreds.
Okay. Well, the two primary ones are the bullet's drop itself based on the distance it's going to travel, and 2 would be the wind.
And
Right.
well, and 3, which is probably even more important in certain situations, is the leading of the target.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is the trajectory it's making across your path, right? Because you want the bullet to meet it, or the round, or
But
the
you have to account
projectile.
you have to account for the first 2. So, like, these are fundamentally different on a globe and a flat Earth, though, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh.
So if I shoot
You're
a
saying
bullet,
that ballistic trajectory and wind are
Yep.
different on a globe dramatically than a flat Earth.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if I shoot a ballistic 100 miles, and so that bullet goes up in the air and then comes and lands down in 100 miles, if I'm accounting for that much of the drop trajectory and shooting it that far, I'm obviously going to have to account for how much the Earth drops down and away from the bullet also, right?
Sure. To an extent. I mean, you're not generally going to be shooting ballistic objects 100 miles.
Right. So if you were to do that, then...
But if you were...
That would obviously be a bit of an issue.
It's done in wars. It's been done a lot, shooting hundreds of miles. So I don't know if those guys got the memo about the Coriolis.
But the average
Regardless
person
of how rare
is not
it occurs,
shooting.
it occurs.
It's not about Coriolis. And I'm just asking you, if I shoot something 100 miles, you agree that there's going to be a lot of drop in the Earth's surface over 100 miles.
Yes, the Earth's surface will be problematic if you're operating under the notion of simple ballistics.
Okay, so if I were to hit my target at 100 miles, assuming a horizontal plane underneath, then that would debunk the globe, huh?
No.
It wouldn't?
I don't think that would directly debunk the entire shape of the Earth, whether or not you're able to hit a target or not.
All right, well, let's get real specific here. They say the Earth's a globe with a radius value of 3959 miles. Okay, so it can't just be something else. If it's not a globe with a radius value of 3959 miles, then every other claim about the model is literally 100% incorrect.
Because it is based on that foundational premise of the radius of the Earth.
That value has to be accurate for any further claims of the model to be considered. Right.
This is
so if the one only premise of the entire paradigm is false, everything that is based on it is undermined. The entire integrity of the paradigm crumbles.
This is reassuring to me. If the Globers and then the Flat Earthers ever got into a war, we would win because they wouldn't be able to hit us. Right? They'd be way
Sleepy
off.
Joe.
What?
Sleepy Joe.
Sleepy Joe. Paying attention. Hold on, friends. Listen, Sleepy Joe. I just done told you, okay, that the practical effect is that all this bologna sandwich is inconsequential. So it's highly irrelevant. Pretty much every system we use, it's highly irrelevant. So it's like both sides would pretty much be on equal footing.
Well, I think they.
for example, Sleepy Joe. For example, if we don't calculate the irrelevant information and they calculate the irrelevant information, we both end up with practically the same thing, right?
I don't think it's irrelevant. I mean, I think if you're firing over hundreds of miles, there's a big difference if there's curvature or not. How is that irrelevant?
So what AI is saying is that the reality is the reality, regardless of our conception of the reality.
Okay.
So the reality is going to behave the way it's going to behave, regardless of how we perceive it.
I don't think I understand my joke, and maybe it's because the joke was so bad. But just
I think I missed the joke.
All right, don't worry about it. Just go on with the real discussion.
Okay, so practically indirect fire is almost never free fire. It's almost always called in. So you have an observer, the round hits the ground, then they correct it.
Okay, what the heck?
God rocking.
Or it's a smart munition. Right?
Can someone? Okay. Who's hot mucking?
That's God rocking.
I muted him like ASAP.
There we go.
So like I looked it up quick for the most modern. It says it could go 300K, which is 180 miles. Right. And that, these are artillery. Versus munitions like missiles and stuff, which use more advanced targeting systems. So, I mean, I do hear your sentiment, but
I mean, I'm just saying that like there's a difference. If you have a rail gun on a carrier ship, so there's a military ship with a gun about 10 feet above the water that shoots something 100 miles and hits its target. That sounds like a globe Earth problem. Probably why we don't know so much about that weapon publicly. Same thing with the lasers. And that's why like lasers are the laser weapons, which is obviously where the government would have invested a lot of energy and money, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously. Yeah,
yes.
we basically know nothing about it other than the amount that the contracts are for and what they're supposed to be trying to make, which is something of like 150 kilometer range. And that's it. We know what company they picked. What do you think? They just picked the company and they're like, how do you shoot a laser 150 kilometers, assuming horizontal, if the Earth's actually a ball?
Yeah, you're not going to change. The laser's not going to bend no matter what you do.
You're hitting a target and blowing something up.
Well, see, okay. I'm going to be honest here. I don't know what these weapons that you speak of are. If you could enlighten me, or send me some information, that'd be fantastic. Because
sure, yeah. I remember when I looked into it, the most I could find was a contract. That the government had 3 contracting companies basically bid for the right to make this laser weapon that could shoot 150 kilometers.
So I'm assuming that this is mounted on a ship. I take it.
This is not exclusive to that. Now that's the rail gun.
It's on vehicles. It doesn't have to be on the ship.
Sure. So let's anywhere it's positioned or mounted doesn't necessarily, the existence of this weapon does not necessarily prove anything.
Yeah, but
because
they're weapons, right? Just to clarify, they're 2 different weapons.
Specifically about the laser, right?
Okay.
There's no reason necessarily that a laser being mounted on a ship couldn't be a ground-to-air weapon, especially if we have very limited information on it.
Can we put the
nothing
laser on a mountain and shoot down on the ground if the Earth's a ball?
You certainly could.
And you'd have to know that the Earth's a ball, though, right?
Not necessarily. I don't think that proves anything one way or the other.
Well, you're gonna.
Wow. There's a verbal dispute. What Winston is trying to say is that in order for using this weapon to be effective, right? In order for it to be effective, it has to be you have to use it in the proper situation, the proper environment in order to use it effectively. Not talking about epistemology.
Yeah, it's not possible on a globe, man. I thought, and AI said he'd already talked about these other lasers. Yo, you can't just shoot lasers across the ground and hit stuff horizontally. Even if you
only to a very limited different distance, yeah.
What?
I think we're in agreement.
Well,
You'd be very limited by the distance that you could use the laser effectively if it's a ground-to-ground target and the laser is on, like sea level, let's say.
So what's it? How far?
You never shoot like that. What's up?
How far did you say it fires these laser weapons that we know?
The contract was to make laser weapons that shoot 150 kilometers. I think it could be miles, so I just went with the lower.
All right, so like, let's just say it's 100 miles. It's a little less, but so how much curvature is that? That's
666 feet.
Jeez, 666, 10 feet. Okay.
It might be
at 10 feet. Yeah, 6,666.
Yeah.
This is assuming that this is a ground-to-ground target.
So the laser
sea vessel to sea vessel.
Okay, dude. The laser's going to go straight. It's not going to go through the globe, right?
Okay.
Like it's not going to go through the ground. So we're assuming it's
going to go through the ground. Right.
Okay, so it's not going through the ground. It's going straight. So it's going on the tangent of your globe, right? How is it curving around to make up for that 6,660 feet?
So again, this is we're assuming that they're shooting a ground target.
Okay, what's the point?
Wait, so you agree if they are shooting at ground target that it's impossible on a globe?
I think that would be, not very efficient use of laser range.
No, it'd be impossible, right?
Yes,
you could not from a boat.
To put it lightly, it would not be efficient.
It would be very inefficient.
Yeah, like the epitome of inefficient, for sure.
All right, all of the energy would be going into the ocean, presumably. If it's 150-mile range, mounted relatively low on a boat where there's not line of sight, I agree with you there.
It's going to devastate a lot of sea creatures, and not the target.
That would be
to simplify it. It's that hump of Earth curve, basically that physical hump in the Earth's curve would physically block the laser, and you couldn't go through the Earth with the laser to the other side. Thus, if you were to hit the target on the other side, right, then that would debunk. I mean, you shouldn't be able to get the laser past the Earth at a certain distance based on how high you shoot
I don't think anything is too profound here.
Right, but this is we've done this. We've gone out and tested lasers and shot them way too far, bro. Where it would have to go through the Earth's curvature. We've literally done it, and we've done it numerous times. And we've done it from where we get the outside shot that shows the laser completely horizontal from one side of the body of the water to the other side. You literally get the outside shot to show you exactly how horizontal it is. Yet there's supposed to be curvature blocking the laser based on the globe math.
Right.
You shoot a laser over water, it's not much more to talk about, man.
Let's marinate on that. Think about that, please.
So we've been through this conversation earlier. I'm not sure how many people are just now joining yet. We discussed this earlier. We had quite a lengthy discussion about atmospheric refraction and its limits. So it's obviously we can't see all the way around the globe with atmospheric refraction. And so there are obviously going to be limitations to the ground-to-ground effectiveness of a high-range laser weapon. That's obvious, right?
Oh yeah.
What it ultimately comes down to.
So it's only useful for air combat, anti-air. Is that what you're saying?
No. Within a certain range, it's perfectly viable for ship-to-ship combat.
Yeah, wouldn't even the air be different though? Right? If you shot something in the air, it's going to be different depending on how far you're going. I mean, you have an angle from a horizontal, or you have an angle from a
but
globe.
Achieving line of sight to an object that is in the air that is 150 miles away is trivial. Whereas, obviously, seeing an object 150 miles away while you are both at sea level is obviously going to be more problematic for the
You see Amish Earthers picture there?
Yeah, no, I very well understand it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, it's pretty simple, right? So conveniently, because it's very dumb to, like, Nikola Tesla made a weapon like this, bro. So, and it was a tower, and he would just put the tower on a higher elevation, and you could take out any enemy. Now, how would that work? Now, of course, I can't invoke it as proof or anything because it doesn't publicly exist. But it would be insane to think that the government is so incompetent that they took 2/3 of Nikola Tesla's chess, and of course that was only after they returned 1/3 of them. And right after he died, we never got the dynamic theory of gravity. We use his innovation for everything, still to this day. And he made a death beam weapon and destroyed it himself. So it's because he didn't want it to get in the wrong hands, right? I mean, he writes about it, at least. I wasn't there to even prove that dude did anything or was alive, but
still worthy of consideration.
Yeah, and so think about that. I mean, it's my point I'm making is, of course, the military would pursue that technology, bro. It's like the best weapon ever, right? I mean, it is straight to the point, literally. I mean, it's like the best weapon. So you don't know anything about it. It's super classified. I've tried to find it. They're not going to tell you about their weapons. No country's government publicly really speaks about their weapon capabilities until they blow a drone out of the air and someone catches them or something. So it's very crazy. It's convenient, huh? Convenient that we don't get to know about these weapons. This would prove everything. The military should just go live stream it on national television and debunk flat Earth.
For some reason, I doubt that would be very trustworthy in the communities that value the.
Of course, but my point is very simple, right? It's like that weapon would be. It clearly would prove one way or the other, and that's why they'll never come out and talk about it.
They could so easily disprove flat Earth if it was actually a globe. That's the point.
Yeah, for sure.
There is no reason for all this secrecy and information suppression and whatever. It's
Dude, the government would just come out and show you that you can shoot a laser and physically measure the geometric horizon.
Exactly. It would be so easy.
You would just shoot a super powerful laser right at the geometric horizon. Bow. Game over.
They would all simultaneously destroying ISIS.
Well, whatever. Yeah. While destroying ISIS, they could be like, "Look, we're going to shoot this laser at ISIS and counting for the Earth's curvature."
They worship ISIS and Osiris.
Well, they called it ISIS. They called it ISIS for a reason. You're right.
Yeah, they worship ISIS.
And now they call it ISIL.
Okay, now it's there. You go. They have all sorts of word games.
So once again, Whitsitt was appealing to another particular empirical subject matter, which demonstrates the empirical adequacy of our position. That's what just happened. Okay. And then you, the globalist Jimmy, is going to respond with a counter argument that says, well, it is possible on the globe. I know you say it isn't possible on the globe, Whitsitt, but I, Jimmy, the globalist, say that it is possible. And then you give your arguments. And then we rebut saying, well, it's not possible because of XYZ implication of the assertion and ABC ramification or consequence in reality. So we both reduce it to absurdity and appeal to more empirical facts that debunk the absurd a priori theory about the shape of the Earth and the cosmos overall. Again, the central point being the radius of the Earth being a sphere. Now, here's a psychological point. No matter what a priori argument we give or posteriori data that we present and the justification of both, if you are devoted to this cosmic paradigm, there is nothing that will convince you.
No, I mean, there's plenty that could convince me just fine. But
okay, so that's that. So if you are devoted to your cosmological paradigm, as we used to subscribe to, okay, if you're devoted to that, then your arguments against everything we say is simply going to reassert your position and whatever arguments you may think you have in defense of it, and then we're going to reassert our rebuttals and refutations against it. Hence why the circle keeps perpetuating on and on and on and on and on in this dialogue.
Yeah, so dude, if I have a laser at 5 feet and I shoot it 30 miles, there should be 495 feet of curvature blocking us. Okay. I have some homies, it's actually in a little documentary, that did that very thing and got it documented from the outside, like from the profile, if you will. Okay. And you can see the laser in entirety from beginning to end to the target, completely horizontal. You see the picture there. That little arrow that says horizon, that's a physical place like we just talked about. I cannot shoot the laser there. So you're going to have to say, what you said earlier, atmospheric refraction took that laser 500 feet, bent it back over the Earth, and then straightened it back out to hit the target? That's wild.
I think that's entirely possible. Yeah.
What?
Well, and so the thing is, though, is it's not doing these things with intention. The atmosphere doesn't care whether the line looks straight to you or not. The atmosphere will do with the light what it does, because that's physics. And, whether or not it appears correct to an observer is a completely different thing.
Okay. So
yeah, what if you can lay a straight edge on that in the image? What if you can actually lay a straight edge on the image and show it's actually flat?
I don't believe that you could do that to a sufficient degree to justify.
Let's do it like this. I heard you say something earlier. Oh, sorry, go ahead, son. So, okay, I heard you do something earlier, man. All right, I heard you say something, and I was like, I like this guy, right? Because right when I popped in, I heard you say, yeah, I mean, if the Earth were truly flat, I would want to know. That's why I'm here. Now, I don't know if someone asked you that question. I used to ask that question a lot. It's one of my go-tos. So I don't know if someone asked you or you just said it. I just heard you say it, so I was like, that's awesome. But maybe someone asked you. Either way, like, if it truly were flat, you would want to know, correct?
Yeah, no, of course.
Okay. And you, of course, know that when we say flat, we don't mean like a tabletop. It's a topographical plane. It's just overall plane, basically like a basin, because it's got upturned edges, highest elevations on Earth, Antarctica. Water always gets contained anyway, obviously. So topographical plane, not like flat or a disc or any of this nonsense. I'm assuming they kind of covered that stuff with you. But just so you understand, because when you really see it, we're not really making very many claims here. It's actually a misnomer. Okay? So if it truly were stationary and flat, you would want to know it. So I'm assuming I can continue to go and say if it was contained, etc. All right, well, the only way we're going to know it is because of the fact that the government is actually the primary perpetrator of supposedly proving this claim. We're going to have to discount them, man, right? We cannot count on them as credible. Ironically, we just invoked the military, but it's because literal practical use proves things, right? So we can physically watch them blow someone up, but we can't actually verify any of the stories of outer space or anything. So it's like you have to say, oh, NASA's the one government agency that doesn't lie. That's ridiculous. So my point is,
that's a fair argument to make, yeah.
Right. So my point is just we can't take them as credible. We're going to have to be able to verify this independent of the government. You agree?
I think that you should be able to verify your model regardless of the government, whichever side you stand on.
Okay. So I'm assuming someone's probably tried to tell you this already, but there isn't a flat Earth model per se. There are things that can be boiled down like, well, you have to say this and blah, 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 blah. No, there's one model, meaning someone created a model and it claims to describe everything that happens on the Earth and what the Earth is. And that's called the globe Earth. It's It's within a heliocentric model, and we were all taught that from like 5 up at least. So that's the model claim. This position is simply critiquing that claim, saying, okay, well, you're making claims antithetical to all observable phenomena. Therefore, you have the burden of proof for your positive claim in opposition to everything observed. That is it. So in order to substantiate these claims, antithetical to all observable phenomena, we need actual, empirical, meaning repeatable, testable, falsifiable, observable, okay? Evidence. That's what we need. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. Okay, so because again, we don't have the burden of proof. If the Earth were stationary, well, how would we experience it?
Is that rhetorical?
We both have the proof that we carry it.
Pretty much rhetorical, right? So we obviously we'd experience it stationary. So we would, if the Earth were stationary, we would experience it exactly the same as we do. Right.
I mean, obviously, because I prescribe to a certain model, if the Earth were to not be spinning as I know it to be, that would cause some differences. But yes, there is a situation where there could be a non-spinning Earth where you could, in a very handcrafted, let's say, scenario, not feel any different.
Okay, really simple question overall, right? If the Earth were stationary, we would experience it exactly like we do. Because even if the Earth is a spinning, gyrating ball going around the sun, shooting through the galaxy, which shoots through space over 1 million miles per hour, and we just don't feel any of it, okay? We still don't feel any of it. Even within the proposed model, we experience Earth identical to it being stationary. So my question overall is simple. If the Earth were stationary, we would experience it exactly the way that we do, right?
There could be a scenario where the Earth is stationary and you would feel "quote unquote" normal. You know, that's fine. I have no problem saying that.
Can we feel or detect or prove motion on the Earth?
I would argue yes. You would argue no.
Okay. Well, the only way you could argue yes is to invoke 1851 pendulum or gyros. But both of those don't prove that. And
well, see, again, what I would argue is in my model, you know, or in the globe Earth heliocentric model, the stars are at near fix. They're obviously moving, but imperceptible differences, you know, imperceptible amounts over, you know, perceptible amounts of time.
Right.
I would say that you could observe the rotation of the Earth by observing us moving around those stars. Okay. But again, obviously you would disagree with that, and that's fine.
Okay, yeah, we don't move around any stars even in the heliocentric paradigm. We don't move around the stars. But so
or moving around within the field of stars. It's
okay, yeah, sure. Whatever. But no perceivable star in the heliocentric paradigm are we ever going to run by in space, fly by. But anyway, the point is, so again, if we were to say that the Earth is stationary and that the stars move in the sky, then we would experience and observe the very thing that we do observe, right? Even if the Earth's a globe. Even if the Earth's a globe, right? I mean, simple. I think you agreed. So
I didn't hear that last bit.
Well, I mean, even if the Earth's a globe, that's just the truth, right? I mean, it's just objective. So you have two options. When we look up at the sky, we see the stuff in the sky move. Okay, so option number one, we don't feel that the Earth's actually spinning, and the stuff in the sky is still relative to us. yet we see the sky spin because we are, in fact, spinning. We just can't feel it. The second option is that the reason we don't feel the Earth moving is because it doesn't move, and we feel it when it does move, like an earthquake. And when we look in the sky, the stuff in the sky moves over top of the Earth that doesn't move. So we would observe exactly what we observe if the Earth were stationary. Right.
I would disagree, but that's okay. I mean,
I
there's
could
certain
quote
things.
the brightest minds on your side at the top of everything, man, and they'll tell you there is no way to prove approve a certain model between heliocentric and geocentric via terrestrial observation, earthly observation. It's nothing more than a coordinate preference.
Well, see, that's not correct, really.
It
I mean,
is correct.
there are parallax observations of quote unquote celestial bodies, stars, that can be made from Earth that are very apparent.
Okay, so would you consider Edwin Hubble a valid source?
For all things? No.
Well,
I
for this
want to assert that any person is a valid source for all things.
His supposed field of expertise that we're speaking of right now?
Sure, I think that he has some valuable insight.
Right. So he explained that particularly in the case of redshift and blue shift, right, of these distances in the sky, the idea of the Doppler effect and things moving
We're back to
away from
spectroscopy. My favorite.
Okay.
You should have been here earlier. That's why you said that.
Yeah, spectroscopy. Good times. So he said that actually, if we are misinterpreting this phenomena, very simply, the stars in the sky could be significantly closer, so smaller and more local. And in fact, over top of an Earth, around an Earth that's very young. That's what he said. Now he explains the issue he has and how he has to come up with a new framework to even make it possible that the Earth isn't the center. And he's very blunt. And they named a telescope after this dude. It's so funny. So that's just one of like 50, okay, let me not exaggerate, 30 people I could quote right now around the same credibility within the heliocentric paradigm. I mean, he's pretty infamous, so it's hard to, but you know. So that should be eye-opening to you, because if you're being honest, you did not know that. I know you didn't know that because I didn't know that, and I didn't know that for years after finding out they lied about the Earth. I didn't find all this stuff. So you never heard it.
Right, so I would disagree with the position that you take, obviously. I think that the interpretation of Edwin Hubble's words are maybe a bit off. And I'd like to see an exact or direct quote, if that's
sure
something that you have.
You should hear.
I'm going to give you all the quotes.
Didn't mean to interrupt, but I was going to say you should hear what their philosophical ideas about why they believe what they believe or think what they think. If you heard that, I think you'd be really shocked.
Sure, send them my way.
Okay.
Well, we have a couple videos, 200 quotes that you've been lied to. That's one of them. But there's the philosophical argument. I'm not the expert in that field. People like Indio and others have all those documents, everything. Actually, Witsit, you probably have a lot of that. But I know you're busy.
Well, I'm just on the phone. But like, yeah, I'm going to get you all these quotes for sure, man. It's going to be a rough ride, bro. But what I'm saying is, if you'll be honest, yeah, all the geocentric quotes, all the people that say just point blank that you cannot prove that the Earth is not the center from the Earth, and it's nothing more than a philosophical coordinate system preference, going as far as to say, in fact, it cannot be disproven, yet we ignore it because of the implications of a special unique position of the Earth. In fact, they say the horror of a unique position. Okay, this is philosophy, bro. This is a philosophical preference. In fact, it's a philosophical desire to fight design at all costs, the implications of design. It's a philosophical grasp at straws state of despair to explain away design. That's philosophy. That's not science. That's religion.
I'm not
unjustified, unargued philosophical biases.
So I'll get the quotes for you, but I'm just explaining to you. Think about the idea here. If someone says, well, it actually, in fact, we have this discovery where it really looks like now we have a problem and it looks like the Earth's the center. In fact, it can't be disproven that the Earth is the center, yet we choose to ignore that. So it cannot be disproven. It can't be disproven, but we choose to ignore it and try to explain something other than that.
To be completely fair, in the relativistic sense, there is simultaneously no center of the universe, and every point which you occupy is the center of the universe. That's the whole relativistic theory.
Well,
so if they're speaking in that, well, no, that's the theory. I'm not saying whether that's true or not. I personally ascribe to that theory, but
oh man.
So
you'll get there, man.
To momentarily touch that, do you not? Does that what you just said about the theory of relativity? Does that not bother you as being prima facie self-contradictory? There is a center. Everywhere is a center. There is no center.
Sure, it's all the same.
Wow.
That doesn't bother you as prima facie on its face self-contradictory.
So can I ask one single question?
Well, there you go.
I want to say, Jimmy, you made it through the gauntlet. I'm really actually surprised you made it through this far. So that's good. What was I about to say? Never mind. I confused myself. Give me a moment.
I think he's cool, man. I'm like, I don't know, like how much you've ever looked into this really in depth. I think that really what happens if you kind of if eventually you're like, damn, okay, whatever, I'll look into it. Well, if you do that nowadays, you just find all the pieces that explain how it's just absurdity to think that the Earth's flat. And 10 simple ways you can prove the Earth is not flat. And this may be your first interaction with people that actually have been around the block. You know, you're not just going to find them. The only way you're going to find real Flat Earth content is to ask people and hear what the specific names of the channels are and make sure you spell them right. So, I mean, I give you that leeway. And I think that just like being chill is such an improvement over typical psychological response to the subject. And maybe you're not new to it, but I'm cool with it. Like, I thought it was pretty crazy too. I don't know where you are on the spectrum either. Like, you know, the government has lied about some pretty prominent things. They've done some very egregious things behind the scenes in secret for many years, right?
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, the government does lie.
Yeah, like have you heard of
Operation
Mockingbird?
The name sounds familiar.
That's the CIA infiltrated the mainstream media. They have a liaison in every level of it, and this is like in the 70s. You know, it's declassified. And in fact, when questioned about it, and they said, "So are you saying that there are news anchors that are CIA agents?" The CIA rep said, "I think this is a conversation that needs to continue behind closed doors." Now, that's in the 70s. We're 50 years past that, so. If they've already come out and admitted they do that, and they do that to propagandize the public for national security purposes, so that's a cool story. Like to effectively get compliance for national security via psychological operations facilitated through the media, declassified for 5 decades. So when we're watching all the news all the time, I mean, you're watching CIA narratives. Because that's what they said they did. It's like if I told you, did you know that in Vietnam, actually, we blew up our own ship, lied and said it was them, so the American people would be cool with us going to fight them because before that, they were vehemently opposed to us doing that? You'd be like, you're crazy. I'm like, dude, I know it sounds crazy. Here's the government saying they did it.
Yeah, no, I know the government does crazy things.
Both of those things I said are just like declassified though, right? Like the whole Vietnam War was started with the false flag. So, and the American public was not in support of Vietnam War or interference. So, not to digress too much, but my point is, it's important to kind of inform yourself with the full context. The more you become informed about what they've done, even just admittedly so, then the last thing you can do is continue to naively believe whatever they tell you now, because they wait a certain amount of years to declassify it to where it's no longer relevant.
Sure.
And here's a question I think I was going to ask about objectivity, but one question is, if you know somebody's a liar, how many times do you keep listening and believing what they're saying, even if it's in a different area or different subject matter? If you know that they've lied consistently and it's objective that they have lied, how many times do you keep listening to them?
In other words, given the myriad of instances that destroy, that evaporate their credibility, given these instances, right, that is worthy of note when considering the veracity of their narratives, their assertions, their suppositions, and their actions, the merit thereof, and the motive behind it, and its most likely consequences, ramifications, including the cosmic paradigm that they have perpetuated among the minds of the public.
My boy,
and that's the thing, though, is that the
I would say
there's a presumption that I'm basing my worldview, my physical worldview, off of what the government has told me.
No, we're just highlighting. We're not saying that that's the sole basis of your position. No, we're just highlighting the fact of how malevolent and the severe degree of untrustworthiness, the most prominent perpetuators of this cosmic paradigm, which you still subscribe to, are. Which is worthy of note in considering the veracity of their narratives.
Here's some food for thought, because we had a conversation earlier, well, at least I did, and I went through the fact that you didn't or weren't able to demonstrate that the Earth has curvature in any way that we can find a method that we can get that for ourselves. So we went over that, but the important thing right now, what's being discussed, is that there has been a narrative that has been taught to everybody, that has been in the past been given to you and me and everyone else to understand as what our reality is. Before that, had anybody ever told you what the Earth is, you wouldn't have any idea of it being a globe. You don't perceive the Earth to be as such, so you wouldn't be able to just make up the whole cosmology as what you think it is, per what they have told you. So, in fact, they have given you this narrative. So you're saying, what are you saying? The governments are lying to me? Well, the information that you received was somehow given to you, right? It's secondhand information that's given to you, that you're viewing the world through the lens of the perspective of the information that they've given you. And you can't see it any other way because it's been hammered into your mind ever since you were very young. So now that you've developed critical thinking, you are more likely to succumb to the idea that the knowledge that they've given you is right, beyond all shadow of a doubt. Even though you're presented with the evidence, that is contrary to the case, you're not going to accept it, because how can you? The question will stick out on your mind: why would they lie, and so forth? Motive, right? So, yes, you have been handed this narrative, and you are accepting its complete, belief. But it's like I said before, it was just a belief that you have, nothing more. Which is not like anybody's going to be like, man, you got to defend the globe. Nobody cares what you believe. It's your own, belief in it. But how can you unclench yourself from that belief? It's really something that you have to come to on your own. No one in here is ever going to win you over in a discussion. What we're going to do is going to challenge you so you can think perhaps in a different way. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to go home, probably mold this over, or maybe not even mold it over, depending on how you feel about it.
but it will at least challenge you to the fact that you're like, man, these guys really did have something that I could think about different than what I thought. But like we were stating here, and everybody's kind of making it very apparent to you, this information has been received by you by secondhand. Like a teacher told you, or their teacher told them, and so on until you find the point of origin where the information came from, right? And so, yeah, you have been receiving this information from the government and from everybody that's taught you, and whatever school system has, given this information to all of us. So everybody has received this information. We don't perceive the Earth to be a globe. So that's the only thing I wanted to mention, because that you're kind of questioning it like, well, you mean to tell me that the government's giving me? Dude, just realize like that's what it is. That's the whole thing. If you weren't taught it, how would you even perceive it? Think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's.
I mentioned earlier, just this one point, and then go ahead, Jimmy. I forgot to mention earlier the reason highlighting the heinous, malevolent history, track record of the government, which undermines their credibility entirely. That is worthy of consideration, which warrants, for a person who is seeking truth, which we should, that necessitates, and I will say obligates us to increase our rigor in our skeptical inquiry. Be more rigorous upon them.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I appreciate, mental challenge, not in the not in the sense of anybody being mentally challenged. It's not what I'm trying to imply.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, mental fortitude and really challenging your own thoughts, and I appreciate that.
The scrutiny.
Right, it's a good word for it. So yeah, the scrutiny of your own thoughts and scrutiny of others' thoughts is good. I have no problem with that. I have no problem opening up my own perception to scrutiny.
I have one last question, Jimmy.
Obviously.
If you don't mind.
Yeah. What's up?
Do you believe or know that there is such a thing as objective reality?
I would say so, yeah. There is an objective element to reality.
Okay, good. At least you got that part.
So yeah, I mean, either the Earth is round or it is a globe. It's one of those two. I'm pretty confident I know which.
Hold on a second. You just said it's either round or a globe.
Nope, that's incorrect. Because round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have a round,
fine.
Pizza, round penny, round.
It's either an oblate spheroid or something else.
Oblate spheroid? Really? Well, you better call friggin' NASA and have them redact every friggin' so-called photo in the past 60 years. Because there's no oblate spheroids in their images.
So, Jimmy, it was a pleasure talking to you. God bless you. Good night.
So, good night.
Call me anytime. You can DM me.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Glurf Slayer. I heard you in there. It's good to hear you again, man.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, how's it going, brother?
Yeah, not bad. Just
good to hear you. Sorry, I rumpushed you. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm just here slaying gloves, you know.
Miggy!
Tension on deck.
Yeah.
What's up?
I wonder if he wants to defense what is that, spectroscopy, but space.
No one could say the damn thing correctly. Yeah, I just got back, man. What's up with spectrochocoloscopy?
Yeah, that's been brought up a couple times tonight.
Sorry, I just got back. So what's up, Elbow TV? What happened?
I don't know. I thought he was making claims about spectroscopy, so I was just wondering.
But who's
we were
making
talking
claims?
about we were talking about
the chicken
different distances earlier.
Whose main claim of spectrochocoloscopy?
That would be Jimmy.
Something chicken.
Jimmy, you're on Spectro Chocolate. Can you even say it? Say it one time.
Spectroscopy.
You said it, man. At least that's +1.
Wild word to say, I know.
I'm telling you, you should have heard the fucking shit I've been hearing for the past 4 or 5 years. All right, so let me start off by saying this. Let me go and I started doing this just recently. So give me a second. So from Dr. Mary Schweitzer. You know who that is?
Not a clue.
She's a paleontologist at North Carolina State. She made a big name back in the day by exposing soft tissue and dinos. But anyway, this is what she says. Words count. Words are important. Choose your words carefully. That's what she preaches to her students. So I'd like to preface this discussion on that. Okay? So, spectroscopy. What are the 3 types of... Yeah, okay. What are the 3 types of spectra?
The 3 types of spectrum.
Yep.
Well, I mean...
you better start typing. I hear the typing finger.
There's obviously emission and absorption.
Okay.
Not sure what
There's one more.
Not sure what the third is.
Continuous.
Okay, that's fair.
Yep. All right. So as long as we got those down, right, we're good. So what's your claim with spectrochocoloscopy?
The only claim that I made was given an emission source. So we're talking about emission, that specific portion of spectroscopy. Given emission, you are able to determine the composition of the emission source and the velocity at which it is moving relative to the...
Incorrect. Do you know what emission spectroscopy is? Where is emission spectroscopy done?
What do you mean? You mean the physical process of measuring the spectra?
Emission spectroscopy. Yeah. Where is it done? Where is it conducted at?
There's plenty of places. I've done it myself.
Yeah, you have? Have you done it in that fucking thing right there?
No, that is not necessary.
Yep, then it's not spectroscopy. Because that is an emission spectrometer. Right there. It's done in an enclosed system. Shut the fuck up.
That's not necessarily the case. I have to break it to you.
Yeah, it is necessarily the case. That's an emission spectrometer.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fucking right.
Yeah, spectroscopy can be done at a very basic level.
Oh, no, this isn't basic. This is spectroscopy. This is, like I said, an emission spectrometer. Do you want to see an absorption spectrometer?
Go for it.
I ain't going to, I could show you one.
You sure could. And
yeah,
that
you
would,
bet your ass I can. So,
that would change
your little fairy tale pointing out at the second law of thermodynamics violation isn't spectrometry. Just using the phrase spectrometry to cover their horse shit. That's a fact, Jack. So, what else you got?
What do you mean? Well, so I want to address the claim that you can't do spectroscopy without a giant machine such as that.
That's right. You has to be an enclosed container. Yes. This is highly fucking controlled. Each step is controlled.
Ultra sensitive.
Out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, no, I understand the complexity of high-end.
Yeah, I bet you, it sounds like you do. You've been fucking up ever since the beginning.
Fucking up?
Yeah, you're fucking up.
We can have a calm conversation. We don't need to go all crazy.
A calm conversation with a pretender clown such as yourself.
Yeah,
okay, I'll try to be calm. Man. I'll try to be calm then. And I'll just expose you at every fucking turn.
Perfect, yeah. I want to have an intellectual conversation.
Perfect.
No problem with that.
Okay, so let me ask something. So you know the makeup of the sun by spectrometry, right?
Yeah, spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy.
Using a
Spectrometry.
spectrometer.
Same fucking thing. So can you describe the process? First of all, what is it? What kind of emission spectra does the sun give off?
What do you mean, what kind?
I said at the beginning of this discussion, there were three types.
It's an absorption.
Spectra.
It's an absorption spectrum.
There were three types of spectra.
Yep.
Right? What type of spectra are we looking at when we look at the sun?
There's both continuous absorption and emission.
A continuous spectra. What gives off a continuous spectra of light?
How did?
No. Period. What gives off a continuous spectra of light?
About an LED. That's a continuous spectrum.
Holy fucking shit. This is going to be painful. So, the sun gives a continuous spectra of light, correct?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Not across the whole range, obviously.
Continuous spectra of light are only given by fucking solids. Right?
That is not necessarily true, no.
Oh, really? Citation, please.
It's
And
any black body
plasmas, by the
source.
way. And plasmas, by the way.
Plasma.
Fucking citation, please. Proving me wrong.
You just proved yourself wrong. You said solids and plasmas.
Yeah, I wasn't finished before you interrupted me.
All right, man. Hey, no need to get all aggro.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Yeah. So, spectra, continuous spectra. So you're saying the sun gives a continuous spectra, right?
To an extent, yeah.
To an extent, it either is or it's not. It's either pregnant or it's not. It's not to an extent. It's either a yes or a no.
The sun obviously is a black body source, so there is a continuous
Black
spectrum.
body source. Oh, you're getting fucking knee deep in this shit.
Oh yeah.
So,
and there are emission and absorption lines.
oh really?
within the sun
Post the
spectrum.
spectra of the sun right here in live stream right fucking now.
Do you want me to find an image of the spectra of the
You
sun?
bet your ass I do.
All right, that's fun.
Because you're going to support your fucking claims right now. How about that?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't post images. Don't have the rules for that.
Somebody give him permissions.
All right, sir.
I want a citation with that too, by the way. Not just a fucking image.
Yeah, you can now.
One moment then.
This guy's not terrible, though, QE. Let me try to throw him a little bit of a life jacket here.
Do we got a concerned troll in? Do we have a concerned troll in here?
Yes, bro. I'm
Emotion time. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what's it.
I just be trying to help him out, man. You know, we're all friends.
All right. Yeah, as far as you know.
Hey, I've got no problems, man.
I do. I got a big fucking problem with pretender clowns.
Yeah, don't make me regret. Don't make me regret this, bro.
Hey, no, I've been at this for like what, 4 hours now.
Okay.
Yeah. 5 hours. Anyway,
just a little primer. Don't interrupt QE. That would be a good start.
yeah, no, I can tell that would result in some unsavory endings. I take it.
No, not really.
No.
He's calm. He's very calm tonight so far.
So it's taken a long time. So at 07 minutes after the hour from NASA, the spectrum of the sun appears as a continuous spectrum and is frequently represented as shown below. If you pull that link up, I'm not posting a picture.
Yep. I got you.
This type of spectra is called an emission spectra because what you are seeing is the direct radiation emitted by the source. In the case of the sun, light is emitted at almost all energies in the visible spectrum. La-di-da-di-da.
Yep.
So now it's yep. Okay?
Yep. There is continuous emission and absorption.
Continuous spectra. Okay, please describe
from the spectra from the sun. You said there's emission spectra? Really? Post it.
Yeah, so the chromosphere is a fantastic example of the emission.
No, I wanted the sun.
The chromosphere is a portion of the sun.
So you got
An
emission
observable.
line. So you got an emission line and an absorption line spectra, correct?
Sure, yeah.
How in the flying Fukuyama can the sun give both a continuous spectra and an emission line spectra, please?
I see no problem with that.
Oh, you don't? That's a fucking contradiction.
To be continuous and emission?
The spectrum of the sun appears as a continuous spectrum. Right?
Right. The emission component of the continuous, spectrum of the sun is due to black body radiation.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Gives you fucking black body radiation, your ass. So, when you get the continuous spectrum of the sun, right, it's coming at us. But then you're going to see a whole continuous spectra, right?
Okay, yeah. Continuous spectrum is.
But how do you
continuous.
get an emission or absorption spectra from that? From a
Different
continuous
elemental
spectrum.
components, obviously.
From
Very
the
easily.
elemental components of what?
Of the sun.
No, wrong fucking answer. Wrong fucking answer, dude. You
Could you
can't
elaborate?
get an emission. Shut the fuck up. You just
Hey, man,
contradicted
hey.
yourself. You're gonna fucking interrupt.
Don't
Am I
take it
gonna have to
personal.
mute your dumb ass? I'm gonna have to, ain't I?
That would show a certain something about, the conversation.
Something about us. You understand the dark lines, the absorption spectra, the dark lines. That's what you're actually getting. You're not getting a continuous spectra. Let me post this in here for you because NASA's full of fucking shit. So let me square this away for you. You want to read that out loud at 10 minutes after the hour from lumenlearning.com?
What exactly am I
That's
reading?
all right. You don't read my stuff well. I'll go ahead and do it. The dark lines in the solar spectrum thus give evidence of certain chemical elements. Here's the really fucking important part. Between us and the sun, absorbing those wavelengths of sunlight. Because the space between us and the sun is pretty empty. Astronomers realize that the atoms doing the absorbing must be in the thin atmosphere of a cooler gas. This is all bullshit. However, but it's between us and the sun to get an absorption line spectra.
Right.
Yeah, right. Well, then
There
you're
is
fucking finished.
atmospheric absorption.
Then you're fucking
That does exist.
atmospheric absorption.
Well, that
What
is what you
fucking
just described.
What fucking atmosphere?
That is exactly what you just described.
That's
That doesn't
exactly
exist.
what I just described after I asked you, well, what are you talking about? So let me show you this. Are you still with me at 10 minutes after the hour?
Well, no, yeah.
Yeah, you are. So you see this light bulb out here in the center? See, that's from a filament. That's a fucking solid. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So, when there's no intervening shit between you, we're going on the left-hand side. When there's no intervening anything between you and it, from a solid, you get, like I said before, a continuous spectra. Right? Now, this numpty in the middle, he's getting an absorption line spectra. Why? Because that continuous spectra is shining through a fucking second law of thermodynamics violation gas in a vacuum. And those gases right there are absorbing certain wavelengths of light. And that's what you get. You get an absorption line spectra. Now, when this light solid is giving a continuous spectra and it's shining on, we're moving all the way to the right. When it's shining on a second law of thermodynamics gas in a vacuum and it heats that motherfucker up, you get an emission spectra. But really,
Very well
what
understand
we
the
want-
process. Yeah.
but real, yeah. Thanks for confirming what I already fucking know. So,
Awesome.
with the sun, the middle guy is what we're concerned with. Let me ask you a fucking question. You see this absorption line spectra?
Sure do.
Let's say a solid is giving off a continuous spectra 100 fucking billion light years away from Earth. Let's say we have a fairy tale gas made up of who knows what in between. Let's say it's 50 billion light years.
That's a lot of light years.
And the continuous spectra, you can delay it, but it's coming to an end. So, like I was saying, let's say this continuous spectra was shining 100 billion light years away, and then it's shining through a gas 50 billion light years away between you and it.
Right.
What are you getting in the absorption line spectra?
Seems relevant.
The composition of that fairy tale fucking thing in between you and the continuous spectra.
Right.
That's what
the
you're
absorption
getting.
Portion.
Yeah, that's right.
Emission.
That's what you're getting. So it's not what's made up of that continuous spectra 100 billion light years away. It's what's made up in that fairy tale in between you and it.
Well, see, the funny thing.
Well, see, the funny thing about that is I'm exactly correct.
Well, I don't think that you're quite fully understanding.
Oh, you don't think so? How so?
I don't think so.
How
well, so first and foremost, your presuppositions about the sun are wrong. It's not the atmosphere of Earth that is creating the absorption spectra.
I didn't say it was from Earth.
You said it was the gas in between the sun and the Earth. So fine, I'll grant you that. I assumed that. It is the gas that surrounds the sun that makes up the atmosphere of the sun that is creating the absorption spectrum.
The sun. How do you know
that? We can observe from Earth.
How do you know that?
Well, thankfully, we have modern science, and we have
modern science. What's the hypothesis?
What do you mean? What's the hypothesis?
We're going to get back to that in a second, Crown Muncher. Don't worry about that. Science. Yeah, you don't know what natural science is. I can already tell.
So anyway, beyond.
So at any rate. Can you debunk what I just said?
Yeah, so you can get the absorption spectrum, and that does not matter in the slightest. Because
does not matter in the slightest to what?
Still is detectable, even with primary absorption as well.
This isn't spectroscopy. Remember, it has to be in a closed system. This is pointing a spectrometer out in the fairy tale space.
An assumption. So well, then, what was the solar spectrum there that
what's
you gave to me?
What's an assumption?
The assumption is that it has to be within a closed space.
No, it doesn't. That's what emission and absorption line spectra fucking spectrometers are. You just seen it. I just posted them to you. Let's get back to this.
The assumption would be that you can use it in open space, in the vacuum of space, your theoretical space. That would be the assumption.
Yeah, it's your assumption. So, back what I said. You're getting the absorption line from what's in between you and it. Not it.
Right. The sun is composed of multiple things. There are things that make up the sun that are between the Earth and the sun.
How so?
Because you can observe these things.
What? With spectroscopy? I just fucking clobbered you with it.
No, you don't need spectroscopy to observe that.
To observe
clear.
Oh, it's pretty clear.
Okay, let's say for example the different layers of the atmosphere. The chromosphere, for example, separating from the chromosphere.
What atmosphere?
From the photosphere level.
The sun's atmosphere?
Yes.
How can you have gases in a vacuum?
That is your prerogative. If you don't believe that, that's on you.
My prerogative. No, that's your prerogative. You just told me there was an atmosphere, so it's sphere-shaped gas in a fucking vacuum. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, you can say that. If you choose to believe that
believe that. No, I know it for an absolute.
It's not possible. All right. Well, so let's get into that then. Why can there not?
No. We're going here. We're going to stay here.
The second law of thermodynamics about having
I'm gonna fucking clobber you to death. I just clobbered you to death right now, and you don't even know it because you're that fucking stupid. So let's get back to my statement.
Intellectual debate here.
Intellectual. Fuck you. You're a clown. So, are you going to answer me? Let's try this for the audience. Let's say that filament that's representing the sun, that's a tear-jerking belly laugher, by the way. Let's say that's 100 billion light years away. Let's say the fairy tale gas in a vacuum is 1 billion light years away. Are you going to still get the same spectrum that you received from the original?
What are you asking? You're asking if the spectrum is going to be the exact same. No, of course not.
Yes, it is. So let's say the fairy tale gas in the second law of thermodynamics violation vacuum is 1,000 miles away from you, and that filament is 1 billion light years away. Are you still going to get that same absorption spectra?
So we're just going to do the mute thing?
Yes or no?
Is it going to be the same spectra?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's going to be the exact same spectra because you got the exact same gases in between you and it. No. Please explain.
Great. So you have to be a little bit more clear with what you're saying. Is it going to be the exact same spectra that you would get from an unobscured target? No.
It's going to be the exact same spectra. I was very clear on what I said. The only variable that's changing is the distance between these fairy tale gases in the second law of thermodynamics violation vacuum. That distance between it and the continuous source. So I was pretty fucking clear.
Mm-hmm. You're pretty
I'm sure everyone would agree. I was pretty clear with that.
Yeah, but that was almost really slick, though. What say you?
What say you?
What do you want me to say? What questions are you asking me? I mean, I can just reiterate what I've said before.
Really?
But that'll do nothing.
Yeah, it will, because it's fucking nonsense.
Yeah, sure.
Will the spectra change?
Will the spectra change between the two scenarios or between an unblocked and a blocked emission?
There's not more than that scenario. The only scenario, let me repeat what I just said again. The only variable that's changing is the distance between the fairy tale second law of thermodynamics violation gas. The continuous spectra is still in the same spot. It's only the gas in between you and it. That's the only variables that's changing. So there's not 3 fucking scenarios.
Then yes, they will be the same.
Thanks!
Massive asterisk.
Thanks. That's all I needed. You're fucking through. That was easy. All right, now let's get to your science acumen. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
Well, first of all, again, I don't think that we can necessarily just close up that point.
Yeah, we can. You fucking face planted.
Right, but you can continue to mute me, and so I don't
know. Fuck you. I can continue to mute you because you're a moron.
Sure, yes.
Yeah, you are.
Glad you think
so let's move forward into your science acumen because spectroscopy isn't science to begin with. So, and we touched on this previously. Sure. So, I'm going to ask you this question again. It's a closed-ended question. Do you know what a closed-ended question is?
Sure.
Yeah, it's a yes or no question, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, can natural science, what we're discussing here, be conducted without experiment?
That depends on what you consider to be an experiment.
No, it doesn't depend.
It sure does,
It's either a yes or no.
Well, how about you define experiment, and I can decide from there.
Yeah, we'll get to that here in a minute. So, can natural science, the natural sciences, physics, parts of chemistry, parts of biology, genetics, quantum mechanics, basically quantum mechanics is physics, so it's the father. So, can natural science be conducted Can natural science be conducted without experiment? Simple question.
You can make observations, which will lead you to a conclusion.
Can natural science be conducted without experiment? Yes or no?
Just answer yes or no, man. Come on, bro.
Again, it very much depends on what you consider to be an experiment.
Yes or no?
Well, he said you're going to get into that, so we're going to use the Socratic method so you guys can bridge the gap with the definition of experiment. I'm pretty clear.
If we're going to get into it,
moderator right now. I'm just basically moderating. Okay, he's asking a close-ended question, man. So I rest assured, bro, that you're going to get to talk about the definition of experiment. I would bet my life on it almost. Okay, so just try to, it's a simple question so everyone listening has the full context. Okay, so go ahead.
So how about I ask you one very simple question first? Is observation experiment?
Nope, you're not answering your question. We're not answering it.
Yeah, just answer the question. Don't make it weird, bro. Like, don't be weird about it.
I already outlined what a closed-ended question was, and you agreed what it was. Now you're giving me an explanation and asking me a question. What the fuck?
I'm just trying to define the terms, man.
You're like, tying my hands together. I can't throw life jackets when you tie my hands together, man. Like, you're closing a question. You're basically trying to say it's nuance. Okay, cool. We'll get into all the details. Just answer the question, man. You know what I mean?
So
it's like just intellectual integrity.
Right. Then to be intellectually integral, or, you have to define the terms. That's how that works.
Yeah, that's what he just said, that we're going to, that's called the Socratic method.
Defining the terms after you demand an answer, that's intellectually...
Pretend to clown numpty dipshit. Experiment. Yeah, I'd give away my next... No, I'm not defining it. Fuck that. Just go with experiment. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
Yeah, like just, dude, what is your answer to that? If you had to say yes or no.
Like I said, I think it very much depends. Depends, because I would say that observation is experiment, and you need
incorrect. Observation is not experiment. Thank you very much. Shut the fuck up.
We'll see there.
25 minutes after the hour. Yeah. You said it can be conducted without experiment. From the University of Rochester. Shut the fuck up.
Amen.
We're gonna keep it chill. Just let him answer. Listen. You don't understand. He's ahead of you, bro. I'm moderator. Okay. He's ahead of you right now. You don't
get all aggro about it.
Listen. You refused in front of everyone to answer the yes or no question. You then said that observation was experiment. He's now addressing that because you did indirectly answer the question by stating that claim. Okay. Now he's gonna talk and explain it. Then you'll get to rebut it. Okay. Cool.
So, at 25 minutes after the hour, when I asked you the question, can natural science be conducted without experiment? Essentially, you said yes by observation, which is fucking idiotic. So, from the University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. I could stop right there, but where's the fun in that? From Lure's Introduction to Theory and the Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. From the Chair of Physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, the only way things change in physics is experiment. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our minds. From
modern science would disagree with
I'm not fucking done yet.
Come on, man. Chill out. He's presenting citations, man. This is a debate. Is this your first time?
He's heated. Is the problem.
Well,
I've been here.
Nah, he's not heated.
Your emotional response to his delivery method is irrelevant. Just let him do the citations. You're a big boy. I think if he's got a little assertion in his voice, you're not going to die. So just let him read them off. He's he reads them animated. I like it. I personally, I think a lot of the viewers may agree that it's pretty entertaining. The animated pronunciation based on the capitalization. And that's a rhyme too, bro. Soak it in, man. Let him finish, and then it's your turn. It's very simple.
We can do this, in a civil way, or,
It's not civil to interrupt people during their presentation of citations directly relevant to the subject.
No matter how
particularly
lofty,
civil to tell somebody to shut the fuck up.
No matter how
Okay,
long.
well,
we're all gonna pretend we're not 5-year-old girls, and he's gonna finish. Okay.
Can I continue?
You can, yeah.
I'll allow it.
Do I even need to continue because you're fucking toast? You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Oh yeah.
From Richard Feynman. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. From the Feynman lectures. Dick again. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. So according to Dick, for something to be natural science, it must be validated by experiment. From Max Planck, experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry and imagination. The prosecution rests.
Sure, I would disagree with you.
Okay,
You disagree with me?
The court will now allow you to explain your disagreement.
Yeah, I mean your assertion that observation and experiment are completely detached from one another.
Yeah, they are.
Wrong.
Yeah, really. Define observation, then define experiment.
Well, apparently we don't have to define terms around here.
Yes, we do. I just defined them for you.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You can.
So wait, now
you can believe
okay,
what you
so
like.
wait, time out. The
See, we're
fundamental thing.
not within the substantive portions.
Shut the fuck up.
The fundamental thing on the table here is you're disputing that experiments are not just observations.
Now, hold on a second. Let's deal with the first subject.
I'm
He
into
said
a corner of semantics. is what's
Shut
happening.
the fuck up. Let's deal with the first subject before he red herring fallacies away. I just destroyed his dumbassery. He said natural science can be conducted without experiment. I have universities, fucking Feynman, fucking chair of physics at Yale, Max Planck. What else do I need? Just debunked him. And he said it was me. Do you think I'm Max Planck?
Q, he's going to reiterate the Socratic method, like the request for the Socratic method. But so just to clarify, before we move on, you understand and acknowledge, or okay, you concede that natural science requires experimentation based on these citations.
No, I think all science requires experimentation.
Well,
I also, though,
why did you
believe
say
that
that in the beginning?
observation is a form.
No, it's not. Observation's not an experiment, you dipshit. So he's debunked. Now he's going back on it. It says, and I agree with the statement, that all natural science requires experiment. That's the only point I was trying to make. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
okay, but to be fair, continue.
Oh.
So your next point was to say that observation is experiment. I want a citation for observation, the definition, and then I want a citation for experiment, and then I want you to connect the two in live stream right now.
You want definitions of every single word.
No,
you can't
two
use
words.
language to communicate.
Observation and fucking experiment. Not every single one. Observation for a claim.
He's asking for a cite. He's asking you, can you cite?
Can I Google the words observation and experiment?
Well, okay,
observation.
The Socratic method is a defining of terms for proper exchange. You've basically requested that earlier. You couldn't even show intellectual honesty to answer a simple closed-ended question. We've struggled all the way through it. We're now finally to the big moment that you so desired. Okay? So let's just try to be cooperative here, right? It seems you're where you wanted to be. Your big, profound claim is that observations are experiments.
They certainly can be.
Where, when, and how?
I just looked at an empty dipshit. I just looked at an empty dipshit. That must be an experiment.
Sure, you can call it whatever you like.
Oh my god, you can't call it whatever you like. The Socratic method is we agree on an objective definition to continue forward. That's the opposite of call it whatever you like. Literally,
I think it's just this is all just very much intellectual dishonesty and semantics. Yeah, you got it. Perfect.
I just knew that was one of your only go-tos you have here. I was very clear about what I just said. The Socratic method is properly defining terms for intellectual exchange and the efficacy thereof. Right? Okay, so to then invoke to request that and then say call it whatever you like is literally they're literally antithetical to one another.
Yeah.
From the Oxford English Dictionary, observation is the action or process of observing something or someone carefully in order to gain more information.
Okay.
Remember carefully. Gain information.
No, fuck no. No, you fucking moron. It's looking at something.
Sorry, I just couldn't help it.
So you asked to define observation.
Yeah, I did.
Do you disagree with that definition?
Yeah, with your emphasis on your last part of your horseshit.
You disagree with the emphasis of definition.
I don't disagree with it. No.
You
can use it. Go ahead. That's fine. Now define experiment.
You agree with
that's
being
fine.
able to get the information from observation?
He said it's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Right. Well, according to the Socratic method, I'm trying to establish where we're at. Right.
Well, yeah, you added a little nuance, like emphasis on the word, and that was super lame and nothing to do with intellectual honesty or the Socratic method. So
I thought emphasis was exciting for the audience.
Go ahead. Go ahead and enlighten us with the next one, man, because you're about to show us an equivocation fallacy.
A scientific procedure undertaken to make discovery, test a hypothesis, or demonstrate a known fact.
Wrong.
So the definition is wrong.
Well, yeah, it's second grade. If you're in second grade, jeez Louise.
Yeah, fine, then what definition of experiment would you prefer to use?
The seventh grade one.
The seventh grade.
What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
The seven constituent parts. Again, this is semantics.
The three, let me listen closely. What are the three, 1, 2, 3 constituent parts of an experiment?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. Please enlighten me.
So you don't know what a fucking experiment is. So how do you know that observation is the same as experiment?
Well, you disagreed with my definition. So
you disagree with my definition. Don't really care about your definition of observation. You don't know what an experiment is. So how do you know that observation is the same as experiment?
It seems like you're the only person that's bringing up any discrepancy.
Fuck you,
dude.
You're fucking done.
You gotta be more honest, bro.
You're done. So I'll tell you. You ready? At 36 minutes after the hour, experiment from Penn State. There should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment. Dependent. Shut the fuck up.
At 36 minutes past the hour, it is time for me to depart.
Yeah, right.
Oh, very convenient, dude. Very convenient timing, bro.
It's been nice. I've been here for
that's
5.5 hours.
Man up, you got 5.5 more minutes then. This is not the time, bro. You just drug us all through the Socratic method. So important. We're about to define the experiment. You finish this part.
I've had a fantastic conversation with many of you.
Okay.
I hope to do it again.
I don't think that's a good look, bro. I don't know what you're doing right now.
I don't think there's ever a point where I could leave and
you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know what spectrochocoloscopy or natural science or experiment or observation were if they climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. You tracking with me, sunshine?
I hope to have a wonderful conversation with you again.
Fuck off!
You're kind of funny, man. Hey, just stay open-minded. Stay open-minded, man. I mean, we're not all going to hold your hand and skip off into the sunset with you or whatever, but you should just understand the point of what he's saying, bro, okay? So the scientific experiment, a natural scientific experiment, is a very specific thing, okay? It's actually very specific proof of things and it's important to understand it. When you start to conflate it into philosophical ideas of anything I look at and come up with a story of, you're going to fall off into La La Land, bro. So.
Sure. Well, like I said, I hope to continue it.
Is this what cognitive dissonance looks like in real life? Wow, this is beautiful. It's beautiful.
Your departure is a little distasteful, bro. I'm rooting for you overall still, but
I'm not anymore. I was, but I'm not anymore.
I'm still pulling for you, man. You can still come back.
Well done. That's it. Great job moderating. This has been thoroughly enjoyable on this end. Telling you, I just need popcorn, bro.
Well, that's what it's about.
Anyway, here. So the three
I'll see you later,
parts
gentlemen.
of an experiment are the variables. So it's independent, dependent, and control variable. The dependent variable is the observation you keep talking about. That's the first step. The observable phenomena is just the first step. That's your dependent variable.
He's gone.
You dip, bro.
Okay, well, I was gonna make him hear it, because when they get in the Cognitus robot stage, dude, it's like they can't help but hear it. It's a very weird phenomenon. Like when they full Cognitus out, they can't articulate things back. But that's when you can really hit them. It's like you've gotten past their, brainwash guard. Does that make sense? Like when the full effects of Cognitus kick in, dude, it's like you can MK Ultra them for the good side.
Here I thought it was going to be a dull evening.
I like Witsit's fucking concerned trolling right at the get go. I was loving it. It fucking energized me.
No, man.
I just wanted to make sure this guy kept engaging.
Yeah, he's one of those ones that you just want to savor the taste sometimes. I guess it seems like when he came in here, everybody wanted to go. He's got the epic levels of sophistry, man, this guy.
He was in here for 5 hours.
Yeah, he was in there, dude. Earlier, he was on one. Like we hit him on every front, and now at some point, I was just like, yeah, just let everybody in here have a go at him. Maybe, Then QE came out. I was like, oh boy,
that's hilarious.
Just demolished on every level, and everybody did really great except for my outburst.
Dude, literally every point. It was so fun, and I was kind of taking the victory and breezing through it, and QE wanted blood. He's like, no. Admit it. No.
That part's funny. We're all trying to hold QE back.
Yeah, that dude tasted blood, and it was over.
Be nice.
He's like, no. I don't want to hear about his red herring.
Oh, shoot. We should practice that more. Okay.
Because everyone here knew, dude, QE, he's walking into you just slaughtering, the decapitation. And QE obviously knew that, It's he wanted every drop of blood, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
We should come up with a safe word.
I had to cover my eyes.
Distraction.
Oh, shoot. This is going to be bloody.
No, I just wanted to let it happen, man. Just let it happen.
Yeah, but he was kind of imploding so much that I felt like I had to save him, or you were just going to get muted. We tried. I mean, I guess he ran away. So
who else we got in here?
Man.
Mad respect to anyone that would step up to the plate right now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You can find someone to step up to the plate after that one.
I was about to rapid attack him with the constituent parts.
There's use with listening pass only. Could give him a chance.
Yeah, man, come holler at us.
Hey, Use, are you there? Hello.
Are you talking to me?
Use? What's a Ute? Anyway, okay.
My buddy's here, and he wanted to get in on the discussion.
Where is he?
Where?
Oh, bring him in.
Yeah, he's in my room with me. All
right, I just started. Go ahead. Let's start.
Oh, he's physically with you. Okay, yeah.
Hi guys.
How's it going?
What up, bro?
Alrighty. So just quickly from my side, I'd heard some of the stuff you're talking about, and I thought, that I share with Anton the research that I was doing 2 years ago, and it led me to also study this topic more in depth and connected me with a few other people who studied that. And so I put together a post kind of with this information, and so I'll just read a few things from that, just really quickly, okay?
All right.
So the critical density of the universe and the cosmic microwave background indicate a 3 torus universe. What does that mean? Because it's probably not helpful for us to think of the Earth as kind of a 3-dimensional sphere, or even just a flat plane. That
there's a
Well,
there's a
yeah, go ahead.
toroid of electromagnetic energy, but the Earth itself is within the inertial plane within the magnetic field. The Earth's a topographical plane with upturned edges that holds the water, but that's the physical part of the toroid, which is the magnetic field.
Right. And we are embedded in this field, and it's, if you research 3 torus or 3 sphere, you'll find more information on that object, but we're not on a 2 sphere. 2 sphere would be a 3-dimensional sphere. So 3 torus, linear, flat in 3D, but topologically identical to the globe.
Horus is not topologically identical to the globe.
No.
Right, yeah.
It has non-trivial fundamental group, unlike the
I made a
globe.
pretty clear distinction between like the tangible Earth and the torus, though.
The land appears to be flat and in the zone of stillness in the middle.
Yeah, like I can show you a picture of like a ferrocell of a magnetic field. Have you ever seen one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like there's a thing called an inertial plane. It's like where everything levels off, right? That's where we live. Yeah.
Right.
It's the only place that could sustain life.
And there's there's more.
Let me find you a picture.
The critical density of the universe.
Yeah, 1 second. I got a question for the gentleman. Is he presenting this as a claim that he stands by, or is this just some information that he wants to give to the room as food for thought? I don't know how this presentation is coming across, so I don't know. Can you explain, friend of the guy?
Sure. I'm reading from this post that I put together. So, and it's
right.
And
you can post it.
I can. Yeah, I wanted to share it with Anton, and I need to get it to his computer. It's on my phone right now.
Right. Well, I was just asking, are you standing by this claim that you're presenting, or is this something that you're just giving us like to think about a different way of looking at the Earth?
Well,
I mean, what are you doing? Like, I don't know what you're.
Sure. I mean, it's both. I personally think that I think that the flat Earth discussion, I'm kind of over that, because I feel like many people, they're just, concentrated on this issue instead of kind of going further and being open and even not to understanding everything, so the universe is both motion and stillness at the same time. And that is kind of, and
all right.
And no such thing as stillness. So
all right. So
this is actually the source of our.
Sorry, yeah. Let me just come in real quick. So what you're saying is, it's not the globe and it's not flat Earth. It's something else. Is this correct? Yes or no?
Yes, because both globe and flat aren't. They don't.
All right, correct. So it's another cosmology that you're going to present to the room to see if we can agree or disagree with what you're going to present. And that's all I wanted to get clear as far as like the foundation of what you want to present. That's it. So
right.
Go ahead.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, it's
good. Well, I want to address your point. You kind of see what I'm saying. If you look in the voice text, dude, I flipped the picture over. This is a magnetic field, right? And so you see what's above us. Okay, so that white line through the middle is the inertial plane. Now, we objectively have a magnetic field in the Earth. Okay. The inertial plane is the only place that could sustain life. So the Earth's right there, and measurably and provably so. Like you can measure and prove that the Earth's a topographical plane, just objectively. Even you can measure the floor of the ocean, the flattest place of the Earth. So anyway, that there is a toroid, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the picture right above that, that's more pictures of ferrocells. And of course, conveniently, we can't go to the center of the Earth; it's illegal. So there you go. I mean, there's no tangibility. You see the white line goes through the middle. If you follow it all the way to the edge, you'll see how there's a line right above it that curves up, right? Somewhere in between those two white lines on the edges would be Antarctica. Like it's a higher elevation. It's a basin. It contains the water. It's the highest elevation in the world. Okay, but that's all within that white line area because that's the inertial plane. It has to be within the inertial plane.
And not only the Earth, actually most scientists will agree that the entire universe is flat. So this has been, even mainstream scientists, over 99% agree on that. And you'll even find on Wikipedia articles about it. So it's interesting that, people are having a hard time thinking about Earth that way, but the entire universe seems to be okay thinking about that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's a flat universe, but even there we have to kind of extend that thought further because, what appears flat to us may actually be curved. So,
just not the surface.
Like there may be some declination or overall declination or inclination to the surface of the Earth. I for one, am not going to say there's not. I know for a fact that it is not a globe, the topographical plane, but if there is some type of elevation increase at the center of it and the outsides of it, I would find that to be hyperlogical. I also have to acknowledge that both of those areas are inaccessible, like literally by force, or I would go.
Yeah.
Like you can't go to the center, man. You can't even go look at the center of the surface of the Earth, man.
That's good of them to say that the universe is flat, considering that the universe is the Earth system. That's what the entire universe is, a contained system.
Yeah.
Like no one here, by the way, dude, is saying we know exactly what the Earth is in entirety. We don't make a shape claim. Flat's not a shape claim. Like flat's a description of a surface, right? It's not like it's a topographical plane. It's like a binary term the government probably put out there to say flat Earth. But we're not gonna run away from the term now. This is the subject that has the conversation in it, which is they lied about the Earth.
I'll even go as far as saying that Earth is not a closed system.
Which is interesting.
Is it? For me, what's the closed system?
Well, that's an interesting conversation.
Well, we have pressure. So what is it, like leaking out slowly somewhere?
No. He's saying that. He's not saying that. What,
you understand where I'm going for with
gas pressure is obviously contained. It's like can you go downstairs and upstairs? Like in theory, like it's
Well, I mean, what's a closed system? No matter can come through.
Right. Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Which
matter did come through, right? Matter did come through.
Be a bit more specific.
With
going theological, what about I'm talking about the when the firmament was supposedly open or whatever?
Oh, it was open.
Yeah, but those are supernatural actions and causes.
No, closed system, no matter can come through.
What science?
It is contained.
It was closed back though, man. That's why we have the rainbows. The reason the rainbow. This is obviously my opinion. No one get triggered, but when the Bible or whatever you want to call it says that the rainbow shows the Creator won't flood the earth anymore, there's a reason for it. There's a reason he showed us that, to show that the Earth won't be flooded. If that story were true, there has to be a reason. And yeah, it's showing you that the firmament's closed. Every time you see it, you see that the firmament's closed. So you have no threat of those heavenly waters coming on the Earth again, because it's closed. It's like literal physical proof in the moment that it's closed. So yeah, I just had to throw that in there because that's a really crazy thing that blew my mind when I first put it together. I don't know about the permeability of the containment or even the manifestation of it. I would say I do suspect it's in fact material, like the lowest, densest type of material you can imagine. And I say lowest, I mean like vibrational, like the lowest frequency, very dense. But like it could still be permeable though. See, matter, I think everything of matter that exists is permeable. Well, it just objectively is. It's provably. Like everything can be penetrated. Not with other matter, that's a different subject though. So when you bring that up, I'm like, yeah, it had to be open. It's like, is it a closed system if certain frequencies can permeate through the container? And so then you have to get into a really deep philosophical conversation. Like, well, what different expressions is consciousness manifested, or whatever you want to call it. Like I like. Do you see? Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the permeability, or just like the ability to penetrate effectively. Like that is that's the only way I would rock with you on the. Yeah, like it's a closed system right now. It was closed back up, and I think it's permeable though.
There's a few more things.
But I mean, but in future tense, well, according to what scriptures or whatever it says, it will be open back up, and matter will come through. So therefore, it's still not a closed system.
Well, yeah, definitely, it won't be closed then. It's closed in the temporal.
I think the gentleman wanted to finish talking about it. His the news cosmology. So I don't know if he wanted to finish.
I want to add, but also connecting with what you were just saying with being open here. There's astrophysical data suggests space-time might be flat rather than curved, and thus that it goes on forever. And I think this goes on to what you were just saying with being open. If so, then the region we can see, which we call the universe, is just one patch in an infinitely large quilted multiverse. Meanwhile, a lot of quantum mechanics dictate
so the universe is flat,
number of possible particles.
That's what you hear.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Shut up. Oh, sorry. Shut up.
Well, just yeah, it's okay. He's been cool. He's got his opinions. He seems chill. I mean, sorry to interrupt. Finish your point, man. There's astrological data that explains that curvature of space-time isn't curved, and the entire mechanism that is invoked by relativity has been refuted, and therefore we're in a multi-dimensional universe. Is that correct?
Well, just that it's, there's different theories on, the universe. And also when we look at the cosmic microwave background radiation, there it becomes interesting, because up until recently, everyone agreed that it was flat, the entire universe. But now, in new ways of looking at it, suddenly some are saying, hey, it might be curved. And here's actually just a last text from another text from Walter Russell, a guy who was kind of, channeling, in deep trance state, all kinds of stuff. He wrote down many books and cosmologies. And what he writes is that there's no part of this physical universe that is without curvature. He talks about the cathode and the anode and the poles, and he's got the whole cosmology kind of... It's quite interesting what he says. And I think another point to look at is the Bhu Mandala, which is the Vedic universe. So, in the Hindu system, they had some super advanced, beings, our ancestors, that had gotten experience, a view of the bigger picture, and they wrote it all down. And they're actually also the Earth that we know is just a very small part of a much bigger landscape. And the Bhu Mandala, it's called, and there you will find exactly, and you can actually see, it's kind of like the atomic model. There's a top part and a lower part, and there are rings that are built like concentric rings and it's a bigger kind of spherical system that, but it does have, you know, a flat plane part to it, and it's kind of like a standing wave. When we look at water vibration and we get it vibrating with sound, we can actually see how it behaves. And I was working with a guy in Hong Kong, and he was creating soap bubble cymatics. And when you get a soap bubble to vibrate with sound, you'll suddenly see even more interesting patterns there. And on a few of the frequencies, you'll, for example, see at the top northern pole kind of, you know, geometrical shapes taking form, and you'll see at other times, depending on the frequency, like square cells taking place on the surface of the bubble. And I think that, and there's another guy that I work with, Mark Jennis, he's on Instagram as well, you can find him, and he is all about relating the Earth to the scientific model of vibration, to the Higgs model. And he says at the North Pole, you can find the underwater, the Lomonosov Ridge, and there's a needle kind of extending underwater, very thin, going up like a crystal vibrating, and around it, and there's actually water. The water is actually curving down towards the North Pole. So it actually is, there's a small curved part, and then it becomes flat, but it actually, there's some curvature of the water at the North Pole and a needle below it. And he compares it to the Higgs model, which is, you know, just a quantum atomic model where it's also vibration and, you know, kind of like a cell resonating. And when we can, you know, make that relationship between Earth as a bigger system and the quantum atomic model, and we can see the relationship to it, it may help us understand it even better as well.
Interesting, bro. So this is Lawrence Krauss, pretty infamous physicist.
Yeah.
So we won a Nobel Prize in physics.
Yeah, and what I was quoting as well, Lawrence Krauss, yeah, and he was talking about the CMB data, and that it's and that would point to the Earth being actually at the center.
Right, yeah. So I just dropped a quote where he talks about it.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, right? So in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. See, the Earth is within a plane, and you can say there's a celestial sphere if that floats your boat. There's a toroid. And it's just been known about for a long time, right? So when they say they went to the moon, which they clearly didn't, and then they now say they can't go back because of the radiation belts, they're just talking about electromagnetic energy within the toroid. It's impenetrable. So you see, if the Earth is stationary, that changes everything. And the shape has got to go. It's been debunked. So, to be honest, a stationary sphere doesn't even make sense. So, doesn't make any sense. Matter would never reside that way.
You know, there's the Georgia Guidestones are interesting because it's a very simple geometric structure. It has a hole drilled for the celestial pole, you know, near the Big Dipper, that is kind of, you know, fixed, and that all our ancient, you know, ancestors were kind of, you know, fixed upon. And there's a lot of
Polaris.
Yeah, but
Polaris,
that's and they're called Dhruva Loka in the Indian cosmology, and so they have the moon cycle, the metatonic moon cycle, which is like a 19-year moon cycle that is embedded in many of our calendars that we didn't get as a mainstream. You know, we have a kind of dumbed down calendar and language system, and but the Georgia Guidestones have, like, you know, like 3 different astronomical features, and one of them is the seeing the celestial pole, which is fixed.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
actually went there and took a time lapse of Polaris through the whole.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'd
and
like
it's
to do that.
it's a clock calendar, and yeah, I'll get the picture.
Yeah. And
Which would only work if the Earth's not moving. You would have spent like $1 million on some stones that would only temporarily be valuable if the Earth was moving. Yeah. Also, you have to acknowledge that everything's electric. There's a substantive background medium. It's the only way that you could explain any motion of bodies. Any motion of bodies in the sky can only be explained in quote-unquote bodies. Oh, I don't know what they are. But there's a substantive field of energy. It is the only viable option. Nikola Tesla would tell you that as well. A long time ago. In fact, he would say, any attempt to explain the movement of the heavenly bodies without the acknowledgement of a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. But I'm not saying this because Tesla said it. I'm saying it because it's just, physically an axiom. Physical axiom.
Did Tesla ever hint that he knew the Earth was flat? Or I know he had some kind of essay where he said eight I don't know what it was, 8 scientific questions which are answered incorrectly, something like that. I was just wondering.
Okay, so he tried to actually build a tower on a globe, diagram it, and he found out that didn't work. He also had another quote. I mean, I read as much as I could find back in the day. I was everything I could find, but that's only so much, But anyway, he said when he was younger that we know the Earth's, or that he alludes to the fact, the quote unquote fact, the alleged fact that the Earth was proven to be a globe by the discovery of the Americas with Christopher Columbus.
Oh, he said that.
Yeah, he just briefly alluded to it. Yeah, and so what is funny about it is we all know that entire story is a lie. It's just misinformation and dumb, and in no way proves a globe.
Yeah, definitely.
But it shows that even the brightest, arguably one of the brightest people in the last century, could get propagandized and brainwashed in school.
Oh yeah, yeah. It has nothing to do necessarily with IQ or whatever. Very smart people are taken in by the fraud, this hoax. But
yeah, you're young when you're told these stories, but. I think the point that's interesting is that when he would try to make a tower to energize the world, that was literally what he was trying to do. He did not rock with the globe diagrams very long. And so it's interesting, right? I mean, for him to actually make all of his steps, his innovative steps, required him to discount any presupposition of curvature of Earth.
So you're saying through his experiments, he must have at least implicitly realized that accounting for curvature would just lead to dead ends.
Yeah, and then basically it's possible that he just breezed through it on some whatever, treat it like it's flat. He was just trying to prove something. But what's really interesting is he was working on what's called the dynamic theory of gravity. He said it would definitively put it into the insanity that is relativity.
Pretty important.
And it never came out, man. And he gave his final speech 81. And when he was 81, he was talking about how he was about to bring out the dynamic theory of gravity, and it's already ready, but he just wanted it to be so perfect and indisputable and irrefutable. He was obsessing over he was obsessing over his perfection, basically. And yeah, man, then he was, he died in a suit in his bed, arms across his chest. Supposedly 3 days after, a couple dudes in black suits visited his hotel that he was actually secretly engineering and having built to be the tower that would supply energy, which is definitely some gravy to look into. You can show that he had literally he picked the hotel based on its height. There was a sweet spot basically for his tower. And then it had the parallel shafts on the outside. So anyway, long story short, I can only imagine what all is in the 2/3 of the info of his writings that the government took. We'll never know.
What was it Trump's uncle like got like the what was all that? Like he got the papers that they confiscated from Tesla's apartment.
Yeah, it was actually his uncle worked for the FBI, and he's the one that went in to grab it. Yeah, one of the people that went to grab or seize his writings. Specifically, like he had chests of information, like big chests.
Yeah, he had a. Yeah, he like you said, he had some kinds of theory of. I mean, I'm not super familiar, but like vibrations. I mean, he thought there was some way to get infinite energy through like resonance frequency, something like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, and he said everything comes down to energy, vibration, and frequency. But what is the difference? Those are just like ice, water, and steam. Like those are the same thing. It's just all water, different versions of. And I guarantee you he would tell you the same thing, of course. But the reason that's important is because, like, what's the difference in matter and vibration? And, like, is anything ever actually at rest? If
That's
it has
right.
a resting resonance, then it's never technically at rest. It's like the player that's trying to go in on fourth down, waiting for the coach to put him in. He's on the sideline kind of warming up, but he's just, like, moving, like stepping back and forth a little bit, just kind of getting loose. Always ready to amplify energy. No such thing as being at rest, and everything is vibration and matter is nothing more than a lower frequency that has like this substantive residue that we call matter. Allegedly. Now, this is this kind of stuff that we should be exploring in quote unquote science, but and then a Glober would say, "Go get your Nobel Prize." It's like, no, this isn't like I'm some genius. This is just provable. Like it's provable that you can disintegrate molecules with frequency. So what's that? What's that do? What's up with that? Okay. So then what is weight? And I can manipulate weight with charge. Well, what is charge and vibration? What's the difference? Can you have one without the other? You see how we've just been tricked with the misdefining of terms. It's really crazy. And how to say charge, it's like you can't say, it's like pointing, like if you point in the freezer, you say, look at that ice. That's not water. It's like, what? Super weird. It is water, right? It's just frozen water. It's just a different state of water. So anyway, there's my rant. Everything is a different state of vibration. Oscillation, frequency is nothing more than the rate of. Everything boils down to vibration.
Yeah, I mean, so like matter, physical matter is literally just how we perceive something vibrating, right?
Oh yeah, effectively.
Some kind of particle, some waveform.
It has a tangible effect too, right?
Well, sure.
Yeah, but it's like interesting. That's interesting that there's a tangible vibration spectrum. It's mind blowing. I would never expect to fully understand that until like the creator showed me or something, That's very mind blowing. But there's no other way. So if I can disintegrate molecules with frequencies, then the inverse should be true, yeah? I mean,
guess so.
That seems to be the only viable way, is my point though. Like it's like I get that I've never made matter pop out of thin air. And I do think you can. I literally think you can. And give me a few million and maybe I can try to figure something out. But, I don't have to. It's like, if you only have two options. And so you can say, oh, well, yeah, you can disintegrate matter with vibration. But you cannot create matter with vibration. Well, that doesn't make sense because the matter has vibration, and if you manipulate vibration and then make it no longer material, then you manipulated the intrinsic vibrational nature of the matter. All you did was manipulate the independent variable of vibration. Therefore, vibration itself as the IV would result in the effect of matter intrinsically inversely. So it's like, I hope I said that well, but
it makes sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Let's hear it.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I mean, so do you think
you're not disintegrating matter, you're disrupting the intermolecular bonds. No matter is being destroyed. I'd like you to see you produce something from nothing.
But what if the nothing is just something on a different frequency we can't perceive? As
Fuck that
physical
frequency. He said that he can disintegrate matter. Matter, you can't disintegrate matter. What define disintegrate?
Dissipate from the material world.
No, you can't. You're not destroying or disintegrating anything. You're just, like I said, you're disrupting the intermolecular bonds. You're not destroying anything.
Yeah, but what if you could like disrupt those wave particles?
So hold up a second, Sleepy Joe.
All right.
Then you said if you could disintegrate matter, then you can create matter from. You're going to have to. Yes, you do have to show that. It's your first point. Yeah, you're going to have to show that.
I can't show it, man. I already said I can't. Show
Yeah, you can't. Your premise.
My argument is not that I can show it, man. My argument is like, can anyone offer something else? Like, if
No. It's not our job to offer an alternative for horseshit.
Oh, it's just everything is vibration, bro. I'm saying like
No,
that's just
everything isn't vibrate. If you describe everything, then you've described nothing.
okay. Well, all matter has the molecules themselves have like a vibrational quality. So
Oh,
it's like
that's-
how do you separate matter from vibration?
Well, yeah, they do. I'm not. That wasn't your claim. I'm concentrating on the disintegrating part.
Yeah, it's
Which
a
led-
crazy speculation, Kiwi. Okay,
Yeah.
it's crazy conversation. It's a very deep conversation. I'm just saying my opinion is that there's no other viable alternative. As mind blowing as that sounds, I just can't see how else it would work. I'm actually interested in alternatives, but I mean,
I just had an issue with your premise, which led to your conclusion. Your premise was we can disintegrate, i.e., destroy matter. Therefore, why can't we create matter from nothing?
Yeah.
Who are you? So your premise was faulty to begin with. I just showed that. That led to your conclusion being a train wreck.
And by the way, it's not that why can't we do it? It's that it can be done. Like, and it's not from nothing because there's no such thing, and so it's from whatever the background medium is. But the creator obviously made matter as we perceive it. So it's like there is obviously a mechanism that exists built into the design of existence, if you will, that
mechanism.
allows for it. Oh, of course,
His mechanism. You'll never show it naturally. That's violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Please show the obituary for the first law.
All right, man. Are you gonna come to the funeral?
Yeah, I will. I'd be shocked. I can't wait to see this one.
Oh man, as long as you admit you were wrong.
Who are you, Lawrence Krauss?
How dare you?
Oh, yeah, I figured that would send you over to you.
Yeah, no low blows. Come on.
No, what?
Kiwi, I have a question.
Low blows.
Low blows are you? Yeah, I guess that is pretty low.
Hey, Kiwi, I have a question. We had
I
about
might
an
have
hour
an
and a half
answer.
discussion earlier today with a guy who was trying to claim physical knowledge of a light in the sky. Is it appropriate to cut him off at that point with spectroscopy or any other method, but being that it's a light in the sky?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, didn't you just hear the discussion that went on for a while there?
I don't know. It's here like for half the day just about dealing with this one guy, but for a long time he was claiming actual
No,
knowledge
hold on.
based on light in the
Did
sky.
you hear the discussion I just had? I think it was over an hour, and exposed the
Unless I
numpty
missed it,
dipshit with spectrochocoloscopy. Did you hear that?
Yeah. No, I missed it. I'm sorry. I went out.
Oh, okay.
Talking about Jimmy?
Yeah. The thing that happened today, that big event. And I really tried to cut it off at the point of knowledge based on something they're seeing and tried to explain the difference between an apparent thing versus a physical thing. Or anyway, and that was all.
But
yeah,
the only way
we
they
went
can
out with that. Go ahead.
The only way they can try to do that is with spectroscopy, but I already showed that spectroscopy, one, they're hijacking the term spectroscopy, a legitimate measurement discipline, and then using it in their fairy tale cosmology, which it doesn't transfer, is what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
can't.
he was claiming physical qualities from what he was using the tool for, which I say that's impossible. claim physical knowledge. Would that be a fair statement or a fair way to put it?
What the heck is
Well,
physical
he
knowledge?
claimed that the color he was getting had a specific
color,
a way to call. Yeah, it was a red shift or a blue shift. So he said that because of the something to do with the hydrogen, which I had a problem with hydrogen coalescing in the vacuum, and there was a lot of problems with it. I mean, it just seemed basic. He ended up admitting that it was basically a smudge in the sky.
Oh, well, there you go.
Right. All right. Well, I just wanted to help because be able to cut it off whether or not there could be a claim of physicality, some physical knowledge of a smudge in the sky. Basically, I say no.
We'll just go.
It's not tangible. It's apparent. It's by definition.
Just go review. Yeah, I didn't get into all that shit. Just go review the. I did it. You know, it's about time for another spectroscopy presentation, I think.
Okay, it is in your lineup, and I do go through your channel a lot. You've helped me immensely. All right, thanks for the attention. That was the biggest difficulty today.
No,
Here.
It's time to do another one, right? I'm going to do gravity tomorrow for the next couple sessions on QE Live. We're going to go over science and ball busters on Saturday. I'd suggest y'all to show up. Just a suggestion.
I'll be there.
Only if you admit that I can create matter with vibration.
No, admit that.
I'll show up for that presentation, bro.
All right, Larry.
Okay, let's see what else I can press the envelope on.
Look at Lord Krause. What a numpty dipshit.
Okay, so if I weigh something on a scale, okay.
What's weight?
That's what I'm about to ask you. So if I like introduce electrostatics to whatever I'm weighing on the scale, and I can make it yep, and then I like with the it's a Van de Graaff generator. So this is
Fuck that Van de Graaff generator. I already gave you the fucking cheat code for electrostatics a long time ago.
That's true, and that does also make the same point. But this is the question I've been asking Glovers. It's like if I introduce electrostatics and then I make whatever we're weighing on the scale floats, how much does it weigh?
Yeah, you'd have to define weight first.
No, that's what I'm making them do. I'm taking away their bullshit definition of weight.
Yeah. They're gonna give it to you.
Yeah. Well, they go down fighting to the death. That's their god.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They're not going to give it to you. Most don't know what the fuck it is anyway. You'd get 5%, maybe 3% that might know what it is in their know what it is in their paradigm. 3%. Yeah.
And maybe,
too funny.
But like it's funny because they just kind of short circuit with that question, right? Like, it just kind of proves. So like what you're saying is I can manipulate electrostatics and I can manipulate something's weight. Well, let's talk about gravity. Well, what is that? Comes from gravitas. That's what that word is. Oh, that means weight. What a coincidence. Look where we found ourselves. So it's like, just go ahead and throw everything you've ever experienced on the earth. Go ahead and trash that as a gravity argument. You do not possess such a thing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty lethal blow, man. I mean,
we're talking
about just rip gravity from them anyway. But
we're going to rip it tomorrow, man. Again, well, 10,000th time, but yeah, I'm going to do it again tomorrow at 1 p.m. U.S. Central.
Huey, for example, with any downward bias of gas, that would be the definition of reorganization, right?
Downward bias of gas, man.
Yeah, but just the claim itself without the vacuum, for example.
No, there is no
just
downward bias.
That alone. Yeah, that's what I mean. It would be a violation of the tendency to expand in all directions. It would be a reorganization. Yeah. All right.
It would violate the second law and Brownian motion.
Exactly. Yeah. I was about to say.
So I got the question I know you want to answer. Huey, I know you want to answer this question. Why do we have a pressure gradient?
Why do we have? Oh my God. Well, that's from like 6 years. I would. Oh my goodness gracious, man.
Well, obviously, okay. Well, we have pressure. The only way you can have pressure is to have a container.
Yep.
And we have a gradient of pressure.
Yep.
Of course, again, the only way to have a gradient of pressure is to have a container.
Yep.
But it's like, so if I take a container and I put gas in it, if I keep a little hose in the bottom of this chamber and I keep putting gas in it, there's going to be a gradient. There's going to be a higher concentration at the bottom of the container. Well, that's convenient because we constantly have gas being introduced at the bottom of the container.
Exactly.
Fact, gas comes from underneath the surface as well. So
exactly.
So I mean, it couldn't exist any other way.
Yeah, that's pretty. It's just I don't know. So I think one of them said it one time back 6 years ago, and then they all caught on to it. What about the rest of gradient? They still do it. It's nonsensical.
This is the next part I say to them. So then I say, in addition to that, you don't need anything in addition to that. Okay, I'm not disputing that, but I'm just saying it's a game to me. It's like to find the question that makes them short circuit. It's pretty fun. It's pretty funny. So then I say, okay, in addition to that, we have an electric gradient on the Earth that's measurable. It goes up 100 volts per meter.
Yep.
They hate it, bro. Just me saying that makes them shut down. It's not even a question. It's just like a statement.
Runtime error.
They're so scared of that statement, bro.
You want to get your popcorn statement? Ask him what a fucking triangle is. You're like 10 leagues ahead of them. Yeah, just ask them to define a circle or a triangle, then get your fucking popcorn out.
I think it's funny though, because if I ever come across a professor, I'm gonna add like in person, which I'm gonna make sure that happens more than once, you know. But like, I'm gonna ask them these questions. I just think it's gonna be super funny. I mean, because I put myself in that, like, in the other person's shoes. There's just legitimately nothing that you can really say. I mean, what you can say, if you're being honest, is like, if you're a Globe Zealot, like religious leader or a professor of astrophysics or something, like what you would have to say is, oh yeah, that's true, but gravity's also there. I just can't prove it, basically. You know, like you still have to acknowledge everything I'm saying, so it's pretty hilarious. Well, all right, well, I'm gonna go physically use mine to make this Corona motor start spinning around. So, can you prove yours, please?
The Corona motor. That's a good one.
That little electrostatic like motor, and you put a string on it up in the air, and it'll start spinning. And the higher the string, the faster it'll spin. You know, because there's
is that a Corona motor?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Yeah.
That's creepy.
So I know, crazy. And so, but electromagnetism, Corona, you know, like kind of there's some area that maybe I guess you could connect, because like a Corona is like an electric connotation as well.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, like the Corona of the field.
Oh, the sun's Corona.
Yeah, effectively.
Is it related to my Sharona?
Yes.
It has to be.
So it's like that means there's a downward current on the Earth, like an electric downward current, which no duh, right? Because we have the equipotential lines going up, and so there's more positive energy the higher you go up, and there's negative energy on the surface, and so the positive goes to the negative. And it's like, it's not very strong, you know, like you're not going to run the neighborhood off the Corona motor with a string, you know what I'm saying? But it's just objectively there is the point. And it's so much stronger than anything they can ever even claim to try to come show you gravity. So it's like, it makes them break down.
The gravity argument really embarrasses them. You could go in any number of directions, as you already know, but it's a belly laugher.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like they have to stay within the script of the religious dogma.
No, they're not going to stay. They'll start to make shit up because they're the left-wing fuckwit faction that I call them. They're anti-flat earthers. They don't even parrot their wiki fucking pseudoscience priest correctly.
Yeah, for sure.
They'll just you as you already know, they'll just make shit up right on the spot.
Dude, you can't even say a sentence without them disagreeing. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
Effectively, if they know you're a flat earther, like for example, you get brought up all the time. It's like they just dude, the infatuation with you is very fascinating to me. It's like, and I'm so confused. Like if I ever hear them bring up other flat earthers, it really is a wild thing. And we were talking about Experiment earlier, and he just couldn't help but impulsively bring you up. And like, oh, you're just parroting QE. But that's their phrase they love to say, but they always bring you up. And it's like, dude, are you guys actually that insane that you can't even fathom thinking for yourself? Like they can't even think of that. They're like, wait, there's the only option is that you're thinking for yourself. So there's no way that's the case. People don't do that.
They don't have like agency. Like they don't have a sense of self the way that we do. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy.
These NPCs, like they think as a collective.
Yep. I'll say even some flat earthers in a way are guilty of that, but it's just nothing. It's nothing like that. Like it's just so next level.
I think just if you can realize the Earth is flat, you've like passed a certain level of consciousness. So it's not quite the same, but yeah. I mean, I know what you mean.
I agree 100%. It's not even close to the same. But it still happens. It's like this electrostatic conversation makes people nervous. I'm like, oh man, don't make this weird, bro.
Oh, when you exposed that idiot, he was like what do he call himself? An EM engineer? I can't remember.
Electromagnetism engineer. You gotta be more specific.
Yeah, something I can't remember. I can't remember his name. However, you were running circles around him. I think it was on Jem's channel. It was a while ago, but it was freaking hilarious. Oh, what's that dude's name? Because I rubbed it into him too. I said, "So you got your ass handed to you?" And he said, "By who?" And I said, "Well, what's it? You EM engineer, you." You didn't even know that fucking electrostatics is part of intermolecular bonds. You're a fucking clown. What's his name? I can see his face.
Dude, you're just saying like you're just pointing to a basket right now and asking me to point out the grains of sand, bro. I don't know.
You compromised him quick because you posted the citation after he clobbered himself. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and then they'll act like it didn't happen. Like, dude, it'll be like that guy earlier. Well, he just left, so he's a little better. Like he couldn't face the embarrassment or like admit he was wrong, but he just left. He can just sit there and act like it didn't happen, though. You know?
I'd call it the respawn, like just respawn like video game or something.
Yeah, that's
this one guy. The one guy had the Mentos. QE's old enough to remember the Mentos commercial. Like every bad situation is made fun with Mentos. So hand out packs of Mentos when they come.
Dude, they're playing Globe or Halo. For real, they just respond back into the conversation like they didn't just get intellectually eviscerated seconds beforehand. It's insane.
Yeah,
it's almost admirable. It's almost impressive. But no, like I'm just saying, like some of these conversations even make flat earthers like uncomfortable, and it's like, bro, come on, man. Like, we live in a crazy world. We've all discovered that they lied to us about the world itself. You know what I mean? Like, there's no, like, we don't know what's going on, man. We're trying to piece together what we do know. Like, we're trying to figure out what can we actually know. Well, let's all just not make it weird. Like, it would be shitty if we didn't figure anything else out. You know what I'm saying? It's like Flat Earth has probably grown in significant ways in like the 7 years it's kind of really popped up on the internet like that. It's like it wouldn't be ideal for me to be like, oh, this is where we are. We've pretty much sewn up every area that's very like tangibly provable. But I mean, I think that's arrogance to think that we figured it all out, and we shouldn't just like put ourselves back in that same type of confinement. Because, dude, I'd I would never leave flat Earth. That's not even a thing. But like, dude, I will buck, bro. If someone tries to start like confining me intellectually, I'll burn it to the ground, bro. Like, I'm not a part of it, dude. I'm never gonna be a part of it. It's the death of knowledge.
When you say things like destroy, you got to be able to remember there's rules that we work within. And one thing about destroying something is that can't happen. Or create from nothing, which is, I mean, it's a law we quantify, and it actually happened in creation, which is it's a really humbling thing for me. But I'll get off that.
Oh, well, I just say, well, when I was talking about earlier when Q interjected, like, that's a crazy combo, man. That's like a stream on my channel type of combo. Like, I don't know the answers to those things, man, but like, it is interesting.
The answer's in nature, in the sense that nothing is shown evidence to destroy. Or the first law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, for sure. But then that begs the question: where does it go when it's no longer perceivable or detectable? So if it's not destroyed, then where is it? It certainly is not in nowhere.
What are you talking about? The breakdown of composition of a material based on breaking the bonds molecularly?
Yeah,
well, there would still be the individual. Yeah, there would still be. I'm not going to say there'd be a body material, but it would convert to something that would add up back to what it was, because that's what it would do.
What if you were able to make the
If you were to add up to prior to it happening and after it happening, and you had a way to quantify the entire measure, everything would be accounted for, is what I'm trying to say.
What if you were able to make the molecule itself no longer be detectable?
I don't know what happens. I can't imagine that.
Yeah, it's crazy. But
change form, yes, but
right,
eliminate
I think that's all all anything can do is change form.
Okay,
I don't think there's any such thing as nothing.
Well, then the word destroy or that sort of thing utterly might be, or the idea that it's implied utterly. But yeah, break it apart entirely. Let's say with vibration. I had heard something about a building in New York, and the metal via the vibration was turned liquidy, and that was something to do with that. But that's something I just heard about. I never saw it.
Yeah, well, that's a well-known thing. Like, you can do sonic welding, so you can use frequencies to merge metal.
Well, almost all plastic wrap and then plastic seals on containers. That's all done with sonics. Yeah. I'm a tool maker, so I build that stuff all the time.
You can do it with metal. Like, you can, that's insane, dude. That's insane. Sonic welding. So it's like, I just don't want us to limit ourselves. I don't think I can answer the questions. There's a realm of vibration that we do not perceive. But it doesn't not exist. It's the height of ignorance to suggest it doesn't exist. So it's like, that's all I'm really saying about, like, when I bring up these quote unquote controversial subjects. Like, no, man, I'm just talking about logical axioms. And it's like, come on, man. If you're going to tell me that nothing exists, you just said a contradictory statement.
Well, yeah, like dark matter or something like that would be unquantifiable by the definition itself. So yeah, there would be no way to validate.
Yeah, but actuality is not dependent upon quantification anyway, right? Like, quantifying something is just a attempt to describe. Like, if I can't quantify, like, can you quantify the immaterial?
That's self-evident, something in the word or whatever.
Of course, you can't quantify
that. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say.
You can't quantify the immaterial, or like an attempt to quantify the material is just. I mean, it's a cool story, bro, and it is in fact even useful because it denotes certain areas, like locations. So, like, when you look at phenomena and you use math to describe it, and it's reoccurring phenomena, and then you quantify it, like, the quantification method is valuable for replication purposes and stuff like that. And I'm not anti-math. I think there's a beautiful thing about math, and that's why I used to be good at it, I guess. It's like I was excited about it, so I'd be like, oh, how fast can I put this together without writing a bunch of steps down? But like overall, it's just a description. It's not anything other than that. And I think that we maybe we're quantifying things that we actually can't actually isolate materially. And
if it doesn't have physicality, or if it's just optical, I've really decided in myself there's no way to quantify a visual effect that you can't in any way affect.
Yeah, math
like
math
this guitar pick in my hand, I can quantify its size. There's certain things I can verify that about it. But a color at a distance, there's no say the black swan without the known distances would be a useless image as well. Like and it wouldn't be verifiably tangible in what it would represent, say, in the sky. There's no way to verify any of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I guess I don't want flat earthers to get duped into trying to explain things within the confinement of the assumption that nothing exists, and that beyond the material world is nothing.
Yes.
Almost every flat earther is logical enough to know that that's not even viable at all, because
some are
saying nothing exists is an oxymoron.
Yes, some people here are I don't know, they misinterpret. They just think it's like pure materialism. So like if you believe in flat earth, you just believe that everything is physical reality, and like math is just this totally made up construct. But yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's just not viable.
Well, say geometrically, I use math every day, and I use Sokotor regularly. I make parts that are precision, and as a matter of fact, the fact that engineering and precision cannot translate to, like, say, perfect numbers, so being that math is abstract. Things like there's no such thing as a perfect circle, and that's a fact even in manufacturing, because pi isn't real. I think. Anyway, to go on would be, to have math, it does have function, but I have a part I'm working with. If I look at, say, a picture of a car and a car at a distance and say a picture, and then some of them were zoomed in and out, and I repeated that, there'd be no way to verify if it was the closer picture, if it was the actual car in the picture, or any of that. So there'd be no way to quantify any kind of a dimension into anything that would resemble reality. So I deal with the reality of geometry all day. And I know how stupid it is to say I'm going to look at a part from across the shop and measure it and quantify anything about it.
Exactly. Quantification is limited to perception, for sure. But it's like,
well, I hold a physical object, and then I can give it planes of existence. I can give it can be it can have reference points. Without physical, I can't do that unless I'm holding the part or have a reference, like, say, an optical comparator with an outline that part needs to fall within of that outline, which can be like 50 times zoom. It can be a really good tool for measuring precision, but if there wasn't the outline, I would have nothing to reference the shadow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I guess to drive this point home, so because people maybe don't want me to keep talking about it, but it's like I think that math is effectively the kryptonite of mankind, and what I mean by that is, like, geometric visualization is much more intuitive, but the reason that it's effectively kryptonite, because we've both just agreed on like the value of math, I think everyone would, is because we've now attempted to quantify the immaterial. And dude, it's just the height of man's ignorance, bro. Like, that doesn't make sense. It's like, you can do it, you can try to do it, but you're gonna keep having problems. Welcome to quantum theory. You're gonna always have problems because you're imposing a materialistic need to quantify. And so it's kind of like this stupid construct. Like if you were the creator or whatever you want to say, if you're outside of this place, like this stupid little primitive construct of counting, like, marbles, like that humans have come up with. They think they're so smart that it's like nothing can be correct unless it comports to their little marble counting. And so when you arrogantly extend it over into the immaterial, you're just running around with your head cut off. And this is an important point I'm making. It's like you can't quantify the immaterial, and that doesn't mean the immaterial is not there. It is objectively there, and that's like the biggest lie, bro. Because that shows the creator on more of an intimate level. Like, it makes you feel it. It makes you realize that you can literally feel it. You're swimming in it. It's all encompassing. It's the lie. The lie. There's a blanket of energy, and no one knows it's there. Even though they do know it's there, they've experienced it their whole life. They have dreams and intuition and telepathic type moments. They have all these crazy experiences they cannot explain. They have spiritual experiences with the creator, but they somehow have been duped into thinking that it's not there. It's very crazy phenomenon. I think it's the lie.
They have this hubris that they think that just human logic and deduction is like the ultimate standard of reality, right? And like, I mean, they're basically just higher level materialists. So they think like what you said, like intuition, like spirituality, all these like consciousness. They think that like this is kind of just an illusion or just some kind of like artifact that we made up just from our like mechanical brains. So they can't admit that there's this extra dimension outside of just like logical deduction.
All right, the reason they're oblivious to the arrogance of it is it's sold as humility. Like the universe lie, like the solar system universe lie. It's sold as humility. Like, it would be arrogant for us to think we're the only life in this vast, huge place, and we're this insignificant thing here. We should humble ourselves and realize that we're not. Blah blah blah. It's actually arrogance, though, right? It's like
exactly.
It works because the arrogance is sold as humility. It's very intriguing.
Yeah, what
fighters
like
shouldn't stop, man. They should not stop it. If you find out about the Earth and then you get shadow banned and you just kind of stop expanding thought and inquisitive pursuit of knowledge, they still won.
this shows their word game. So you know this Hubble quote, right? You brought it up. Like this abhor the uniqueness of our position, something like that.
Uh-huh.
So what did he say? He said like basically he's saying that we have to be humble. We cannot like hold ourselves to be special somehow.
Yeah, pretty much.
But in fact, I mean, in practice, they are holding themselves as special. They're holding themselves as like godlike beings who decide reality, right?
Yeah, and they hold
Man
themselves
is
as
the
like the
ultimate measure.
arbiter of the arbiter
Exactly.
of truth. It's very arrogant. It's hilarious.
That's their like inversion. It's like they'll say one thing and they mean the exact opposite.
Exactly. And he actually says like I don't know if someone's trying to talk.
Yeah, what's going on? Hot mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of you guys in the vacuum have hot mic.
Lumpy. Mods.
Yeah, I got it.
Mods.
All right. So I'll stop my little rant. You guys get my point, though. Like, dude, there's something all around you. And I think that is the lie. There's a field of energy that extends all the way up into the amazing, miraculous cycle that you see that is the sky. And everything that you experience is special. It's literally beyond finite comprehension. And we are encompassed in the field of energy. It's because there's literally no other viable option. It's not like you can debate me about it. You can say that's a false binary and then offer a third option. If you don't do that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say about what I'm saying. You know, and I'm saying this not as some like arrogant, I'm right, you lose. I'm saying this because I want to help. Like, I don't want flat earthers to become stagnant.
Yes.
Like, that's terrible.
No, that I totally agree. I think there is a tendency that, we say we're open-minded, but like we kind of tend toward kind of an orthodoxy. Like we don't, I mean, I've certainly like tried to ask questions here, and then people will kind of just like, I mean, I wouldn't say shut down, but they would definitely, oh no, we can't like stray from like what's already known,
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. We shouldn't just be like stagnant. We should, we should keep pushing our knowledge and, asking ourselves questions.
Yeah. I mean, dude, we look up and we see this crazy motion in the sky. Well, we know we're not moving, and the sky has movement. So what's the causal mechanism of the movement? Now, do you have to know that answer? No. But dude, do you think it was put in front of you in such a way that if you get out away from the city, it's like you're literally speechless? Like, maybe that's the problem. Enough people haven't, like, I grew up in the South, so it was just a thing, but it has never been to where you see the stars so clear, you can't even fathom that there are many of them. Like, there's so many of them that it's like, what is going on? It's so insane. No. It's clearly designed to put you in awe. And that's a beautiful thing, man. That's like a beautiful thing.
If you live in the city, you never see any of that. You just see like maybe one puny light or something. I mean, first of all is the light pollution, but then they also have all this like shit they put in the air, like the chemtrails and stuff. So yeah, you gotta go in the country, and then you'll see. I mean, you'll see the majesty of like of creation.
And yeah, if you've never done it, you have to do it. It's like if you've never done it, it'll like change your life in a way. It's like really insane. And like if I ever need to be grounded, that's always like the perfect remedy.
It's and like you said, it's there for us to see. I mean, it's not, why are we here? We're here to observe the creation. We're here, it's not just random like gas, like they're saying, right? Like, so maybe it's not our place to know, but it's our place to, strive to know, kind of.
And right, and so like then my point is, so we see this happen, and like to see this movement in the sky of these stars, and the stars are just so beyond our comprehension. It's insane, and only arrogant people would ever claim. That's why the lie is so freaking bad. It's like they got everyone thinking that they know every little detail about the sky. It's so backwards. But
they're trying to be God.
Yeah, but we can address a fundamental thing. There's motion in the sky. Therefore, there is something causing motion. Like, this isn't like an unfounded claim. This is just like the only logical progression that exists. Therefore, there's a field of energy in the sky. I don't see how. What's the other option, man?
The other option is just that whatever, ignore reality, and their reality is whatever the scientific authorities say. So, because those scientific authorities have positioned themselves as God, basically.
Yeah, but even the flat earthers, like we've, and I understand why. I understand the tactical reason why we don't make claims about the sky. I understand it, but I'm saying we need to stop capitulating to like a strict script to get anti-flat earthers to admit they're wrong. We need to accept that some people have eyes to see, some people do not, and some people just do not yet, and that's not up to us. And our battle is to get the real information out there for everyone to see, and then we've won. And you let the chips fall where you may. And it's very arrogant to think you could ever do anything other than that. It's unrealistic.
I mean, you're right. I mean, I think we have these sort of like tried and true tactics just for like the entry level people, and then like to get rid of the trolls, to diffuse them. But yeah, we shouldn't just limit ourselves to that. We should actually try to expand our knowledge. The problem is it's much harder to do experiments with like the sky. I mean, right?
Yeah,
I
of
mean, we
course.
need more instruments. So
But this is what I'm saying though.
yeah,
Right? This is my point though. Like, so obviously with a globe Earth proponent, you cut to the chase. You can't prove any of that stuff you're saying about the sky. Okay, but I'm now addressing that we have all these antecedents. Now, like the antecedents that we understand, they're limited to our comprehension, of course, but everything is. And so to have something propagate, it requires a medium, because that's what all observable phenomena shows us ever. It's the
yeah,
same thing with
vacuums don't
gas
make any
pressure.
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same thing with
vacuums
gas
just don't make
pressure
any
is.
sense.
I don't have a piece of the container. That doesn't matter. There's a container on the Earth because it's just physical law. It's just a physical axiom. To propagate, have a medium. You have to have a medium. That's it. There's no other way around it. You can come up with whatever you want to, but it doesn't matter. You can deny it. It doesn't matter. If you extend that up, we see movement in the sky. Okay, we have a field of energy in the sky. You can deny it, bro. But it's like, I think flat Earth needs to be a little bit more bold, is what I'm saying. I think it's 2022. We've reached that point where we need to be more bold. That's how we're going to kind of glitch the matrix. We're like, really start
agree
to
with you.
state some of these antecedents that seem to be really bold claims, but you find out when you try to present any type of viable alternative, you can't come up with anything. So you're stuck with what the flat earthers are saying. We need to take that. And that's how we shift the tides, I think.
I think the tide's already shifted. I mean, I think we're winning. I mean, you can just see from the information perception. But I mean, just for our own sake, yeah, we need to push our knowledge. Yeah.
Well, like, okay, I think the tides have shifted sort of, but we're shadow banned. And so I went around the U.S. to test it, and almost everyone's heard of the idea of flat Earth, but almost no one's heard of what flat Earth really is. And so that's like the real world. The real world is almost everyone. Every person has heard flat Earth before.
But they won't tell you.
None of them know the real flat Earth position.
They won't tell you in person, so it's hard to gauge from the real world. But if you go on the internet, like a lot of people know, like a lot of people in the YouTube comments, a lot of people in various forums throughout. And at least from my experience, like some of the most prominent forums, like Flat Earth is basically, I mean, it's already won. It's already kind of accepted there. And there's just very clear shills trying to do damage control at this point. But yeah, I mean,
I used to ask people straight up. I mean, I guess it can be argued they may would lie, but I would just ask people, and I would have a mic a lot too as well. But I would just ask, like, have you ever heard that the Earth's actually flat? And people will say, "Oh, flat Earth, my cousin, my whatever." Like they've heard it somehow, and like that's most people. But most people have only heard it that way. Like their mom told them about their brother's girlfriend's opinion that the Earth's flat.
But think about it, dude. If they don't know who you are, and then you're asking them, they're going to be cautious. So, they might just say that, like, "Oh, I heard it from my buddy or something," and they're really just sort of, sublimating.
So.
Like, yeah, it could be that way, but it could, we don't. It's hard to gauge.
I hear what you're saying. Like maybe like uncomfortably to try to close the conversation off. Like, yeah, I've heard of it before. Whatever. Like, leave me alone. But from what I gathered, which we're so shadow banned that I felt like I needed to go into the world to kind of get a real litmus test. And obviously, it's not perfect for some reasons that you've brought up, and like just human nature in general. I'm trying to talk to people in public, and everyone cares about what everyone thinks, and the public's like the height of their fear. Like being not accepted in public.
It's blasphemy to say the Earth is flat in the current paradigm, right? You understand? It's like if you say it, it's like people will lynch you. Like basically, if you go out and you just say it, like people will literally just turn. So like these people, at least that's what normies think, right? Maybe it's not really going to happen. But
what's interesting, bro, is what I found out is like I tested this out too. I encourage other people to do it. So like I never say flat Earth. I just like start asking questions that challenge the narrative, and it works its way through. And then they'll bring it up. They will say,
that's
a better dude, it happens all the time. People you would never think they'll just say they don't believe it or they haven't looked into it or anything, but they're just like, like the flat Earth thing, or they'll say, oh, have you heard of? So what do you think of flat Earth? So what do you think of flat Earth? I've heard that so many times. So I guess my point is, and we know this, right? It's been pretty mainstream, like even like Logan Paul. So it's like everyone's heard of it. We have very famous people saying the words flat Earth. Like they made sure everyone heard of it. That was a reaction because they knew that we were like gaining traction. So they just went ahead and jumped out in front of the cart, and they're like, okay, everyone's heard of it now, and the way everyone's heard of it's this way. And so then it's like Kyrie Irving says the Earth's flat. So now Shaq's talking about the Earth's flat, but then says, "Oh, never mind, it's not flat," and goes back on it. Steph Curry challenges the moon landing, but then goes back on it. It's like now my dad that watches the NBA has thought about the moon landing being fake, and now thinks, "Oh, it's real." And someone that's younger would think it's fake until they really look into it, and they'll find out that it's real. It's like they went out there and preemptively, we need to understand who we're fighting, you know, like we need to step our game up. If we're just following a script and we're sitting around in a corner dormant and even intellectually dormant and we're not pursuing, like, you can't acknowledge there's a background medium. You can't acknowledge that everything's intrinsically electrostatic and we have a downward electric current on the earth. If you can't start to absorb these big things, that vibration and matter, what's the difference? Like, then they still kind of win. And a lot of these people that are like, intrigued by the idea, they're going to be handicapped by that. They're going to stop because flat earthers tap out a lot. That's just how they come across to them, you know.
Dude, that's what they want you to think. They want you to think that we're on the back foot. I mean, but the thing is that since they had to do these kinds of defensive tactics, right? They had to jump in front of the car. They had to preempt basically all these Zoomers. That shows they are on the back foot, right? It's like we need to realize that. Like we can't just like fault, you know, take what they're presenting as reality. So the fact is, they had to do something with the Zoomers to damage control. But you know, those Zoomers, they're still children, right? They're going to grow up. You know, real life's going to hit them hopefully one day, and many of them will get shocked into realizing a lot of things they were told was total nonsense, right? So, I mean, it's not like those people are lost. It's not because we did anything wrong. It's just because, okay, so they have a way to get to the Zoomers in some, you know, through like some YouTubers or something. And then these Zoomers don't quite have agency yet, right? So, but we've planted the seeds and then we need to wait for them to grow also. So I don't think we should just jump the gun and say what we're doing is not working. But I do agree that we should expand our knowledge for our own sake.
Yeah, like I think what we're doing is working great. I mean, we're doing the best we can, and it's spilling over. What's happening now, which means this is the only time we're really succeeding, in my opinion. Like, well, we succeeded when we were free, but since they've intervened and not let us have a fair chance, this is the first time I'm seeing it spill over. As in, I'm seeing the real representation of flat Earth, which means just the basic, very mainstream strawmans are addressed and done away with. I'm seeing that start to become mainstream. So now it's going to get interesting, bro, because when you say that it's a disk in space and they show you a picture of water falling off of it with a bunch of spheres around it, that's one thing. When they tell you that, it's like, no, everything in the sky moves over top of it. The Earth's contained. It's stationed. Like, you're like, okay, this makes more sense. And that they're very, like, deathly afraid of that, I think. They are mortally a fair chance.
They are mortally terrified. Okay, you have to see how they read between the lines. It is not just like the fact that like whatever they think we're like a mild inconvenience. Like the fact that they're just freaking out, like doing all this damage control, like they are really terrified that, you know, this could really like, you know, crack the entire matrix if they don't do something. So that's kind of like why they're kind of overreacting now. And whether that's, you know, really in their best strategy or their best interest or not remains to be seen. You know, these people aren't perfect. You know, they're not God. They think they are, but they're not. I mean, they're just as human as us. Maybe even less human. So, yeah, I mean, don't fall for the demoralization. I mean, I think, you know, it's sometimes simplicity is the best way to go, right?
Yeah, like I think that we're winning, bro. Like I definitely think we're winning, but it's just we have to finish the fight, and I think it's somewhat relevant that people don't be so at least come across so
Makes sense.
dogmatic because like it
Yes.
just aids cognitus, you know. It's like whenever you're like, oh, you see, even my loved ones did this to me. So when I told them, they started spamming me with questions. And like I would answer all their questions. I know way more about every subject they're bringing up than they do. Like they don't know anything about the stuff they're asking me. I'm just like bow, 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 bow. If they can find one question, they're just in a desperate attempt to find one question I have to say I don't know to.
Exactly.
And so
Yeah,
it's like they're wrong intellectually, but it's like, well, we can still kind of glitch the system out and find a way to not let them get away with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, you have to understand how people react in the moment is not like it's not like writing in stone what their entire beliefs are going to be for the rest of their life, right? You have to plant the seed, and you have to be patient. You have to let it grow. And if you push too much, then they'll kind of use that as an excuse to build up, some kind of wall of cog dis, right? So, I mean, if you show patience, if you don't show desperation, at least I think it's more potent as far as convincing people. I mean, you have to show that you're on sort of this intellectually, superior position, and you don't feel like you need to defend yourself, right? You're presenting the truth, right? So you need to show that confidence. So yeah, like this tactic, like you said, where they kind of just start like spamming you questions. It's exactly what you said. They're just trying to get you to say something where they can ridicule, right? They can turn off. They're not actually looking for information. So I would just refer them to like, some kind of like either like videos or like, the information that we've compiled over the years, right? I mean, there's plenty of resources they can check out, but you need to give them time to sort of let these seeds grow, to sort of digest the information. And if you engage them at that moment, then you're kind of giving them an excuse not to look into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I agree. They're like just looking for a way out. So like I think that's definitely the move. And even I'm trying to realize that I didn't do the best job at this, but it's like, bro, flat Earth may not be for you. It's like just, bro, I don't need to convince you. Like that's why I started saying, don't make this weird. It's like kind of that idea in a phrase. It's like flip the script on them. It's like, dude, you're not being cool enough to have this conversation with, dude. I'm not trying to convert you. It's like flip the script where they have to find a way to swallow their pride enough to start asking you questions.
Awkwardness is good, though. I mean, you say don't make this weird. I know what you mean. You're trying to sort of flip the tactic on them, but like awkwardness is good because basically when there's awkwardness, people realize there is some kind of fundamental incompatibility in their worldview. Like there's something wrong. So if you just sort of let it sit, then like they have to acknowledge that there's something wrong with their worldview. But if you kind of diffuse it, if you kind of try to be like buddy, then they'll again they have a way out.
Yeah, I agree with that. But it's like normally when I'll say don't make this weird is when someone gets really mad. Like I used to just be on a mic in big cities and I'd be talking.
Yeah.
So like someone would scream at me or say the craziest stuff. I'm like, whoa, bro, the Earth is flat. Don't make it weird. Like whoa, bro, don't make this weird. Type thing. Like where it's like the idea is kind of the point I'm making, which is just it's like the cool kids club. It's like, dude, you can't sit at our lunch table anyway. That's going to make them really want to know what you're talking about at the lunch table.
I get it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like it's a way to get them to realize that they're just kind of like, chimping out. Like, yeah.
Yeah, like you got to get it. And then I guess you get a couple famous people, which is so crazy. I have famous people hit me up. Like they know.
Really? Cool.
Yeah, but I'm saying they know, but they just can't say it. Or they've chosen not to. It's not that they can't. They can't. And they can't keep their financial status the same.
If they say it, like they'll get crucified. Like there's, I mean, depending how like what industry they're in. Like there's people they probably people have dirt on them. So if they don't toe the line, they're just gonna get like totally destroyed.
Check this out. Even if it's more simple than that. Hey, we're not and I've always said this, and many people here in the server have said this many times. Nobody here is trying to convince you that the Earth is whatever it is. We just present information that we've come across, and hopefully that you'll be able to see the same thing we do. If you don't, move on with your life. Nobody here is trying to convince you, one way or the other. But if you're curious, that's why I always like when new people join. Like, how did you find the server? Why are you curious about Flat Earth? Because we've been doing this for a very long time. It's not like we found you; you found us, right? So it's like we've been doing this, and we do it every day. So you found us. So why are you curious about Flat Earth? We're not trying to convince you. You came here. Right? Am I right? What's it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's if you just keep that vibe, we're gonna win for sure. It's like, and eventually the famous people will be able to say it, and once like a few famous people can really say it and not have too much of a kickback, then it's over. It's just completely over, because people really suffer from idolatry. So it's like
exactly. Yeah, they'll just do whatever the celebrity does, right? So as soon as like I don't know, like who's a big like Dwayne the Rock Johnson's like, yeah, like Earth's flat, dude, deal with it, and then all the normies will flip overnight. Yeah, that's really all it takes. But that's why all these people are under tight control by the controllers for a reason.
Oh yeah, well it's like really. They're just under control by money. Like I know famous people, they don't get called every day and like given a script. They do whatever they want. That's why they don't want to give it up, because they're able to do whatever they want. Like legit. Pretty much anything that they want. So they don't want to jeopardize that, and they'll have conversations off the books all day about it. They all do. Like all these famous, like, okay, I'll just use rappers for example. Okay, as an example. Like you would probably be amazed how many of the famous rappers know that the earth is flat. Like know it, like talk about it, like at parties.
I know B.O.B., but that's
B.O.B. is like one of the only ones that's come out and publicly said it. But even B.O.B. will tell you that tons of rappers know that the earth's flat.
I feel like rap is like a individualistic kind of area. So I feel like a lot of these guys are more free thinking than like say actors. So
sure, but they all still kind of have the same. Yeah, actors are probably worse, but it's like you have the same pressure, which is if you want to keep the money coming in fact, you're trying to make more. Because you get caught up in a lifestyle that's so expensive day to day, you just like always need more money. And you have to, like, B.O.B.'s a legend because he knew that, did it anyway, and suffered the consequences and got blacklisted from everything.
Oh, yeah.
Shadow banned on everything.
Yeah, dude, they screwed him. Yeah, it was just really bad.
But, like, there's other rappers is all I'm saying. It's like, and, they'll even talk about it or, like, talk about it publicly, but they won't, like, talk about it in an interview. They're not going to, like... drop music about it. And it's easy for people that aren't making like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year at least with their music to like be like, yeah, I'd give that up. But would you though? Would you give up like a $2 million a year gig to say the earth's flat?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. But I mean, I think some of these people, there's a lot more than just money at stake. I mean, I really think they have like, they have safety measures where they get dirt on these people. In order to get to that status, you have to do something that they can use as leverage against you if you don't toe the line later.
I agree. Like the really famous people.
Yeah.
Like Joe Rogan. Or like even like Joe Rogan, I think they threaten his family.
Oh yeah,
he may be even more of a sellout than that. He may not even, he may have been CIA script from the beginning. He was supposed to question the moon landing very convincingly, so that when he flipped back, he would sew that conversation up for all the people that watch him, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, they got him. They got to him for sure. And then same with Alex Jones, like way back in the day. I mean, he used to be kind of like, you know, have some ethics, like be actually concerned with getting the truth. But now he's just controlled out.
Yeah, like, Alex Jones originally said that 9/11 has Israel's fingerprints all over it.
Yeah.
And now he won't even say the word Israel. Like, what a joke.
No, his
it's
producer
Saudi
is,
Arabia, guaranteed now.
I think his boss, his producer is Israeli. Like, I mean, they got him. Like, they have him by the balls. Like, if he does anything, he's like,
Yeah, I think they got him in all kinds of ways. Like, Owen Minneman says he likes tranny porn.
What the fuck?
And like, yeah, it's like some infatuation with trannies.
What the fuck?
His wife is Israeli too.
Oh, what?
I didn't know that.
Man. Oh, dude, that's what they do. They're like all these celebrities, like they get an Israeli wife all of a sudden. Yeah, have you guys noticed this? Like, I can't think of any examples, but this is like more common. Sorry, who's talking?
So I have seen that a couple times, but I can't remember any specific. I definitely didn't know Alex Jones though.
Dude, I didn't know that either. Dude, that's crazy.
That's a trip, bro. Like, not too surprising. I mean, he did have a dude named Adam Green on, who like his whole thing.
Yeah, no more.
Oh, that guy's fake.
Hyper infatuation with Israel, like to a detrimental extent, in my opinion. But and like he hates on flat Earth, so you can just kick rocks, buddy. Like, oh, you figured out that there's a crazy concentration of power in you know, a certain area, and that like the idealism of Zionism basically runs things. Okay, cool. It's like, duh. It's not even hidden. Every major country, like corporation's headquarters are there. Apple, Microsoft, like you name it. Google, they're all there. All the headquarters are in Israel. It's a place so small that you have to label it in the water beside the land because you can't even fit the word on the map. It's insane how much power that place has.
And the people claiming it don't actually belong there, but that's a different conversation.
Well, that's a whole rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, then you get into all kinds of questions with the spell that is Zionism, like the ethnic or spiritual connotation and difference between that and blah blah blah. But like, I'm much more. It's just the idea of Zionism. Like, if you're a politician in America, I obviously don't trust you anyway. But you have dual citizenship with Israel.
Yeah,
that's
dude.
super weird. I'm just as mad at you as anybody that is quote unquote Jewish. Like, you're worse.
How is that allowed?
There are people.
Like, how is that allowed that you can hold office in the United States and have allegiance to a foreign nation? I mean, it's just
insane.
And they have
over 70 of them at one point.
No shame. It's just like, you know, no one even calls them out. No one even dares to call them out, right?
Like over 70 dual citizens with Israel in our Congress at one point.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And they don't care at all about American citizens. They clearly care about the other country much more.
Oh yeah. And that's
just where they send soldiers to die in their wars. They grow the soldiers here.
Yeah, where there's like I don't know, like we're penal colony. They're Golem farm.
No, satellite state is a better
vassal state. Where they're vassal state.
It's a fodder
farm.
farm.
Like, there's a thin line here. Like people go. I will say this is my opinion. People in the truther community, quote unquote, they go too far. They go too far with the Jew thing. Like I say whatever I want, whenever I want. I'm just saying, like, infatuation on that group is also
it plays into their
yeah, exactly. Like it
plays into their hands.
Yeah.
No, that's right. The problem with these online people is that they infatuate with a specific group, but there's not a single person that kind of unifies everything and puts everything together for the people to make their own conclusions. And I see that as a big problem, whereby, let's say, this Adam Green guy, he exclusively talks about the Jews. He knows if he brings up flat Earth that some of his viewers might leave, right? And he's scared of that because he's making money off it. He doesn't want to marginalize his viewers, and that's disturbing.
Yeah, he found his little niche. Like most of these people just sell out for money.
Yeah. Same with
it's
Alex
funny,
Jones. He doesn't talk about the
trying to say
JQ.
that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to point out that Alex Jones will talk about anything except the Jews.
Yeah. That's why it was crazy he had him on his show. It was really a trip.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like and then you kind of get into this like resentment towards an ethnicity, and it's just super ignorant. Like I know super cool Jewish people, man. Like it's just stupid. It's any holistic characterization is stupid. But the best argument that needs to be stated, it's like, dude, there's an ethnic supremacy undertone to the ideology. Like a literally ethnic supremacist worldview. Like now it's ironic because if you even challenge any of this stuff, they'll call you anti-Semitic, which is a Mediterranean language, but it basically insinuates that you're racist, misapplied. So it's like you're saying that we have some type of supremacy or we're racist. Ironically, if you call out ethnic supremacy, that makes you racist.
Yeah, they are the biggest.
Should be stated.
It's a trick. We always use it.
Yeah, there's a couple of rabbis on the record saying that the Holocaust was the best thing that ever happened to their people because it gave them their own state, and they can always use that as a way to deflect blame.
Right, but again, like they're not all like there are really cool rabbis. So that's all I'm saying. It's like more nuance. I don't want the truth community should not fall into that trap because it's much more nuanced. Like not all rabbis are bad. Like there are people, dude, like I respect them. They know the Torah inside and out and they know the Hebrew. And like not all of them are like really caught up in the Talmud and all the different traditions. There's all kinds of different types of people. And it's like just being Jewish alone is in no way a negative thing, in my opinion. Like, I don't view it like that. I think that's so bad to be like that. I speak out against that, personally. Like, call out the ideology of Zionism and ethnic supremacy. And if you think that you're literally chosen and better than me, ethnically, like physically better than me, superior to me, because you're chosen, then that's a little different. Like to think you're literally that's not cool, Like if you call out specifically what the problem is, it's so you think about this, okay? How many times was it you're an anti-vaxxer? No, okay, so science is real, vaccines are good, and the Earth's not flat. That was like a talking point that numerous politicians said, like nationally, right? It's the same type of thing with this. All flat earthers are anti-Semitic. Don't give them that ammunition by saying like holistic characterizations of quote unquote Jewish people. Jew can't even be defined. What does it mean? Is it ethnic or is it a spiritual connotation?
Yes.
It's insane. So just like don't fall into the traps.
And to the Mossad agents monitoring the stream, you guys are not superior, and it's arguable if you're even Jewish in the way you claim. So, yeah, you got to deal with that.
Yeah.
But I totally
be embarrassing to you guys if you guys weren't actually
the
bloodline you claim.
That would suck if that got out.
It would suck, yeah.
But only would suck if you think that makes you superior. If you think that's the trait that gives you superiority.
Yeah, you're
not the trait. If that's the trait that makes you the holder of slaves in the afterlife.
Yeah, that's a horrible, abhorrent ideology.
This is a gay. Tis a gay.
Wow,
Yes.
that was really Jewish of you.
Shit.
That was a joke. That was a joke, man.
Was it?
I'm making a point.
Was
Yes,
it a joke?
It was.
Was
Dude, I'm
it?
telling you, I
I'm
know
not sure.
super cool Jewish people, man. Like super cool. Like,
hey, I used to like bagels.
Oh man, I'm talking about like flat earthers that are cooler than a lot of flat earthers.
Oh
that
yeah, I
I've
mean
come
we
across.
have Jewish flat earthers, right?
Like I mean, hella cool ones though, man. Like it's nothing. Dude, I promise you, anyone that thinks based upon the pigment, melanin level, or alleged race of someone is drastically missing the mark. And I know that sounds, it's hard to even say that now though, because it's so watered down and like virtue signaling and gay, you know, in today's
now
world.
We're going into the fucking
important.
Well, you can't tar a whole
we're topping up.
population with that brush. It's the leadership that's infiltrated.
Correct.
Well, I don't want to like totally cop out. I mean, but basically, don't fall into the trap of fixating on them. I mean, that's what they want. It actually gives them power. So I think that is sort of objectively true. But you can debate, you know, whatever else about them.
Well, just say objective things like, well, isn't it interesting that there was a group of Mossad agents undercover in a van across from the World Trade Centers on a rooftop watching it happen and had been there for hours.
Pretty weird.
Took pictures beforehand with lighters in front of the building smiling. Then they took off, got called in on, got caught with each person having large sums of cash on them and plane tickets to different locations around the world. Gave contradictory statements, refused polygraph testing, and then was shipped back to Israel free of charge. Then we went and invaded areas that specifically benefit Israel. Oh, and the supposed intel about there being weapons of mass destruction came from none other than Israel. You can't even write a movie better than that.
Don't forget about the 2 trillion missing before 9/11.
Yeah, the day before.
Agitating for war with Iraq over and over again for decades.
And how that part of the Pentagon was targeted, the accounting department of the Pentagon.
It wasn't just $2 trillion. It was
Iraq.
It was $2 trillion out of the Pentagon.
Yep, and it's that, and a plane hit it the next day.
It's it's pretty funny, bro. Like if you really see it, it's like
all those shekels just up in smoke.
Dude, I'm pretty sure I was in Vegas on 9/11, and I was like, never forget. And I just said like every coincidence. Never forget that the day before 9/11, Rumsfeld said we're missing 2 trillion. The very area that had it documented in the Pentagon got hit by a plane that defied physics and has no debris that removed all the evidence, so we can't explain where it went. Never forget that a third tower fell, defying physics, the only 3 times in the history of mankind.
That was like a defining awakening moment for many, I guess, what you may call intelligent people once they were able to put the pieces together, you know?
Yeah, but how many of them know about the dancing Israelis, though?
I would say a lot of them, the old school guys who fought in Vietnam knew this was complete BS.
I mean, they knew about Gulf of Tonkin also, right? So they must,
Well, that's got to do with
you guys know what I.
Also, Israel did
sorry.
literally attack a U.S. ship. What's that called? It's called
Liberty.
USS Liberty.
Yeah, just straight up like sustained attack for numerous hours, and then said it was an accident with the giant American flag.
Yeah, Mossad agents monitoring chat and VC. Yeah, we won't forget that. You know, but you guys, you killed our soldiers. So yeah, you guys.
Man, you know, I'm the first guy I want to talk about all that shit, but you know, let's keep it on the cool.
Here comes the range, Jannies.
Clean it up, Jannies.
Is it a coincidence that they blew up our ship when we were in the waters that could surveil them when they were literally committing war atrocities, and then they blew us up and said it was an accident? And I mean,
you have to say you have to say on a flat Earth. Everything you say past
on a flat Earth,
the flat level water. On the flat Earth.
It actually demonstrates the Earth is flat because they wouldn't have been able to hit us if they used curvature.
There you go. Now you guys are fucking getting the picture. Thank you. Hey man, it's not my channel. I don't give a fuck, but Helio.
You don't give a fuck, or else you wouldn't have said anything.
I feel bad for Helio when he fucking loses his channel because we're talking about shit we shouldn't be, you know. That's all.
This is declassified, man. USS Liberty.
I get it, but, you know, YouTube don't give a fuck if it's declassified or not. I'll tell you
So
that.
going back to Flat Earth, like there were some guy streaming in a different VC of like satellites going around the Earth. And I noticed like there was nothing going over Antarctica and like the North Pole. And I found that very odd. He was Asian.
Okay. So Jewish. Just kidding.
There you go.
Of course nothing's going over the North or South Pole, man.
No, but it's interesting how they would openly like put that out there, right? Like it was completely dark there in those regions.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, I guess that's the best way though to do it is to kind of pretend you're not hiding anything, so leave it in plain sight.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you know, you can try to hide that, but I don't know. You very provably can't go to either of those areas, so might as well just throw it out there and say it's for our safety.
Yeah, I'm aware of Antarctica, but the guy that was streaming it said you can't go to the North Pole as of 2018. Do you guys know anything about that?
No. You can't fly within 500 miles of each direction, so I'm not sure where he's getting this.
Wait, I haven't heard that. You can't go to the North Pole, seriously?
Yeah, you can't fly
that's
within
what he
500
said.
miles in each direction.
Oh, what? How come I never heard that? That's like a pretty big deal.
It's a huge deal, and all anyone ever talks about is Antarctica. That's why you've only heard of that, because probably the biggest thing they're hiding is there, where no one talks about. Yeah, whatever's there. Yeah.
It's like a vortex. I've heard all sorts of theories, like what's actually there. You know, it's mostly speculation from what I heard.
Yeah, except the only part that's not speculation is we have a magnetic field, and so if that's the center, that would be the center of the. Oh, my bad. Yeah, we have a magnetic field, and so if that's the center of the surface, it'd be the center of the magnetic field, which
also
would
the
literally
entire
be a vortex.
Also, the entire sky revolves around, you know, that axis going through that pole. So that's just a coincidence, I'm sure.
Yeah, try and take a flight to Greenland, just pop up further north. Tell me how it goes.
Yeah, let me know how that
The
works.
magnetic field is going in that direction, then the toroidal fields would pull all the weather in that direction.
Yeah, it's all coincidence, dude. Yeah, don't worry about
it.
I'm genuinely surprised that nobody has exposed or traveled there, given, I guess, social media.
We know someone trying to travel there right now. Like literally.
Don't say.
Yeah, we do. We know a guy. He's trying to hike up there this summer. Get out.
He gave up and came back. I heard.
Oh, for real?
Ryan, his name's Ryan, right?
Yeah, he gave up.
He gave up. So yeah, that's a serious commitment. I'm gonna be walking up to the North Pole, man.
Yeah, that's. I'm gonna need a drone. I'm gonna need some like freaking cloaked UFO or something, man. Like,
well, I would, if I was gonna go north, man, I'd definitely pick summertime and then go up there on a sailboat as far as I could, and then maybe have, I don't know, a couple fucking dirt bikes or something. I don't know.
Imagine you get to the 60th parallel and then just like Bigfoot's there waiting for you. He just
yeah, but that's
just
probably
like
not
nope. Yeah, you're not getting it further.
Yeah, international soldiers, man.
Dude, I want to get to the 80th parallel. I know a guy that's up there, man. Lives at 69.
Oh, he already made it
north. I know a guy lives at 69 north. We need to go north of that, man. Way north.
We need to all meet.
Did we just confirm that Bigfoot is our international soldiers?
Yes.
Yes, we did. Put it on the record.
So what if you own a plane and you flew over the North Pole? Would you, like, if you didn't listen to orders, would you get shot down?
Well, what they would intercept.
You probably have an accident.
They'd intercept you. They intercept you and warn you and far out, and then you would get shot down. Or they may not come out in the news and say plane shot down. Of course, you just are an incompetent pilot, stupid flat earther that died.
But what
if you were streaming your suicide, hypothetical
exactly?
Suicide?
I thought about this. I literally am the kind of person that would go. But it seems pretty impossible to stream it and evade radar simultaneously to even get close enough for a shot. So
they probably jam you like if you were live streaming it or something. They have
do
ways.
that to me right now, bro. They do that to my YouTube right now. What do you think they're gonna do if I'm live streaming the freaking center of the earth, bro?
How are you gonna live stream from a place with no cell towers?
Oh yeah, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know.
I don't know, man. Use your iPhone Wi-Fi.
You should have amazing service there, though. Seriously, like based on the magnetic field, you should be able to have
the best service. God rocking.
God rocking. You're molesting our ears.
Sorry.
What are you doing, dude? You're like rolling up cans, like
bag of chips. You're just like literally like cramming a bag of chips in your hand over and over.
No, it wasn't over and over. I just barely picked it up like 3 seconds before you said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not a bag of chips either. You want to know what it is?
Sure.
This
tray of ice?
Grenade?
No.
That was
a metal tray of ice.
Breaking this up.
What do you think of, do you believe in extraterrestrials?
Yeah, that means extra lands. So yes, I think there are things from the extra lands, and that's why they call it outer space, because we're in the inner space, and there are extraterrestrials in the outer space that we can't privately explore. That's speculation, but
outer ponders, I call them. Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's what ET means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Extraterrestrial. But those Hollywood aliens, like, what do you guys think? I mean, I think that's just a psyop. Like,
yeah, of course.
No doubt
like,
about
I think those are like those alien abductions. I think those are just people getting abducted by like whatever like cult or whatever like bullshit, like glowy bullshit they're doing, and then like drugging them, and then just basically doing like trauma like stuff on them to like make them think they were like abducted by aliens.
Do you know who Bob Lazar is?
Yeah, Bob Lazar was on Joe Rogan.
The abductions are real. Like, I believe that, but it's just not what they remember.
Well, there's actually a girl named Kathy O'Brien who is a victim of SRA, satanic ritual abuse, and she was like MK Ultra victim. And we don't have to get too specific, but it's really crazy. Right. But anyway, part of her testimony is that they literally did that to her. They like drugged her up, and when she came to, they had like a lizard. Like, I don't even know how to say this, not vulgar, but like they put a lizard in her.
It was a probe.
Oh man!
She saw a lizard. They told her that she had given birth to some like dinosaur alien.
Oh fuck!
How insane is that, bro? And so I'm just saying, like that's not beyond them.
These people, they're just literally subhuman. I mean, what the hell? Like,
she said she believed it, man. She was super scared.
Yeah, no. You'll believe shit when you're like traumatized like that. That's how they mind control you. Like,
so they have like 40 different versions of MK Ultra or something.
Yeah, probably at least. I bet like each channel on the TV is now literally a different version.
It's just such a cuck thing, man. MK Ultra, man, it pisses me off that they get funded to do that shit, man.
Well, basically, MK Ultra is like the father, and then it's broken off into like so many branches, like you're saying, like just like Operation Stargate, which Gospel Bear put me on, but it's like about remote viewing and stuff like that. They're doing all these things to gain control of the mind.
Yeah,
so it's all like a subsect of MK Ultra.
It's wicked, man. It's wicked. Keep your wits about you, because wits it gets it, man. Keep your wits on your flat earth. Keep your feet on the fucking flat earth. Keep your head cool, man.
Hey, Earth dude, let's keep it to flat earth, please. Stop blowing with it.
Yeah, this MK Ultra stuff that's happening on flat earth like really sucks. Like, fuck those guys on flat earth.
It's the MK UFE. Yeah, there you go.
They were able to use MK Ultra to make everyone think the Earth wasn't flat.
So yeah, if you think about it that way, it goes back a bit of time. Yeah,
that's really about when they pulled it off. All jokes aside, right? Like the 50s is when they really started. That's when they founded NASA after they went to freaking Antarctica. 50s is where it really popped off, dude. That's when they were like, let's brainwash everyone.
Hey, we got the treaty, and let's give everybody a television at the same time.
Oh,
don't forget about that.
Television.
Like 50s, late 50s, man. That's when everybody started getting TVs, man.
Dude, I almost feel bad for them, dude. That era.
I just
television means
there was a time. There was a time. A lot of people had cell phones, man. I couldn't afford one. I was like, dude, you got a cell phone? That's so cool. It's like for like 10 years, man. I didn't have a cell phone, and then and then I got a cell phone, and then I got a cell phone I could text on. It was really shitty. And then and then I got this like a texting keyboard phone. Oh, that was hot. And then the next thing you know, man, I got a fucking smartphone. It's crazy, man. Yeah, progression of technology is a fascinating subject, man. Where if you look back at different decades and how that shit was introduced, radio, TV.
Dude, they hit the 50s and 60s hard, bro. Like all kinds of hallucinogenics. They had like LSD to everyone.
Yeah, LSD. Let's throw some LSD and really cool music in, and they'll just
Tavistock, freaking just like brainwash, dude. They got hit with the hardest like shift. Like since I've been alive, it's been pretty much here and gradually increasing. But that was like the real like shift. I feel kind of bad. I mean, I feel if you think about it, if you're fair, it's like, damn, I can kind of see why you believe the moon landing. I don't even know how you tied your shoes in the morning.
Dude, I talked to guys that said when the Beatles came out, everything changed overnight. It went from everybody starting growing their long hair. It was just like it was an absolute cuck fucking show. Total psyop. Beatles.
64 is a turning point. I agree.
64 is such a huge turning point, man. It just went wicked, man. One day, my buddy's going to the grocery store. The next day, you go to the grocery store, and every aisle had some Beatles shit for sale. Like, what? Overnight, dude. He said it was like overnight. Beatles shit was for sale. You could buy a Beatle toilet paper and Beatle, everything you could think of, It was complete merchandising fucking nightmare. Beatles everywhere. Beatles.
It's so weird how they turned like John Lennon into like this emblem, like this kind of like inverted Jesus of like globalism, with this like Imagine stuff. And then they have this like picture of him that kind of makes him look like Jesus that they put everywhere.
Occasionally Lennon would tell some truth, man. He said, this place is run by a bunch of lunatics, man. Check it out.
I don't think he as a person was nearly as like, well, I mean, he probably was compromised, but I think he had more, ethics than a lot of the people who are running the show. But yeah, when when he was quote unquote, assassinated, then they kind of turned him into this weird, like, poster child of globalism.
That's a good point. That's a good point, man.
I'm flattered.
Yeah, I was never a big Beatles head or Lennon head, but it. Looking back on it, looking back through the history of it, I went back and checked it out. And, I mean, it was all pre-programmed to kick it out. And they fill the auditoriums with these screaming girls. That was all. They bust them in.
Those are all crisis actors.
All actors. The Beatles. And then, that got the jeers.
I don't know. Like I just find it hard to believe that all these girls would be screaming like that, but maybe not.
It's hard to take it in. I mean, I've been to some concerts where people are screaming, but not like that. It seemed a little overacted.
Yeah, but the Beatles, they're so dorky. Like they're not like sexy or anything. Like they just look so dorky.
How dare you?
You talking about? I did a little bit of. Thinking about how things have changed. I mean, when Elvis was shaking his hips, they were freaking out. They were like, "This guy's the devil." He's the worst thing since he's gonna corrupt all of our kids. And 10 years later, you get the Beatles. Oh my God, these they're horrible. And it just. By the time we get to the 90s, man, I mean, they might as well just be having sex on the stage, man. I mean, it just rests so heavily. to this like show, lights and fireworks and video screens and people like half naked on the stage, and I'm like, what happened to the music, people? I mean, dude, what happened?
The Butthole Surfers are on record on video on YouTube having sex on stage.
And now I don't even know what the fucking music industry is now. It's just complete fuckery. I don't even know what it is.
Flat Earth, can you hear somebody else talking when they're talking?
What's up? I didn't hear it.
He was making the point, and I was going to say, it's on YouTube even. The Butthole Surfers were having sex on stage.
There you go.
Video on YouTube.
It was in the 80s, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The video's on YouTube, and it don't get censored either. It's kind of funny.
What did you call them?
The Butthole Surfers.
That's the actual name.
Band,
of the band, yeah.
Is this the
I wouldn't like chase anybody out there to like get it censored, but it is out there with them having sex on stage.
You probably heard it. Pepper.
The video is called "The Silent Witness." It's on YouTube.
I'm not searching that. Screw you.
Don't search it up, man. Don't search that shit. I'm going to take your word for it. I'm a believer, 100%. I believe you.
Man.
It's it was a stripper they hired.
Wait, what?
Okay. Was it sex on stage?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was him and the stripper. Him and the stripper chick. They had a stripper chick that would be a mime. So she was butt naked on stage as a mime. And with all the like strobe lights and they had fog machines with strobe lights into it. It was absolutely bizarre. They had a backlight screen that there would be videos playing of like insane cartoons and surgeries and car accidents and crazy shit.
Wow. Dude.
Yeah.
It sounds normal. It doesn't sound satanic or anything. It sounds normal.
Sex on stage. That's for
whoa. Flat Earth, dude.
That's
on the Flat Earth. You gotta say on the Flat Earth afterwards.
On the Flat Earth.
Sex on stage on Flat Earth.
Sorry. The point being is YouTube doesn't even censor it either.
Can we say it one more time? He said. Yeah, I said it like one more time. The Butthole Surfers. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, it was in the 80s.
Yeah, totally.
What a name, bro. Like, I'll just hit you square in the mouth for even. What is wrong with that's the name of the band?
Yeah.
Butthole Surfer.
It's you know what?
It just rolls off the tongue. It's like
it just rolls. Yeah, it's like damn, that's hot. Okay, let's go with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to see when they be a fly on the wall, and they're like, "Dude, that's it. That one's the one. That's incredible."
Baby.
Over the years, the different members had said we were trying to be as stupid as possible. That's what the goal was: be as dumb as possible.
Mission accomplished, man. I mean,
yeah, that was an ace. Totally. Yeah, it was good. Knocked it out.
I'm guessing their music was really good.
No, it wasn't.
Obviously,
punk rock shit, man.
They did have a top hit once. Pepper, which I tried to mention, but
do you guys ever notice that Pink Floyd drops Flat Earth clues?
You say Pink Floyd?
Yeah.
I was about to say that's my favorite band, so I was hoping.
Which song here is definitely a
all right.
I find it fascinating that this is the first time someone heard of the Butthole Surfers. This is insane.
You sound offended.
Yeah.
The butthole.
Yeah, but whether
they came out in the 90s, man. What are you talking about? Yeah.
80s, man. Was it?
No, they weren't 80s. It was.
The answer to your question
they were the 80s.
Go
really.
100%.
Yeah.
Go relook at all their album covers, and then Pink Floyd was playing Dark Side of the Moon when they supposedly landed on the moon. Like they were performing that album.
Really, Butthole Surfers was not back.
Yeah,
What's it? Get this, man. Hey, that Dark Side of the Moon album came out. Yeah, and my buddy, man, is about 15 years older than me. He's like, dude, man, they played that fucking album, record, all those songs on the radio for years, dude. It was always being played. My friend said
killer album, though.
they played it so much on the radio that it just, he got sick of it, man. He's like, dude, like every other song was some song from the Dark Side of the Moon, man. And it just, that was part of the MK Ultra program, I'm sure, man. They just like, let's push this album for the next fucking 4 or 5 years straight.
Yeah.
They just pushed and pushed and pushed.
I always thought that was like, there was some like programming going on in that album, even though I like the music. Like, I mean, just the cover is like kind of Masonic, like with this pyramid and stuff. But,
Yeah, keep looking at all the covers. That's the answer. Like, just go look at all the covers.
Yeah,
of the Pink Floyd, and you'll be like, oh, they're dropping gems in plain sight.
Dropping pyramid gems, pyramid shaped gems on a flat earth. Yeah,
Like they have like a boat going off in the horizon.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What are you
doing? Pulse is a flat Earth map, kind of like if you the cover of Pulse, their last album. Endless River, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I can't remember. I saw like I think Owen Benjamin actually was talking about it.
So when did the Butthole Surfers start? And did anybody look it up?
1987, the Butthole Surfers were a thing, and they went all the way until like 96 with their with Pepper.
Yeah, I guess that's what I really started hearing about early 90s. I started hearing about Butthole Surfers. I wasn't.
You guys are weirding me out right now, man. Stop talking about it like it's a normal, acceptable name.
What? Are you serious?
Wait, hang on. Hang on. I'm not too sure Butthole Surfers is worse than the Revolting Cocks, which they were also in.
Okay.
Sex Pistols, remember that? That's in the 70s.
Okay, Butthole Surfers is worse than both of those, though. Like, that's just so...
I don't know, man.
Yeah, Butthole Surfers.
I can't imagine a gayer name, bro. I mean,
I
guess
the singer performed with Johnny Depp, and another thing, he was there the night that River died too. So the singer for the Surfers, and him and Flea and them guys. So like the Surfers were kind of like the Peppers looked up to them.
No, dude, Butthole Surfers. That's so gay, man. I'm with Witsit, man. I'm sorry.
It's next level.
It is
next
level. There's no way around it.
There's no way around it.
It's totally inappropriate. It was definitely pushing
inappropriate, but I don't think they were gay, though.
I knew you were going to come in here and defend them again, bro.
I'm not going to defend them. I'm defending the name just because it's so wacky. I don't even know the guys or anything, but
you don't even know. You didn't get to meet them.
I didn't. I never met them.
Don't pretend.
Hey, but I know somebody covered one of their songs in this server. I'm not going to mention any names.
So,
all right, fuck it. Lunatic covered one of their songs.
That didn't take much.
The Lunatic.
Man, no one even said.
Nobody said anything.
It was turned into a hip hop song. It was really good.
Way to go, Helio. Way to go. Fucking.
That's what you're talking about, Helio.
Talking about crashing or fucking wrecking under pressure. You didn't even.
You got something to say?
I give.
Hey, lunatic gives me shit all the time. So
Hey, does anybody got any curvature measurements? Anybody?
Nah.
It's fine.
No.
Lou isn't here, so you can talk bad about him all you want.
No, I'll talk shit about him if he's here or not. He talks shit about me too. All right, you guys have at it. I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys on the morrow.
All right, man. Thanks.
You go have your dreams about the Butthole Surfers, man.
Yeah, you fall asleep to their dulcet tones.
Dulcet. Shit,
the mellifluous melodies of the Butthole Surfers will lull you to sleep.
Dude, that's it. You got to put that in a song somewhere. Come on.
Somebody did cover one of their songs on the server here, turned it into like a hip hop thing. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, Lunatic, right?
Yeah.
All right,
can I take it next level real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a group called the Butthole Flat Earthers?
There is not, as far as I know.
All right. I told you I was going to take it next level, but
did you?
As a joke, come on.
You were feeling it out. You were like trying to
I
see.
wasn't feeling it, man. I wasn't like, I didn't own it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because we didn't get a good reaction. But if you had gotten a good reaction, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, you should totally form this bit."
I totally came
I'm sure
up with that.
The globe heads will come up with some bullshit and call us this, that, and everything else, man. Whatever.
Globehead is kind of a decent band name. Sorry, we're saying.
Which band?
Globehead. I'm sure it's interesting.
Globehead, man. That's a cool band.
It's just like Radiohead, except better, probably. Sorry, did I offend anyone?
There you go. Globehead.
Globehead. Oh yeah. I don't know.
So I was talking to a guy today called MacGyver. You guys know MacGyver?
I saw him in the
chat. I don't know.
Have you guys seen him? He was in here this morning.
But yeah, he's been around for a little bit today.
He's been around for a while, right?
What's he smell like?
Well, today is the first time I remember seeing him. But go
on. He's an electrostatic engineer, and he's got equipment. He was wanting to do the 1 meter for 100 volt test. And he's got all the equipment to do it. And he just wanted to put that out there that he has the aluminum plates, metal plates, brass, whatever, copper. He's got this super high-end equipment to detect electrostatics, static electricity.
Yeah.
And he can check the negative. Some things put off static electricity that are positive, and some put off that are negative. And he knows this shit. And I don't know this shit, but he wants to do the test that Feynman was talking about, where you can get 100 volts per meter. But he was trying to find the paper that would maybe give him an idea on how to do the experiment or the test or whatever.
Here's a guy doing it with a drone.
Free power. There you go. That's pretty cool. But specifically, he was just looking for this 100 meters, whatever, 100 volts per meter shit or whatever it was.
What would he
do?
Know,
man. He was just in here talking about it.
Okay.
And I thought that was an interesting thing he's willing to do.
Well, the thing I think of is
if Feynman was talking about it, then we should be able to find something that Feynman had somebody did something somewhere that would give Feynman the opportunity to test that shit. That's all the guy. And the guy's an expert. That's what he does for a living.
That's a good thing. We need experts in any field.
It's his job to make sure that shit doesn't become static electric around.
Oh yeah, to dampen
computers and shit like that.
And like wires that run through things. There's like there's detection. Yeah, you gotta
and he's got the equipment to check it. And I just thought it would be an interesting experiment if he's willing to put up his equipment to test something. That's cool, man. Because that equipment's super expensive, man. It's not cheap.
Well, the electrostatic has been kind of bandied about with some kind of influence on the environment.
Yeah, I mean,
is that other ideas?
There was another topic that came up today, man. It was about high pressure and low pressure and different weather patterns. And
well, every time the wind is blowing, it's trying to fill lower pressure. And if the differences are too much, you'll end up with a storm going.
How do we measure, when it's a low pressure system or a high pressure system coming into your area? And we get both of them here where I live. I don't know about the rest of you, but in Southern California, we get high and low pressure.
Probably because
I don't know how to measure pressure. When it's high, is it like 15.5? When it's low, it's like what?
It's
7.5? I don't know, man. I don't
think it's that much. I think it's more
than you think.
I think it's the percent of of one number. It's not that much difference.
So if I'm getting a high pressure system, I'm at the beach. When is it 14? Yeah.
PSI. They say it at the seashore, but that varies because of weather.
Or is that a low pressure system, right?
I would think that's high.
I would think that's like the average. I would think 14.7 would be average.
Well, as you elevate it, it goes down.
I'm just asking. You guys are smart. Maybe somebody's brought it up, figured out. During a rainstorm, it's this, or if it's windy, it's this. If it's cool, hot, just different variances of pressure. What the actual pressure is, because I always hear the news people going, "Oh, we're going to have a high pressure weekend, and it's going to be hot, man. You guys are going to be cooking out there in the valleys," or I'm like, okay, well, it's high pressure, gets hot, low pressure, gets cold. Just throwing it out there, man. It was something that was brought up today here on this Discord, and I heard it, and I go, man, that's a pretty cool thing. I never thought of it like that.
I'm pretty sure that weather.com and a multitude of other companies have weather monitoring systems all across the United States and the globe, and they're starting to use AI, neural nets and machine learning in order to map out potential outcomes of weather in lower high pressure zones. But that's all I can comment on it.
Appreciate it, man. Hold on 1 second, man. I'm coming, man. Hold on. I'm coming back here, man. Hold on. I had to step across the room. Yeah, man. Well, yeah, there's all kinds of modeling, AI, human, I don't know, whatever. I just want to be able to go, if it's raining, I want to go to the beach and take a measurement and go, oh, okay, this is low pressure. What's the reading? And then go back. Oh, dude, it's 100 degrees out. And
well, I mean, there's devices you can buy that monitor that type of stuff.
Exactly. Well, but if somebody has already done the work and it could tell me exactly, or it's got a graph or something, man, it'd be cool. High pressure, low pressure. We're always talking about pressure around here. Gas pressure without a container. And I just pressure. How do we, I can measure vacuum pressure off my vacuum cleaner, my shop vac right now. It's about 70 inches of vacuum, man. I can put a fucking vacuum gauge on the end of the hose and go pulling about 70 inches off this bad boy. It's pretty strong, man. It'll suck up a fucking shoe. That's how strong it is, no problem. But how do I go to the sea level and go, oh, we got 14.7 today? Perfect. That's the average.
It would be an average. I'm looking at the Google page. You're probably seeing but how to determine.
I'm sure somebody's done this. I mean, I'm just asking if you got anybody.
No, I've never worked with it either.
So anyway, just like measuring, measuring flat water, it's easy to do, man. I should, at some point, I'll figure out how to get the different pressure gauge. Say, yeah, man, it's definitely a fucking 13.5 today, man. You can feel it. Oh, yeah, it's definitely different than 14.7, right? Good. Hey, man, the pressure's only 12.5 today, man. Feel that? Got it. Okay. It's a simple thing I'm just asking for, man. It shouldn't be that hard.
What are you asking for?
The chart, man, of high pressure and low pressure weather systems, man. How do we know?
Okay.
I just got a chart pulled up that shows the altitude in pounds per square inch of atmospheric pressure. 10,000 feet is 10.1 pounds, and at sea level is 14.70.
Right.
Anyway, it goes all the way to 100-foot increments. all the way up
Really?
to 10,000 feet. I was just looking up when you guys started talking about this shit, so I looked it up.
So when does it get to 10?
10,000 feet.
At 10,000 feet, it gets to 10. Okay. Cool. That's good to know. It's good to know.
And the highest it goes is 11,000 feet, and it's 9.71 pounds per square inch. I'm sure these are just averages, but
Well, thanks for looking that up, man.
I was just curious when you guys start talking about it, so I thought I'd look. But
Yeah, I'm
doesn't
curious.
have a whole lot of information.
I'm curious about a lot of shit.
Yeah, I'm curious about the difference in, like, say, a pressure tank, a steel pressure tank, or like a steam engine in the outside environment, and where the failure lines start to happen. Because that's not even to one exponent in torque. I don't think. Definitely not two full exponents.
Steam engine?
It will steel. Yeah, it will rip the steel trying to equalize, like literally, like blow up if you put too much steam in the tank.
Yeah,
that's a lot of pressure.
There's been back in the day they used to have like hot water heaters and big tanks like outside their house, and they'd get too hot and get unattended, and when the tank blew up, it would level the fucking house, completely level it.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. And that's not even like to the second exponent in torque, and it needs to equalize. The claim they've given us is so ridiculous. It's absurd. I've said that so many times, but I can't say anything other than that. I don't have a word for how weird it is to claim that. And how I didn't catch it till somebody said containment. Dumb. I'm gonna look up pressure inside of a boiling tank because that.
Sounds like somebody's watching TV.
Is it God rocking again?
No, it's not me.
It was me. It was me last time. It's not right now.
Well, let's listen to see what he's listening to.
Yeah, let's listen.
The hell is he watching?
I can't make it out, man.
Dude, this is a piece of this ham.
I heard the word Mormon.
I also heard.
All right.
All right. He's in Utah.
I'm in Utah.
God. We busted you, bro.
I'm surrounded by Mormons right now.
Mm-hmm.
That must be totally awesome. No, I don't know.
Hey, the Mormons are survivalists. I don't know if you guys know, but it's required if you're a Mormon in the church, man. You got to have like, I forget how many months of wheat and shit. And like
2 years.
2 years worth?
Yep.
Yeah, you got to have 2 years worth of food stored up, man, to be a real Mormon. I don't know if you guys know that.
I did not know that.
Now you do.
So the PSI value for safety of a tank is 30. Dude, that is
30 PSI?
Yeah, I don't know how to convert that to torque. That should be the next question. I'll be right back.
All right.
You're talking about a boiler system?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
boiler systems are low pressure, circulating boiling water. Yeah, that's probably a little high for most of them, but
like a steam engine or a steam train.
No, them are really high pressure there. I don't know what they are, but they're quite high.
They're like 200, aren't they? 200?
I probably have the wrong answer.
More than that. They're running a piston. They run a piston with the steam. I'm not quite sure. You could look it up though.
My average piston in my car is about 110, right? 120?
Somewhere around there, yeah. If you check your compression on your pistons,
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. About 120 is what I usually.
Yeah, That's
120 is good, man. I mean, if you got more than that, great. But 120 is really good. You're right. That's like a solid.
Yeah, but all that's doing is checking like it. If it'll hold at 120, that means that not enough pressure's going around the rings and that sort of stuff.
Right.
Yeah. So you're gonna have good combustion when you have
your
that.
valves are good, and your
valves are sealing good. Yep.
And your rings are at 120. You're good. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you can get it up to like 150, no problem. Right? You probably ran in your race cars maybe 160. What are you thinking?
I don't know, because I know I had 16-to-1 compression.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I mean, that's just high performance stuff, man. Damn.
But I had to, in order to get that, I had to like hand fit the piston up into the combustion chamber.
Mm-hmm.
I had to put a piece of clay over the top of it, and then rotate the engine by hand, and the valves would open and press the clay down. You had to have a minimum of 90 thousandths clearance everywhere, because the rod can stretch and things can happen if you'll start hitting shit if there's less than 90 thousandths clearance.
But you ran really high fuel content at the same time, right?
Well, yeah. It was a normally aspirated gasoline powered engine, but I had two 1250 Dominator carburetors on top of a tunnel ram. Yeah, it was a handmade intake manifold that was, about a foot tall.
Did you put like
aluminum,
like 100 octane in it, or?
No, it was 117.
It was 117. That's aircraft fuel, right?
Well, aircraft fuel is 105. But this was straight racing fuel from VP Fuel, and 117 is the highest octane you can possibly get, and it had 4.2 grams of lead per gallon. Yeah.
Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God.
So what was the lead in there for exactly?
It's a cushion, and it helps with compression a little bit, and it seals when the valve goes to shut when it slams shut.
Right.
It's like a cushion between your valve and the seat in your head.
So it acted like a lubricant a little bit.
Like a lubricant and a cushion, yeah. It crushed. So you're not hitting metal on metal, but there's a little bit of soft metal in between.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. You get that. It's like a graphite. I mean, you could probably use graphite.
Plus, it would help seal it too, because each time that the valve would shut real hard, would slam onto the seat, and then it would mesh the lead in between the two and fill all the little tiny gaps and cracks or whatever. So you'd have maximum compression that way too.
That's cheating, man. Fuckers. That's cheating. All right.
Maybe a little.
Yeah. Now, you've heard of lead poisoning, right? You've ever heard of that?
Oh, yeah. It always worried me, because when I was in my car and doing a burnout and whatnot, the car would fill with smoke from the tires. I'd have to open the door when I backed up and get the smoke out. I'm in there choking to death, trying to breathe, and then you can smell the fuel everywhere. I mean, I can imagine. I was probably doing some pretty good damage to my body, I would imagine.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, rubber and lead.
Yep. So if you ever wonder what's wrong with my thinking, that's probably where it comes from.
So the answer for safe PSI on a train was 300. I haven't found a destructive.
300 PSI for the train, right?
For safety, not for
safety.
Not for destruction. Yep. So it can run safely. Yeah.
Safely at 300.
So that's quite a bit different than a boiler. The answer I initially gave. I can't find they just have a picture of it exploding, but they don't. The graphs they give I can't make sense of it. And I could take screenshots of it and send it, but the point is the amount of force that's generated just because of the equalization and tearing steel, man. And that's not that's a lot of power. That's a lot of power.
300 PSI?
Yeah, for safe And I don't know. It could be 1,000, 1,200 before failure. I don't know. But I highly doubt it's anywhere even into the...
Probably like 500.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even the first power even. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Of difference. But I don't know how it translates to torque.
PSI, yeah, exactly. It depends on...
I'm gonna go
just talking about having tight cylinders. Yep. Anytime you're pushing an object with whatever, steam, gasoline, fire, whatever it is,
hydraulic.
The trick is to have that beautiful seal where you're firing that, and it's just, if it's timed right, man, it's a beautiful thing, man. And it's also, it's a great craft, man. Combustion engines are awesome, man. Steam, gas, I love it. Hey, but all the cucks want to go, hey, man, get this electric car, man, that catches fire and you can't put it out. Bummer.
And the electricity.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, it was a totally bad idea. That's what we did.
It catches fire in your garage and burns your house down. Oh, that was cool. Good idea, man. Good. That's a good one, bro.
And how expensive the battery will be, and how
and it's $29,000.
The batteries are highly toxic, and they have to go into a landfill.
Yeah.
No. We have to have special places to put that. Come on, now. We have special places in the desert. Godric, we got special burial places for your batteries.
The number bumps up significantly in torque value.
I was talking about this shit last night. And I'm like,
15,500 for 300 psi of torque. 15,514 torque.
300.
So it gets into the first exponent, but.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, these are physics things, man. We talk about physical things we can build and test and do for ourselves, man. They're beautiful things. Yeah. The combustion engine is one of the greatest inventions, man, of all time, no doubt about it.
You know what the source energy is?
It's traveled me at least 1 million miles with that combustion engine.
Do you know what the source of the energy is described as?
Enlighten me, please.
Entropic expansion. It's the expansion of the gas in the cylinder.
Hey, man.
So it's entropy for powering that.
It's entropy. And
yeah.
Water can expand up to 700 times its original size.
Oh, but I'm talking about the explosion of the vapor. That's an expansion. That's an entropic expansion.
Yeah, you're talking about a fuel then that's going to expand.
Yeah, in the cylinder. Yep. Combustion.
Anything in the cylinder that it combusts, right? It's entropy, man. It's gas pressure, man. It's pressure.
Yep, it's pressure.
And they have to have. Guess what? You have to have rings and valves to make that pressure happen, and that means it has to have a container. And if it has to be a container
to get force out of. Yep.
You're not going to get
a nail on the head.
Contained, man.
Not contained, you get no force.
You got nothing. And you can prove this yourself. You can get your gas lawnmower out and prove it. Fuck's sake.
Yeah. That's why I was having. Were you here for the whole lights in the sky thing as being able to determine something physical out of them? That's such an annoying claim to me. Because it's not possible. You can't make.
We're talking about the hobby astronomer today. That guy.
Yeah, that guy. And I think it should have been cut off at. You can't determine physicality or physical properties based on what
color. Yeah. The red.
Yeah, the color.
The red was like the red.
Specific.
Red.
Whatever, man.
It's all about the red today, man. Going for
red.
It
was probably. Started out as data sets. It's a bunch of crap. Anyway, there you have it.
Yeah, I listened to most of that today, man. I mean, I was tuning pianos and trying to listen at the same time, man. It's kind of hard sometimes.
I thought you were more involved. But I think
wasn't here, and I was
about
just
it
listening
for more than a minute. I don't think it deserves any attention to claim.
I think we're done.
Knowledge.
Yeah, I think we're done with it.
Yeah.
We can move along.
right,
Glad dropped a really cool picture in the voice text. It shows this basically horizon level. The horizon does dip down towards the middle and then dips up on the other side. It's kind of like a V shape, man. You follow me on the horizon on that picture? Am I wrong about that? Am I seeing things?
Oh yeah, the most recent one.
It kind of dips down towards the middle, and then it kind of goes back up again towards the right.
That's the reason for that is that amateur guy that drew it in a balloon. Well, it was on a whatchamacallit, that the horizon was dipping convex and
right. I've seen that. Yeah,
and so you're just seeing some of the stretching happening because that's what like right away at takeoff, Earth was looking spherical. I mean, anyway, do you remember that? But it's not that the image isn't worth. It's totally worth it because look, it's not a sphere, man. Even if it's tipping convex and concave.
Well, here's my
Didn't McToon take a clip of that same video or a still shot of it going the other way and try to call it the curvature?
Yeah, did dumb stuff. They do the dumbest stuff.
Anyway, correct me if I'm wrong on this picture, man. It does dip down towards the middle and then it goes back up. And that disproves any kind of globy curvature, man. But I do see this. It does kind of come to a point in the middle, man, right? And then it goes back up on the other side. So we live on a butterfly. We live on a butterfly, boys and girls.
Yeah, you're. I see what you're describing.
Is that lens distortion or is that real?
Yes, dude, it's a fisheye lens actually. It immediately when it took off within the first 30 seconds, Earth was. But it was constantly warping.
Yeah, we're talking about the GoPro Red Bull Red Bull jump.
God no, this is a cameras tied to a balloon.
Yeah.
And the balloon went up for like 2. Because the image was warping because it was fisheye lensing. But this is a good picture, Glad shares, because it's showing you. I mean, all the way across. Generally speaking, as an average, it's level.
Get your ass back in here.
Even if it's a little warped a little bit.
I want you to see what I'm talking about, man. It dips towards the middle, and this is the ocean kind of over the clouds, whatever, man. Right, that one. With the
motherfucker, you think I didn't see that right when I saw the image for the first time?
I'm just like, okay, well, we live on a butterfly, is what I'm saying, bro.
Well, deal with it,
maybe
kids.
It's a turtle. Maybe you live on the turtle, dude. Fuck, I don't know. Help me out.
Yeah. So that picture, I like that picture because it's specifically. It's where see those cloud formations. One goes from it's like light goes to dark. It's two different types of air mixing, and there's just a bulge there because of what's going on in your view. It's not because it either dips or curves upward. Anywhere. It's it's an optical phenomenon, I think.
Yeah, it's doing some warping.
There's so many.
It does have inconsistencies, though, and we flat earthers might just have to accept that. I don't know.
So today, man, we had the hobby astronomer in here, and he was talking about the blue shift, red shit, I call it, and I'm looking at the picture, man. I see a lot of blue, and I see a lot of red, and I see orange, and some whites. I see a lot of colors here, man. And you're telling me because it's blue or red, the only way in the entire perfect world is it has to be hydrogen that's burning if it's red. That's it.
What leads you to that conclusion, kind sir? What demonstrates what was
claimed?
Well, it was claimed, but it was Jimmy today. It was Jimmy, I think his name. And he was like, blue shift, definitely red is can only happen with these gases. That's it. I was like,
wow.
Oh man, that's heavy, man. You want to stand on that rock, man. You're standing on a big
sound. Yeah, in the live stream voice text, I'm posting my reaction to him earlier today. I was driving around, but those two are good.
Yeah, that's good, bro. That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, so
anyway, moving on.
Yeah. No, I forgot what was his name and what was his game.
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
What's his name?
Jimmy.
He was talking about spectroscopy and how it's a very, he say it was a very specific science or a very developed. I forget how he put it. He's like, but he was basically saying it's law and you're a fucking idiot. Well, so I think he was saying spectroscopy is a field that's been around for He sounded really confident too.
Yep,
but it went on for an hour and a half. The thing I had, the problem I had was he wouldn't listen to anything about it not being able to be claimed in physicality.
Of course not. Why would he do that? That would mean that he's listening and then eventually getting destroyed.
The whole time I'm listening to this guy, I'm like, and they're all talking about this blue shift, red shift, star shit for fucking hours. And I kept screaming to myself, and I was like, let's get it back down here, man, where we live, man. Come back down. Come on. Come back down here. I'll come back down. We need to get back to the
Earth. It all started with trying to verify Earth's movement and went directly to redshift.
Hold on, one at a time.
I apologize. I'll be quiet.
No, you're
I have
good.
a question.
Go ahead, Godric.
I have a question about spectroscopy.
Okay. I don't know anything about it. Be fun.
Observing a star, I don't know, 21 million light years away. And isn't there like loads of nebula gases and meteors and asteroids? And by the way, since it's not a real vacuum, all the matter in between here and there, wouldn't that give a false reading to the actual star that's that far away because all the stuff in between?
No, refraction doesn't matter because space eats it up, gobbles it down. Mm-hmm. And then you don't need to worry about it. Done deal.
Yeah. I'll take over here. Hold on, man. So the light produces this 6.6.62.62 frequency that matches the exact frequency of the burning hydrogen.
You don't understand either. That's okay.
What?
66636 frequency. 666.
I was like, no, you cannot come in here and go, it's 6.6.62 mercury to the value of the spectroscopy of the spectrum of the frequency. And it's exactly the only way in the entire universe can produce this is hydrogen burning. And then we know that that's a red light because it's hydrogen burning. And we know it's 6.6.6 frequency. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's science right there. The fact that it took you so long to explain, that's because it's real science.
Exactly.
You know it's real because it sounds so fake.
Right. And then the claim of knowledge to the direction of the path of the thing. There were so many concrete claims made about a light in the sky. It was driving me nuts.
Yeah, it was driving me nuts too. Totally lumpy gas. I was like, dude, come on, stop. Please stop. Let's get back down to Earth, curvature, you can fucking spin the lights in the sky any way you want, man. They can go left, right, upside down. There's no parallax. I know that. Good luck showing me that. But let's keep it down to what we're standing on, because guess what? We can measure what we're standing on, people. We can measure it all day, every day. And last time I checked, man, it keeps measuring. Not a spinning globe at 3959 radius, man. Have a nice day. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wow, look at this voice text in just a sec. I got to delete this other one, but check this out, dude. Look at it. This is Glober's when we ask for curvature. Look at this.
For light to travel around the curve from point A to point B. The light.
That poor man.
Oh, is that guy?
Is it
Remember
Andre
him?
the Giant?
Yeah, I remember the Giant.
He wasn't a giant, man.
He was huge.
I mean,
Like
I get
7 feet tall.
Dude, he was like 450 pounds.
Yeah.
Easy.
He's big. Not a giant. Giant.
He was a giant, bro. I want you to have seen him in real life and then be like, yeah, but still, no, not as big as would be a giant.
Right, yeah. I'm
Would you
just
fight
trying to say-
that motherfucker?
I'm
Sorry.
being an asshole.
Nobody
man.
would fight him. Nobody would
Yeah.
fight him.
Dude,
No.
come on.
No way.
Not
He
without.
looks like a bar owner that's just had enough.
He's like bar owner Omega.
Yeah. He's just really good at stopping bar fights, and this is how they start, or this is how he starts to finish him. This look.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, no! You don't know.
No.
Yeah, I would never want to piss off that guy ever.
Yeah. I grew up watching him break bitches in half.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, he was really awesome. Really funny person. Real nice person. I heard he was just a great dude.
You know, this is a weird fact. You know Samuel Beckett, the author?
No.
Okay, he wrote Waiting for Godot. It's this pretentious postmodern garbage. But anyway,
That's
he's
why I haven't heard of it.
Well, there you go. But he's apparently a famous author. But he used to drive Andre the Giant to school. It's like this weird. It's like this weird concrete. It's such a cool story.
Cool.
It's a cool story.
Yeah, a cool story, bro. He kind of reminds me of Lou Ferrigno.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Totally. Same guy.
No, it's not the same guy. Lou's a fucking meat castle. Still.
Lou is the Incredible Hulk.
That's right. The green guy.
He never won Mr. Olympia once. Do you know how fucking hard that he had to take that? Arnold gets it 6 times. He doesn't get it once. It sucks. Dude, and he looked better so many times. Anyway.
Arnold is Arnold, so he kind of...
That's right. Arnold was fucking destined to be a winner. Even if he didn't have the best physique, it was going to be Arnold.
He's the governor, man. The governor, bro. The governor.
Chosen
Arnold
not to be a child. Sorry, go ahead.
Arnold just has a winning mentality. He's just the Terminator, so yeah.
Yeah, it's a mentality. Dylan, what the CIA got you pushing too many pencils? Fucking idiot.
I can make California great again. I can. California. No.
Biceps and your triceps.
Let me tell you, man. When that guy was running for or got selected into to the governorship of California, my head, it was like a flat Earth moment. I'm like, oh my god, they've gone full retard. Oh fuck.
I don't know. I was like, yeah, okay, I get it, Arnold Schwarzenegger, but it's just a governor and fucking California. Who cares? Let him do it. He'll have fun, and the big boys will make the decisions with or without him. He'll have a laugh on it. So yeah, but when Trump happened, I was like, I don't know about that, guys.
That was
no. That's far. That's a faux pas.
That was next level. Yeah, they had to pull off the Schwartz. First, they had to get off Reagan. Then they had.
It was Reagan. Okay, Reagan was good, but he snuck under the wire because he was just so convincing. Such a nice seeming guy. Right. Reaganomics, that fucking MK.
Reagan.
So then after that, they had Jesse Ventura, right?
Yeah.
And he was a famous politician in Minnesota, and then you had Trump.
There's your progression. There you go.
Oh, Joe Rogan's in there somewhere too.
Well, fuck Joe Rogan, man. That
Joe
Rogan, dude. Get some Rogan, bro.
No, you know what? Joe Rogan would look weird as fuck with hair. Can you imagine that short, muscular guy with hair?
He's never had hair.
I've never heard Joe Rogan. That's my first introduction to Joe Rogan.
It's toe. He looks like a toe, and he needs Rogaine.
Yeah. Got it. It's so good, man. Oh shit, dude! You just spanked it. Fuck.
I have to thank Owen Benjamin for that one. I think I heard it from him first.
Owen Benjamin. Thank you, brother.
Thanks, Owen, for literally that's the only thing you've ever given me.
We know you're listening, Owen.
Owen, I'm glad you stopped drinking, at least on the live stream. Good for you.
I think that's the best name for Joe Rogan ever, man. I mean, we've all called him a cuck, Mario, fucking.
He fell into that name.
A flopper, he's been called everything, man. But
for sure.
Joe Rogan, man.
That's the only curve you guys can come up with is Rogan's head.
It's
I like that. Yeah, now we're on
pretty cool, but have you ever heard of DMT?
DMT, man, you can see the curve, bro. Check it out.
Yeah. Alex Jones talks about the clockwork elves or whatever the fuck that people see when they're on DMT. Yeah.
Right.
The gestures.
So funny.
Fuck off with that.
Hey, here's the main reason I'm never going to do DMT other than I'm not a fucking retard. You want to know the next reason? Because Joe Rogan.
You do something whether you want to or not when you die, my friend.
When you sleep too, I understand that. I know the science of it. I still think that if you're gonna take it, you're a fucking moron. Because anything could go wrong.
I had this great conversation, John, with a guy, man, that did a lot of that shit, and I go, dude, can I get there just by, being me and not having to like go down that dark trail? And he's like, yeah, you can. You don't have to go down that fucking DMT trail.
He's like, take a nap, bro.
He goes, you're there, man. I'm like, okay, cool.
You're already there.
You're there.
I'm glad. Just so you know, it's not just when you die; it's also when you dream.
I said, yeah, when you're sleeping. Someone said when you die, and then I said when you're sleeping. You're right on both accounts. And especially when you can remember your dreams. You had a good trip, or pending, I guess.
Dreams, man.
So when the dreams last long into the day, when you can like remember them long into the day, it's because the DMT and the other chemicals are having a hard time leaving your system from. You were so deep in sleep that it's like you're hungover. Pretty cool.
I like it.
Who's listening to Alex Jones right now?
That
left-handed chair. Can you hear us?
Hey, where's Alex Jones playing? Didn't he get deplatformed? So where's he playing now?
I don't know.
I mean, left-handed chair, man.
Maybe he's just on like his website, Infowars.com.
Yeah, he's got his own badass studio.
No, I know that. He's asking where does he broadcast?
Oh yeah.
Somebody mute left-handed chair right now, please. Thank you. Wow, that was amazing. I can't believe it. It's like I said it and it happened.
All right, whose website are we talking about? Or YouTube?
Infowars.com is probably where he does all of his shit. And I don't want to promote Alex Jones on here, so y'all go look into it yourself.
Oh, Jones. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, man, did you guys ever listen to Art Bell? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I heard about a lot of moon landing conspiracies on that.
Yeah, I have a feeling the Art Bell show was a nice little controlled release for some stuff, for sure.
I do, right? That's you and I are fucking. Yeah, we're clicking. That could have been just a nice little slow release. They would have guests on. They would talk about, there's aliens on the moon, and
then
secret base, and we got pictures, and we're working with the secret underground alien.
You're not. Hey, dude, even if they are, listen, even if they got the underground bunkers and they got the aliens getting inside of people and fucking with their left or right eyes only, like all that dumb shit, what are you gonna do about it? What the fuck are you gonna do?
What are you gonna
do? Cloning centers, right? Cloning centers. Who cares? Who cares? What are you gonna do?
They're weak ass things.
Bro, I've seen some videos too where it's like, if this is real, oh my fucking god! And what am I gonna do about it though? So I just I just ignore it from now on. Like there's nothing I can do, and it just hurts me to see the dregs of like the way people can treat other people. I'm just sick of it. I'm not gonna expose myself to it anymore. So fuck every conspiracy ever. I just want Earth curvature, please and thank you.
we don't ask for a lot around here, man. This is a 24/7 channel, and we talk a lot about the Earth. I'd say, good 75% of what we talk about around here is Earth, what we're standing on, how the water works, the air, taking a piss, poop, flush, toilet, electricity, whatever it is, man. Whatever we're standing on, we can check out. We want to check it out, man. Now, I recently got asked to do an experiment of 0.7 of a mile.
Okay.
Along a flat. 0.7, man.
What do you get, like 5 inches? You might not even see that.
I'm gonna put the camera. Well, we're gonna test the 8 inches. Or we're gonna test that first 8 inches, man. The first 8 inches of the first mile. Now I'll do some flags along something that's level, man.
Yeah.
That's still, man, and I'm trying to figure out where exactly I can get a really nice level. Just even, 1 mile. That's it. Put a little flag over there, maybe 3-4 inches.
The salt flats.
I don't know. I can do it along the beach. Where the
you can do that pretty much anywhere, but
I live right by the Great Salt Lake, and there's an island on there that's called Antelope Island. You can drive to it, and then you can go out on the island. I wanted to see if I can find somebody that had a laser, because then you can drive down on your way to Wendover, and you go to where they set the world land speed record on the salt flats. They race over there on the other side, and it's super flat over there on the other side, and it goes right up to the water, basically. And so it would be so easy to shoot across that water. It's only like, I think it's like 17 miles.
Okay, are you so you're saying you want to measure the island from
the island across the lake, to the other side.
Oh, okay, yeah, for sure. Do you know how far that is?
At the level of the water.
Right, do you know how far that is?
17 miles, I think.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude, get that.
Hey,
so do the mirror.
It's like a half an hour from my house.
That's awesome. How are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? Are you going to get?
I don't know. I just I don't have a laser. If I had one, I'd go do it tomorrow.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Kenny?
I'll buy the laser. How much is the laser? Talk to me.
I don't know.
You can do 27 miles with a laser, man. I'll buy the laser.
Just rent a surveying laser.
Yeah, or we can rent one. There you go.
You don't have to buy shit for this.
Well,
I could probably use a mirror.
A mirror might even be better, because laser pointers or even surveying layers, I don't think you're going to get a surveying laser that's going to go 17 miles. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've never tried that long distance, but yeah.
Pretty long, man.
That's a lot. That's a ways. But a mirror could work.
Yeah.
Line of sight, clear day.
I got a pretty nice old mirror. It's like about 15 inches square.
I'm pretty sure that Taboo Conspiracy Ben
God Rockin', you should do that, man, and then we should just flood the Globers with your video.
God Rockin', man. He's out there in Utah, man. He's done the Salt Lake.
Who has it?
Yeah. I have not done. Oh, yeah. Taboo Conspiracy. And it's Taboo Conspiracy II, lowercase II, as in 2.
Yeah, he's on his third channel, I think.
Third channel now, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, he posts some pretty controversial stuff they don't like. He's been banned a couple times, hasn't he?
Oh shit! Dude, yeah, I mean he hits it. He hits it
though. He hits it hard and well. And
he hits him softly, man. He hits him so soft. They have to take him down because he's too good, man. He never gets excited. He's always got the same demeanor. He's an attorney. He knows how to speak and point things out. And when he did that, sorry, Antarctica's closed video, man, it was like, yeah, they came after him hard because he hit a nerve on that one, I think, man.
I feel like even when they're banning him, like the YouTube interns, they're just like, never change, you magnificent bastard.
Right. We'll let you have another channel.
As they're deleting him, they're just like, yeah, He's right, but
it's when you have professionals like that coming out here and saying, "Hey, man, I'm an attorney. I know how to take apart documents and travel arrangements or whatever it was," for that Antarctica video he did, man. It was absolutely my favorite work of his of all time, man. I mean, he's done some laser tests or reflection tests, like 27 miles. I think he's done like up to 36 miles. He's like, dude, no curve. Check it out. And that's pretty impressive, man. If you can do that 36 miles, that's a good one.
That is a good one. 36 is great. I mean, shit, 5+, right? 5 miles plus. And if anybody doesn't get what you're presenting them, you show them what you did, then they're not worth your time.
Yeah. Exactly, man. You just like, here we go. Can we see too far? Yep, we can see too way too far.
Okay, and do you understand the implications of what I just showed you? It's either yes or no, and if they don't, walk away. If they do, see what you can make happen with a very polite, nice, gentle conversation.
Right, so
let them lead the conversation.
We had a couple of Glober pros coming in here today. I don't know. They were Glober pros, man.
I was in and out of listening.
Yeah, I'm sure we all were, man. I was too. Well, I didn't catch everything, but Mr. Hobby astronomer, he was in here for like an hour before he admitted that he was an astronomer, and he kind of got busted there a little bit, but I think
Dude had nothing. He didn't present a single piece of evidence.
Did he have an argument at all? Like, what was the thing?
Nothing.
No. Dude, he sounded good. He sounded.
Did he? He didn't even have anything.
He didn't have shit, but he sounded good. You know what I mean?
It sounded like he had something. Like he could have something. Like if he were smart, he could make it sound really good.
He made it sound really amazing.
Serious, professional. What was he? What did he do? I mean, come on.
I don't know. It took him an hour to admit he was an astronomer, and then they kind of pinned him down. And he's like, "Well, I'm not a professional astronomer." Hobbyist. Yeah, I was like, "Oh fuck!" And I threw my fucking headphone down. And I was like, "You mother!" I was like, "Oh, you little cock."
That's too bad.
You could hear him smiling. You could hear him smiling.
I think I heard that guy.
The other thing that really caught my ear is like I can hear him laughing, kind of.
Dude, it always gives them away every fucking time. They don't care too. Like I'll say, "Hey, by the way, we can tell you're not. At least I can tell you're not being serious. I can hear it in your voice."
Exactly.
So you're smiling every once in a while. It's called Duper's Delight. Maybe if you could get rid of that, you come back or take this seriously.
Yep. And that's all I needed to hear, man. I can hear their giggleness.
And you know what that is? They're showing us how unconfident they really are in their argument. Yeah. That's what they're doing.
It's the win for us, man. And I don't know if you guys caught it. I caught it. I was like, oh shit, that guy's
sometimes I just leave it because I'm like, well, I know, but the Sharks need, so I might just back out.
That's a good description of him. Bullshit artist.
Huh?
Bullshit artist. That's all he was.
Yeah, exactly.
What is this?
But at the same time, I mean, he did hold his ground. He wasn't belligerent. He wasn't like some of these kids that come in here and go, I watched a TikTok video. You flat earthers are retards. It's like, no, this guy, he knew something about something, man. At least as much as we know about spectroscopy or whatever it is, whatever it was, red light, blue light shifts. We've all heard the arguments, man. We've all heard them. It's not like he's just bringing something new to the table here.
Well, right. And I love to say this.
He did bring one new thing to the table, and that was called perfect refraction. Did you guys
perfect refraction? What in the fuck is that?
I had to stop my car, dude. I was driving. I'm like,
oh man.
I go, he did not say perfect refraction. There is such a thing as perfect refraction.
Are we still you know? About
yeah,
What about perfect gravity?
Seeing shit that I shouldn't see, or I can see shit that I do see, man. Dude,
he'll be back. You can ask him some questions.
Perfect refraction is me running a piece of wood through a table saw. I know exactly where that blade is, and I know where my fingers are because I just don't want to get them cut off. So,
yeah, he tried to say that perfect refraction was where it produced a perfect image. I was talking to him a little bit about that, and I almost hit the floor when he said that. He said you had to pull over in your truck. I almost fell off my chair.
I'm like, perfect refraction, man. That was a new one, man. That one hit me. Thank you.
That one hit you in your good spot.
It hit me. It did hit me in a good spot. It was.
That's funny.
Here's
what I love about it. The reason I can have a genuine laugh on at their expense is because they set themselves up for it. See, the Earth is flat, stationary, and closed. Right. So if you come against it, you're gonna, it's okay if I laugh at you. It's, that's just 2 + 2. Okay, right. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, man. It is a little bit of a trade-off. Yeah, right there, man.
If you defend the globe, I have every right to throw you under the bus. That's what I'm saying here.
That's what we do, man. And with the measurements of this 3959 radius, without that, man, you got nothing. You don't have satellites. You don't have rockets. You don't have moon landing. You don't have fuck all without 3959. And if we can just keep pounding your...
He denied that. He denied that that 3959 number was in all those calculations. He says, no, they're not. They don't use that for any of that stuff.
Well,
he said that too, that astronomer.
They don't use it for all that stuff because we got 72 documents from NASA saying everything we build it according to a flat stationary plane, please. That's paragraph 1. You're like,
yeah. If you're talking about aircraft and all that kind of stuff, yeah. But I'm talking about rocket telemetry and distance to planets, that kind of shit. They do use that radius number for those calculations.
Yeah. Without the R, man, you can get shite, and then you have to take everything from that number, and without that number, man, you're done.
Well, just think about this. We all know that we do live on a flat stationary plane, and the equator on the flat Earth is only halfway to where the real radius of the flat plane would be. You'd have to go to the edge of the plane, or I don't know that it would be considered an actual radius if it wasn't a circle. I don't know, but from the center North Pole to the edge, you go to the equator, which is a circle around the North Pole, which is the equator, and then you go the same distance basically to the other pole, which is still flat all the way there. And so the radius of a flat, like a dish or a flat, anything that's flat, a flat circle, the radius is all the way to the edge. Period. So what's the real radius of the flat plane is what I want to know. It's got to be at least 10,000 miles. At least. I would guess.
Well, Jay Tolan Media went up in
Now, the reason I say that is because I've been looking, and I know you guys are probably going to laugh, but go ahead. I don't care. There's this new video out. It's the same guy that did that Flat Earth lost history of the Flat Earth, that 6-hour video. He's got a new one out.
EWAR, yeah.
EWAR. Yeah, there you go, EWAR. It's got a new one out, and it's about the plasma moon map.
No,
and
dude.
He's trying to sell that too hard, dude. I don't buy that for
maybe he is, but I think he's right about the extra land. I think there is that much land. I think there's way more than they're telling us about. That's just my opinion.
That's what I'm saying, though, dude. What are you going to do about it?
Nothing. I'm just saying nothing. I ain't going to do a fucking thing about it. What I'm saying is I believe that he's right about the land.
Trust the plan. The Patriots are in control.
Hey, trust the plan.
You guys are talking about more land, but what if there's just a dome there at the end? Isn't that more threatening than more land?
Yes, no question.
As long as it's constantly spring break on that land, I don't care where it is.
Oh, I don't care where it is either. I'm just saying I think it's there, and I think it's inhabited. And I think that's where all these fucks live.
Man.
That's probably... Yeah, there's probably a shitload of land we have no idea about. Way more than we could probably even guess. And, yeah, yep.
It's just a thought. It's just what I think is probably true.
I think you're right. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not saying anything about it. That's just what I believe is going on.
I know. I'm being kind of a dick because I want to do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to hold someone accountable. I want to tie them to a chair and make them behave. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the kind of thing that needs to happen to all of the ruling elite right now.
Well, we all have to go at once then.
No, we don't.
And handle it. Yeah, we do.
Oh, we just need enough.
80% of us anyway. The fit and the healthy.
Okay, well, right.
And the willingly and the strong-minded. One that can take a few fucking bumps along the way. Keep on going.
Well, that's certainly not the generation coming up.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no.
And all of us bad motherfuckers are going to be gone pretty soon. Maybe that's what they're waiting for.
Do you remember the encyclopedia talked about a dome at 13,000 feet? What about that? Is that legit?
Say it again?
The encyclopedia that talked about a dome at 13,000 feet in Antarctica.
Yeah, it's 1957 encyclopedia. Got pictures of it and everything.
Someone have a
Is there a possible dome there, or do you dismiss that?
No, I believe in it. Personally, there's got to be a container somewhere. It's got to be, and the ancient people, a lot of them claimed there was a dome, and we've got to have this environment's contained. Period. It is. Otherwise, it would be gone. Where it would go, I don't know, but it would just go wherever it could, elsewhere, because the only way you have gas pressure is with a container. You take the container away and you no longer have gas pressure. So, or it would be much, much lower if it was just a larger container and beyond. I don't know. We're contained, period. We know that.
Yeah, that's
the necessary antecedent for air pressure, gas pressure.
They're like, demonstrate pressure on Earth. I'm like, okay, take a breath and let it out. Boom, done. And when you hold your breath, that's gas pressure with a container gradient inside. Oh! Just hold your breath. Fucking kidding me. People are like, let's try to make a vacuum and see how. No, the world in which we live is mimicked actually a lot by people's bodies and things in nature. And you can create your own little Earth if you want, little isolated system with a gradient in your fucking lungs if you hold your breath. So, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, Globers. How is there a pressure gradient? I didn't make the place. I don't fucking know.
Well, funny. We don't make the rules, right? We're just here to tell you how they work.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious why and how there's a pressure gradient, in my opinion. Because all the gas on Earth, all of it, is produced at the ground level. It's being produced from all the plankton in the ocean, from all the trees, from all the fucking whatever, from all the geothermal gas vents being let out. All these gases coming out constantly, massive volumes at the sea level, at the fucking level of the land and below and sea level. It's all coming out right there. So where's it going to be most concentrated? Right fucking there. For fuck's sakes. And then it's going to rise up, and it's going to be, probably become less pressure because it's going to expand out and fill the container. But it's going to remain higher pressure here because it's constantly being replaced here. Constantly. being replaced at ground level. It fucking makes perfect sense why there's a gradient, for fuck's sakes. It's not being replaced up above at all. It's just being replaced here, ground level, massive amounts all day long, night and day, gas being produced. Of course, there's going to be more at that level. I mean, it doesn't take a fucking genius to figure that one out.
Nope.
I'm looking at pictures on Google Earth, Antelope Island, and seeing if I can see a spot I want to go check out with a mirror. I think I might do that. I don't. I'm bored. I'm retired. Bored. I got to do something with my life.
Build a house.
Well, I'm working on that already.
That's cool. That's something I want to do. Build a house.
I'm not actually under construction yet. I'm just looking for some property right now. I got an inheritance and stuff, so I need to do something with it.
Yes, you do. You need to build a homestead for us, for everybody here. Okay?
It's not that big of an inheritance. It's not that big of an inheritance, but you're more than welcome.
I'll help you run it. No, because we'll bring all of our shit too.
Yeah, you can come
you
along.
Buy the land, and we'll just bring our shit, and it'll be great.
Well, I was only going to buy 3 acres.
How about 30?
I don't know if I got that much money.
Yeah, well, on the moon, it's only $30
per acre. Oh, yeah. Wow. Let's move to the moon then. Fuck it.
And Mars, I think, is 35. Something like that.
I don't think we can homestead on the moon or the Mars, so I'm not going to buy them.
No, not yet.
Not ever, Elon.
Yeah, Elon. So, Elon Musk and Bill Gates are going to end the world together. I think that's what it's looking like.
Well, they're certainly doing their part.
I told so my mom is a drug lawyer, and she helps clients deal with the FDA and all kinds of shit like that. But I had to inform her that there was fires at food processing plants recently, and that Bill Gates bought up all the fucking farmland. She's like, "What?" I'm like, "Hold on. It would be your job to know this kind of shit." She works directly with meatpacking plants and companies and all kinds of shit. And she didn't know. I was very surprised. She hadn't even heard about it. Like they're not telling anybody about this shit. They really aren't.
Right. Well, you heard about what happened in India today, right?
I didn't. No. What happened?
They did a complete 100% cut us off from all grain, rice, and wheat. And that's one of our biggest imports. Rice.
That happened today?
Yep. No more coming to us. Zero, none. Zilch.
And I went to the grocery store today for the first time in a long time. And I saw, this specific store, and I haven't been there in a while. And their shelves were very empty.
And my parents sent my sister to Sam's Club and Costco today to go buy some flour and some rice and a few things because I told them about this embargo or this whatever you want to call it, where they cut us off. They already have limited everyone to 2 25-pound bags of flour per person, and the prices haven't gone up that much yet, but it's limited to 2 25 pounds per person.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
I don't entirely see that as a bad thing. I mean, every food you just listed is horrifically bad for most people.
You're right. It is horrifically bad, but you can live if you supplement with some meat and fish and stuff and some wild game and whatnot. You can live for a long time on
people don't want to be comfortable, Ryan.
Bread and supplement yourself with some good wild game meat or whatever. I don't see how anybody, unless you're filthy, filthy rich, how you're going to put away the kind of food that is good for you in a survival situation. I'm going to be in a survival situation, my friend. And I don't have millions of dollars to put away deep freezers and generators and all that kind of fucking shit, underground fucking bunker and blah, 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 to put myself all this expensive, healthy food that you think I should be putting away. I don't have that kind of money. And I don't want to starve to fucking death. So I'm sorry, but I bought myself a few 100 pounds of rice, a few 100 pounds of flour, a few 100 pounds of pinto beans, a few 100 fucking, and then like 20 gallons of cooking oil and whatnot, and it's put away. And if I have to eat it, I fucking will.
Well, yeah, man, that's a good idea. Those same types of food that are bad for you, they last longer with shelf life. So that's a smart idea. I'm not arguing against that. I was just talking about regular day eating for people in the United States.
Yeah, like, it's weird too because
sunflower oil is not a good thing to eat on a regular basis.
No, it's not. I agree 100%. But I can't think of any other type of food that I can actually put away long term, seal it from oxygen, suck it, get a food saver out, suck all the air out of it so it doesn't go bad.
Man, why do you want to try so hard to stay here?
I don't know anything else I can afford to do it.
Why do you want to try so hard to stay here?
I'm not staying here. I'm staying somewhere else, dude.
No, I'm fucking saying staying on Earth, alive.
What do you want me to do?
No, listen.
That's a stupid question, Glad.
Jesus Christ, listen. If the world goes to shit anyway, what's the point of sticking around, dude?
That's a stupid question.
I'm not going to go on their terms, bro. Sorry, I'm going on my terms.
You think you
I
are?
have food
Good
storage
luck.
too, Glad. Like, I have a lot of food storage. Like,
Good
I have
for
a
you.
year's worth of food.
You're going to last 6 years longer than me. Great.
Okay, yeah, it's my terms. I'm not going on there. Sorry.
You're going to scrounge for 6 years, right? Instead of living comfortably.
No, I'm not going to scrounge because I'm better than that.
No, it's
I'm going to live happily.
That's how it works. It's going to fall. Everything falls to the ground.
I think you guys are being very negative.
Sorry, I'm going to try. I'm not a quitter.
Okay, but this place isn't worth it, dude. It's not worth your effort.
Yes, it is worth it.
No, God Rockin', you're better than this place.
I know you're probably not a believer in God, and I don't give a fuck.
You're better than this place. Well, God and I need to have a talk, but I don't want to.
Glad talk you're not making any sense right now. Just so you know.
No, you're not.
Just chill.
God would no longer have a conversation with you than he would the devil, bro.
Yeah. On the topic of the food thing, like if this were to actually affect the economy here, as far as food goes, I was going to say 30% of the lower 48 of the United States, not Hawaii, not Alaska, but the lower 48 of the United States, 30% of that land mass of this country in that section falls under the category of land that's doesn't have houses on it, doesn't have cities or roads on it, and it's not suitable for farming because it's in a place where farming is so expensive you can't really make a profit with farming. So it's not suitable for farming, but it is suitable for graze land, for cattle to graze. And, it's better for them and better for you than feeding them grains and having them stand around on their own fecal material. So I'm just saying, if grains become really expensive and we're forced to let the cattle, dare I say it, graze, and then we just eat a lot more grass-fed beef and less other things, how's that a bad thing? I think we'd probably be better off.
Yeah, I just happen to have a very good friend that's a cattle rancher, and he's going to donate a few cows to me, too.
Do the cows make milk?
No, they're beef cows. They're not cows for milk, but that wouldn't be a bad idea. I
like milk.
Yeah, I do too.
How about goats? I'll do goat milk.
Yeah, that would be good. It's supposed to be better for you too, I guess. That's what I heard. I don't know.
Yep.
If you just had a few, like 3 or 4 of them, that'd be plenty of milk for probably 10 or 20 people.
Exactly. Be all set. Hanging out with God Rockin' at his ranch, drinking milk,
a few chickens,
chilling
a few
out.
cows.
Give me milk and eggs. I'm good.
Yep.
You guys are being too negative, man. We already beat the lockdowns. The Illuminati's on the run. We won, bro.
I'm not going to just go out on their terms. I'm just not that way. I'm just not that kind of person. I'll go out on my own terms. And I don't mind. And I like living in the mountains. I've always wanted to move away to a piece of land somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, or there's you can buy land here where I live for $3,000 an acre, and it's sold so you can build a home on it. $3,000 an acre. I can go buy it today.
Let's do it.
That's a good price.
There was a movie back in the 90s, I think, where they invaded America, and the one family went to the mountains and hung out and like survivalists, I forgot what the movie was named. It was a good movie.
Red Dawn?
Red Dawn, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. God Rock can be out there in the woods, camping out. I'll be out there with him.
Fighting commies.
If you sheeple need some direction, just hang out with God Rock and he'll be out there in the mountains.
Plus, I spent my whole life building. I can build with anything: stone, logs, trees. It don't matter. Give me some tools and I'll build a place. I'll lay the stone. I'm a tile setter. I poured concrete my whole life. I can build stone walls. I can build them out of logs. Give me a chainsaw. Give me some, I'm going to put some Portland green cement away or make my own. All I need to do is find some clay. You just have to dry it out real good, and then kind of fire it a little bit so it dries out real dry, and then crush it into powder. As soon as you put water with it, stone and sand, it gets hard as a rock. That's what cement is. It's just clay. Portland green clay is all Portland green cement is. It's just clay. Any clay works. All you have to do is dry it out, super, super dry, crush it into powder. And as soon as you hit water with it, it reacts and it turns to concrete. So there's free clay everywhere. And I can build myself a septic tank. All I need is a few plastic pipes, which is super cheap. And you can build a septic tank by stacking tires in a hole. Old tires, like 15 feet tall in a hole, and then cover it with gravel and rock around it. And then as long as the ground percolates and drains water through it real good, then it seeps out through the cracks of the tires. And if it was 15 foot tall, it would take years and years for that to fill up because the water pours into the top. It hits the fecal matter. It breaks it up into smaller particles, and then it seeps out through the cracks of the tires where they're stacked on top of one another. And then it seeps into the gravel. It's about a 2-foot gravel bed all around the tires. Cheap as fuck to build a septic tank. Cheap. Tires, you can go get all the worn out tires you want, stack them up, cover them, surround them with gravel. Like I said, run a drain pipe into it, the top of it. It's about 4 feet under the ground so it doesn't freeze. And you're done. You got a septic tank that will drain at least for as long as I'm still alive. I guarantee you that.
So do you put like a toilet on top of it or what?
Well, yeah, you put the toilet in your house, and then you just put your drain pipe to the septic tank that's out, 50 feet from your house or 20 feet from your house, whatever. Yeah. You used to shit on a regular toilet, bro, in the house where it's warm. Where you got a nice wood-burning stove or whatever in there. Solar panels on the roof if you can afford to put a few, and some batteries, some real small 12-volt lights or LEDs so you got light at night. You don't need all this super high-powered fucking electricity to live.
Do you flush the toilet, or how does the toilet?
Yeah, of course.
So you have running water then?
Well, I'm going to have water, yes. I'm going to have water. I'm going to have to drill a well, I guess.
How about well water? You got well water? How about that?
Well, you have to drill your own well. You just have to buy land that it's approved to drill a well on. Costs about 30 grand to drill a well.
Oh. How do you know there's water down there?
Well, there's water down there everywhere. You can put a fucking hole in the ground, and I guarantee you're going to hit fucking water somewhere. Now, if it's down 500 feet or more, or 1,000 feet, it's probably not very feasible. It's probably going to cost too much to drill that far. Generally speaking, where I live right here, I could drill outside my house where I live right now and probably hit water at 150 feet, 200 feet. Just depends on the area you're in, you know.
It'd be natural mineral water.
Huh?
It'd be natural, drinkable mineral water.
Yeah. Well, it should be. You have to test it. Obviously, once you drill it, you know, you would want to test it. And if it's got whatever kind of particles in it, then you just have to get yourself what's called a reverse osmosis water purification system. And it filters out it'll filter out salt. You can dissolve salt in water, completely dissolved, run it through a reverse osmosis filtration system, and it will take all the salt out. Anything dissolved in the water, it's almost as good as distilled water. Very, very close. And those filtration systems you can buy for about $300.
Sounds like you got it all figured out, man.
So if the well water is not that good, you just run it through a reverse osmosis filtration system, and bam, you got pure water.
Well,
there you go. I've been looking into this shit for a long time now.
I was actually correcting you. You said if the well water wasn't that good, but it's actually if the well water wasn't that well. How you doing?
Sometimes it's got a little bit of sulfur or whatever in it. Depends on the area that you drill in. But for the most part,
you're making me rather thirsty.
Gases. Sometimes there's natural gas in the water, and that wouldn't be anything that you'd want to be able to drill into, where there'd be natural gas in the ground. So you'd have to avoid those types of areas. But they pretty much got those areas mapped out already, and they tell you can or cannot drill for water in those areas. They got them pretty much. You can pretty much find that information out already.
Yeah. How deep in the ground do you have to go from the surface, or does it vary in different places?
Varies. Anywhere from 2 to 1,200 feet.
From 2 feet to 1,200 feet?
200.
Oh, 200 feet, okay. You got to realize I'm really short, so 200 to most people is like 2 to me. Damn, that's pretty far down.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Was there a lot of Globers in here today?
I lived in a ranch house in Fillmore, Utah, for a friend. He let me stay in it for free. It was the first house he owned down there, and I went down there to work for him for a few years. And he had a well outside the house, and it was about 40 feet down is all where the water hit, where he hit the water. But that was not far from the mountains. And a lot of people have wells in that area. The water was really, really good water, too. It was delicious. The pump wasn't working too good, and so they got me a new pump to put down in it. Before we put one in it, I took a string and put it down the pipe with a nail on it, and as soon as I hit the water, I could pull it up and down and hear it splashing. And then I let go of the string, and it as soon as it kind of stopped and hit the bottom, I hurried and grabbed the string and then pulled it out, and there was 15 feet of water before the nail stopped. So the pump got stuck a little bit, and it was only down in the water about 6 inches. So the well kept going dry. You pump it for a few hours and it would go dry because it couldn't keep up. It wouldn't fill it up. So we just dropped a new pump down in the water, down another 10 feet, and it never had a problem again.
Trip, huh?
Had a little pump house outside the house, little bricked up little shed that was like you had to step down some steps to get inside of it, and it had a little metal fucking plate over the top of it and a pipe sticking up out of it. You just put they had this the kind of pump we put down in there looked like it was about 2 feet long. It was about 2 inches around, and it had to have power to it, and it was like a screw pump or whatever, and it pumped a lot of water. It was only like 2 inches round and about 2.5 feet long. Worked really well.
Good. It worked really good.
Mm-hmm. Really well pumped. Really good well pumped.
Some good
It was the kind of pump I had to use because the pipe was only 4 inches around. Same guy I worked for, he had some alfalfa pivots out in the desert. He grows alfalfa in 160-acre pivots. He had 3 of them out there. Pivot is a sprinkling system that goes around in a circle. Anyway, he had a well out there that had an 8-inch pipe that went down. I think he said it was 350 feet, something like that, out in the desert before they hit water. Anyway, they had this well and this great big electric engine. I mean, this electric motor was like something like 50 horsepower or something, and it was like 4 feet long and 2 feet around, or big electric motor. And when he was driving his truck one day with a flatbed full of hay on it, and he drove across the road, and the ground, a sinkhole fell into the fucking ground because it was sucking sand out of that pipe for like 20 years, and they were watering their pivots with this well water. It had sucked out all the sand, and it made this hole was probably, I'd say 60 feet across around, and it dropped about 30 feet in it. And his trailer that he had pulling behind his truck was half in the hole and half out. It almost fell. He when it collapsed after he drove over at top of it, the sinkhole just fell into the earth. So it had that much of a cavity, an empty cavity of sand underneath the ground that had been pumping out for like 20 years. Finally just collapsed one day. Anyway, so they just left that hole there and moved and put a new pump in about 200, 300 yards from that one, and put a 12-inch pipe in it this time. And even a bigger motor, electric motor. Anyway, they're big alfalfa farmers, and they sell these great big bales. They're like 1,800 pounds. They're big round ones. You've never seen those great big round bales. But anyway, yeah, he drilled a huge well out in the desert because his other ones, the sinkhole, had pumped out so much sand for 20 years. It fucking dropped a hole 30 feet down and 60 foot across. Just fell into the earth when he drove over the top of it one day. He's lucky he didn't fall into it. I don't know if it would have killed him. It might have, to fall that far in a truck. Yeah.
True. I don't know about that. It just depends on how good the truck suspension would be, pretty much, at that point.
Or it depends on how it landed, I'm sure, too. You know?
Yeah.
If it kind of hit the edge and started and landed upside down or something, it'd probably take you out. I don't know.
No, if he was drinking during that time, he probably would have a better chance of survival. You know?
Yeah, if you're all rubberized.
Yeah.
Yeah, drunk drivers, they seem to survive that a little bit easier.
That's what they say. I don't even know if that's true or not. You know what I mean? Who knows? We're not there. You know what I mean?
Right.
How do you know, babe? Like, how do we really know that?
I don't know.
My girlfriend, she reminds me of the beginning of G.I. Joe. It's like, my brother's in trouble. How do you know? I know. G.I. Joe. How does he know? He knows. The answer to how he knows is he knows. Like, the answer to dark matter is dark matter. I'm just saying, though.
Well, I'm going to go speak to the Father in heaven and go to bed.
All right, bro.
I'm going to ask him to forgive me for my sins for the day.
I think you did pretty good today. You might be able to wait a few days before. But
Thank you, God Rocket. You're a good man. God bless you.
Hey, take
God bless all you guys. You guys are all great people, man. I get a little heated sometimes, but you know,
you're not mad at me, are you?
If shit goes down, I'm gonna be over there at your mountaintop.
All right, you're welcome. I'm gonna welcome people to come along for sure. That's not out of the question at all. I'm just waiting to. My father just passed away 2 days ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, man. It's all good. He was so sick and he was suffering so bad. It was a blessing he went. It really was. He was laying in bed. We let him go in his own home, and he was laying next to my mom, and it put my mom through hell, having to change his diaper 2 times a day, and my sister and the nurses and everything else, and it wasn't good. He couldn't even talk the last week. He could just, his eyes were just like rolling in his head, and he was just gargling for air, and it's like, just, oh my God, please go, Father, please, Dad, just die. Because you're never coming back. He hasn't walked for 2 years because he got paralyzed from a neck operation. Hematoma formed around his neck, spinal cord in his neck. He bled after they closed him up. A big blood clot formed around his spinal cord and crushed it. So from that moment on, that was 20 years ago. And so it took him over a year to walk again after that, to over a year of physical therapy. And they got the blood off of it the very first thing the next morning. They finally realized what had happened. And then they shot his neck full of this shit to dissolve the blood clot, and then had these tubes coming out of his neck, drained it all out and got the pressure off his spinal cord. But he was still paralyzed for almost a year, his arms and his legs.
What was the operation he got in his neck that messed him up?
They fused. They fused some of his vertebrae together because his discs were all crushed, and it was really bad. That's not what really caused the problem. What caused the problem was they didn't check his A1C or his ProTime, where that ProTime is how thin your blood is, because he'd been on blood thinners for years, and his blood was still too thin. They should have waited another 2 or 3 days to do the operation. They didn't check his ProTime on his blood to see how thin it was. And I think my dad even lied to him, said, "Oh no, I didn't take a blood thinner yesterday. I quit taking them 4 days ago," because my dad just wanted to get the operation so fucking bad and get it, because my dad was kind of a knucklehead that way. And so he told him that he hadn't taken them when he had, and then they did the operation and then just closed him up, and then it just kind of bled real, where the stitches were, and they stitched him up. It just seeped real slowly all night long and formed this big clot around his spinal cord. So it wasn't the operation that did it. It was the fact that it didn't stop bleeding through the small capillaries and whatnot because his blood was too thin. But anyway, so it was a blessing that he went. It really was. I mean, we're all sad to have lost him, but he hasn't really been here for a long time. Not really. He's been suffering, and it's been pretty bad. So it was kind of a relief, especially for my mom's even coming out of it. It's only been 2 days, and she's already like leaving the house. She went shopping today, and all this stuff that she didn't want to go do because she didn't want to leave Dad laying in bed alone. Even with us going there and telling her, "Just go, we'll watch Dad." Blah blah blah. No, I don't feel like going. I want to be here. And so now that he's gone, she's left the house all day yesterday and today for like 3 or 4 hours at least, going shopping and doing some things. And went and got her a new dress for the funeral, and and she showed me her dress today when I got there. "Oh, what do you like my new dress?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, it looks really nice, Mom. You look really cute in it and stuff." So she's already coming out of it. So it's been a blessing, really. I mean, when it gets that bad, you just, when it's time for him to go, it's time, man.
He had a long life. I bet he taught you a lot.
Yeah, it's 84. He died at 84. Yeah, everybody I've told about it says, "Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss and all this." And it's like, yeah, and I appreciate that, I really do. But to be honest with you, it was a blessing to see him go. He was suffering so bad, and my mom was just it was killing her. When it gets like that, then it's just time for nature to take its course, you know. I mean, maybe that sounds kind of cold, but it's really not. If you'd have been there and seen what I went through for the last 6 months, especially, because I go there almost every day. I spent like 3 hours there today. I mowed the lawn, fixed two sprinkler heads that were leaking a little bit. One of them got broke off. Just normal spring maintenance. The secondary sprinkling system got turned on the other day. A couple of sprinklers were broke, so I fixed them and bought my sister a riding lawnmower last year because she's usually there and mows the lawn. But the battery went bad, so I went down to AutoZone today and bought a new battery and put in it, got it started and running, and then I just mowed the lawn today. But yeah, it was time, man. It was so much time for Dad to go.
I get you, man. Like, I've seen it before. Like, I've had relatives, they were just in a lot of pain, just in like the hospital. Just, it was bad, and then it's like a relief. It's weird. It sounds weird to people, but it's a relief when they go, right? Because they're not suffering anymore.
There's a picture in the live stream I just posted. That's me mowing the lawn today. That's proof. I'm not lying to you, fellers.
You're looking kind of skinny, bro.
I'm 66 years old, bro.
No, that was a compliment.
Feel really good.
That was a compliment, man. There's not that many skinny people.
Yeah. I got a little bit of a gut on me, but I'm not real fat. I do need to lose about 20 pounds, but.
That's a nice picture. It's good you stay active in your age.
What's that?
Yeah, cool area.
That's a nice picture. I'm glad you're active at your age.
Yeah. That's Mom and Dad's backyard.
I don't think you'll slow down. That's good. Keep it up.
No, I'm good. I can build a place. I can work. I mean, I've had 5 heart attacks, believe it or not. But I've got 3 stents. They opened me up about 10 years ago. Went in and I had some arteries that had collapsed. So I changed my diet and changed my lifestyle and, a lot of different things. Quit smoking, all kinds of crazy shit. And I haven't had a problem since. So, and I feel really good. I see the cardiologist once a year. I do a stress test. They x-ray my chest to see if there's any more arteries that look collapsed or whatever. And everything's been looking really good ever since I had that problem. So I feel good, to be honest with you.
Were you ever a runner or a military guy or anything like that back in the day?
No, I was just a construction guy. I worked my whole life building homes, and I was a drag racer. I had a speed shop. I built race cars for a few years. And basically just worked construction. I done a lot of concrete work, a lot of framing. And then when I got older, I was a superintendent for the 17th largest construction company in the nation. I built the conference center in Salt Lake for the Mormon Church, the skating rink for the Olympics in 2002 in Salt Lake, the biggest cold storage unit in the western United States for Sam's Club up here in a town called Corinne, not far from here, a little bit north of where I live. So I built these great big skyscrapers and big, huge fucking buildings for the last 15 years of my career, basically.
All right, CIA. We need to know everything.
Yeah, I'm a journeyman in like 7 different trades: electrical, plumbing, framing, concrete, roofing, painting, you name it, I've done it. I could build a house from the footings to the shingles and everything in between, and I mean everything.
And now you're in here spying on the flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, bro. 100%.
No, I'm kidding.
No, I just want to go. That's always been my dream anyway. Is to
you do any sailing?
Buy some property out in the middle of not real far out, but out away from town, and build a small hand built home that I build myself. Customize it and make it as nice as I can. I'd like to even build my furniture. I'd like everything in my house to be handmade by me if I could ever do that.
That's a goal, man. That's cool.
Wouldn't that be cool? Build your couch and your tables and your everything. You know what I mean? Just build it all. That'd be fun. To me, that would be fun. I could that would motivate me to get up every day and go out and work and to try and get it done.
I always picture myself as part of a, I don't know, maybe a 300 to 400-year-old ship, like shipbuilder, master shipbuilder crew. Oh man, that'd be badass.
I decided I was going to grow my hair out. My mom thinks it's a bad idea. She said, no. I haven't cut it for about 4 months. You can see it's getting a little bit over my ears there. I used to have really long hair. It was like way down the back of my back, and my hair's really curly.
You can pray
this huge, big,
and
curly
meditate.
ponytail.
Pray and meditate easier with long hair.
Well, I kind of believe the Samson story too.
Their antenna.
There's something about a man's hair, and it's supposed to give him strength and different things. This actually, there's some real science behind it, believe it or not.
How do I grow my hair back?
Huh? Are you bald?
Not fully, but it's going. I'm early 30s, and it's going. It's it's almost gone.
My hair's really thick on top still. I mean, I got tons of hair. I don't know why, but I do.
Diet, get away from 5G towers, and
take a look at
there you go.
No, I figured it was the environment.
Your zinc is the hair growth is zinc.
I was going to mention
I was
going to mention that earlier about the 5G radiation and see what everybody thought about not just the 5G, but your router radiation and the cell phone radiation, all that fucking shit. I think that shit's killing everybody.
Oh yeah, it's turning people insane too. You can see that people are being zombified. It's weird. Like the normies.
That's another reason to get the fuck out of Dodge. Get the fuck out of a big city like that, because the cities are going to be way more heavily bombarded with that kind of background radiation out in the country somewhere.
Yeah, Stormfire. Don't also about your hair. Don't take finasteride without understanding the side effects. Like I've just heard some stuff.
I've only tried a few natural things so far.
Yeah, because that.
Go ahead.
That stuff apparently messes with your equipment downstairs.
Ooh.
I've heard that it's the follicle where it comes out of your skin. If it gets clogged somehow, and there's some new I don't know if it's harmful or not, but if you keep your hair follicles where they first sprout out of your head, if you keep them really cleaned out, somehow keep it scrubbed out, and I think they make a shampoo that's supposed to keep all that stuff, but maybe it's bad for you. I don't know. Maybe it's worse to use that stuff, but they say that if you keep the hair follicles cleaned out really good, then your hair will grow back.
I think there's some truth to it.
There seems to be some supporting evidence for that, quite a bit of it. But how you get it out of your head, that's a different story. I mean, do you have to use dangerous chemicals, or you know what I'm saying? What's the shampoo got in it that's going to soak into your skin and poison you worse than you're already? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean
that's the part I'm not sure about. Is all.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I'm sure like it is known what to do, but they won't tell like us plebes like what
If your hair's falling out, up your zinc intake.
I think it's pretty good advice.
Okay, I can't think of why I would be missing zinc, but let me research where you would get it from.
What's the one food you get zinc from? I forgot. There's like this like one common food that has a lot of zinc.
I don't know, man.
Do you guys remember?
I don't know, but I take a zinc vitamin pretty much about every other day. I've done some research, and they say if you take vitamin D, zinc, vitamin C, D3, and E, that it's supposed to be a good immune system booster. So I don't take a multivitamin because I think those things are full of weird chemicals for vitamins instead. So I try to take the natural ones,
Lamb has zinc. I remember now. It's
but I think if you do some research, it says that there's certain vitamins that support your immune system. So I started taking that when this coronavirus shit hit and people started getting sick.
Cocoa Puffs.
And I haven't been sick at all. So I haven't even gotten. I think I did get a sore throat and a little bit of a cold about 3 months ago, but it was come and gone in like 3 days. It was no big deal.
Yeah, I got like a random cold like for 1 week, but I just like didn't care and just did stuff as normal. It went away. It was pretty mild.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I've done a lot of research and I've got my own personal opinion about what's going on, but it's just not a place to discuss it.
Seems like the people
going. You have an opinion?
I do.
How dare you?
Yeah, dude, that's not okay.
I do have one. I'm very strongly opinionated.
Really?
I thought the ones up above us try to make it so our opinions didn't count or we didn't have them at all.
They do that, I think. You're right. But since when did that ever stop you from having an opinion? I don't think it did.
They seem to care a lot about our opinions.
I don't care what they think.
That's good, but they care.
I do to a certain degree. I'm not going to go out and preach on the street corners and try and bring attention to myself because I have plans for my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
There's things I still want to do. And I feel really healthy right now, so I want to get on it as soon as possible.
You've been going barefoot, God Rockin'?
No, I haven't done that yet. I do need to start doing a little bit. I have around the house. I've been taking them off since I've been taking my shoes off at home though, and not walking around in the house barefooted. So,
bro,
I do walk outside. I do walk outside for just a moment here and there, and walk out front on my patio and stuff for a few minutes. But no, I haven't walked around town barefooted yet. No. But I think you're right. To be honest with you, I think you're onto something for sure, Fighter Days.
If you're looking through lenses to try to see like into stone, or like even if you're looking at the sky or anything, how doing it while you're barefoot as opposed to having shoes or boots on could change the whole way you view something. As far as like the electrical current that's flowing through you, able to flow through you or not flow through you, because you're looking at something that has lighting in it with glass. Like all these things are affected by electromagnetic frequencies, radio waves, electrical currents that are running through your body. Positive.
I think you're onto something for sure. I've told you this before. I think you do. You are right. I know. I think you're probably right for sure. The body should be grounded.
Like,
you should be
even
grounded.
if you feel uncomfortable doing it, just step out on that, and you're going to be surprised. You're going to be like, it's not like you even notice anything. It's when you put your stuff back on after not having it on for so long, you see such a change in difference. It's like, whoa. That's when it's noticeable, bro.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to start doing more of that. But I did start since I talked to you about this. The first time we talked about this was about 3 months ago, when I first talked to you, when I seen you on Witset's stream, and you were running around barefoot. You were running around barefoot. You were eating that orange. You were eating that orange raw with eating the peeling and everything. And I thought, now this dude run around barefoot. He's eating an orange. I said, he's trying some shit that's probably a little bit out of the norm, but he's making sense. So I started thinking about it way back then, bro. I pay attention. I try to pay attention. I think that's one thing that most people, you need to pay the fuck attention to what's going on around you all the time.
What do you get? What do you eat in the whole orange?
He eats the peeling and all. Bananas too, I think. Ask him.
What does that give you?
Well, I mean, like, it's not going to eat itself, you know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to eat stuff as it is, you know what I mean? Don't try to alter it, just eat it as is.
What if the peelings have, like, that pesticide on it? You know what I mean?
I mean, you know, it's not like it's going to be any better or any worse with or without it. And sometimes it's a bitter pill to swallow. I wouldn't recommend trying the pomegranate.
You could do some research on what you're talking about, like the peeling, possibly having where it's got that real bitter flavor to it a bit or something.
Yeah.
Maybe there is something in there that they tell us is not good for us. I mean, how often do them fuckers tell the truth? That's what I want to know.
I don't think I've never actually heard from anyone either way whether it is or isn't good. Like, it's just everybody I've always seen everywhere has always done that, you know?
Right. But even if they said it wasn't good for you, would you believe them? At this point, as much as we know now, as much as we know now, all the research we've all done, and we've all gone in different directions and researched this, that, the other. The flat Earth opens the whole fucking world for a new interpretation for you, and it has for me, and I know it has for most of you guys too. So, you know, just think about it.
I don't believe anything they say. The only thing I believe is every single word they say carries a certain definition. So it's like, just like I believe in numbers or something. Like, I don't believe in their numbers, but I believe each one of their numbers is a real thing. It's just what they put together and they say it is. I don't believe anything, nothing. In fact, I think to do the complete opposite and believe the complete opposite, we should probably get a lot closer to the truth than anything close to what they say. The way they formulate their sentence structure, it's faulty. You know, you should reverse it.
Amen.
Not you personally, but, you know, or not.
I've just become very, very untrusting of the government, of any large corporations or food growers or let's put it this way, food modifying people, GMOs, all that kind of stuff. I've just become very skeptical of all of that stuff because I don't think
you could go on forever with the list of everything, you know.
Exactly.
It's just really simpler to say, like, I don't trust anybody who isn't a flat earther. If you're not a flat earther, or basically, I don't trust anybody who believes we still live on a globe. Up to a certain, although a lot of my family is, and I trust them, but up to a certain extent, I'm not going to trust them with any type of, like, medical advice, like health advice, parental advice.
It's all indoctrination.
Yeah. Like, I trust that they love me, and, like, the things that they say are opinions that are close to their heart. Like, I respect and everything. But other than trusting that they love me, or that they try to have my best interest in mind, as far as, like, if I was sick, like, they'd bring me chicken soup or something. But other than that, as far as, like, what they wear, from what they wear on their feet to the conditioning they put on their hair, to the theoretical conditioning they put inside their brain, to what they spend their time with their eyes looking at, the words that come out of their mouth, the reason that they drink their wine or whatever. There's a few things that I'd agree on, like their food. They're vegetarians. They always try to be healthy. But as far as, like, everything else, it's just like, dude, they were like almost in their 60s, my dad and my stepmom, before they're like, well, guess what we're doing this year? We're going to Burning Man. Like, they're acting like Burning Man, some new stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah.
That's cool, though.
Like, yeah, like,
Burning Man, that'd be fun. That'd be fun, man.
Yeah.
I don't know about breathing all that dust, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's just like they're catching on kind of late, you know. They're like that dude who's like he turns 40 and he goes to jail or prison for the first time, and he's like getting like youngster tattoos, and he's just like, talking like one of the guys. He's like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, you're a little too old to be fucking coming in this. Man.
I went to prison for 3 years, dude, and in 1993. Yeah. And
how old were you?
I had the opportunity to get tattoos by the best tattoo artists in the prison, and they were good. And I just kept telling them, no, man, I just don't. It's not me, man. It's not me. I don't have a single tattoo, and I'm never going to get one. And
but how old were you when you went?
My own personal preferences. I ain't marking my body up with no shit. No how.
How old were you when you went though, bro?
It was 1993. It was like 35, something like that.
Yeah, so like I'm that old, Like some people, I'm not saying prison, or like I'm just saying like, or like dudes that were getting like old in their middle of life crisis. They like some guys still see buy it with a red convertible top Miata. You know what I mean? They're like 80 years old. That car's like they've had it like a year or two. They only drive it on the weekends. It's got like 30,000 miles on it. And you're like a red Miata. Some guys will get like the Porsche, whatever. It's just like, they're trying like really hard. Like you can see like if you could put how much they're trying on a scale, they'd get a satisfactory gold star sticker. You know what I mean? When you hear people say like you're doing the most, those people are doing the most that they know in their little heads that they can do to scream like, look at me, I'm still cool, and like, I can go fast if I want to. So funny.
I know it is.
Dude, I gave my friend and his like younger sister. She's like 22, and like one of her friends, they were all drunk tonight. I gave him a ride, and they're just like in the car. And so I'm like, as we're driving, I put on one of my songs, and then one of the girls like, "Oh, is this like an album?" I was like, "I don't know, I guess." And she's like, "Is he rapping about flat Earth? You're rapping about?" And then she's like, "Bounce on song," and then like they both got back on their Instagram like, "Wow." And then before I could even answer them, the words should come out of my mouth. Their thought process was like totally not even had anything to do with the question they just asked because it was rhetorical. So I realized this is just what I'm observing. It's really scary.
That's
really
funny.
is. It's really scary. She told me to pick her up on Valerio Street and hung up. Pick me up on Valerio and hung up. Valerio's like 4 miles long. I mean,
that's funny though.
I feel like every time I talk to her, she might gain one brain cell or IQ point, and I lose like 5 or 6 times just associating with her. I really do. I feel like I come away. I come away from the transaction stupider than I was before I got there.
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, it's kind of an experience that you're good to have every once in a while,
Well, I threatened to go to bed earlier. I'm going to go now. It's 2 a.m. here, so I got to go. I got to go help Mom again tomorrow.
Good night, God rockin'.
Funeral stuff and whatnot. So,
all right,
bro. Thanks, you guys. Have a good night.
Good night.
Peace out.
Yeah, peace out to everyone. Thanks.
God bless.
God bless you guys too. Thanks.
So I came to the conclusion that like cholas from the neighborhood who go out with like gang members and stuff like that, they do their makeup all nice. Those are like the number one fans of Flat Earth as far as being true appreciators of like lyric content, delivery, message, motive, thought, intention in the music. These are the ones that like it the most.
And why would that be?
And I was being totally sarcastic. I'd say they're the ones that like it, understand it the least.
Now you gotta tell us your experience turning flat Earth.
Huh?
How was it for you when you went flat?
Oh, when I became a flat earther? Or actually, when I realized the globe was not real?
Yeah, tell us the story.
Like from the very moment, it's like it was like all these comments I was hearing on the video that I wasn't paying attention to, and it's weird. It's like I look at it as like pre-flat Earth, post-flat Earth. That one comment felt like I look back at it and all I see is like a bolt of lightning going through the middle of the TV and splitting my life right down the middle. Because from that moment on, and before it even really registered what it said in my brain, I knew. And so I didn't really try to disprove it or prove it. I just started looking into it, I'd say by midnight that night, or like even a little before midnight. So found out probably 5 or 6 hours afterward, I had already told at least 15 or 20 people. And I'm already wanting to argue with people about it because I'm like, I think everybody would catch on real quick. I realized real quick they don't. And then I got my ass handed to me and made myself look like an idiot for the longest time trying to argue with people about it until I just stepped back and started paying attention how to do it. But yeah, I've argued with people every day since I've been a flat earther. And it's been since like the end of 2017, like the very end, right as the Thomas Fire was coming to a head. No pun intended. So yeah, I don't know. I like to dive into stuff. If I like it, that's all that's going to consume me. But,
yeah, but when did it happen? When did it happen? What were you listening to?
So I was like I said, my chick was like, she told me about it a week or two before. I don't even remember. And it was like, it would be like if somebody came up to you on the street and they're like, the popcorn kiki monkey punky. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, babe, get out of my way. Like, what are you saying? Like some meme or something? Like, I got to go to the bathroom. Like, I got stuff to do. I don't got time for this, kid. You know what I mean? You know, I thought she was just being cute, you know, saying little words and stuff. So I didn't pay attention to it. And then like, she may have mentioned it again, but I was like, Jackie, please, like really, like you're just saying gibberish. I don't, because she was like, she used to say stuff about tarot cards too, and I'd be like, please, I don't want to talk about tarot cards or whatever you call them, or face page or like chap snatch or whatever. I don't got time for these kids stuff. I got adult stuff to do basically. So when that video came on, I actually consciously looked for the remote control, couldn't find it, and I just mounted the TV up towards the ceiling like a couple of days before that. So I couldn't like get up and I'm just like an inch away from reaching the thing. I can't do it. And I actually thought about going and we just lived in a little studio. There wasn't much I could stand on at the time to do it. And so I just like sat down. I was like, whatever. Like his voice wasn't annoying. Like Eric Dubay's voice. I was like, okay, I don't have to turn this off. If the voice is like really annoying or whatever, it does something inside me. It changes me like intrinsically, and I have to do anything I can to try. Like I'm very super sensitive to certain sounds and tones and frequencies. Some of them make like the ringing in my head like really loud. Some of them I get super attracted to, and I'll be like almost in a trance by them. It's weird. But his voice was good though. If his voice hadn't sounded the way it sounded, I would have had to tune it out or leave. But the voice automatically like made it so the vibration of the tone he put out correlated with mine, so it was easy to absorb. And once he hit the part about surveyors don't put out no train tracks, don't take the curvature into account, that's when it was like, looking back, it's like lightning bolt right to that point. And then from that point, I'm giving this thing my whole undivided attention. My friend was like smoking weed, trying to make a thing, and I'm just like not listening to him. He kept talking like, bro, go outside or whatever. I'm listening to this. And then before it was over, I'm telling him like, dude, you hear what he's saying? And he was just looking at me like, yeah, but I don't know. Like, da-da-da. I'm like, no, nothing, dude. What the hell? Like, how are you not believe? How do you really think we still live on a globe? A half hour after I found out, and I'm telling him how that, and same look as like 90% of the people give me now. It's like, there's just nothing there. And said, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I found one correlation today I found another flat earther is like really into the same colors I am. That could have been a coincidence, but like real earth tone colors. Our favorite colors are like navy green, gray color. That's like my favorite color, navy greenish gray. You know, with like hints of like dark earth burning, anything that's like earth tone. And that was his too, but gonna have to put up a survey and see how many people in this Discord are in here. If their favorite colors are an ensemble of earth tone colors, or if they like, like royal blue colors. Like, are they football, baseball team colors, which are totally non-earth tone colors, or are the majority of the people in here earth tone colored people? Or just don't answer that at all. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious. I'm wondering, like, how there's got to be some type of formula or some type of like pattern recognition that you could say this, and this, and this is the probability of this person being a flat earther. It may be something that's completely unpatterned, unhuman, patternized, recognizable. It might be.
Maybe you need to make like a 20 questions and see where we are compatible, because I notice a lot of it is distrust in authority, or at least in government or in the system. Like the system, like, I don't know, education, military, government, media. And then I have to admit, I was in conspiracies before, right? So I was in conspiracies before, not that they were crazy, but just some conspiracies. I was into that. Just like, not like a hobby, but just like an interest, right? That's another thing. Critical, but healthy skepticism, right? So I noticed for me, I can call people's bullshit. Like when they start bullshitting, I know they're bullshitting just because I know how they look, how they act, how they sound. So I kind of always know when people are lying, and you just take that, to wherever you go. But I didn't see it until I saw Mark Sargent's Flight of the Clues. It just hit me like all of a sudden, like, oh my god, And it took about 2 weeks to try to see if it wasn't that, but I couldn't find anything that told me that it was what they say. So I went back.
So I think that all the while, like what I'm mentioning about trying to find some pattern recognition or something, I'll be that old guy standing outside in the front of the supermarket with like a table set out with all these information and like, hi, would you like to sign for this petition or that petition? Whenever people tell me that stuff, I'm just like, I just look at them for a second, smile at them, and I don't say anything, and I just walk away. Sometimes I'll flat smack them, but usually I just look at them like a kid at a lemonade stand that doesn't have any lemonade, and they still want a quarter, and they still think they have lemonade for sale. I look at them like that, But I think that they've been monitoring it, and not like they're watching you because they're going to bust you or da-da-da. No, I think they're monitoring it because they know everything they have everything that we could ever want as far as like any material things or being able to control a human being's emotions. Like they see this girl, if there's no other way they could possibly get her, even kidnapping's out of the question, there's always a plan for, whatever it is, which is like doing some spirit cooking, whatnot, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And you're going to get this pretty much, they have this down to a very fine science. Like if they want a person to be a certain way or whatever, they might get a few elements of an animal's entrails or insides or whatnot, like a few organic things, a few living things, a few elements, whatever, depending on how complicated it is. And it's all like mathematics as far as like an element, a color. Something organic from an animal, something organic from a person, something organic from the ocean, something organic that grows from the ground up, something organic that would appear to grow from the sky down, like leaves that are dangling straight down, like different things like this. They have, and it's so strange. Like there's things like this with like thousands of different algorithms will equal this result, right? And it's exactly the same as like for us. Like if our goal is to go to the store and get a bag of Cheetos, then you drive your car to the store is one of them, right? The other one would be like putting gas in it. The next one would be like putting some paper in our hands and rubbing it, and the next one would be like exchanging the paper with the cashier. Giving that cashier a couple metal discs, right? The cashier gives us our item, and then like an inventory list that is made up of like ink and like jet paper, right? After that, it would be like a couple like, excuse me, like some ladies like taking a long time to walk to the door, multiple things, like a few of this, a few of that, and you have basically a bag of Cheetos coming back to the house, Simple as like pouring milk in a bowl of cereal.
Are you high right now?
Am I high?
Yeah.
No, I'm bi right now. I'm identifying as a bi.
You're going really fast. You're just going really fast, like talking.
Oh, hey, bro, if I'm talking too fast, you may be listening too slow.
I think it's your
maybe I'm just slow, bro. Go ahead, keep on.
Well, if you'd like to talk, I'll stop. Go ahead.
No, you're telling me stuff. It's just like you're going real. I just want to see if you're high. You're not? Okay, cool. Don't mind me asking.
If I was or if I wasn't, I'm just wondering how would that be relevant to the quality of the subject or the point I'm getting across. I'm just curious. If that's all you got out of what I was saying, then obviously I'm not doing.
Talking really fast. Don't get offended. I'm just saying.
I'm not offended at all. Actually, I take it as a compliment when people say I talk very fast. Here, let me slow it down for you. See what I'm saying? I'm using too many complicated words for you. Yeah. I'm just messing with you. Also, I'm going to slow it down a couple notches. Hold on, let me change the equipment. Beep.
How about animals? You like wildlife? You like animals, like bobcats and shit, and tigers and fish.
What do you mean, like them?
That might be, something we have in common. Maybe like if you appreciate nature.
Well, I mean, everything's nature. Like the grass outside is nature. It's just as much nature as like the tree with no buildings around it. As far as like, what do you mean? You mean because nature as far as like anything that's not man-made?
Some people don't appreciate nature, and they don't give a shit about animals, and they'll fucking shoot cats, and they'll step on plants and trees. They don't appreciate nature. They don't give a shit.
I don't know anybody who could step on a tree. They'd be a big person to do that, but plants. I mean, like, just somebody like stepping on flowers and through stuff. Like, I don't purposely step on anything like that. I wouldn't go out of my way, like way out of my way, not to step on plants. I mean, plants have been here way before us. They're resilient. As far as like nature, like I don't even think they can burn nature. They have to pour accelerants on nature to actually burn it. And even then, it doesn't even look like a natural fire. That stuff doesn't burn. You see rims melt in the middle of the road, but nature's just fine because nature's pretty natural. It stands up really well against all the elements, like really well. I think we don't give nature enough credit. Like, I don't really believe in endangered species and all this stuff like that. It's just how could they ever? I've seen like numbers of butterflies. They say fly south every year. It's like counting the grains of sand. I don't think anything man could ever do could ever wipe out any one animal, insect, bird, whatever. I just don't think. I think we're giving ourselves way too much credit to be able to do that, and then like not giving our creator enough credit. Like whoever created all this, how could another thing he created take out one of his creations? I guess it's possible, but at the same time, I just don't think.
Okay, I believe nature is powerful to replenish itself, right? But do you think that man is killing nature by like cutting the rainforest and poisoning the oceans, or not really?
Yeah, I don't believe the oceans are poison. If they put toxic stuff in there, it's only poisonous for like as long as it's there. As soon as it's washed away somewhere else, it breaks up and dissolves and splits up, and it gets so small in every way, like every direction, that at like within a certain point, it's a moot point. Unless it's still continually spilling, an oil spill, whatever it spills, it's gone like within a day or two. It's a moot point. Some washes to the shore, right? And they always show you all those pictures of just that oil that washed to the shore or whatever, trying to convey stuff, make you feel a certain type of way. But I just don't think that man has enough of anything, because everything comes from Earth originally. Everything on Earth comes from Earth. So how can you pollute Earth with the Earth? Like I said, everything that they do that's not natural is all some form of witchcraft or a spell, where they combine this, and this, and this, and they get this. A lot of it's mixing things together that shouldn't be mixed. So you get certain types of plastics, nanoparticles, nano things. And so I think the less organic it is, it's still just as organic as everything else. It's just you're mixing certain elements with other elements that you shouldn't be mixing. They're not good. And those, the more of it you mix, the more susceptible they would be to like unclean spirits or positive electricity, which is the exact opposite of our world. We think positive is good, negative is bad. In the electrical, metaphysical or world where like a spiritual world, it's all the same thing. You have a battery and a car battery. The red part is positive, but that's the dangerous part. So it's a complete inversion of us, you know, as above, so below, as within, so without. Just a complete inversion. So I don't know. They just mix things a certain way, or like this with this, and you get this. And so they're trying to find the worst mixes possible that they can, you know, make the mix worse and worse and worse. So it picks up dirty and dirty and dirty electricity. You know, but as far as like them polluting or doing anything to the natural part, I just don't think it's possible. I think if they could, they would. They would create way, way, way more factories, you know, that could do it. I don't think.
Have you heard this? It takes 1,000 years for a glass bottle to decompose, recycle by itself. True or false?
Have I heard that statement?
Yeah, but is it true or false?
Oh, I mean, who of us would have been around even half that long to even ever prove that? Even in a year's lifetime, how many glass bottles have we seen, and who takes the time to follow them? I just don't think anybody could ever know that.
Hey, Flattery, good day.
What up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Yourself?
Cool. Pretty good, bro. Who is that right there? Let me see.
That's BMAC. BMAC.
Okay, cool. I couldn't see your thing. Cool. How you doing, dog?
Yeah, good man. Good man. We had some fun last night, man. You were funny as fuck, bro. That was good.
Thank you, bro. Yeah.
I enjoyed that. I just actually listened to it back there for a wee second there because somebody was asking me about it, so I was getting timestamps so they could listen. And
oh, that's cool.
Oh, dude, that was funny, man. The shit you came out with, I enjoyed that.
Right, dude. Sometimes I'll just come in and it'll be like, oh man, I scored that. Like I'll hear him just saying the perfect thing, and I'm just like, oh my gosh. I think the funniest comment, and it'll have been dry for like so long, back and forth with facts and everything. I'm like, dude, I got to throw some Mentos in here, even if people get mad about it, like just to kind of mix up like the whole feeling and emotion of it. But sometimes the Globers, they should make a show called "The Globers Say the Damnedest Things." They say, I'm like, oh my god, I've heard this a million times, but it's phrased just a teeny bit differently. They altered it just ever so slightly, you know, or they're just getting their script wrong. You know?
Their script, or they have a hive mind.
Plain words that they shouldn't be, and I'm like, oh, they're just reading it from the script. If they had said it natural, they would have said the word right.
Yeah, some of them can't even read their script. It's pretty sad.
Yeah. It's because it's typed or like somebody else wrote it out for them. They're not familiar with that person's handwriting or that typing. It's better if they give them a little bit more time and let them write it out themselves and practice it. Sometimes though, when it comes to crunch time, we don't always have the most time. You know, sometimes it's like by the seat of our pants type. So you know what I mean. You can just work with what you got because you're gonna get away with it anyway. You know what I mean.
Especially if you're like a shill, you're probably flying by the seat of your pants quite often.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, this is probably testing. This is probably a common testing run before they let people hit like, you know, really cheesy really low small town like newscasts when they're doing one of their FFs.
Right.
But, like, you know what? You know, this guy, we just don't feel like he has I don't think this dude will hold his water like when questioned by certain. Well, let's throw him in there. You know what I mean? This could be a perfect testing ground, just to see how quickly they respond off the cuff and sound natural or not. And most of the time, like, yeah, this dude needs to be polished big time. He tries to say something and it just sounds completely foreign. It's like jerky, like a lizard or like a bird style, and not like a mammal, where it's smooth and like fluid.
Where you hear that there was that one guy like a few nights ago. He tried to bring up this like gyroscope instrument like for navigating, and he couldn't even say it. Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, he was like, and then somebody said like, do you even understand what you're talking about?
Yeah,
he's like, well, no, this is really good. Like, if you know a lot about the globe and you're coming to Beta Flat Earth for the first time, why would you ever talk about something that you thought was cool just recently, and you don't even know what it does really? You could just, like, you know, the bare minimum of it. If you know that much about You know what I mean? Like I know a lot about mountain bike racing. I'm gonna race you, right? But then the day of the mountain bike race, I show up to you with like a road bike with like that's made of all carbon fiber, like those really delicate ones that only should be on the road. And I'm like, so this is a really cool bike, and like you're like that's what you come to. You've been bragging that you can do this, and that's what you bring. So it's like they almost brought that just to be like, oh, I didn't realize it wasn't mountain bike time. Like, yeah, you knew the whole time, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, it's like there's so many, dude. I could rattle off so many different little things they have. I have actually this book. It's an illustrated book, but it's called the art of what's it called? The art of the debate, basically. And it's all animated, but it has everything in there, like red herring, slippery slope. Yeah, like and it all gives like graphs, like where something will be in the middle, and it'll like different lines to this thing and that. I should post it. Yeah, it's a really cool book. She found it at Barnes and Noble. She's always looking for books like that, but it gives like illustrations. It's really cool. It's a really interesting book. I'm surprised I've never heard anybody talk about it because it's all the arguments, every single one of their arguments. And what's really crazy is they'll be giving an example to like the author of the book giving examples of like certain parts of their argument. And there's many times when he brings up like as an example, people used to believe the Earth was flat, an archaic belief. Man. It's so funny like where he brings it up at. And so I'm wondering, like, does he know and he's just clowning, or I don't know. It's really hard to put a finger on it. Like, I'd say that I would think in my mind, like, amongst the elites, they have a definitive class of them that all know and they all recognize that they know about it and it's part of their thing. And then there's other ones that are like, you know, probably just like this, how like some people are gold, like this person's qualified for this, like. This person's already passed all the tests of never going to say anything, so it doesn't matter. You know, we're not going to give him this wisdom yet, but we're not scared of him finding out because we've like tested this fool's metal, and you know they could put him through a lot more tests before, like you know they make it feel like it's safe where they're not going to say anything about FE because I mean they probably they probably seriously like disposed of put people down, whatever they've had to do. I'm sure that's way more common than we even think. I'm not even talking to like low-level criminal organizations, like having to at least have done one and being witnessed by the crew, where they like can take a picture of it and they have something on you now. So now at this point, like you know, what I mean, it's probably pretty easy, just with the influence alone and just that clout chasing to get that in so many socioeconomical type of classes of people, and so. I mean, you probably be surprised, like people that look like lawyers and stuff, all the way to like the street gang member with the tattoos on their face, everything in between. Once it gets to that point,
these organizations have everyone like they from all aspects of society. Like they recruit from everyone. But
and I think that's the prerequisite. That's the prerequisite for you probably have to do that even, and then being told, and then just to be considered for not apprenticeship, but just to be considered for acceptance. Like that's your prerequisite, putting that one. So if it starts at a body, I mean, I could only imagine, the degradation and the deplority. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, the depravity. Yeah, that they put themselves through. No, it's horrible. They basically like you have to kill your humanity to make it further up. Because,
for sure.
They need to mold you.
They just want you to do the opposite of what you're capable. Like you're put here to create life.
Yes. Right.
And then they want you to take it too. Dang, imagine those two different feelings of emotions. The complete opposite of them washing together.
They want to just kill your humanity and make you a sociopath, right? So you won't hesitate to, do the stuff you'll have to do when you're higher up.
I think it's more. I think they have different demographics where they're like color coded maps. It's like where there's this amount of people in this area, they want this specific from them, and this, you know what I mean?
Oh,
it all changes depending on the infrastructure that they're building.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I bet you in highly rich areas where there's like continual careful infrastructure and people to check it all the time. People who live in that region have a long life expectancy.
Right. But going back to your example, you said like how they use this example like flat Earth is like, I don't know if it's kind of like a wink. It's like I feel like I mean they always go to that example, but I feel like if they put there, they're probably just telling other people in their organization like I'm this level or something. You know, I think there's something there because it's weird how they all use the same example.
Yeah. I mean, they don't even have to say flat Earth. The ones that they're coming out and saying flat Earth, those are like basically just like I call them like a drag spoon. Yeah, they're like drag spoon. They're like there's a fishing vessel that's picking up thousands of fish, and then just for kind of a decoration, it'll have a couple chains like that are following the boat. With just a few nets on it, just basically picking up the trash, like trying to clean up the ocean. And what I mean, they catch a few like that. That's like that. It's not like any real damage control. It's just like basically, picking up the stragglers. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's how I feel. Yeah. The best damage control, which is like the offense, would be like how they got the age to start a kid in school, where they start with the Santa Claus thing first, right? So your first memory of a kid is being told something that's wonderful and like magical, and then between that and the point where you it's your parents and that wink wink, there's no real definitive like. I'd say that would be the other lightning that separated my life from the time like I realized there's nothing wrong about knowing about Santa Claus or whatever till the time when I realized that it's not true, therefore it's a lie, and that these are the same people in the same system who told me from the gate that it's bad to lie and you got to tell the truth. But the first thing you ever taught me before I even knew right from wrong was a lie.
Yeah.
You see the irony here?
Yeah.
Do you see the Hegelian dialectic?
There you go. There you go.
They grab your hand, punch you with your own hand, and say, "Stop hitting yourself."
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. So the first thing we're ever seeing before we know even words usually is something about Santa Claus presents. They entice us with like material things.
Yeah. I still remember distinctly. Like I remember the conversation where I brought up basically flat Earth with my dad when I was a kid. I was just like, I think we were looking over the water. I was like, it's like flat. And then he said, no, like the horizon's the curve. And then he said, oh, and the globe is spinning. And I remember this. It's weird. Like that. I remember this so clearly. And then he said,
factory setting, Doug.
Yeah, but it's just like this.
We're right back to their factory settings.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like this formative experience for me. And then he said that.
Oh, you remember though definitively, yeah, like saying that to him, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he said we're going like thousands of miles per hour. We're rotating.
Yeah.
Like that. How is that possible? He said, because it's always been that way. We just don't feel it. So.
I know. It's like it's the factory settings, depending on what part of the world you're from. They say like the way they pronounce things or say it would vary little.
Yeah, but it's weird because my dad's like a smart guy, and it's just like he says the exact same stuff. Like everyone says the same.
Crazy. It's crazy because you could put your dad in like 100 or even 1,000 other situations.
Oh, did you break up? I think you broke up.
Hello?
Yeah, you go.
Okay.
You find your POT.
Yeah. I think, well, there's another guy who asked me if I was, he said, "Excuse me, sir. I appear to be listening too slow. Therefore, I assume you were talking too fast." But I forgot my POT.
You start going so fast your phone couldn't pick it up.
Yeah, I know.
No, dude, you just have a higher verbal IQ, so it's just like when you talk, like some people are used to like hearing things that quickly. It's probably why.
Yeah, that's it.
They were
talking POT.
They started using the C word. We used the F word a few times, but you were like, "Oh my God, you shall not swear upon the server." And I was asking them like, "Who made you the Discord police?" And you were like, "Yes, you shall not speak with the king and the qualification." And then
changing under the consent of the king.
Oh man, it's comedy gold.
That's what it really stands for. That's what it legit stands for.
Yeah, that's where it came from. Yeah, the F word. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
because basically it was like this. It was like this. if you get married, you have to pay a tax or one fell swoop tax to the king, right? So if you're not married, what you're married, obviously sex comes along with it. That's the reward, right? So if you're not married, but you're enjoying the sex and you have potential for doing what you're actually put down here for, which is creating, you're going to have to either A, let the king shag her first, or B, pay a set fee even for that one single time, and the same set fee for every single time. It's less than the total marriage fee, but overall it's more expensive. So you have that option, or you have the first option, which I highly recommend, letting the king have his way with her. If that's what you want to FUCK with a girl, you let the king have his way with her first, or you pay the single one-time tax you would keep paying if you wanted to FUCK her every day. Or you get married and pay the tax, which would be equal to a few years tax. Basically, it'd be brought like that. So you're just like, dude, I don't have the money to have sex with you, babe. And she'd be like, well, then we're never going to get married. And you guys both are like, it's like a Mentos. Like, you both look at the kingdom and your eyes sparkle and you're like, Mentos. And she'd be like, I'll be back tomorrow. And it's like the fresh maker.
I think that went over their heads last night. They hadn't a clue what the fuck you were talking about. And like we've all seen Braveheart, and then that was a thing in the old days where the Lord of the Land could actually sleep with whoever got married.
Yeah,
he had the right to sleep with your wife on the wedding night before you did. You know,
he was on the wedding night. Yeah.
And
that's classic. Yeah.
What do you call them? Dark Souls and FistXD. They probably didn't have a clue. And then you know, I was taking the piss out of their Australian accent, and then he says, and while you're doing it, you should be doing it upside down. It would make it sound more fucking Australian. Oh, dude. You should be on stage sometimes, eh?
Man. Sometimes I feel like I have stage 1 cancer.
We threw them out of left field. We were just playing with them for a while, and I went down to Livestream too. Oh my god! And Aaron and Danger came down and helped me out, and then Witchcraft showed up. Witchcraft just fucking the troll. He calmed them down, but just his voice, he just sorted them clean out, and it was a. But I shouldn't have done that. Because I lost my cool a little bit a few times down in Livestream 2, but it wasn't broadcast, so I knew I could. But I might have called them a few bad words and things like that there, but lesson learned, I'll not do that again, you know.
Bro, if people don't mess up on the live stream and be like, damn, I really looked like an asshole right there. I didn't represent Flat Earth well. Like, if people didn't do that, it's just like, we want that, because that's like, why would you want to ever stop anything that comes out of you naturally? Like, so if your intentions are good, right? And you say something that other people don't think was like right, or like, you didn't, you're not representing this because you said this ice wall word. Like, I don't know what exactly. I'm not saying any one word in particular, like, but they just jump down the people's throats or something like, like, we're not talking about this. Somebody will be like, in the Bible, as soon as you start to say in the Bible, and you can't even say the word says, and somebody's like, hey, excuse me, we have other places you can go and talk about that. You're like, all right, yeah. Like, you're like, okay, well, damn. All right. And then you just feel like you're ostracized, you did something wrong, but like, dude, embrace that like feeling you feel right there, that corrected feeling. Because it's different. Like, you're going and talking to people listening to you, to somebody just cutting you right off and telling you, like, you want to talk about that, go to another room. It can kind of deflate your bubble a little bit sometimes, right? But if you really like love this sour taste of stuff, then like you'll crave that, because if you get it's going to be that much harder for them to make you feel that way next time. So imagine if that happened to you for like 7 days out of the week, right? Once I got I wouldn't say that, I got harshly reprimanded and multiple time corrected in like a 16 or 20 hour period between like Helio and like all kinds of like main ones. They're like, we're getting complaints all night that you just keep playing Flatter-Day Saints. And I was just like, oh, like I had put my playlist on, and so I was like, dude, I just can't like play my own stuff over and over again, because the only person who would want to listen to that anyways is me when I'm on the POT. So yeah, I won't try to do shit like that anymore. Sometimes I won't even play my stuff. I'll play other things, whatever. I don't know, but yeah, I felt real small. But then I started thinking about it. I'm like, you know what? I don't even really know these people face to face, but I care that much about what they say because they're all like, you can tell if somebody's a real one in here or if somebody's not. And then the ones that aren't don't stay. And the ones that are, like, dude, they have so many different, like, vast opinions. Some about the Bible, some against, like, some about horticulture, some not. You know, some people take their shoes off, some don't. Like, some people still watch Star Trek and they think it's cool, some don't. Some people are vegans and some love steak. Like, and like some of them they're flat out offended by them. They're like, "Oh my God, yeah, like I can't believe this person says the Bible word or says Satan or says this or that." Like, but that's actually really, you want all these different things to don't mesh well together, because like all the components in between, like, I don't know, it just makes it everything perfect. Like if every single person was a chief, we wouldn't have any Indians here. But there's everything in between, like chiefs and Indians, you know. Not that one less or more, you know what I mean?
Well, I suspend my disbelief. I know Helio does too. I still enjoy films like Dune and all these other space things because of the fantasy factor of it. Imagination. Yeah. But you can always intent is a powerful energy, and you can know when somebody has the right or the wrong intentions. And when they say something to Klaus, they call Klaus a cunt. Says, "They just shut up, you cunt," or something like that. And I said, "That's not nice." And that was the moment I realized that these two guys were just here to make trouble.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think you knew their intentions at that moment, and then I think we took the piss out of them in a good way. We did all right.
Yeah, if somebody insists on an accent, I'll send an axe at them.
Yeah, and he was telling me to shut up, and I can't stop talking. So I says, "Right, go ahead and talk." But what he didn't realize is that every time he opened his mouth, I was pushing the button and just saying, "Yeah, hi, what, huh?" Just to interrupt him.
That's it. That's one of the most famous Glober tricks actually does. That's funny that you're using their equipment against them now. It's so classic. Dude, I saw somebody posted a meme the other day, and the meme showed a stick, like a walking stick, that's not perfectly level. It's like warped in some places, but for the most part, like it's straight. You could stir stuff with it, right? And it said ancient way of measuring the curvature of the Earth, and then the modern day one was a laser, and it's like modern day one of measuring the curvature of the Earth. You know, it's so funny. Like, how are you going to measure curvature with something that's curved in war?
There's nothing better than taking the weapons that they use and turning them against them, like, and they don't even realize that you're doing it.
Yeah. They call what they call like weapons of mass destruction. We'd call like weapons of corruption. You know what I mean?
If you took a flight today, took some time to celebrate.
Sing it, Fly.
Fly today.
Oh shit! I just realized you guys are in a rare situation right now. Keep going, bro.
We do like a little tune here now and then.
Flat Day should do a cover of Holiday.
I just realized I have my backpack with all my notebooks in it right here. This is rare that I have all of them right here. It's so crazy. Imagine like 7 or 8 full notebooks that are covered, and some of them are each page front and back is covered. Because when I'm not on something like this, I'll be sitting there writing like maniacally. All you hear is a pencil going.
That's a lot of notes, bro.
Yeah, I can't. Like I write everywhere I go. Anywhere I go, I grab anything I can. Sometimes even if I have to wrap like a paper soda cup, like rip it or something, to write on it, or a paper bag. Sometimes I'll just rip open my cigarette thing because I need to scroll something and I don't have anything to write on. But like I have whatever is in my mind that comes out, that I like scroll down those words. You know, sometimes I'll stop those commercials where like for a new pill, and they're like, may cause bleeding, and I'll stop and I'll write every symptom down. I'll like, wow, that could rhyme with so many different things. It's really cool. Like anaphylactic, I love that word.
Anaphylactic. Yeah, I wish I had done that throughout my life, because I'd probably have like half a page by now.
Oh, really? Yeah.
About half a page of things I thought of, original thoughts.
No, most of these, almost 90% of them is all rhymes, like raps and rhymes. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I did a lot of
that. Here's an example like this. He goes like, I just had a static piezoelectric reaction from a bag of hot Cheetos and demon salad. That habit, Mrs. Babbitt. As a matter of fact is, I scream and I shout it. These flat-a-day raps are like a genie got out of the bottle and was like yesterday before tomorrow.
That's good. That's good. Like last night, one of the trolls, he says, I just took a shit in your mom. That's what he said. He actually said that. And I just says, yeah, he says,
that was his rap?
No, that was his troll. I just, shut up. I just took a shit in your mom. And I went, hey, bro, I just took a shit in your head. How do you like that?
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
But I mean, to come on Discord and just say that, like, that's all you have, you know?
They're not original. I don't think they have an original thought in their head. Like, they're just reading the script.
Watch shit things went out. It goes, if it wasn't for NASA, then we'd never have access. And if it wasn't for the fake pictures of space and Peggy Whitson, an actress, yo. If it wasn't for sleep, I wouldn't have mattress. And if it wasn't for fire, I wouldn't have matches. And if it wasn't for me getting pissed, I wouldn't have tantrums. And if it wasn't for EMF, people wouldn't have cancer. And if it wasn't for pictures, we wouldn't have cameras. And if it wasn't for rent, then I wouldn't be cashless. And if it wasn't for defense, then there wouldn't be taxes. And if it wasn't for Black lives, then nothing would matter. If it wasn't for hip hop, then there wouldn't be rappers. And if it wasn't for speeding tickets, no need for entrapment. If it wasn't no Holocaust, there wouldn't be encampments. And if it wasn't for drugs, then there wouldn't be habits. And if it wasn't for maps, then we wouldn't have Atlas. And if it wasn't for the Falcons, we wouldn't have Atlantis. And if it wasn't for wrapping paper, there'd be no package. And if it wasn't for smiles, there'd be no laughing. And if it wasn't for hands, there would be no clapping. And if it wasn't for lips, there'd be no chapping. And no reason, no need for chapstick. And if it wasn't for it, there'd be no passion. So I'm passionate about the things I be rapping. And if it wasn't for fingers, there'd be no snapping. And if it wasn't for cocaine, there'd be no cracking. And if it wasn't for your ass, there'd be no crapping. And if it wasn't for Top Gun, there'd be no Maverick.
Man, dude, that is good, bro. That
was insane, bro.
That is good. That is fucking good rhymes, bro.
Thank you.
No, honestly, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, but I had goosebumps there when you were talking about if it wasn't for rent, I wouldn't be cashless and all that. That's fucking dead on, bro.
That's good shit, man.
Right. Thank you. Yep. I got notebooks and notebooks with like just stuff like that. It's crazy, dude. My room has probably like 3 whole bottom drawers full of notebooks. I started I think last year I started realizing like exactly the type of notebooks I need, which are, it has to be graph paper. I can't really write very well, like the kind of things I need to write on lined paper. So like the graph paper helps me because I'm looking at things multi-directional. I'm looking at it as it going from left to right and then from top to bottom too when I write. So it spreads out like a spreadsheet kind of. But so it has to be graph paper because when I execute them, I always use black or dark blue ink for the letters, and then between each line I put like a red line or like an orange line. So it's definitely not part of the words, but they break apart each sentence, you know. So this paper is about, compared with like the regular size of paper, this graph paper, it's, the paper is longer. So I think it's, let me see how much longer it is. This paper is, I'd say, like 2 to 2.5 inches longer than regular paper in both directions. Like long ways, like where you rip the paper out of the thing, and then the other way from like where the rip is to where the edge of it is, like 2.5 inches on each way. And that's the kind of, and then what I do, how I write it is I'll flip the notebook where the binding would be like parallel as far as like my eyes, or like the binding would be parallel with the horizon if I was holding the book up to write with. And so I write the long way across graph paper, and I was having to do that on line paper, and it just, I don't know, it rubbed me the wrong way, like having all these lines going up. Everything has to be symmetrical for me to understand it and do it. So like I finally found these books at what's it called, like Staples or something. And the more expensive ones have better binding, and they're just like more. But you can get one for like $2.99 with the graph paper. Like they're just bigger. So I have to do that because that's how I know exactly I'll have enough. Like just the right amount of time in a line is if I go past that mark, then I have to scrap it. It's way better to go way before the end of the line, because then you can slow down your words and mangle the words and like change the accent on the words or the tone, and then it changes the whole line. So a lot of times it's good to have even less, because you can do a lot more with less than with more. With more, you have to like speed the words up, and you're not giving the words basically their respect, or like basically we're mistreating the words. We're not giving the words their full potential, because every word has so much potential the way you say it and enunciate, what point you enunciate. So if we're cramming all these letters and words in one line, we're actually taking away from them instead of like bringing them out. So I think the best is just making it between half, and then from that halfway more. So like 3/4, and then you could that's when your words will blossom at like 3/4.
You have an artistic nature. You definitely do.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm not going to ask you what you do for a living. It's a little bit too personal, but yeah, you're very, very artistic.
I do what everybody else does. I breathe air and I drink water, and sometimes I eat. Right? That's what I do for a living. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. We all do that for a living, though. You know what I mean?
Nice when we can afford to eat today with the prices and that there, and sometimes we fill up our gas tank. Sometimes too, if we're lucky.
Yeah. No. I mean, like sometimes I don't eat, like just because like I'll be writing or like doing something or taking pictures or something. I just won't remember to eat. I won't feel hungry. I used to, a long time ago, I used to get what I called hunger headaches, and it was because I was really hungry. But like a cup of like Starbucks or something with heavy cream and a cigarette would like get rid of that headache temporarily in between when I had to go eat. But now I don't need any of that, and I just don't get headaches. Period. Ever since I've been going barefoot, so I don't really, when I get hungry. My hunger only comes when I'm not busy. Like when I'm stationary for a minute, I'll be realized like, dang, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in a long time. You know, sometimes I don't even remember the last time I ate. But I'm drinking water constantly, and my intake of air though is like top notch. Like the way I breathe, you know what I mean?
I think I had a slice of bread about three days ago.
Right. Dude, I'm starting to be like that with showering. Sometimes, like, I'll go a week without showering and not even remember. I was like, when's the last time I showered? Or like, or even change my clothes. Like sometimes I'll wear the same clothes just day after day. And then
my body odor is so fucking. It smells so good. I don't need to shower.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't like. I don't think about those types of things at all. Like things like that sometimes don't cross my mind. You know, I'm just doing whatever I'm doing. And
you're too busy writing this shit down, man.
Yeah, I get like lost in stuff where I'll spend like way too much time on something that other people are like, dude, why are you even doing that? Like, I would never even do that, and you're just spending hours every day doing that. Or, you know, I'm trying to get like translations in other languages for certain words in the Bible or for certain like things that have to do with like the zodiac calendar to try to correlate them. So I go off on tangents and stuff, but my walls in my room kind of look like in that movie where the guy has all these papers pinned everywhere with like all types of different drawings, shapes, and numbers and letters everywhere.
Right. I'm not quite sure which one that was. I remember Mel Gibson did one called.
I don't know if it was Memento or the other one.
Remember Mel Gibson did that one, Conspiracy Theorist or something?
Yeah. Yeah, he had a bunch of stuff painted to his wall, huh?
It was all over, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he just tried to make people who like find clues and stuff look bad, and really they do put clues in a lot of stuff, dude. There's pattern recognition, and I'm finding pattern recognition in so many different things, and alphanumerical recognition. My friend was telling me since he's been trading in Bitcoin, he read it once somewhere and he looked it up, and from what he could tell was true. He said it's the same as the lunar cycle, the cyclical cycle for every 28 days. You'll see the 28 days change, and it almost matches up perfectly with the moon phases, the Bitcoin. I was like, whoa, that's a trip. I didn't look it up, but it's something I'm going to look into. I'm just not into Bitcoin mining or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Shit don't interest me at all, you know? It's like a conceptual thing that there's no real passion or spirit behind it.
Well, it's like Disciple Dave, man, we were talking last night about it, and when I was listening back, I realized what a good point he made is that they've made this Bitcoin and all this other cryptocurrency, and now they're trying to make a Fed coin. And so what he said is they'll do the switcheroo. They're currently making laws about getting their claws into it, and those sort of they'll make it illegal or they'll ban it, whatever. And then the only thing that the world is you can buy is the Fed coin or whatever it is.
Yeah, right. You know.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Like basically, once we go to cryptocurrency, dog, it's not going to matter the name or the organization that allegedly quote unquote owns it. Like once we go to that, dude, our freedoms are gone, bro. Like, and freedoms that we don't even realize we have, we take for granted. Like stuff like you don't realize it until it's gone, and then you're like, damn, like getting rid of gas powered cars would cripple people so badly, more than people could even understand. Like making everybody dependent on an internet type of powered by a battery, but then it gets a problem. Like my friend is a millionaire and he has a 2021 Bentley SUV, and when there's a problem with it, something will light up, and then he downloads something else from the new app or whatever, and then it corrects the problem. And like, dude, what? Do you understand how insane that is, dude?
Yeah, it's all online now. Everything's online. People have got their heads buried in phones.
That means that they created the problem. Then, if they can fix it remotely, then they created it, dude. You know.
If the internet went down tomorrow over the entire world, people would be walking around like zombies. They would not know what to do with themselves. They would not have a clue. They would be lost. They'd lose their shit. There'd be people jumping off bridges and all kinds of crap. It's just
for real, seriously.
Yeah, it's become that real, that reality.
Dude, that would be even cooler than when the quarantine first hit, and I was the only person out on the streets for weeks in a row. Nobody was out. There was like more seashells than I've ever seen my whole life on the beach because nobody was out, and everything, like, I felt wonderful. It was like the happiest time of my life during the quarantine. It really was, dude. I loved it.
Yo, Flatter Days.
Yo.
So
you haven't uploaded a song in about 2 weeks, man. Fuck is this?
Oh, you have a channel Saturday?
I think you cut out again.
It's Latter-day Saints on YouTube.
The best channel on YouTube, actually.
Thank you, bro. I don't think Flat Nasty would agree with you.
Well, me and Flat Nasty could debate about that all day, but you're the best. Come on. Right? You're the best Flat Earth rapper. Come on.
Yeah. Thanks, bro. Hey, that's all I strive to be. Like, seriously, is like I want to be the best Flat Earth rapper.
Those rhymes you dropped there half hour ago, they were outstanding.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Like really, when I first became a flat earther, and I hear like D or ODD and all this stuff, and then I know most of his songs by heart. But there are some of them like I would turn, just like with any mainstream rapper. There's always ones that you're just like, eh. But then like after listening to all his songs and he wasn't making new ones and stuff, I was just like, all right, I'm like over it. Like I can't listen to it anymore. Like I listen to it in my
shit, bro. You have 1,000. How many subscribers? 1.0.
Like 1,000 something.
Oh, you just got another one.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, it took me like over a year to get up to 1,000. It was like 12 and a half months. And that, but like Witsit helped me out a lot. He gave me shouts out a lot, and that's why I like throw his name in a song here or there. And then like basically like it all like I didn't know anybody who was a flat earther, and I was a flat earther for a while, and I was just watching all these different YouTube channels, and I like sometimes I'd hit on one that was like live, and I try to communicate with them by like writing in all caps and like, you know, trying to get their attention if I thought they were coming in my demographics, but like nobody responded. And then one day Nathan Thompson responded. He's like, he was saying in his live stream, "Hey, I'm taking a plane to LA tomorrow. It's for that chicken suit thing. I'm taking a plane to LA tomorrow." And I was like, "Dude, you're going to be in LA." I kept writing in the live stream in all capital letters, "You're going to be there. Like, meet up with me." And then he responded to me. He's like, "Well, yeah, email me at da-da-da." And I did. And then he called me. I would be there tomorrow. So I went down there, and just like I was looking at that because I was actually in that video. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen it, but like these guys, they did a prank on him where they pretended to be Harvard students and shit, and they said that they were doing like the longest underground like electromagnetic pulse experiment, and they wanted him to come because it proved that it was a globe. And then the experiment, according to him and how it went down, was their experiment went wrong, and their experiment proved the Earth was flat, right? And then they got a Guinness Book of World Record for the longest electromagnetic pulse sent that day. He was like, all these things that were just like too weird and strange, right? And I told him too, I was like, that's strange. Like that this whole time they've been studying this, they didn't know that the Earth was a globe until you happened to be there, and then they found out it was flat. You know, to pump you, like it just didn't seem right for me, but I just didn't really question too much, just because like I was in awe just being around him, and then like I met other flat earthers that went there to meet him, and it was just like that was my first experience with it. And then I was supposed to, they were all of a sudden like a couple months later, Nathan Thompson came up with a Clown World Tour. And he was talking about bringing Witsit, and so I called Nathan. I was like, I was like, bro, not even for me, but for my lady. Like, she loves listening to Witsit. Do you think somehow you could ask for him if, like, you give him my number? And he just, like, responded back right away. He's like, here's the number if you want to call him, whatever.
He's a smart dude.
Huh?
He is one.
Oh, yeah, no,
dude.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I hit him up, and like he never responded back because I was gonna give them both like badass full suspension mountain bikes and let them go to my friend's pad up on the mountain and stay there if they wanted to do whatever to stop here. And then I ended up getting a probation violation. I did like 45 days, and I called my chick like right before I got out, and I'm like, they probably already came through, huh? So she messaged him, and Nathan responded to her, and he was like, we haven't came through yet. We'll probably be through with that area in the next month or two. And then I didn't hear nothing from both of them for a while. And then one day I randomly called Witsit's number, and he answered. And it was like when that shit happened, like where they, the cops were messing with them or whatever. They had just got out, like just like an hour, and they had just retrieved their phone. And I happened to call him right then. So I talked to Witsit for like an hour. And then like from that point on, he was like putting me on a couple live streams and stuff. And like right away, I started getting subscribers and everything for my channel. But yeah, if it wasn't for like him and like a couple other people, like Travis from The Plain Truth, did like try to help me and everything. All these people,
yeah,
it really makes a big difference every day.
Yeah, we're here to help each other out. That's about it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Our intentions.
And a lot of people told me, dude, if you didn't have Flat Earth on your content so much, like you'd have way more subscribers. If you just did like witty stuff, to people, or like certain types of conspiracies or whatever. But like the Flat Earth thing really like kind of just people that they're just not in that. And I realized that, and it's like, well then like that's to like a lot of subscribers, if that's what it takes, like that's not what what would make me happy or anything. That wouldn't motivate me at all, Like the only thing that motivates me is like to like bringing truth to people if I can, served in whatever dish I could put it in, And then like also shaming NASA too, like that's high up there on my list,
That's not hard. That's not hard to do, is it?
Oh, no, I know, but there's so many different ways you can do it and be clever about it, Yeah, it's just like the more clever I can get about it, I think the better, but at the same time keeping it like very vulgar too, like because they do some really nasty stuff, but I can't prove that. So, but I mean, I'm willing to take that chance in front of my creator when I die. If he's like, why'd you smut NASA up so bad? I'm willing to take the chance that I'm gonna, if nothing, I won't get rewarded, but I won't get any punishment for that. I'm willing to take that chance with my soul with NASA. So
there was about what, how many? I can't remember how many exactly. There was like 10 or 20. There was a whole bunch of NASA employees there just. What was it, like a year and a half ago, were caught with kiddie porn on their works computer?
Oh, I'm sure that was just a red herring. Like as far as like, dude, it's probably like way worse than we could even fathom, dude.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
It's probably like the movie Hostel.
Oh man, no, I wouldn't even watch that again, man. I watched a bit of that, and that's just.
But yeah, something about that rang real true. Like, dude, I bet you that's pretty damn accurate right there, bro. You know?
Yeah.
Some of the names and faces have been changed, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, there are people like that, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. Probably people like that that own companies that, you know, of the places where we live and stuff, you know?
Well, I know not to take this into a dark path, but even when Hugh Hefner passed away there, now suddenly everything comes out. Just like when Jimmy Savile passed away, everything came out. There's models talking about how because they get so bored with life or whatever the fuck it is, they don't have much money or whatever it is, he started getting into snuff porn and all that kind of fuck.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even snuff porn. Like, porn goes without saying. Like, some of those snuff films go for like 5 figures, 6 figures, dude. You know?
That wouldn't surprise me. Well, you know, whatever happens in this world, I'm basically not surprised anymore. Like I would say to my works buddy there the other night, I said, yeah, how unsurprising how you wake up every day and there's just something that you just cannot understand why the world is even thinking this way or going that way. I say fucking, if I woke up tomorrow morning and the news all over the news was aliens landed on the White House lawn, I say, yeah, let me just get my coffee first. I just have a coffee. All right. What you tell me now, bro? What's happened now? It would not surprise me.
Right. Hey, check this out. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this week. Tell me if you guys think this sounds like a good idea. So when you go to hospitals now or jails, which I've done both of them in the past 6 months, they ask you now, and this has never happened in my life, they ask you along with what's your name, age, birthday, what gender do you identify as? And I've always been like, what? You know what I mean? That'd be asking me like what my favorite donut is. Like, how is that irrelevant to this, right? So all these medical places now have to absolutely honor this, right? So I'm going to use my medical number and call in to make an appointment to a gynecologist, right? And when I go in there, I'm going to talk to the woman with a blank face as if I was a woman, and I've always known I was a woman. And for anybody to think any otherwise, it's just like, what? Like, what are you talking about? You know? So I'm going to go in there as a woman, and I'm willing to, like, I'm playing like a metaphorical, but literal chicken, like, where two people are lined up on different sides and they both go as fast as they can. Who swerves first? That's where I'm taking this, with letting her do whatever she has to do to me, a woman, to make sure I don't have cervical cancer. Just check me up around there. You know what I mean? Whatever you guys do, I'm gonna act like I'm gonna do a little research so I have some like buzzwords I can put out there so she doesn't think I'm a rookie.
Dude,
so I'm gonna go in there.
You're gonna get fisted, man. She's gonna.
Bro, put it this way. I'm not going to swerve, bro. In this game of chicken, I'm not swerving because I want to see how far they take it. Because if you can do this, then you can identify as a bumblebee and you get 15 years in prison. You're only doing like 3 days because of the lifespan expectancy. So a dog would be 7 years to a human year. So if you wanted to shorten your life for whatever reason, you'd become a dog, you know? I mean, if I don't want to have to go to like this thing or this thing that I'm summoned to in court, I could identify as like a virus, right? And therefore, I need to stick. Bro, there's no limit to it. So I'm gonna start out slow and just see if I can get my feet in the water with this, and see if this person, if it's a guy or a girl, gynecologist, actually touches me down there and plays along the part, like, acting like she's checking me, whatever. I'm just want to see how far they can go. And so they're going to swerve before me, but I'm going to see what their excuse is in swerving.
Go for it.
You know,
man. Go for it.
I've never heard of anybody who's done anything like this. This is strictly for educational and entertainment purposes only. But man, I think this is going to be something that people need to hear about. You know, just as far as like how far you could push them, how far you could take two people who are talking about something that they both know is not real, and how far they'll pretend it is. You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. That's some good material right there. Go ahead, do it.
Yeah.
It's like the guy out of the journalism show. I can't remember his name now, but he's gone viral.
99. Alex Stein, 99.
Alex Stein, that's the boy. That's the very boy. Ah, fuck me, man.
He has this one thing he always does. What does he go like? Or he says to like this one thing all the time. I can't remember what it is.
Prime time, Alex Stein. Prime time.
And he's standing in a swimsuit in front of some kind of town council. So why can't I just compete with women? I feel like a woman now. I know, and he's got the swimsuit on and the cap, you know, to protect the hair. And oh my god, absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I saw that I was really surprised, and like, because I'm still subscribed to his channel, so his stuff pops up, but I don't really watch it. Like after the last couple of months, like all the crazy stuff he said about flat earthers, but this thing popped up on Jake the Asshole's channel, and it was Alex Stein hosting the what's that dude's name? Infowars. What's the dude's name who runs that shit?
Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, he was in the studio and he was covering, because I guess in the past of the late hasn't done his show every day, or like they have somebody who's running the show.
Yeah, the younger guy.
Yeah.
What do you call him? He's actually very good. He almost convinced me to go back to fucking Infowars. He's that good. What is his name?
Yeah, Alex Stein, or somebody else on there.
No, yeah, it's a younger guy. He did a lot of out in the public. He's pretty good. You know, after Alex was caught watching the trans porn on his phone or something, and whatever.
Is it Jason Permez? Or was it a different guy?
No, different guy. Yeah.
Okay, because he does a show on there.
Right.
No, Alex Stein was on there though.
Oh, he was. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he was hosting it. I was like, what? And then like when I saw that, bro, I was just like, yeah, like. That's like, there's no way that he couldn't be that if he's on that show. You know, I was just like, I don't know. Anytime I saw that, it didn't like make me feel bad or anything. Like the little kid who was like, "Say it ain't so, Joe," during like the Black Sox scandal early in the 1900s. But like, I saw that, I was just like, I don't know, like, damn. I don't know. I don't think the same about a person if I would see him and they're associated with people that I feel with all my heart are part of the agenda, you know, then like, I don't know. It is what it is. Like, that's just my opinion, you know.
Owen I can't even say that. Owen Schroyer.
Yeah.
He's good at what he does.
Schroyer, is it?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Schroyer. It's like it's dying, and he had to pay out this big payoff because of what was it, the that school shooting. He lost.
Well, okay, so like it's like this. You can just do deductive reasoning simply by, if you've ever seen this person and this person on the same screen during like whatever situation is, like where Ted Cruz was like walking into some city hall and Alex Stein goes up on him and they just let this guy get this close to this dude and they're both talking as if it's real and they're both saying like, why'd you do this? And the other guy's like, da 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 da. You know, I'm like, yeah, right. By proxy, it doesn't matter if you're arguing with him or what the situation is. You're in the same frame at the same event with somebody who's like Ted Cruz, dude. Then there's no way this could be organic. There's no way you could be about any type of movement. Like, you're absolutely getting paid by him or in some type of association with him if you're able to be seen on the, like, they let you on the news like that with him, right? So by his association, I'm going to say anybody who's associated with them in the same picture frame at the same time on for whatever they're saying, it's like it's tainted to me. It's been corrupted. So whatever the message they give of whatever truth conspiracy they bring to light, there's like definitely it's not pure motive behind it whatsoever. That's the way I feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do. Same.
Yeah, anyone who's kind of conspiracy minded but gets huge YouTube or TV presence is got to be suspect. Like Russell Brand.
Yeah. Even that can't be said definitively. But anytime you've seen somebody had like a picture taken or been with this celebrity, I'm not talking about like at a restaurant. I'm talking about like they're both there for that news event or whatever they're being featured on together. That's definitely planned, dog.
I'll put it this way: as more and more people wake up, and they realize that they're waking up, like you said there, Flatty, Russell Brand, and he's like, "Hello, you 5.5 million wonder." He's got 5. He started off with like 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah, every week it's going up hundreds of thousands.
It's going up, but he's talking about Pfizer and he's talking about this, he's talking about that.
Yeah,
he's talking the truth.
Yeah, he's real woke. I mean,
but you kind of realize, well, I don't know, bro. Maybe he's gatekeeping it or whatever he's doing, but yeah, he's getting a shit ton of followers.
Yeah, how is this one guy allowed to go against the narrative?
Yeah,
it's weird, isn't it?
Yes. So obviously, you start thinking gatekeeping, something, give you so much truth and then steer you in another direction. Oh, cryptocurrency is shit, and it's fucking, and now they're starting to try and get their claws into it, and it's been decentralized, and the government this and the government that. And then the next thing is probably like, well, maybe it's not a bad thing, and maybe we can, just leading people on. I don't know. It's very, very intelligent.
Yeah. Well, hey, the whole thing is the government's been 100% that I think, and then like making it seem like they're not part of that, and they're mad because it's coming out. Like, how, you know what I mean? It's like your kid trying to get any vegetables, you have to reach in the spoon's an airplane. It's not really an airplane, But like, yeah, they have to act like they're mad about like, oh, we can't get our, it's decentralized. Like, how is the government going to try to get into it? Like, well, it'll be a while before they can get into it. It's like, dude, it's theirs to begin with. Like, it is as they do as they please. And what they please is to make you think that they can't get into it. That's what I think. Like, they got that on lock, dude. Yeah, it's just theatrics at this point.
Yeah, they know the future. They've got the future down pat. They've got the future down pat, bro. They can see what's coming down the pipeline, and they just put things in place in order to steer people in a certain direction.
Yeah, pretty much, dude.
It's all fucking mind control, bro.
There's always a few scragglers like us, like, But, I mean, overall, they're steering the mass majority in the direction they want to go, and it's just a consequence of a few collateral damage. But it's not anything. It's not going to stop their main thing, which is guiding the majority of the sheep this way and that way.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
But
like. What's his name? He started doing that whole 9/11 is an inside job. Chanting that. It was almost like a Black Lives Matter, like a maniacal chant, just like over and over, or saying like, they really cast the spells when they're doing the USA. Like, who's the guy who starts that? They're all paid actors who chant that, but it's just like once you start hearing people screaming USA, oh man. I don't know. That's the point where I realized like I've got enough content on this video already. I'm cutting it off now. On to the next thing. I can't take much more USA. Yeah.
But you have original ideas, so stick with that. That one you were talking about and all that there about going into the gynecologist and thinking about transitioning and.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, go with that, bro. That's original.
Yeah. And because I really believe like that, even on their things that you fill out in the doctor's office, there's somewhere on there that says, "What do you identify as?" And And pretty soon, as the time goes by, that question is going to move further and further up the list, where it'll be the first question before your name. What do you identify as? What's your name? You know,
a rock, a complicated rock.
Right? Like, so you don't want to identify as your the image of your creator, which is like one of the most powerful things that's down here. We're going to dumb you down and have you basically identify something that's less powerful and less pure. And we're definitely going to respect that, and we'll say that's what you are. I mean, and so they having people act like they're mad that they didn't call them, like they didn't dumb them down from their original, our original natural components, how we're made. That no one person decided. We're going to take that and change that and alter that. And we'll respect your decision.
Yep. Yeah. We said that last night. You identify as a bumblebee, and I said something like I identify as a lily of the field. It's just
dude, for real. Right.
A lily of the field. That's what I identify.
So you could probably get other people to identify as that, and then set up something like where you're slicing their skin off every month or something, and you're just doing a medical procedure for them because that's what they identify as. They're shedding it's called a shedding of the skin. Or you could hook their teeth up that are sharpened to like cups with rubber bands and saran wrap over it and try to like extract their venom. Dude, this is like an endless field of like,
identify as a poisonous snake.
It's colored by numbers for adults, dude. You know what I mean?
You don't look nothing like a snake. I don't care. I identify as one. It's a fact.
Right? Yeah. Hey, I posted a video a couple months ago. It's called GIAD or something, gender identification disorder, and what it is when as a kid growing up, like you sooner or later you realize like you were meant to be blind or crippled, right, or missing a limb, and you feel that your life's incomplete because you can see, like you feel like you were meant to be blind. So they start realizing like I wasn't meant to see, I was meant to be blind. So you have to go to like a market of like these like B-rate doctors, B-class doctors that do things like blinding and stuff like that, those type of operations on people. She finally found she said the first person burned her for $7,000, and she was so upset because he promised to take her eyes out. So the next person had her lay on a couch, and he poured Drano into her eyes. And the thing is, she had to sit there for 20 minutes and endure the pain. And after 20 minutes, he took it out and then rushed her to the hospital where they attempted to save her vision. And she woke up the next morning and saw the TV, and she was crushed. You know what I mean? Just downcast, like her dreams got shattered. This wrecked this woman's life that she could see. But she said God answered her prayers, and within 6 months, her vision slowly went from intermittent to like nothing, and then now she's completely blind, and this is how she's been meant to be. I'm just like, dude. Oh my God! Like, what kind of reverse weird world do we live in? Dude?
Yeah,
you know what I mean, that's some weird shit, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my best friend is a Glober, and we've spoken about it and everything. I know he's my absolute best mate. I would do anything for him, and he comes out with things too that are really. And he is the funniest man alive. He is the funniest guy I ever met in my life. But he. Just the other night, he said, Paul, what the fuck is going on with the world, bro? It's like, did something change in 2012? Or have we all are we all actually dead? And we're all fucking, just a mind melding, strange, people that you consider inverted commas normal are starting to realize that there's something going on in this world that is just fucking screwy, and they can't put their finger on it.
Yeah. It's the new normal, bro.
It's like, did we just move into a fucking parallel universe, or what the fuck is going on? Men are women, men can get pregnant, this can do this can do that. And it's just, even inverted commas, again, normal people are starting to go, what the hell am I in? What am I living in? Is this reality?
Yeah.
They're starting to question it.
They are, dude. I almost feel like it's too late. If somebody's barely starting to question it now, it may be too late. It might not be, but
no, it's not. It's never too late.
No, it's not. Definitely not. It's just like I think it's going to come to a point where it may be, You know, I don't think we're at that point yet, but I think everybody, the sooner you realize it, the greater advantage you have just on prolonging your life, actually, by actual measurable time. You know, it could very well be. This isn't medical advice.
I wouldn't take medical advice from you. No chance, bro.
Yeah, so we're like, nowadays I feel like you need to say medical advice if somebody sneezes and the other person goes, Gesundheit, and the other person will be like, bless you, and they'll be like, well, this isn't religion advice either. You know,
Saturday posted a video the other day. He went into the doctor, told the doctor I have a vagina. The doctor handled his meat and two veg as if it was a vagina.
I'm not going to say I have a vagina. It's just going to be assumed. Like, I'm a woman going into a gynecologist because I feel maybe I may have a surgical. I'm going to be like the last gynecologist I went to from where I moved from Colorado or whatever, said that they think it's cervical cancer. And in my mind, all I'm going to be thinking is, you better hope I don't rip open the fallopian tubes. Oh, man. Yeah. Because if I was a gynecologist, that's what would be going through my head all the time. Girl, you better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tubes. So, but no, I'm hoping that I'm hoping it's a girl who does it just for all intensive purposes. I'd much rather have that be my first experience with that. But if it is a guy, I'm still not going to back down. You know, I'm going to stand my ground and I'll hold my resolve. You know, I think I may swerve from the road, though, if I'm playing chicken with a guy. I will probably be the one first, or even my intentions are not to. Like, my natural instincts will take over. I'm like, okay, this has gone too far. I'm a guy, dude. Like, I'm out of here.
This is all a joke. I'm only joking. Cheers, but good night.
Yeah, no, honestly, dude, I'm afraid, like, if it could go from, like, you know, you could be petting a cat and all of a sudden this cat will just, like, bite the shit out of you and claw you. It could go from, like, him petting a cat to me, like, just breaking his jaw, dude. You know what I mean? Or breaking his nose. Like, seriously, like, you know, I'm like, oh shit, why did I do that? That's my natural human instinct when you do certain things to me or touch certain things. So I'm really hoping it's a woman because I think it can go a lot further. And I mean, who knows? If it's a woman, I may even.
Do you want it to go?
Bro, I may even enjoy it. I may enjoy it, find enjoyment out of it. Not like you know, inappropriate enjoyment, but just like enjoyment that I'm having like actual human contact. You know, down there with a woman.
I gotta tell you something. I got internal polyps one day, so my anus, there was blood coming out of my anus and all out there, and I went into the doctor, and I was thinking, I just said, listen, I need an appointment with a doctor, any doctor, I don't care, because if you ask for a specific doctor, it could be like 2, 3, 4 weeks before you see him. Just any doctor, right? And I walked in, and thank God it was a woman, because I knew that there was going to be an anus probe. She's going to put them gloves on and go, oh, Jesus, no. I said there, can you not just give me horse tablets or something to sort this shit out? She started laughing, right? And then she put the gloves on, put the finger up, and you could, oh man, it wasn't pleasant. But because it was a female doctor, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. If it was a guy, but they're so professional and all that. There, it's very clinical, very surgical, and all that section. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just examining you. One doctor did, but the second time it was a female doctor, and it was a little bit easier for some reason.
Yeah, hey, on the real talk, I would never let any human being for any reason ever stick anything up inside me like that.
Well, and, if there's blood coming out of your anus, it's a little bit of a scary factor, bro.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And I noticed that the first doctor, the male doctor, he was like, "Did you think you had cancer?" And I was watching him. He was kind of watching my reaction to see how well people would take the news, if you know what I mean. He says, if it turned out to be cancer, what would you have thought? And he was saying how I would react to that, how I would take it. Would I panic? Would I be, I could see him studying my reaction.
Yeah. And you know what's funny is because of the situation that you were just in with him too, you have multiple factors of like, what kind of reaction is he studying? This dude's a sycophant, masochist who he probably loves like the whole fact of like demoralizing you and, you know what I mean, telling you you're going to die.
Or he enjoys studying the human reaction to fucking serious news. Like, you've got about 4 months to live.
Yeah.
He wanted to know, was I thinking that? Was I in that moment? And yes, I was. And what did you think about it? And he says, boy, you got more red blood cells than I ever seen any person. And by the way,
how can they do that by just doing by doing that what you just described? How could anybody determine that? That's, you know what I mean?
They can feel the internal polyps or something like that there, and then they do the blood tests and all that shit there. They would feel a really big lump if it was prostate cancer or something somewhere in there or something like that there. I don't know. I mean, they've done it a million times, you know.
Yeah, you're a brave person, bro. Honestly, bro, even when I was little, I was always afraid of the hospital. Now, the only time I'm going to the hospital is if, like, I went the last 2 months, like, a couple times, and that's just so they get records that my back is hurting because some guy hit me at a stop sign, so I'm trying to develop a medical cause for a civil suit. But besides that, I'm so deathly afraid of going. I always felt like even if I got shot or anything, I will not go to the hospital, especially for something that's not a direct cause of like something striking my body and like causing blood to come out or broken bones.
Yeah.
Definitely won't go.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I'm the kind of person that unless my arm was falling off, I wouldn't go near a hospital.
Yeah.
Unless I'm seriously fucking injured.
Yeah. Like your body parts are falling out, and like you have to keep putting them back in. Then it would be probably a good idea. That is medical advice. Actually, I'm offering. If your guts are falling out, if you've just been entrailed, go to a hospital. Medical advice.
Try and get somebody to put them back in there.
Right. I hope we don't get banned for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've just never been the kind of person to. I don't like being helped. Well, I suppose that's a wrong way to put it. It's a hard way to describe it. I don't want somebody looking after me unless it's absolutely necessary. Something like that.
Yeah, I'd rather have somebody look before me than after me. You know what I mean? If they're looking after me, they're staring at my backyard, and I ain't trying to have them do that.
Oh, I had a lump on my tongue too, the cancer thing, and they cut into the tongue as well. And apparently that wasn't cancer. I had 2 scares in 1 year.
Dude, you know what I think cancers are, and they've just warped over the years, is I really believe this is they're nanofibers that have built up in us that are programmed to go to a certain part of our body. And the programming is so easy. Like, these things are they make these things and they're able to like, they basically like, once one connects to another, they create like some type of web or like grid structure in us that's able to basically like take over this part, and it creates something that, because our body wants to reject it, so it looks like some type of what they call cancer. I mean, maybe that's all it is nanoparticles all coming together and forming things in us, you know, as opposed to like all these other things they say it is. Or actually, they don't definitively ever say cancer is one thing definitively. So therefore, it can never be pinpointed down. It can be caused by so many different things, you know?
Yeah. It's just funny that we're talking about that now because the guy I work with too, he's all into his cryptocurrency and Alex Jones and things like that. But we were talking about that the other night, and he just happens to mention it. And it's strange because you sort of realize that this guy is like a kindred spirit. He thinks the same. He loves cats. He loves his movies. He loves conspiracy theories. And then he's like, "What's this thing about the cancer thing?" And I'm like hundreds of millions of dollars in the last 40 years, and they haven't, like, yeah, sure, they've figured out some treatments that would give you 2, 3, 4 months more than what you would have got in 1980 or 1990. But they still can't cure it, and they're still pouring hundreds of millions of dollars every year into cancer, and we can't figure this shit out.
I think this shit is so well figured out that, like, first of all, how do we even, when they say stuff like that, and like it hasn't really affected our body, or like our body's being affected, but it's like, so they give you something that's like some type of radiation or something, and that's the standard to go to. Like, if this is this, then you this. Like, basically, they just after they've given you the news, they're going to refer you to some of their specialists, or at a different place where they specialize in like radiation technology.
You got to have money. You've got to have a lot of money for that. You've got to have money. You got to be able to pay for that. There has to be some kind of insurance. But
I know people who haven't had that much money, and they still get it. Like, a lot of places have like charities or something that'll do it. Like, basically, they want to get you on that, right? That's like the common method. And it's like it's like almost like when you say, "No, I don't need you to represent me. I'm going a pro se. I represent myself." All the lawyers are like, "Oh, it's a bad idea to represent yourself." You know how many lawyers I've said, "Yeah, I might represent myself in trial," and they're like, "Oh, yeah, let me just tell you, like, they're more animated and like more passionate about proving me that I'm wrong about that than about anything they said about innocence or their fight." You know what I mean? They're like, they're so adamant about how bad it is.
That's where their money comes from.
Oh yeah, it's mercy. Yeah.
Showing up in court, $150 just for showing up, and then $100 an hour just for being there.
Yeah. Yeah, being there and signing something or telling you to sign something, and like, it's funny because the only time in court they ever ask you, you did this willfully, and nobody coerced you, and nobody blackmailed you, and you weren't, the only time they ask you all those things is at the end. Like, so you willfully give up your constitutional right to that's when you enter a plea. But most people, all they're thinking in their mind is like, well, of course I'm going to enter a not guilty plea. I'm not guilty. Why would I enter guilty? Like, it's like a crazy lady comes up to you on the street. You've never seen her in your life. And she's like, "Why'd you have sex with my sister? You were cheating with my sister, you asshole." Are you gonna try to reason with her? Are you gonna reason with her and be like, "No, I swear I was never with your sister. Like, believe me, like, I have witnesses to say," like, you're trying to like corroborate dates with her? No, you're gonna look at her and you're gonna keep walking. You're not gonna even acknowledge her. All you're gonna be thinking is, "You better not touch me,"
Somebody else took my cock and said your sister. It wasn't my cock.
Yeah, like, you're not going to try to logically talk to them. You're going to be like, "Get the fuck away from me. Like, I don't know you. Get away from me, Satan." Like, you're not going to get into any semantics about anything she's saying, because just by trying to deny it, you're therefore making it real and doing so, Does that make sense?
Share something with you guys. You guys mind if I interrupt?
Oh, we got a Globey in here?
Yeah, Hank's a Globey.
What up, Hank? What up, Larry Dot?
Oh yeah,
Larry Dot.
Right, Larry. Period.
Right.
So
he went through menopause. Now he's Larry Dot.
I went to court with my wife the other day. Just the city court, right? And she got a ticket for going the wrong way during school hours. So as a delivery driver, sometimes you lose track of time. And you don't realize like what time it is, and then you go down a road and it's like, oh shit, like school's in session. So she got a ticket for that, and it was like they wanted $240, and I was like, "Don't plea," and she was like, "What do you mean don't plea?" I said, "Just maintain your innocence." And then they were like, "You want to come back on Thursday when the judge is here?" And we were like, "Yeah." So we came back on Thursday when the judge was there, and he was like, "Look, I can't make any kind of deal with you until you plea." Because, when they called her name, she stood up and said, "I'm here on special appearance right, to resolve the matter." Well, he couldn't resolve the matter until we entered a plea, so he gave us two options. He said, "You can either go take this up with the DA, right, and challenge jurisdiction there with the DA." He's like, but I can't do anything until you please. So it literally is like I've been learning.
Yeah,
it's literally how it is.
That's the whole point.
They're trying to contract with you.
You have to admit or not admit your guilt.
Yeah, and by doing that, you're playing into their like a crazy lady. Like if you try to plead your innocence with her, you're fucking bringing what she's saying to light. You know, like you're acknowledging that it's true. These tickets and stuff are just policies, bro. That's all. They're suggestions. Like, don't go in a store without a mask. Thank you, I appreciate it. I decline. Like, that's how you can treat these things. You really can.
$240 for going in the wrong zone at the wrong time. $240. That's
yeah, bro. That's like a week's wage for someone who's making minimum wage.
That's my wage for a week, man.
Yeah, if you're making minimum wage, that's your whole week worth of earnings right there.
For being in the wrong zone at the wrong time.
Hey, your wife doesn't ever have to pay a penny, bro. You know that, right? Neither of you guys will have to pay anything. You can fully, and just for educational purposes, I would say I try to take this to jury trial. Since it's an infraction, they can't go to jury trial. Infractions are the easiest things to get thrown out.
Well, I decided to negotiate with the judge, and we entered a plea in no contest, and I paid $160 just to get it over with because my wife has really severe PTSD, and she always says like a whole bunch of stupid shit at court.
That's good, though, Larry. That's 160 from 240 to 160. That's a result.
No, 140. I paid $140 just to get it over with.
Yeah, no, you paid $140, but they were charging $260.
Let's see. I think they wanted $240, and I ended up paying $140. I was like, let's just get it over with, get out of here. I was like, look, how about I give you $140? And everybody else in there was like taking like community service, and they weren't trying to negotiate at all. And one guy was like, just send me to jail, bro. Just give me jail time. And I'm like, what's the matter with these people? Why don't they negotiate?
It's a roof over your head and 3 square meals a day, bro. I'd take it.
The thing is, all that stuff's policy. You guys should have stood your ground just to see where this went, because you know that it's going to go in your favor. It's just sometimes you have to keep going back, and they'll call you up, and then they'll act in the middle of talking to you. They'll call somebody else's case and leave you standing up there stupid. Like you gotta. You know what I mean? What do I do? And then you got to ask. You're asking somebody like, "Where am I supposed to stand now?" They do that to make you feel uncomfortable, so you have to ask what. Then they can continue guiding you again, right?
That sounds a bit like Catholic mass on a Sunday. Do I stand up, or sit down, kneel? What do I do now?
Obviously, you're doing that. You know what I mean?
Just watch other people. Oh, they're kneeling now, right? I kneel. Right now you stand.
Yeah, exactly. You're just following the leader. You're doing the wave at a baseball game. You know.
Well, like I said, my wife, she has severe PTSD. But yeah, she gets crazy at the courts, and it wouldn't take much for her to get fucking triggered.
Sometimes that's not a bad thing. You can wear out the judges by stuff like that, bro.
Can I ask a personal question?
Sure.
Hank, how did she get the PTSD?
She has had PTSD ever since she got like hit in a car accident, and she's like real nervous of like cops, you know, because of stuff that she sees on TV and the internet. And she has a real problem with perceived authority figures, like people who think that they have authority, just like me, right? You know, but I don't have the PTSD because women have like a higher, it's basically, what's the word for it?
Emotional anxiety.
Yeah, women have higher anxiety, than men. So yeah, she's not good in court. Like she's the top to say, "Suck my dick," you know that sort of.
No way. Really?
I'm not joking.
You just waiting for her to say that. Like, she's going.
So I went up to the judge and I was like, "Hey, this is my wife, 20 years. I'm going to speak for her." And he was like, "Okay." And then she didn't say a word, and I like negotiated $100 off, and then I was like, "That's fine by me."
I suppose
like
it
I
helps
wasn't about
too.
to pay.
Yeah, I suppose it helps.
I was just trying to get her out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you explain to listen, PSD wife, blah blah blah, and the judge hears that, and he's like, well, okay, I have to be careful here. You know, as the person with a condition, you can't be a ball bag. You have to
accommodate.
Yes.
Hank, doesn't something about the whole interaction scream at you? Like subject to change depending on, like, how could something that's a set price, like a fine for something, well, how could, honestly, we'd go there, like, how could, people would be like, how could this be this? And they're like, well, of course, how could you could have gas in a vacuum? So, like, basically, yeah, how could something, how could you be fined for something? But on the fact of that is, how can they just go down in the price of it, right? The law, as far as I understand, is like it is set in stone. Like, now to go down, it would have to be like the fines between 240 and 160, depending on if you say the right thing to the judge, because none of it's depending on like papers you present them, like you've done this class or that class. You know what I mean? I've been in a lot of institutions where they, like, before you get a job in the kitchen, you have to fill out this little thing, and one of the questions is, do you have HIV or Hep C? If the person puts yes, they can't work in the kitchen. If they put no, they can. They're basing this testing if the person can work there solely on what the inmate's response is. I mean, but they don't do that when we get arrested. We don't have the choice of like yes or no. Yeah. So it's like it just shows that it's pretend it doesn't matter whether you think you have this made up thing or not. Like, they're taking on your honor. Is this the honor system? No way. This thing's so false. Like, it's so false that there's no way they'd ever just accept your answer. That shows that shit's not real. When something is just like yes or no, and they take you at flat value, then that they're not even trying to pretend that it's real. You know.
The law doesn't bend. It doesn't bend for nobody. And most people are just coming in and paying the 240, paying the 240. Yep. Get the fuck out of court.
Mm-hmm.
But Larry,
you do. I was saying like, hey, I can fight this if I want to. Like, we can go to court. Like, that's no big deal. And then I said, or I could just pay like, I think I said $100. And he was like 140, and I was like, deal.
Haggling with the judge.
Yeah. That's exactly what I did. Yeah. Because, see, I've seen it before. Well, the first time I seen it, I didn't know what was going on, right? I was just pissed off that my brother-in-law was getting child support after we were, like, actively involved in the little kid's life. The child's life, we were there every other month getting custody, right? And then she went to the court and said that, like, he was a deadbeat dad and needed child support, and we were like, what? How did it go from you get him for a month, we get him for a month, to he hasn't been doing shit, so she was lying. But basically what he said was, look, if you're making me pay $300 a month, I'm going to be living under a bridge. And they were like, okay, how about $150? And he accepted it. And I remember that to this day. And I was like, that was just like the guitar price negotiation where Chad said, hey, come back here, bro. You're not gonna pay $300 for this guitar. And I was like, what do you want, $350? And he was like, no, bro, you're gonna offer me like $150. And I was like, okay, I'll give you $150. He was like, sold. I was like, oh, that's what's going on. I had no idea, but yeah,
I'll be living under bridges like the half of the town.
Homeless.
In my city.
He's saying he'd be homeless. Yeah, he's saying he'd be homeless. So he's saying, if you do this to me, you're going to be causing me harm. And they were like, whoa, we don't want to cause you harm. You could sue us over that. Like, how about 150? So,
150.
It's like we're at an auction. Like, we're just agreeing on a price.
Sold. And he hits the gavel.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's like an auction.
And, I've kind of always said that I wouldn't really believe it until I see it, but I've been seeing it. It really is commercial, and all the judge is trying to do is settle the account. So it's like you got a hot check. It's like you got a hot check, right? You can either ignore that bitch until you get arrested at work, or you can, go in the bank and try to settle the account, right?
Fair play to you, man. That's good. You're probably the only person that ever did that in your town. Everybody,
I doubt that. I'm sure.
Everybody
sure
else.
People have figured it out.
I paid 240, just get the fuck out of there. Well, I bargained them down to 140, so fuck you.
I'd do them down a little bit. But yeah, it's one of them things that I didn't think was going to work. But here's the deal: if we actually did go to court, she's a delivery driver like me, right? So she literally signed a contract, and she could be held, to pay the $240 plus court costs if the jury found her guilty of going the wrong way. And because there's children involved, I thought that there was a good chance that the jury would be like, "You're going wrong way," because people hate it when people do it, right? And then some people do it on purpose, and you wouldn't be able to tell that she didn't do it on purpose. Like, there would be no way for you to tell.
I think the judge knew that if it went to court, the jury of your peers, they'll go, "Not guilty, Your Honor. $0."
I don't know. When it's me, I'll try it that way. But her loudmouth will get contempt of court, and she'll spend like 30 days in the slammer just for not shutting the fuck up when she was told to. But it's a woman's prerogative. I mean, hey, if she wants to spend time in jail, she can. But she allowed me to talk, and I said, "Look, if the judge doesn't want me to talk for you, and I say that you're my property, just go along with it." And she's like, "Okay, I'm your property." So she went along with it. And it's not like I own her. Like, that's not what I mean by property. I mean that she's proper to me and I'm proper to her. I can speak for her in a courtroom, and she can just hand over, what's it called? When you sign the piece of paper and the other person makes, decisions for you when you're in the hospital.
Power of attorney?
Affidavit.
Yeah.
Affidavit?
Yeah. Yeah, power of attorney. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
So basically, she allowed me to be her power of attorney. But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting. I was listening to you guys talking, and a lot of people.
No,
that's some don't know if shit works or not.
Yeah, I've been following your kind of journey with this court kind of thing. This I don't know if you call it sovereign kind of thing. It's awesome, man. It's inspiring.
It's interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't consider myself a sovereign. I just see myself as, under the Most High God, and He's the sovereign, and we're all equal under Him.
Yeah.
And it's kind of.
I just didn't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like the sovereign thing has a negative tint to it, because some people do suicide by cops, and they're like, "Oh, look at them sovereign citizens, suicide by cop," and it's like, that's not me. Like, I'm not the type to fight on the street. Like, I'd much rather fight in the court. Yeah, I think that's the way I figured it. I know a lot of people call it the sovereign movement, but it just has such a stigmatism. I can't accept that word. I'm just trying shit. Trying to do what I legally can, and to be honest with you, at first I tried to accept it for value and return it for value, and I asked him if it was illegal for her to sign the back of that, and he said no. And he wouldn't accept it. So I guess I did something wrong. So I couldn't endorse it. Or she endorsed it, but he didn't he didn't accept it. So that did not work. And I'm assuming it's because I did something wrong.
But there's a chance, though, that judge could have been slightly dishonest and just kind of hoped that no one picked up on it, just to kind of sway how it was going, because it's their courtroom. That can kind of sometimes happen, I reckon.
Right. There was people behind us. And I was already telling them to watch what I do, listen to what I'm doing. So they probably wanted to get me the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
And that one guy was like, just put me in jail, man. Well, why can't I just do the jail time? I was like, you're not negotiating right, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, give me the worst option. I guess that was a better option than paying money to him, though.
Yeah, he didn't want to pay.
Yeah.
He did not want to pay. Yeah, man, I think our people perish for lack of knowledge, and it's just like the quote that I saw up in the live stream a few moments ago when I was scrolling up and saving memes and taking down PDF notes and stuff. You'll know our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false, And it's like that's what they want. That's why they did government schooling. They want us to be as ignorant as possible. And that's how they get $1 trillion a day off of these privately owned courts. Because it's literally like a McDonald's chain. It's you can look up, people own the city of blah, 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 right? Because the city of blah, blah, blah is a corporation. Now, blah, 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 the city is a place on the map. But there's a plastic overlay, and by plastic I mean artificial overlay. And this artificial overlay is the city of, right? The municipalities, the principalities. And our people are just so ignorant that they don't know.
That octopus thing you put in there, Larry, reminds me there's a book called The Octopus of Global Control, which if I'm thinking right, covers what you're saying. I might be getting mixed up with another one, but I haven't read it, but apparently it's good.
Well, it was the what's that guy's name? Rockefeller. Let me find the picture. Hold on just a second. Yeah, the Aldrich plan. He was like a rich oil guy, I think. And he was like, hey, we could, produce this form of slavery where it's not ever going to catch on in 100 years, what we're doing to them. And I've been talking about this octopus for a long time, but I didn't know what it was called. So I called it oligopoly. And an oligarchy is when the corporations have control of the government. And now what I understand, Texas, the state, is part of the Union of the United States. But the state of Texas is an artificial plastic wrapping over the top that is a corporation. And this corporation is part of the oligopoly.
If any, sorry, Harry, listen to me. If any state's going to succeed, it's going to succeed from the Federation or the United. It's going to be Texas. That's going to be the first one.
It'd be Texas, but they want to go to war with us. They wouldn't let us just mosey on out. They lose too much.
So I'll be back in a second. I have to go and look after my dad. He's medicines and stuff. I have to go sort that out. Back in a second, or a couple of months.
So I'm not necessarily for the secession of Texas because it would ultimately cause war between us and the other states. And I bet there'd be plenty of blue people who would love to come down here and, enforce their idea of abortion on us, because they are really pissed off right now all across the nation. They really, really want to kill babies.
That's great. Aye. And they're doing it up until like the baby is like 6 months in the womb. Remember they asked that one doctor at what point, and they're like, "My body, my choice." And the one thing is for sure. What about the human being growing inside your body? What choice do they have? I didn't quite understand the thing until I heard that concept. And I thought, actually, that's correct. There's a little human being growing inside your body. It's 3 months old, and you want to abort it. It obviously must be feeling something. It's and now they're trying to push it. Just push it, but it's just fucking murder, isn't it? And it's so. They do it so well that people think it's just natural. It's just normal. Yeah, sure. Like if I have a baby growing in my womb and it's 2 months old, 3 months old, I should be able to abort it because it's my body, my choice. But that baby in your belly, you're not giving it. That's a human being. That's a life source. That's crazy, man.
How normal it is, especially in the UK as well. How normal it is. It's just when kids in their 20s, it's just happening hundreds, thousands of times a day.
Yeah, they just they normalize it. That's what they do. Yeah, they normalize it as if it's just normal. But people, and then
here's the thing, boys.
They don't realize that it's actual murder.
Here's the thing, boys. It's like two people sinned, right? They didn't use contraception. They didn't use birth control. All these things that are free from the government, available. So they want to use murder as birth control, right? So the two people that sinned, right? The innocent has to die for their sins, right? But here's the point. It's eugenics. It's the same thing that the Nazis were doing because all these people screaming Black Lives Matter, right? They don't mind if you abort 10 black babies. That doesn't matter. Does it? Does it matter if a white girl aborts 10 black babies?
Yeah. There was a young man from the Isle of Mourne who wished he was never born, and he probably wouldn't have been if his daddy had seen that the top of the condom was torn.
Hey, we got a guy. I don't know if he's in our thing, but he's been asking. I don't know if he's trying to come in here. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. I don't know. No. His name's Vel Aurier. I might be wrong. You see this guy, Hank?
By the Lord.
Oh, Hank's gone, huh?
He's Larry now.
What's his name?
Is that Hank?
Oh, you're there? Okay.
What's his name?
So let's see. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing though. He's in cognitive dissonance. His name's Vel Aurier, Velorier.
I don't see anybody in Cogdis.
He's in Cogdis text. If he's in there, he's in there for a reason.
Okay. Never mind. Then. Okay, never mind.
You're saying the Earth is a square.
God, people in Cogdis text seem to go that way a lot. The shapes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Inside an egg, I saw yesterday.
I want to know what your guys' definition of what does that mean? Like Cogdis, what does that mean to you guys? Like Cogdis VIP. What's your definition of that?
So the tag that kind of golds have or whatever, the Cogdis VIP. I just think it's
somebody recently put that on my thing.
I think if you interact with the people in Cogdis and try and kind of get them to stop being a troll, you can get the Cogdis VIP role.
Okay, so that's
always thought of
that's like what you think of it. Okay. I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too, but it
At
could be
first,
open to interpretation.
I thought it meant you've been in Cogdis 100 times and you're a VIP, but then I realized.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
No, it's people like
I think it was because I brought Mentos to the table. I think that's what got me the Cogdis VIP.
Like T-Wad and Roger in there a lot, kind of talking to them and trying to rehabilitate them from their trolling of life. Yeah.
Yeah, I love rehabilitating people. I'm all about that. You know, seriously, especially if they weren't meant to be born blind, or they have all their legs and they're like, no, I'm quadriplegic or whatever. I should have been born missing this limb. I feel like sometimes I could talk them off the ledge, you know, or at least expose them. I can expose them. Nothing gets to you, staying freshman and cool, with Mentos fresh and full of life. I don't think people go to those clinics, you know, for that subject you were talking about, Hank. You know, I don't think any of those people will be able to sing the Mentos commercial when they meet their maker, you know?
I've heard you talk about the Mentos thing, but I don't quite understand what you're talking about.
Oh, so when I say Mentos, have you ever seen the Mentos commercial?
I think about the Foo Fighter video, but yeah.
Well, watch a Mentos commercial on YouTube, and it's like there's all these different scenarios and situations where, like, you know, perfect example, like a bunch of friends are all crossing the street at a crosswalk, and the light starts to go red. Or no, a car pulls right up and cuts the group of kids off bumper to bumper. So the one kid, the Scraggler's left, like, he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to cross the street now, and his friends are like, "Come on!" And he turns his hat backwards, pops some Mentos in his mouth, and gets in the dude's back seat on one door, and then crawls out the other door. And the guy looks at him, and he gets back with his friends, and as they're walking, he turns around and looks at the guy who's like, "What the hell?" And he shows him the Mentos candy, and the guy kind of smiles with a knowing look, like, Mentos, you know? So when I throw a globe or a Mentos, it means, like, you know, they're telling us about Benny Time Space Warp, and we're all like, what? And they turn around and show us a Mentos thing, and we're like, okay. It's like giving them something, you know? Does that make sense? Did I cut out? Or should I cut out? Hold on.
No, I heard you.
Okay. What do you think about the Mentos thing, Hank?
Makes sense. It's like you're giving them a pass. Giving them a way out.
Yeah. I mean, I've been saying it lately, like, if I could go back to when I thought the Earth was a globe, there wasn't so many things to think about, you know? Dude, I'm going to take a picture of my California ID, the picture on it, just, Hank, so you can get an idea of what we're working with here. I look like the guy from Shameless, like the dad.
Don't dox your stuff, bro. Blur out the pertinent.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, for sure. I'll just show you the picture, dog. I always feel like if anybody got my information, it would do the opposite of what they're trying to do, like trying to gain financially. You get my information, try to fake my shit. One day, like, the FBI is at your house arresting you. Where's your Mentos at now? You know, like, nobody in the right mind would ever want to be me or try to fake being me. The consequences are too great. I can barely handle this. Let me see it.
It was like a video game or a movie or something. But they were talking about how they sold their social security number and their driver's license to somebody so that they could get a job. Like, you sold your straw man? I just remember thinking that was hilarious because I never thought about doing that. That people sell their straw man.
All right, I just posted it. That's my picture of my driver's license.
Oh, wow, for real?
Yeah.
Awesome. I didn't know you were older than me. Are you about 45?
43.
Okay.
43. I don't always look this way, but when I do, it's for my DMV picture.
Right, for real. Yeah, you got just a little bit more gray than I do.
Yeah.
So I figured you're about 5 years older.
I notice when I go out in the sun for like days at a time, though, it starts to go away, and all my hair turns like more of a golden color, but the gray goes away. And then the longer I go without getting sunshine, the grayer it gets. But I don't usually even have a beard. I usually shave with like the clippers, so there's just stubble. I don't use razors anymore. I can't stand the way it feels on my face. I'll just take the hair clippers though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do the clipper thing.
Yeah, the razor. I stopped doing the razors like early 30s. You know. Plus, that shit takes way too long. I'm spending way too much time in the bathroom having to get all the stubble off my face with a razor. It takes like 20 minutes in the shower. I don't need a mirror to do it. I'll get out and do my sideburns, but it's just like a long process of like, they're just going to grow back like in a day and a half, 2 days.
Grew off a beard until I was in my 30s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, everything grew in all white, trashy like Joe Dirt.
Yeah.
Joe Dirt.
Hey, your wife's kind of like how she's in the background talking reminds me of Jackie. Like Jackie will be saying, Jackie's not always in a good mood, but sometimes when I'm on 24/7 Discord, she'll chime in the back, and that's like the most active. Like that's the most active she gets involved in my life. Like seriously, and it feels good.
Yeah, my children are playing video games.
That's cool. Hey, your girlfriend sounds
like
she sounds like she treats you a lot better, or your wife sounds like she treats you a lot better than my girl treats me, bro. That's cool.
Yeah, my wife's pretty cool.
Yeah.
She can be very giving sometimes.
That's cool.
Unless she doesn't like you. If she don't like you, it's 100% fuck you. But if she likes you, it's like 100% what can I do for you?
That's
so
cool.
There's no in between with her. No in between.
Has your wife ever listened to my music?
Maybe stuff that I'll be playing as she walked in on. But I usually wear headphones.
That's right. She's a flat earther, though, right?
A little more agnostic than flat earther. I'll put it this way: she's not an anti-flat earther. She don't argue with me.
Yeah.
She just knows that everything about NASA is all bullshit, and the government's all bullshit, and the corruption's all bullshit, and she's very Native American in the sense that who has authority over me? other than me.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, she got the same. Like we're basically operating off the same firmware. Right?
Yeah.
We got different hardware, but it's the same firmware.
So she's down to that 1491, huh?
1490. Yeah. She's still. She in the past, you know, she was like, I don't want to live in a tiny house, and you know, I really like having the big house in town, and now she's like, she wants a tiny house and she wants to live off the land. So it's like, damn, I wish you would have told me that.
That's what 1491 is, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And Hank, did I tell you about what I'm going to do as, like, going to the gynecologist?
What? You sure it's live stream worthy?
You didn't hear that part, huh?
Uh-oh.
So, I've been to jail and I've been to a hospital both in the last 60 days, right? Anytime before that, I'd never been asked this question, but now they put this question somewhere near the middle of the list of questions of like, what's your name, your age, your birthday, yada, yada, yada. And then they say, what gender do you identify as? Or what gender are you? And, you know, I didn't have time to think about it, so it caught me by surprise, so I didn't have anything witty to do about it. But I'm going to use my Medi-Cal card to make an appointment over the phone or online at a gynecologist. So now I'm playing a character where I'm just straight deadpan face, right? Like I can go in and talk to somebody as if I lived my whole life as a woman, and go along with it. To me, I'm going to be playing like a mental and a physical chicken with each person in there. Like, you know, when you play chicken, you drive as fast as you can in one direction, the other, whoever swerves first loses.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'm playing. All I'm going to do is I'm going to hope or see if I can. I'm going to see if Jackie can actually. She's better at making appointments than me. See if Jackie can schedule me to make sure that I'm seeing a female doctor instead of a man. If it is a man, I'll probably lose at the game. But if it's a female, I'll be able to follow through with it. Where I want to see how far I can go, and I'm gonna learn a little bit about the things to do to explain to her. Like my last gynecologist from the city I moved from was thinking it could be cervical cancer. So just throw a couple buzzwords out there and see how far this person will go and let me go, because I identify as a woman. To giving me a gynecologist, what do they call OBGYN, perhaps, I don't know, whatever it's called. That I'm gonna have to learn all these things first, like the process of like a normal woman going and putting her legs up in the stirrup, and I'm gonna see how far I could go. You know, like, will she examine me and act like she's examining a female's body parts, and we'll just be throwing buzzwords around like ovary tubes and, you know, clitoris and like just, you know, the normal buzzwords that if you're a female you'd be using with your gynecologist, you know. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna be that chick. I'm gonna be that chick who, you know, just a normal everyday heterosexual woman going to see your gynecologist. Anyway, you get the point. It's for educational entertainment purposes only. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing things like that, testing the waters, because it really, like, where does this ever end? You know what I mean? Sound like a good idea?
I gotta say, it's extremely brilliant, but at the same time hazardous, because I've heard about these duckbill things, and if you don't swerve.
Oh really? Oh my God!
I went in there with my wife, and let me just say that I didn't know that she could do that. That's all I'm saying. I didn't know my wife could do that.
Wow.
She took it like
I get you on that.
She took it like a man.
Damn. Yeah.
She took it like a man. I was like, whoa.
If the gynecologist was actually going to take this to that far, like essentially the exact opposite of doing it to a woman would be her doing it to the smallest part of me that she could open. Right? I'm guessing would be like where I go to the bathroom through. Number one, where I go number one through.
I guess she would treat you like you're. I don't know, bro. I can't say. I just think
that's why this is something
brave.
that I can't say for sure either, and it really intrigues me. You know.
I gotta say, I think it's brave. You know, because you're talking about playing chicken, so that means that they might get the apparatus and actually give you an examination.
Or get it out to try to, pull my bluff, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
And if they try to pull your bluff, then that's like discrimination or something, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what. I think everybody's just pretty much in the dark on this, and everybody's just hoping that nobody takes it there, you know? They're all keeping their fingers crossed every day. But if you're going to put something out there like that, I mean, eventually I'm going to take it, or see how far I can take it. That's just in my nature.
I gotta say, I'm glad that there's people like you to buck the system. I just wish that you would record the whole thing somehow.
I know. I don't know how I would, unless I'd have to have like because she'd know if I was recording it on my phone. No, I could record it verbally, like you'd hear everything, but I'm sure there'd be scenes in that where that just wouldn't be suffice. You know what I mean? Especially to the people with morbid curiosity. It would have to do the trick, but they'd be like, damn, it could have been so much better. You know what I mean?
Maybe if you, I don't know, had like a little hole cut in your clothing that was like a two-way mirror.
Yeah. Oh, how about this? Ask your wife. Are you in there with your wife? This is what I need to know. When you go to a regular hospital, you get checked up. Like they do a checkup, and then they leave, and they like pull a curtain, and you have like 5 minutes to like rifle through all the drawers in the hospital room and see if there's anything good in there. Not that I would do that, but you have 5 minutes to do that, or you have 5 minutes to set up a camera somewhere in there. Because in the hospital, they check you out, and then they leave you in there like, whenever you're ready to come out, you can come out. That was when I was in there I said my back was hurting, right? So I don't know if they do. It's the same general rules apply for chicks at a gynecologist or not. Where like they have you in a waiting room, you could set up the thing, and then they check you, and then you could even. Actually, it doesn't matter if they see me taking it when I leave. Like as long as I can hide it when I get there. That's what I'm saying. Is there like well, you went in there with your wife, so tell me, was there time where she could have hidden this apparatus?
I don't remember. It was like when we first got married, she was having problems. And then we went in there, and I paid like $350. And then that doctor did something to my wife that I'll never forget. And then she didn't even take the birth control. She didn't take the birth control that the doctor prescribed to her because of the side effects. So I was kind of like, why did we just pay that woman $350 to put a glove on, and then give you some friendly advice, and then you not take it? And she was like, okay, we won't do that again. And I was like, okay, but that doctor is just like straight up like, whoosh, put on the glove and.
Yeah, I have to ask you this. I'm gonna hate myself if I don't ask you this. I don't mean to be inappropriate at all, but I can't imagine. In my mind, I can't picture or imagine the taste or the way that it would feel to even see a woman do that to my girlfriend. Not that it would like cause any anger or like I'd be like turned on by it. It would just be like. I'd be so intrigued by the look on her face more than even seeing it happen to see how she deals with that, like how natural. I don't know. To me, I think that would really tell me a lot about the person that I'm with that I don't know. Things like that. They're worth their weight in gold.
It looked like it hurt.
It didn't look like she didn't miss a beat. She didn't miss a beat.
It looked like it hurt.
Oh, it looked like it hurt. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it was a long sleeve glove. I'll just put it to you like
that. Yeah. Okay. Damn, dude. And I assume that's like how normal women go and get their procedure. And it could be a woman who's 5 foot tall or 6 foot tall, 100, 200, 300 pounds, and I'm pretty sure it pretty much goes along the same lines. You know what I mean?
I've heard stories. No, I've heard stories that gets worse than that.
So, but pretty much these lines that we're talking about, they're all perpendicular, right?
These lines get crossed. Yeah, it gets worse than that. I've heard some stories.
It's all perpendicular, no pun intended.
Right. Yeah, but we should probably change the subject for the last.
Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. My bad, bro. No disrespect.
Well, I mean, it's part of life. Like, you go to the doctor, whether you're male or female, and it's academic. You know, people go to the doctor. And the doctors, they do weird stuff, man.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm encouraging it or discouraging it. I'm just saying that, you know, sometimes the doctors, they just do weird shit.
See, what I'm doing is I'm getting something that's an exact science. Like, let's say to them, this medicine's an exact science. Like, this and this equals, like, this prescription, right? I'm pulling away all logic, all fabric of logic from this equation or from this painting, right? And I want to see how they react accordingly to the Emperor's New Clothes when presented with the Emperor's New Clothes. How long will they go along with this for?
Yeah, I got you. I definitely say that it's a social experiment that I want to know the results of. I wish that you could do it like 100 times in your state, just to see, like, you know, what percentages.
Yeah. Dude, if I had the time and the resources for that, or if anybody's listening, they want to finance that, I'm literally, like, this would be just the tip of the iceberg. I'm literally willing to play chicken with almost anything or everything, you know? Dude, let me be your experiment. I'd love somebody to pay money and they set it all up, and all I do is go in there pan face and I'm playing whatever role. Dude, that would be like a live stream.
Yeah, but what are you trying to say?
Oh, man. Hey, who let the dogs loose? Whoop.
Hey, is this guy back again? Woof, woof. First thing.
Oh,
you want a Mentos?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you want to go?
You want a Mentos?
I identify as Bumblebee. Do you want to go into fucking room number 2 again? Fuck you, bro.
Yeah, let's go into room number 2.
Nah, fuck you, bro.
I don't want to give us a chance. How sad.
Pathetic.
Jackie just said, where do you get those guys from?
Back in black.
Where do you get those guys from?
Oh, he actually went down to room number 2. Let him sit there and stew for a little while. There's no way in hell. God. There's no way in hell I'm going down to room number 2 with that motherfucker.
Why
he's
so angry?
Do you hear the anger in my voice? Do you hear how angry I sound? Like I'm laughing.
Very angry.
Oh my god, Jesus!
You don't need to be
give it up.
Rude.
Give it up. You need to go to troll school. You're useless.
Oh, for what?
Troll school.
No, you and your friend Danger.
Danger. Watch yourself. Show me what you're working with.
That's what he said to me all night. He says, "P-Mac, you're in danger." I was like, "What danger?" Yeah, you're just in danger all over. I was shaking in my boots.
Everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere, like just everywhere. Danger.
No, look.
And it just so happened that Danger is an actual person here.
Hey, Fix, you got any family members that are OBGYN gynecologist certified? I'm ready for that type of debate right now.
What made you come back, Fist? Did you not get enough fucking ass whipping last night? Do you need more? You like your ass getting whipped?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking.
It's funny that he came in right after Larry's story too.
It's just like it's almost. Did somebody say his name 3 times and he fucking showed up?
Larry did when he was talking about the gloves in the story. And he brought this. He manifested this dude. I'm serious, bro. He said his name 3 times.
Do you know, it's funny, when I just came back from my dad's, looking after my dad's medicine, I thought, I'm going to say something 3 times here now. Don't take offense. Lucifer, Lucifer, Lucifer. And the devil will show up.
Oh, don't do that, bro. Don't say that. It's not even funny to joke like that.
Okay, I take that back.
Yeah.
It's not funny. All right.
I'm gonna download that last part of the live Discord and then like play it back reverse or something. See, I'm gonna reverse that thing he said. Reverse.
Say it backwards.
Right. There's so much power in the tongue. It's crazy. There's so much, bro.
Yeah, you're right.
You and your friend.
My friend, what's my friend's name?
Angel.
Angel, that's correct. Yeah, Angel and Danger.
You guys are the trolls here.
No, it was Aaron, you motherfucker, silly bastard. Aaron, no, fuck
My
me.
friends are so depressed. Hey, Fixed. I've been called by a lot of people in my life a broken person. So if you can try to fix me, I'd appreciate it.
Are any mods in this voice chat? I need to talk to one.
Why, did we say something that offended you?
No, but I have a screenshot of Danger saying some things.
Take it to the complaints department, dude.
How do I do that?
Go home and get your shine box.
Asking a genuine question, all right?
No, it's cool. Like you came in here, said one sentence, then you want to make a complaint. That's cool. You know what I mean?
Take your drama and put it on a fucking soapbox, bro. Put it in a nice little
Hey, take that ticket you want to write for us and shove it. You know what I mean? Come on,
and
bro.
shove it right up your ass.
Hey, you know what we call a complaint over in Europe? We call it a bull in the head because of the metric system.
Wow, you got the whole squad laughing.
You are a wonder of nature, Fist. Because the doctors have tried to find a funny bone in your body and they couldn't find one, sir. Not one.
I have a complaint.
He just tickled mine. Yeah.
That's funny. The Glober that comes in here just to make complaints on people. That's so funny. It's hilarious. Yeah.
You think I'm joking?
I love it.
Yeah, I told you this last night. If you're going to troll, at least...
We joined to try talk, okay? We tried to come join, listen to people, and now you're doing this. We would have stayed muted, but okay. Good job, man.
Alright, PMAC, I'll DM it to you.
If got away with it too if it wasn't for the meddling kids and the dog. Scooby-Doo.
Fist, can I ask you something?
I have a screenshot to
never,
send you.
listen, never mention my name again because I do not want to engage with you in my life. If I never see you again, it will be too fucking
You said
soon.
this yesterday.
Yeah?
You said this all yesterday, my friend.
And you too, Monster. You can fuck off as well.
And you guys wrote it down too, huh? And you recorded what he said too.
What can I ask a question? Why did you two feel the need to make a new Discord accounts to come in here?
We've already gone through this.
Well, I wasn't here.
Would it be cool if we kept this off live stream then and just talked on live stream too? Because I don't think this would be good for the live stream.
Oh my god!
I mean, if you want to keep it on here, sure.
No, we don't.
I'm trying to Yeah, exactly. Let's go to live stream.
Well, here's a
Mac, you have a problem with us? Let's just discuss it then. If you're not going to let us.
No, I'm not going to ever do that again in my life. Listen, see,
So you're not going to let people be normal people. Okay.
No, you can be whatever you want.
All
bro.
right.
Monster and
Okay,
Fist,
then
you go
please
down
stop
to
complaining.
What do you identify as, bro? What do you identify as?
Male.
So you two guys go down to live stream
Monster
too.
Swerve. I need to know your gender. Are you identify as male?
You go down
I'm
to
a
live stream
bumblebee.
too. Live stream
I
too.
just want to know who I'm talking to. You know what I mean?
And we'll see who joins you.
All right. Okay. That's okay.
Go down.
In,
live stream too. Please get off the main Discord, right?
Yeah, you too, please.
This is recorded. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that.
Right,
I'd
so
like to
fuck
take
off
this
down to
man
live
elsewhere.
stream. Go down there, and we'll see who joins you.
I hope you do too.
Not a fuck, bro. Never again. You just.
T-Mac, will you go join him if he gives you a Mentos? If he's like, come on, I'll share my last Mentos with you. You're like, how can I resist?
I'd do it for $5, bro.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Or like those little chocolate chip cookies, like you can't resist, like the cookie truck.
Do you remember what he said last night too, Flattery? He says, "Oh, you sound."
I didn't hear him, bro.
He said, "Like, you said something." He went, "You sound like you're homeless. You're living." And he went, "Yeah, I'm homeless, man." Do you want to build me a house or something?
Oh man. I'm not homeless. I'm just a homeboy.
Surprised I'm back.
Yo, so it's crazy. Those guys are trying to spread bad rumors about me. I don't know.
No.
Danger. Watch yourself. Show me what you're working with. Shake that globe. Shake that water.
That was so strange too. And thank you for last night for thank you, Danger, for last night because you were you had my back. But it was funny they were saying PMAG. You're
No, Danger. You messaged me. Why would you delete it? Why would you delete your messages?
What do you mean? I never deleted any of my messages.
Don't try to play it off. I have a screenshot.
I'm not trying to play anything off.
Alright.
Yeah, alright.
I have a screenshot.
Alright, if you have a
I don't know
screenshot,
what you
send it
want.
to me, and you haven't refused every single time to send it. If you actually have it,
Danger.
if I were you and I
sent it
actually
to
had the proof, then I would
have
send
it.
it.
Danger, listen, I've got it. He sent it to me.
Alright, and is he your buddy?
You're in trouble. You just broke a code. You just broke an ordinance, bro. You're in trouble. 60 lashings.
No, I've got to go to the filing cabinet. I've got to get the right form.
Yeah, right?
Alright,
Oh
so
my
then,
God.
then send it to PMAC. Send it to
These
PMAC.
documents sound earth shattering, bro. Like these are the Watergate files. I mean,
How do I know whatever that guy's name is? How do I know he isn't your buddy? Right? So, like, I've got no reason to lie.
They're definitely butt buddies.
Yeah. So, and you're trying to spread rumors that I'm sending messages to you, deleting them, and saying that I'm telling you that
No,
I'm a troll.
I got a screenshot. Why are you lying?
Hero.
Yes.
Yes. You're hero, aren't you, Danger?
Not hero.
Hey, you guys know a kingdom divided against itself can't stand. So you guys better learn how to stand better. Unless this is your whole thing to make us think that you guys could be opposed to each other. You know, either way, it's like it's comical and laughable.
So Danger has used 2 accounts in this server on the same day.
Prove it.
Watch yourself, Danger. Watch yourself.
Because I can hear your fucking voice, man.
Not the
You
same.
sound like that weird kid from Grown Ups 2.
Danger's fighting.
Oh my God.
Check the rules, man. About my
this is how Boy Meets World met your mother.
Danger is the troll here.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Hero. Yeah, Danger and Hero are the same person. He's this whiny fucking idiot that was in here last night.
Okay. Jesus Christ, man. I didn't know that. Sorry for blaspheming. So he's playing the villain and the hero at the same time. Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good job.
What's fine thespianship? What's a fine thespian, you all?
Get me fooled.
He's a good little thespian.
What's up then, Hero, big boy? Little boy? What have you got for us today?
Oh my God.
Little man? Big man? What are you calling us?
Okay, you stop blowing into your mic, bro. Sounds like you're deep throating it. Oh my God.
Is that your actual voice?
Who, me?
Hmm.
Who's actual voice?
That's your actual voice?
Yeah.
That's weird, bro.
Why?
Because you sound like a 4-year-old. Like your balls haven't dropped yet or something.
He's closer to a 4-year-old than he is to our age, I think, Fima.
Oh, man. I'm actually glad they're back. It's entertainment, isn't it?
Danger.
Don't overtalk me.
He's this privileged wanker.
Thank you.
Thinks he can control us with his bullshit, man.
I would use the word twat, but I suppose it's more or less the same thing. Always about this time, 11:20, about 11:30 in the morning. Mustn't have any school or job to go to, just reading from a script, being trolls.
He's sitting in nursery. He's in daycare with access to a PC somehow.
Come on, bro. Yeah, now that I think about it, I was in Danger all night last night, and then Danger came in and saved the day, had my back. Just role playing these guys, just role playing, right? I have no idea. Notice they didn't stay on live stream too very long.
You on Flatter Days?
AP Mac, have a look in live stream voice text. I put a picture of Danger in there. Or Hero, whatever you want to go by.
I can't see it. Computers, man.
I'm just letting you know, Flatter Days.
Alright, dude, if you actually have proof, send it to me, bro. Like, you don't. So.
Well, we don't need to prove it to you, do we? He's proved it to us.
He hasn't, though. You don't have proof. That's what I'm saying.
We don't need to.
Doesn't matter what you think, dude. You're just a troll child coming here for thinking you got one up on us.
We're just laughing our bags off at you.
Probably live stream it to TikTok or some shit.
Big sigh there. Was that a sigh of defeat?
Hero, bring your glow proof then. What have you got today?
He just looked up a YouTube video about questions that nobody can answer, and he's asking us them. He's retarded.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to debate or whatever.
Because he'll say a word that he's learned in one of these videos, and then when someone repeats it back to him, he'll say, "I don't understand those words." It's exactly what he did yesterday.
Oh.
Don't overtalk me, bro. Don't overtalk me, big man. Okay, big man.
I don't like how people always assume I'm a troll.
First.
Oh, you also sound a troll, man. What's up with that?
What?
It's just your wording. It's just your lack of being able
Well, how can I make my wording sound better?
Well, you can stop calling people names and talking nonsense.
I didn't do that.
Maybe say something thought-provoking that would give us food for thought. Maybe make us pause a while and think about, what that guy just said might be true. But you guys don't do that. You just come in here and call people names and talk shit.
No, we didn't do that.
Yes, you did. It's on live stream. Remember when you said this is recorded? And I was just like, you just shut up
then
now.
find it.
Yeah, I found it.
You find it?
Yeah, you guys sound really pathetic, bro. I hate to break the news to you, but newsflash, you useless trolls, bro. You need to go to troll school. You're not even funny. Yeah, big sigh again, bro.
I just joined this server. I made a new Discord account. You know, my friend got me onto this Discord, got me onto this server. And now you guys are just, you know, you're saying I'm a troll.
You're definitely
trying to understand your point of view.
Well, listen, one of you had a question last night, and I must have asked you for about an hour, what is the question? And you didn't even ask a question. You just insulted people for like about an hour. Every time I try to speak down in voice chat too, every time I try to
They're
speak,
trying to stop me, him, like, dude.
you just push the button. Shut up, PMAC. Shut up, PMAC. You're fucking useless, PMAC. You probably dropped out of high school. You're probably
didn't say that. We never called you useless. We never called you anything. Let's
sure.
salad.
Yeah, sure you did. Yeah, no, yeah, sure.
Let's talk about this civilly, PMAC. Let's calm down.
Dude, why are you trying to play the victim all the time? Like, we all know.
Look, Danger, I have a screenshot of what you said. Like, why are you still trying?
Send it to me, dude, if you actually have it.
Don't send it. He's just gonna use it, bro.
How am I gonna use
I might not send it.
How would I use it? I'm curious.
Right.
How would I
the benefit in sending it to you, Danger?
But how would I use it?
Where's Dark Souls?
But what's the benefit in sending it to you?
Where's Dark Souls?
Like, you already know what you sent. Why do you need me to send it to you?
Instead of sitting here talking shit, why don't you say something meaningful? Anything, bro. Just anything. Just say something. Anything that's thought-provoking. Anything intelligent.
Yeah. Exactly, Danger.
No. Yeah, okay. All right.
Danger, yeah.
Yeah, it's just trolls, bro. You think we haven't seen this before?
What, people joining the server? Probably, yes.
Being assholes and being trolls, and they were actually funny. We actually laughed at them. They were good crack. They were a
You
laugh.
said we weren't funny. So
you guys are useless, man. That's what I'm saying. You need to go back to troll school. 101. You're absolutely useless, sir.
So what are you saying now, Fist? You saying that you're not going to troll PMAC? You actually want to come here to learn? Not
Yes.
Just, yeah.
We've said this already. We want to actually listen. We've asked to listen. PMAC doesn't want to give us a chance.
So
some nice people joined yesterday.
When
Me
you say
and
we,
Fisted and I.
Oh yeah, monsters. Okay.
We
So
had a guy.
definitely-
One sec. Let's see. Clay Under Seal came and told us a lot about the server. And told us a lot about like how he joined the server and everything. He told us he was also like began to join this, like wanted to debunk everything, but then he like learned more, and then he started like understanding how things actually like worked and everything.
Like,
all right, cool. Let's do
That's
fresh
what I'm
start then.
hoping.
Now let's ask some questions.
Yes, exactly. I've been begging for this. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Do it.
Hello, I am new to the server.
The fuck?
Welcome.
Could I? Thank you. What can I learn on this server?
We're not here to teach you, bro.
Okay.
Well, we're not here to convince you of anything. There's a lot of information on
Yes,
this.
I understand.
Have you been directed to the voice?
Yeah, I was shown the text channels. I was going to read them, but yeah, yesterday there was a little bit of an incident, to say the least. I won't mention that anymore. I think
Do you
that'll
have
be
a
better.
question? Or
what's your thoughts?
Generally, no. I came to join to listen. Honestly, at the moment, I didn't want
10
to.
minutes straight about bullshit, bro. Talk about.
Sorry, you got cut off. Leonardo?
Yo, talk about something.
Talk about something.
politics.
What don't you understand about our kind of
about so? Sorry.
What don't you understand about kind of where we come from?
What don't I understand? I mean, at the moment, it's pretty much made sense. Clandestine gave me again. I'll mention him again. He was quite nice, quite helpful. He told me about how he joined the server, how he started learning more and more, and then people started talking to him, and then he started asking questions. He started learning. So we were told about the water, like surface tension, and
water
how
always
I could
finds
do
its
some,
level.
Sorry?
Water always finds its level. Water at rest.
Yeah, and then there's what's it? The bubble, like how when you when you build a flat surface, you always use a little bubble.
Other level.
Yeah.
Spirit level.
Always
yeah.
make a level, and it doesn't. I don't know. And like water always like fills its container.
So
Like,
how do you
it would
think?
always.
So there's a term called sea level, okay?
Right.
And level means flat.
They want us, yeah, and as
yeah. So the Earth is made up of 70% seawater or water. So how do you think that 70% of the Earth, being a flat level thing, can make up a globe?
Yeah. I don't know. It's confusing.
Doesn't make sense. Exactly.
Yeah, it's quite strange.
Yeah. And have you been? You're from Australia, I'm guessing. Is that right?
Yeah.
So do you live near the sea? There's a chance that you live near the ocean. Yes, you've been to the ocean in your life at some point. So when you looked out, you see the horizon. Does the horizon ever look curved to you, from what you can remember?
Not particularly. Yeah, it's quite.
No.
I don't. How
Do you know what
how do you see the curve?
What the term horizon means? Horizon means horizontal.
Flat horizontal line.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It never curves. So what globers who come in here say they see boats disappearing over the horizon. Okay. So we've got a way of explaining that. It's called perspective. But also, if you think about it, when you're looking at a horizon, you can sometimes see miles and miles from left to right in front of you. Do you ever see? You never see that curving. So if it's a ball, if it's a sphere or a globe, it should be curving from left to right, front to back, side to side, diagonal. It should curve in all directions, but it never does.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always flat when you look at it.
Yeah. So this is something that you can do, and you have done.
I've pretty much seen it flat.
Yeah. So you've observed that. So you've kind of so the globe model is kind of something you've been taught in school through media. It's almost in every film, or logos on
everything, everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah. So it's kind of, we'd call it brainwashing. I call it brainwashing. You've been brainwashed into thinking a certain.
Yeah, I think
narrative.
I've heard that term used. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't know the reason why people come up with it. Why do they lie? We don't know. You don't know why people lie. Why does anyone lie? But what we do know is they have been lying, because we can disprove their claims with observations and measurements that anyone can do.
Right. Could you give me an example?
Yeah. Well, the observation is going to the beach and looking at the horizon.
Yeah.
No.
Any other tests or anything I could try out, or like see for myself?
1 second. Let me post something in the live stream. Voice text.
All right. Cool.
Sorry, my computer's been a bit slow. Has anyone got the Black Swan?
Yo, Flatter Days.
Oh, sorry. What did you say, Leonardo?
No, go ahead.
I didn't
All right. Yo, flatter days.
Latter days.
Hey,
Yeah,
Quet,
I'm
see,
talking. He was just here.
Quet.
Hmm?
Is Quet's a call, yeah? Or rookie? Is Pete Mac, you don't have interest in speaking to these guys, do you?
No.
Fair enough. I've got to go and do something. Lumpy, are you there?
Good luck.
I don't want to leave you hanging like this while you're in the middle of questions. That's all.
Yeah, thank you.
1 second.
I have identified them as a drain on my resources. And I shall
P Mac,
never.
can you check
never
your DMs?
yeah, Cold Danger. Yeah, I'll speak to you now, bro.
Okay, man. Can you see that image I just posted in the live stream voice text?
Let me open it. Yep.
So you see those two oil rigs in the ocean?
Yeah.
Ignore the writing for now.
Mm-hmm.
So, can you see the horizon in that
Yeah.
photo?
It's a bit.
And where would you say it's a bit? It's not super clear, but where would you say that
Yeah.
was? Yeah, go on.
Like in the middle, sort of, I guess.
Yeah, so if you look in the middle and then you follow that line left,
Yeah.
it goes behind that left oil rig, would you say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
So there's a problem there. Because if the globe is a sphere, if the Earth is a sphere, rather,
it would be below it.
The horizon should even be in front of the one on the right.
Ah. Right.
So this is the problem. We see too far.
Yeah, 9.4. Yeah, I see. Understand. Yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to go, but if someone else, Quats or someone could speak to you, or if you want to come back later, we could pick it up then. But stick around, don't go anywhere. But
thanks.
Thanks
Thank
for,
you.
Thanks for chatting. I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
See you later, P-Mac.
You ready, Flurry?
Yeah, see you later, dude.
All right, man. Good to see you.
Bye, Flatty.
Stand up guy. Yeah, so Danger, I just want to say that Danger, I don't think he's a troll. I don't. Somebody would think he did, maybe mistaken identity or something, I don't know. But yeah, no. Danger, to me, is not a troll. Fist X Monster and Dark Souls 2001, definitely trolls.
Right. Your proof being? Excuse me, P-Mac.
Well, do you need the screenshot, PMAC?
You appreciate that, maybe? For once.
Sorry, I no longer talk to trolls. Thank you. Good night.
Are you gonna leave?
Quetzalcoatl. What a name, bro.
Alright, well, PMAC, if you want to check the screenshot, it's there. It's up to you, though.
What do you have a screenshot of?
You can see it. I'm pretty sure.
Just sent it to you.
Where?
Where you were sending. What was the message he sent to you? Sorry.
Oh yeah, he called me a twat.
Right. Yeah. Well, you can find that probably.
Yeah.
Did
yeah, we'll find. Sorry.
Who called you a twat?
Yeah, my friend.
Who's your friend? Can I say
no,
that?
No, PMAC.
Called you a twat?
Yes.
And?
Not me.
So you can find it there.
No, I'm saying that he has a DM quite clearly, and then Fisted sent him a screenshot that PMAC's now asking about.
Okay, I mean, what do you
I'm
want?
not sure.
What do you want to get out of this? I don't understand.
I don't know.
What are you
PMAC
looking for?
keeps. I'm trying to. I don't know.
Yo, PMAC, if he sent you anything, send me like what he sent you so I can see.
Okay, Danger, I'll check your PMs.
Yeah.
Leave this stuff for now, guys. They've got an issue with PMAC, Quetz, that's all. And
yeah, I seem to be out of loop for this one.
Yeah. They did start Fisted.
Yeah, I'd like to drop that for
Monster.
now.
Yeah, we started talking about flat Earth stuff, but I have to go.
Yeah.
I don't know if Quetz can help you out though if he's got time.
All right, thank you. If he doesn't mind.
No, you can ask a question, then we'll see where we go. Take it from there or not. Depends on the
Right.
question.
What kind of tests can I do to see how flat or like bumpy? I guess it wouldn't be quite flat, but how bumpy the Earth is, I guess.
The surface of water bumpy? Is that what you said?
Well, no. I mean, like, how can I? What kind of tests can I do at home to prove this for myself?
At home?
That's
You need
what
to
I
be
asked.
outside to test this.
Well, outside, yeah.
If you want to find a
outside,
curve.
yeah.
If you're trying to test a curve. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
at home,
I
you can
got
do whatever you want at home. It's not going to prove anything when it comes to the curve, anyway. But yeah.
I got some question.
Hey, Miggy.
What's going on, man? Hey, who are we speaking to? Monster Spore.
Hi.
Yeah.
How's it going, Monster? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna put an image up so you can see. There's something you can actually do. Give me a moment. I'll put it in live stream voice text for you.
Yeah, I meant that one.
You see the graphic I just put up?
Yes.
All right. So water finds its level, right? And you see the funnel and the cylinder, and how it's all connected to this tube.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how they put what container they're put in, especially like the ones that are being shown here. But water will always seek its level. So you can do this at home. You can get a pipe. You can get glass. You can see that water is always level. It's always horizontal to the ground. So it's always going to be that way. It's always going to find its level. And you can test this out in many different ways to check to see if that is not the case. Because you can see that the third depiction, number 3, where it shows water being level. Yeah, and it's a pipe that's like on the surface where it's kind of like rigid. So if you could see that the pipe also measures level from one side to the other. So can you see the logic behind this?
Yeah, I understand. Like it's proving that what's it? Like gravity is more like flat than like rounding the water out.
Okay, well,
yes,
we'll get to that in a second. But for this much, you can see that there's something that you can do to ascertain if the Earth is curving. Because see, the thing is, there's a whole idea behind this idea with gravity that the gravity is pulling everything into itself. So on every point of the Earth, it doesn't matter what point you're on, gravity is pulling everything into itself. So to the center. If that were true, you couldn't find level because it would be curving with the Earth.
Yeah.
So you could draw a horizontal line straight across the 2 points of that pipe, the diagram that I just showed you, and so on from the diagram number 1. You can see the different containers. If the Earth was curving, it would be conforming into a curved shape. So it would not be conformed to like a straight across horizontal.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense? So if gravity was supposedly doing what it's supposed to be doing,
There
we
wouldn't
wouldn't
be a
have
straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
it would be like a curve.
And you can do this anywhere. You can test this anywhere on Earth. It's always going to remain the same. So let's take, for example, water scaling up. Scale up to whatever size you'd like. A swimming pool, a lake.
Yeah.
The mechanics of water still remain the same. So that's not going to change because you scale up. So if that's the case, and 70% of the Earth is covered in water, that's level to the horizontal. Can you see the situation we have here?
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that.
Okay, that implications would mean that the Earth is not curving. Simple, right? But we can take it a step further if you like.
Yeah.
All right, so if I was to ask you a question of how you can demonstrate that the curvature of the Earth has been shown to you in a method that you can actually pit the claim of the Earth against, like let's say the metrics. The radius is 3,969. So then if you're going to go and take those metrics and then apply them to the Earth to see if they can measure up to the claim of that the shape of the Earth is what the radius claim is, do you think you'd be able to measure curvature? That's just my question to you right now.
Probably not, no.
Well, it's interesting because we've been taught this information. So according to what the mainstream rhetoric,
Yeah, it was Fletchy said it was brainwashing. Yeah.
Well, think about it like this: you've been taught how to think about something in a particular way. So if I told you that you live on a curved Earth and you've never measured the curve, and then I told you you can go and try to see if you can measure the curve and see if you can find it. I'm giving you the tools of how you can actually verify or falsify that the Earth has that particular curved surface. Now, would you be inclined to go and do that? Or would you be like, nah, I don't have to do that? You know what I mean? Like, people become, when they hear this truth, they become either apathetic or indifferent. They don't really care, or they can't be bothered with because it doesn't matter to them. So it needs to be something that you investigate, you look into, you research, you go and do the test
myself. Yeah.
But more than that, there's tools, right? You can go online and find an Earth curve calculator. It's simple algebra. You don't need to be somebody who knows a lot of math. It's something very simple. The formula for figuring it out is something like 8 inches per mile squared over the distance of a surface of the Earth, point A to point B. So you can go and do this test anywhere. Take a friend, go to the maybe a lake shore or something, and have your friend stand like a few miles away from you and do a line of sight test. If you can do something like get a light or get a laser and shine it across the surface of the earth over water. Yeah, I'm giving you some tools that you can actually do this.
Yeah.
Take the Earth curve calculator with you, maybe on your smartphone.
Yep.
Type in the distance that you are, then the elevation from which you're looking at.
Right?
Well, I mean, you can use whatever that correlates to your that correlates to whatever height you're going to put it on. You can do different, mix and match. You can use different elevation heights. And then once you run that line of sight test, then check to see if your friend can actually see, or whatever instrument you're using to verify to see if they can't see the laser or the light that you're shining. And if it's possible that over the distance you can figure out the Earth curve, if there's supposed to be Earth curve blocking or obstructing the line of sight, then that means that the Earth curve calculator is, approximately about what the Earth curve should be. Now, if it's not there, if the Earth doesn't conform to exactly what the metrics say, then the Earth is not curving. Yeah, then the Earth is not curving. Because if it's curving, it would definitely be defined as in per what the metrics are saying. Though it's not your claim. It's not my claim. It's what they claim the Earth is to be. Now, there's something to be said about after you figure that out, somebody might say, well, the Earth could be bigger, or maybe they got the numbers wrong. But this is not up for debate. It's not up for you to say, well, it's probably a bigger ball. You can't say that. I can't say that. The metrics are what they are, and it's settled.
That's already theory.
This is the claim. In other words, this is the claim. It's not if things are done within the claim to actually work the math out for certain formulas, like in refraction. They use it for how they figure rockets go to the moon, because they have to take, of course, the way the rhetoric is that rockets take a parabolic curve around the Earth, and supposedly they circle the radius until they reach escape velocity. So they absolutely need to know what the radius of the Earth is. So it's essential, right? So it is something that's settled. It's nothing that you can be saying I agree to disagree, or it's a bigger ball, or anything. You can't go there with that. It is what it is. You either stand by the claim or you dismiss it because it can't be verified.
Yeah.
So this is where we're at, right? So the tools are now in your hands to go and research and go and detect to see if you can test it out for yourself. Because we always say in this server, don't take our word for it. Go and do the test yourself.
Yeah, get proof for yourself.
So number one, water is always level. That stands to be as self-evident to you, me, and everyone else. Water always finds its level. So that's ultimately right there. That's what the evidence of the Earth being not a globe, right? That's number one. But then somebody might say, well, I need to go and measure to see if the Earth is actually, conforming to a globe spherical shape. So then you go and do that line of sight